smaller parties who are with Eknath Shinde. 4 more and Eknath Shinde crosses the mark of 50. While speaking to us here on India Today, he'd given the number of 46. That's where he's at. So he has a clear strategy and it looks like it's playing in tune to his script. Follow me, can you hear me?
Yeah, could you please repeat your question?
Follow me, we're just putting out a news break. Sources telling us here on India Today that the number of MLAs with Eknath Shinde will actually go up to 50. It's at 46 right now. 4 more MLAs, perhaps from the Shivsena, will take him to the 50 mark, and then Eknath Shinde has the numbers that he needs. He already does. But this will be essentially a muscle flexing exercise then.
Oh, absolutely. That's exactly, Akshita, what he's aiming at the moment. Like I said, as far as the Shiv Sena numbers is concerned, he was not going to sit comfortably at 37. He would want a buffer as well, because we know that at least 2 MLAs return, Nitin Deshmukh and Kailash Patil. He wouldn't want a redo of that situation where he reaches Mumbai and then, you know, there are the flock can't stay together and some MLAs leave. So he's going to ensure that he has enough number of MLAs, and if there are any who are standing on sticky wicket, then he makes provision for alternatives as well. As far as gathering the independents is concerned, or members of the smaller parties, for instance, the Prahar Party is concerned, there are 2 MLAs of the Prahar Party who are part of the others' quota right now, the 9 who are with Eknath Shinde. He's also trying to, that is part of, that is not the number that he needs in order to prove himself leader of the legislative party, because he has 2/3 with him. That is the number that he's looking to grow as well, because like you said, it is about muscle flexing. It is about sending out a message and a perception, one, that he can bring together not just Shiv Sainiks but others as well, purely on the basis of his influence and clout, and others who believe that he stands a good chance with this, and hence he can bring on board others as well. And then of course, when he does go to the BJP, for instance, hypothetically speaking, he can have you know, much more bargaining power, saying, look, I brought 50 with me, so you have to give me as many ministerial berths, and this is how it's going to work between the two of us as alliance partners. If he just stood at 37, that bargaining power would come down. So he's looking to up that bargaining power, Akshita.
Very true. And you know, what is the kind of steps that Uddhav Thackeray will take to stop this? Right now, there's nothing being done really to ensure that the MLAs who are with him remain with him. And there's more and more updates coming in of several legislators now choosing to dump Uddhav Thackeray and side with Eknath Shinde. They perhaps recognize that this is now the winning side and that Uddhav Sena is the losing side. There's going to be a very important meeting, Maushami, today that we'll be tracking, which is that Uddhav Thackeray is going to be meeting with district chiefs of the Shiv Sena, something perhaps many would argue he should have done on day 1 to ensure that he has the support he needs to reach out to them, because the largest criticism here that's come in from most of these rebels is that he was completely inaccessible and unavailable.
See, Akshita, I see that there is a sort of method in this madness. Otherwise, talking about day 1, why did these MLAs not side with the Shinde camp from day 1? The MLAs who are trickling in slowly and swelling the Shinde camp. There is a method in the madness when a video is released from Eknath Shinde's camp that categorically and specifically highlights that Eknath Shinde is saying that he has the backing of a superpower of a party that has called this step a historic step. There is a method when Sharad Pawar says that when you come to Mumbai, this is a political game and it will be fought on the battleground of Mumbai. So I really think that equations could really change when these MLAs come to Mumbai, and with the fact that many of the loyalists of Uddhav Thackeray left in the last 2-3 days, that really means, did they really leave or were they sent to Guwahati? Are they the moles in the Shinde camp? or is it a ploy, in fact, by Uddhav Thackeray to find a safe and an honourable exit from this entire political mayhem? That's the big question. And as Paulomi also highlighted, if you talk about the number game, it is not only about the majority figure mark. If Uddhav Thackeray is meeting the district presidents of the Shiv Sena, it is also about whether a split in the party is caused, and then the anti-defection law will actually play out, because there has to be a split in the Shiv Sena for the anti-defection law to not apply.
So that's an interesting technicality also that we will be talking about in greater detail. Maushami, Paulomi, stay on with us, because right now what we're seeing, this intense fight, this war of words between Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray, both keep invoking the name of Balasaheb Thackeray, and it's his legacy over which right now this fight within the Shiv Sena is raging on over. The rebel camp is of course growing in numbers. Eknath Shinde, time and again, every single time he's spoken out, has said that I'm a Shiv Sainik, I'm upholding Balasaheb Thackeray's legacy. Uddhav Thackeray, of course, maintains that he is the true heir of Balasaheb Thackeray's legacy, and that's what is really coming down to now within the Shiv Sena.
Uddhav, Raj or Eknath Shinde, who will win the battle for Balasaheb's legacy? With the rebel camp numbers swelling, Eknath Shinde is all set to give a double blow to Uddhav Thackeray. Not just is he all set to push him off the Chief Minister's chair, but is also likely to end Uddhav Thackeray's reign in the Shiv Sena. With the rebel camp near close to proving two-third majority, the question is if Eknath Shinde will now float his own party. Eknath Shinde claims to be a true Shiv Sainik and has promised to work on the ideals of Balasaheb Thackeray.
सभी लोग जो है, हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं.
Uddhav Thackeray has not had it easy either. 2 months after Bal Thackeray's demise, Sena Executive President Uddhav Thackeray took over as the Sena President in January 2013. He admitted, though, that he could never replace his father, and epithets like Supremo and Hindu Hriday Samrat will always be associated to his father, Bal Thackeray. Trying to stay true to its Hindutva ideology, Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray had allied with the BJP in 2014. The situation reversed, though, in 2019, with the two parties joining hands to fight polls together, yet splitting soon after, as BJP won 105 seats, refused to give up the Chief Minister's chair to the Shiv Sena, who landed 56 seats in the 288-member assembly. Uddhav then took the unexpected route to the throne by allying with Congress and NCP. Uddhav Thackeray since then has been slammed for shunning Sena founder's Hindutva legacy. He did respond to critics, though, saying that his idea of Hindutva is different. Taking a jibe at the BJP, Uddhav was heard saying he does not want a Hindu Rashtra which is not peaceful.
शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही. कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे.
On the sidelines now is also Raj Thackeray, the nephew of Bal Thackeray. The MNS chief, in fact, bears close resemblance to his uncle in looks, aggression and oratory skills. He broke away from the Shiv Sena over tussle on who will be Bal Thackeray's political heir. Raj Thackeray founded MNS in 2006 and popularized Sons of the Soil campaign, over which Shiv Sena was built in 1966. The brightest showing for the MNS was in 2009 when Raj Thackeray ate into the Shiv Sena and BJP votes in Mumbai, Thane, Pune and Nashik, bagging 13 seats of the 288 assembly. MNS since has seen rapid decline. In 2014 and 2019 assembly elections, MNS managed to secure just one assembly seat, losing deposit in most others. In May 2014 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray openly backed Narendra Modi for Prime Minister and fielded candidates, mostly against the Sena. However, in 2019 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray took a U-turn, criticized Narendra Modi but did not contest polls. Well, Uddhav Thackeray had till lately been the popular choice to take forward Bal Thackeray's legacy. But of all the revolts that the Shiv Sena has faced in over 50 years of its existence, the current one, led by Eknath Shinde, looks the most threatening. Uddhav now needs nothing short of a miracle to salvage his party. Bijay Kumar for India Today.
Now, even as Eknath Shinde continues to lead this massive rebellion and a pack of MLAs with him, he shared a letter yesterday that was written to Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. Now, this letter essentially sheds light on all the grievances of the legislators. And I know a lot of you have been asking, why have there been so many MLAs who've ditched Uddhav? They've spoken out, or what made them upset with the party leadership?
The gloves are off between Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena. As Uddhav Thackeray tried to put on an emotional front to woo back his MLAs, the rebels have hit back with a scathing point-by-point rebuttal on why they chose to side with Eknath Shinde. Uddhav resorted to a filmy exit from his CM bungalow on Wednesday night, packing his bags and moving out to send out a message that he was ready to resign and the CM throne meant nothing to him.
की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे आणि ह्याच्यावरती विश्वास नसेल तर आज आपली फेसबुक लाईव्ह झाल्यानंतर आज संध्याकाळपासून मी माझा मुक्काम वर्षावरून मातोश्रीला हलवत आहे.
The Shinde Sena in its 3-page letter has responded by mocking Uddhav, saying, with Uddhav out, now Varsha has become accessible to them. With Uddhav out, the doors of CM's bungalow have been opened up. The rebels also detailed how they were ignored and snubbed constantly at Mantralay and questioned, why were we constantly humiliated?
Sanjay Shirsat said that during this entire time, as Shiv Sena MLAs were being humiliated while NCP and Congress were being appreciated and made time for by Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, it was Eknath Shinde who stood by them and in fact addressed their grievances and heard their concerns.
But there are two big sore spots: the Hindutva ideology and Aditya Thackeray. Yes, many rebels and even Shinde himself was angry at all the focus on Uddhav's son. Chief Minister Uddhav in his speech also spoke in great detail about Hindutva and reminded Shiv Senics about Aditya's visit to Ayodhya.
शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही, कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे. म्हणूनच गेल्या एक 8-15 दिवसापूर्वी आदित्य, एकनाथ शिंदे त्यांच्याबरोबर आपले काही आमदार, खासदार, मंत्री हे अयोध्येला जाऊन आले.
And the Shinde Sena has claimed that they weren't allowed to go with Aditya to Ayodhya despite expressing their intent to do so. The 3-page letter that Shinde's camp has shot off to Uddhav is a scathing indictment of the Maharashtra Chief Minister. Bureau Report, India Today.
And stay with us here on India Today as we get you every single update that comes in on this suspense that's playing out in Maharashtra. Every twist and turn on the political potboiler coming your way in just a few moments from now from the India Today newsroom.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. watching.
Joining me on this broadcast now is, in fact, someone from the Shinde camp, Deepak Kesarkar, who only yesterday joined Shinde in Guwahati. Kesarkar ji, कितने विधायक हैं अभी Shinde camp में Guwahati में?
We have already applied for a separate group, so we have sufficient number for making the application. So it is obvious that.
So 37 plus, you have Shivsena MLAs alone.
Yes.
What's your reaction, sir, to Uddhav Thackeray, now the Uddhav Sena, as they're being referred to, seeking the disqualification of Shivsena MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde?
How they could disqualify? Basically, for not being present for a meeting cannot be a cause for disqualification. If you vote against the party, in spite of the will, that is one thing. Second thing, when you issue a notice to somebody, there is always principle of natural justice. You will have to give them a hearing, and after that you can take any action, and that action is to be also taken by the chairperson of Vidhan Sabha, that is Legislative Assembly.
So in such a circumstance,
these are all tactics to pressurize the MLAs, and I think that they should take appropriate decisions. If they at all, yesterday there was a statement saying that they are going to not going ahead with Maharashtra Mahavikas Agadi anymore.
Yeah.
But that has not come through. These are just announcements.
There's been no communication to you about that.
If they really want to do it, they should have done it, and then things could have moved in different directions.
Is there any communication, Mr. Kesarkar, from Uddhav Thackeray, from the Uddhav Sena to you or to your faction? Is there any communication about how they want to reach out and, kind of consider your conditions?
You'll have to understand one thing, that, talking to everybody, nobody could come to a conclusion, because they will have to talk to Sri Shinde, who is the in charge, or who is our leader now.
Okay.
So if they talk to him and if he agrees, then the solution could come through, but not with these methods of putting a pressure. Because MLAs are all matured, they are elected by lakhs of people. So in a proper fashion, had it been happened, then the things could have not come to this level.
If Mr. Uddhav Thackeray reaches out to Eknath Shinde and says that, we will ditch the alliance with the NCP and Congress, but we won't join hands with the BJP, is that something that's agreeable?
I don't think then how the government could be formed. There are only two alternates, either to join with NCP and Congress, and other is to join with BJP. So right now BJP is not playing any role into this, but they are the only alternate. and we were elected on as a combination partners. We have contested as an alliance between BJP and Sena. All our MPs, our MLAs were elected like that. But this decision of making of Mahavikas Aghadi was taken afterwards.
But what's prompted
So
this rebellion now, sir? Because, this was done years ago. The alliance was announced years ago. At that time, everything seemed fine. That's why Uddhav Sena is saying that this is the BJP's doing.
No, it is not like that. There are so many causes. The kind of treatment which was given by NCP and Congress to our MLAs, because Shivsena was the main component of that alliance. And in spite of that, they were seeing to it that these MLAs who are elected on Shivsena symbol, how to create opposition for them in their own constituencies. So the number two in anybody's constituency was either NCP or Congress. They were being given funds. They were organizing so many functions where our MLAs were not invited.
Yeah.
And this is something very abnormal. Like, you are into power only because of Shivsena, and you want to finish Shivsena sitting with them in Maharashtra, which was not proper.
Mr. Kesarkar, what's your next step now? Will Mr. Eknath Shinde and all the MLAs who are with you be moving to Mumbai to show off your numbers?
If the Honorable Chairperson of Maharashtra Legislative Assembly asks us to do that, then we'll have to definitely come and show our strength, either to the Speaker or to the Governor of Maharashtra.
Because there are a lot of questions, sir, about why MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde right now are cooped up in Guwahati. What is the need in a resort together? Is there no confidence about all of them showing their support to Eknath Shinde? Is there no confidence that if Uddhav Thackeray reaches out, they'll remain on the side?
You must have realized how pressure tactics are utilized in Maharashtra or any part of the country where people are trying to be pressurized through various means, arranging dharnas, trying to convincing them, putting up pressure, everything.
Okay.
And they have a right to take their own decisions. We are not here under any compulsion. We are here on our own. And we have every right to be here. So that nobody... I have seen it myself. Then I was there.
Yeah.
My Shivseniks misbehaved with me. They tried to follow my car. And I have given an open message to them that I'll not tolerate this kind of thing. And openly I came out here. So pressurize a person like me who is quite senior could do this. But a young MLA, he will not be able to sustain that kind of a pressure when 3-4 cars are following you, people are surrounding you. So that kind of a tactic, people are not used to. And then they are afraid of that. Many people are afraid of that. That kind of attitude, which I have seen. Hundreds of people surrounding your car.
Yeah.
So I have the moral courage to face that kind of a situation. But the other people, there are ladies MLAs also. What they will do if such thing happens with that? So this is not a good politics. Whatever anybody wants to do in democracy, they have every right.
What is fueling this rebellion, sir? Is it a fight against Uddhav Thackeray's leadership? Is it a fight against the alliance? If Uddhav Thackeray says, I will resign as the Chief Minister as he did, is that something you want?
It is not at all against Uddhavji. We were insisting that he should join hands with BJP. For the last one and a half year we are saying that. But he should have thought about it and would have taken a proper decision. So things would have not come to this extent.
But what next? Because if you're claiming to be the real Shiv Sena, it will mean that the Thackeray's and Shiv Sena, which have been synonymous together, that will no longer hold because it's Uddhav Sena versus Shinde Sena now.
No, it is only on the floor of the house that this is going to happen. They may run their own, and nobody is opposing them. As such, our demand, right from the beginning, was we do not wish to go with these people. And we are a natural alliance. And we have fought the election like that. So what is the point in now refusing that you do not wish to go along with BJP. Whatever things have happened in between, you can sit together, you could have find a solution, and now things have come to such an extent that it is only Mr. Shinde who can take the decision. People like us can just give you the information. We have given all our rights. Whatever decision Mr. Shinde wants to take, he has every right, because we have given him the full right to negotiate with any party if he wants to negotiate with Uddhav and everything. It is for him to decide, not on us to decide.
Mr. Kesarkar, finally, one question to you, because I think everyone's asking one question about how so many MLAs are choosing Eknath Shinde now instead of Uddhav Thackeray. Personally, for you, what was the turning point, sir? You're a staunch Shivsenik. You've been a Shivsenik for years now, and it's always synonymous, like I said, Shivsena and the Thackerays. What made you decide that, look, it's time to speak up, to join Eknath Shinde's cause?
First thing that I have been talking to Uddhav Sahib for a very long time, asking him to join with BJP. I was instrumental in arranging some very important meetings, but in spite of that, she was not able to take any decision. Till the time I left, I was speaking to him, urging him to take a decision, and I don't know what kind of relation they have developed and he has more liking for NCP, because previously I was with NCP. I was an NCP MLA, and I resigned from my post when Pawar Sahib insisted me on campaigning for a criminal element. I straight away refused it. I gave my resignation, and then I have come to Shivsena, and that too, I didn't accept the offer from BJP, which had come from PM's office when it was a big battle in Konkan. And in spite of that, people like me are treated like this. Then how we will feel that we have fought a big fight for you, and I am not insisting for myself. I am saying that you are a natural ally. People are suffering. We are suffering in our constituency. We are not given enough funds. We are not given a good treatment. And then you take a decision of going. You are having a dialogue and not taking any decision. That has come to this position. He is a very good person. We respect him. Okay. But he will have to take a decision.
But
do you
believe Uddhav Thackeray has kind of betrayed the Shiv Sena's ideology of Hindutva?
I cannot say that it was a fight between both of them. They must have assured him something and have not given him Shiv Sena that part of the power that Shiv Sena had. They have already agreed. But that is one thing which they could have seated together and sorted out, no?
Yeah.
And that time when he went, what was another understanding was 2.5 years Sena, 2.5 years BJP. 2.5 years are already gone. So what is the point now in fighting like that? So, and after all, it is not in the interest of our state, no? We are fighting with the center. And then you are not getting sufficient funds. All the time there are some complications. After all, we are in politics for the development of the state, development of our constituencies as well. So Maharashtra is a very progressive state, and it has to progress when you have a coordination between the center and the state. And that is most essential. If you are not together also, you can have cordial relations and you can progress. And we are for the progress of Maharashtra. So I think that he should take an appropriate decision. And whatever decision Shinde Sahib takes, we abide by that.
Okay, so you're saying this is for the sake of Maharashtra that you're doing this. Thank you, Mr. Deepak Kesarkar, for taking the time out and joining us here on India Today. We're getting you one exclusive news break after another, one exclusive voice after another from the Shinde camp. We just spoke to Deepak Kesarkar. Listen from the man of the moment himself, from Eknath Shinde. He's spoken exclusively to India Today on his next steps.
सबसे पहला सवाल तो यही है कि कल 12 डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के पिटिशंस फाइल किए गए हैं शिवसेना के तरफ से। इन पिटिशंस को देखते हुए आपका आगे का रवैया क्या रहेगा?
देखिए, पहली बात है, ये ऐसा पिटिशन करने का अधिकार उनको नहीं है, क्योंकि जो उन्होंने गठनेता चेंज किया है वो उसके लिए गठनेता चेंज करने के लिए पूरे सभी विधायक जो है उनकी मीटिंग बुलानी पड़ती है और मेजोरिटी से गठनेता तय किया जाता है। वो एक तो इलीगल गठनेता बनाया है, इसका मतलब व्हिप भी इलीगल है, और माइनॉरिटी में जो लोग हैं उसको कार्रवाई करने का, डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है। और मीटिंग अटेंड करने के लिए नहीं किया, इसके लिए डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिस देने का कोई अधिकार नहीं। ये सिर्फ डराने की बात है ये डराने की चेष्टा है और इसलिए ये शिवसेना के जितने हमारे पास MLAs है, निर्दलीय है, उन्होंने कहा है कि ऐसी एक नोटिस नहीं 10 नोटिस आएंगे तो भी हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं, क्योंकि आप कार्रवाई करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है।
दूसरा ये कल इन्होंने कहा कि जो डेप्यूटी स्पीकर है उन्होंने हमसे बात करते हुए कहा कि आपके जो हस्ताक्षर है उस पर उनको संदेह है और इसके वजह से आपका दावा वो सुनने को तैयार नहीं है। क्या आपको लगता है कि एनसीपी इसमें आपको अपना गुट बनाने से रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है और इसके वजह से आपका गुट ना बन पाए?
ऐसा हमारा 37 का गुट और बाकी निर्दलीय गुट बनाने, ग्रुप बनाने से हमको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। देश में डेमोक्रेसी है, कानून है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, रूल्स है, इसको तो कोई तोड़ नहीं सकता है और इसलिए ये सिर्फ प्रेशर टैक्टिस है। इसमें वो लोग कामयाब नहीं होंगे क्योंकि हमारे लोग पूरी तरह एकजुट है, हमारे लोगों ने पूरी तरह सोच समझ के ये स्टैंड लिया हुआ है।
क्या अभी आप गवर्नर को कहेंगे कि वोट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए महाराष्ट्र में, क्योंकि उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार बहुमत खो चुकी है? इसके तहत गवर्नर से भी इसके बारे में बात की जाएगी, राज्यपाल से बात की जाएगी?
अभी हमारी बैठक होने के बाद ही आगे की रणनीति तय हो जाएगी।
आप कल हमने सुना कि शरद पवार की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आपने शायद सुनी होगी, उन्होंने कहा कि जो बगावत करने वाले हैं उनको भुगतना पड़ेगा उसका नतीजा। पवार कह रहे हैं कि अभी भी आपके खेमे में कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं कि जो उद्धव ठाकरे से संपर्क में हैं और आपकी बगावत पर उन्होंने सवाल उठाए हैं कि बीजेपी का समर्थन है आपके बगावत को।
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, हमारे से बीजेपी की कोई संपर्क नहीं है और पवार साहब हमारे लिए बड़े नेता है महाविकास आघाड़ी में, उनके मार्गदर्शन में महाविकास आघाड़ी काम कर रही है और मेरे लिए पवार साहब भी आदरणीय व्यक्तिमत्व है। अभी उनकी बात उन्होंने कही है, लेकिन मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि जो विधायक है पूरी तरह स्वेच्छा से अपनी मर्जी से आए, वैसा उन्होंने एफिडेविट भी यहाँ पर दिया हुआ है।
पहला सवाल तो यही है कि कल 12 डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के पिटिशंस फाइल किए गए हैं शिवसेना के तरफ से। इन पिटिशंस को देखते हुए आपका आगे का रवैया क्या रहेगा?
देखिए, पहली बात है, ये ऐसा पिटिशन करने का अधिकार उनको नहीं है, क्योंकि जो उन्होंने गठनेता चेंज किया है वो उसके लिए गठनेता चेंज करने के लिए पूरे सभी विधायक जो है उनकी मीटिंग बुलानी पड़ती है और मेजोरिटी से गठनेता तय किया जाता है। वो एक तो इलीगल गठनेता बनाया है, इसका मतलब व्हिप भी इलीगल है और माइनॉरिटी में जो लोग हैं उनको कार्रवाई करने का, डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है और मीटिंग अटेंड करने के लिए नहीं किया, इसके लिए डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिस देने का कोई अधिकार नहीं। ये सिर्फ डराने की बात है, ये डराने की चेष्टा है और इसलिए ये शिवसेना के जितने हमारे पास MLAs है, निर्दलीय है, उन्होंने कहा है कि ऐसी एक नोटिस नहीं 10 नोटिस आएंगे तो भी हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं, क्योंकि आप कार्रवाई करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है।
दूसरा ये कल इन्होंने कहा कि जो डेप्यूटी स्पीकर है उन्होंने हमसे बात करते हुए कहा कि आपके जो हस्ताक्षर है उस पर उनको संदेह है और इसके वजह से आपका दावा वो सुनने को तैयार नहीं है। क्या आपको लगता है कि एनसीपी इसमें आपको अपना गुट बनाने से रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है और इसके वजह से आपका गुट ना बन पाए?
ऐसा हमारा 37 का गुट और बाकी निर्दलीय गुट बनाने, ग्रुप बनाने से हमको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। देश में डेमोक्रेसी है, कानून है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, रूल्स है, इसको तो कोई तोड़ नहीं सकता है और इसलिए ये सिर्फ प्रेशर टैक्टिस है। इसमें वो लोग कामयाब नहीं होंगे क्योंकि हमारे लोग पूरी तरह एकजुट है, हमारे लोगों ने पूरी तरह सोच समझ के ये स्टैंड लिया हुआ है।
क्या अभी आप गवर्नर को कहेंगे कि वोट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए महाराष्ट्र में, क्योंकि उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार बहुमत खो चुकी है? इसके तहत गवर्नर से भी इसके बारे में बात की जाएगी, राज्यपाल से बात की जाएगी?
अभी हमारी बैठक होने के बाद ही आगे की रणनीति तय हो जाएगी।
आप कल हमने सुना कि शरद पवार की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आपने शायद सुनी होगी, उन्होंने कहा कि जो बगावत करने वाले हैं उनको भुगतना पड़ेगा उसका नतीजा। पवार कह रहे हैं कि अभी भी आपके खेमे में कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं कि जो उद्धव ठाकरे से संपर्क में हैं और आपकी बगावत पर उन्होंने सवाल उठाए हैं कि बीजेपी का समर्थन है आपके बगावत को।
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, हमारे से बीजेपी की कोई संपर्क नहीं है और पवार साहब हमारे लिए बड़े नेता है महाविकास आघाड़ी में, उनके मार्गदर्शन में महाविकास आघाड़ी काम कर रही है और मेरे लिए पवार साहब भी आदरणीय व्यक्तिमत्व है। अभी उनकी बात उन्होंने कही है, लेकिन मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि जो विधायक है पूरी तरह स्वेच्छा से अपनी मर्जी से आए, वैसा उन्होंने एफिडेविट भी यहाँ पर दिया हुआ है।
So the Mahan newsmaker on India Today speaking to us, Eknath Shinde has reacted for the first time on the disqualification threat from Uddhav Sena, from Uddhav Thackeray. And Shinde has made it very, very clear that he's not scared whatsoever, that this is in fact a scare tactic being used by Uddhav Thackeray against Eknath Shinde and his entire rebel camp. Speaking to India Today, Shinde has said that he will not bow down and that he has the numbers with him. So there's no question of any disqualification. He is the legislative party leader, is something he's reiterated in that conversation. Sahil Joshi is joining us with more on this. Sahil, we just played out the conversation that you had with Eknath Shinde. First reaction on Uddhav's disqualification move, and Shinde seems to suggest at least that he's completely unscathed by it.
Well, he is standing his ground at this point of time, and he's saying that the numbers are with me. If the numbers are with me, how can you disqualify somebody who does not have the number? I mean, how can somebody take the decision of disqualification who does not have the numbers? What he kept insisting is that the majority of the MLAs were not present in that meeting. So that meeting itself is illegal, and they cannot change the legislative party leader if all the MLAs were not present at that particular time. Secondly, he is also trying to use the technical, issue with respect to the disqualification notices. He's saying that the disqualification notices are completely illegal and meant to create a threat to the MLAs that you can be disqualified. You should come back. On the basis of that, what he's trying to say is that the meeting which was called was not for any legislative work. It was a party meeting. Not attending party meeting doesn't attract a disqualification, the issue of disqualification or the anti-defection law. So because of that, the whole thing which the Shivsena is trying to do at this point of time, the Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shivsena is trying to do, is just to scare the MLAs who are with him at this point of time. More importantly, when I asked him specifically that whether are you trying to take over the party, will you be the party chief? On that, he did not deny the question.
Yeah.
What he tried to say is that even that decision will be taken with the people sitting there in Guwahati. They will discuss this later. But now it seems that the priority is that they will be approaching the governor, and what he said that decision also will be taken soon. They will be demanding that there should be a no confidence motion in Maharashtra.
He's exuding confidence that he's got the numbers with him, that everything will work out in their favor. At this point, Sahil, it's very clear that as far as Uddhav Sena is concerned, they don't have many options. Whereas the ball is clearly in Eknath Shinde's court. He seems to be acknowledging that also, essentially. But at the same time, there's also a need for Shinde to move fast here. Is that something he expressed, Sahil, that he's going to try and, show off his numbers, parade his MLAs in Mumbai by today?
He is not going to come back soon. That is what he has said it very clearly. Yesterday, he has dashed off the letter in which there are more than 37 signatures of the MLAs who are from Shiv Sena and some independents who are supporting Shiv Sena. That letter has been sent to Deputy Speaker as well as to the Governor. For the Governor, is basically to take note of the situation, what is going around in Maharashtra, so that if tomorrow somebody approaches the Governor, that this government doesn't have the majority and there should be a confidence vote, he should ask the government to take the confidence vote.
Yeah.
So it is kind of an FYI. At the same time, to tell the Deputy Speaker that the disqualification notices should not be entertained because the majority of the MLAs, the 2/3 MLAs are with Eknath Shinde.
Sahil, just stay with me. I want to play out the conversation that you had with Eknath Shinde once again for our viewers. Listen into what Shinde said.
सबसे पहला सवाल तो यही है कि कल 12 डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के पिटिशंस फाइल किए गए हैं शिवसेना की तरफ से। इन पिटिशंस को देखते हुए आपका आगे का रवैया क्या रहेगा?
देखिए, पहली बात है, ये ऐसा पिटिशन करने का अधिकार उनको नहीं है, क्योंकि जो उन्होंने गठनेता चेंज किया है वो उसके लिए गठनेता चेंज करने के लिए पूरे सभी विधायक जो है उनकी मीटिंग बुलानी पड़ती है और मेजोरिटी से गठनेता तय किया जाता है। वो एक तो इलीगल गठनेता बनाया है, इसका मतलब व्हिप भी इलीगल है और माइनॉरिटी में जो लोग हैं उसको कार्रवाई करने का, डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है और मीटिंग अटेंड करने के लिए नहीं किया, इसके लिए डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिस देने का कोई अधिकार नहीं। ये सिर्फ डराने की बात है, ये डराने की चेष्टा है और इसलिए ये शिवसेना के जितने हमारे पास MLAs है, निर्दलीय है, उन्होंने कहा है कि ऐसी एक नोटिस नहीं 10 नोटिस आएंगे तो भी हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं। क्योंकि आप कार्रवाई करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है।
दूसरा ये कल इन्होंने कहा कि जो डिप्टी स्पीकर है उन्होंने हमसे बात करते हुए कहा कि आपके जो हस्ताक्षर है उस पर उनको संदेह है और इसके वजह से आपका दावा वो सुनने को तैयार नहीं है। क्या आपको लगता है कि एनसीपी इसमें आपको अपना गुट बनाने से रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है और इसके वजह से आपका गुट ना बन पाए?
ऐसा हमारा 37 का गुट और बाकी निर्दलीय मेगा गुट बनाने, ग्रुप बनाने से हमको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। देश में डेमोक्रेसी है, कानून है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, रूल्स है, इसको तो कोई तोड़ नहीं सकता है और इसलिए ये सिर्फ प्रेशर टैक्टिक्स है। इसमें वो लोग कामयाब नहीं होंगे क्योंकि हमारे लोग पूरी तरह एकजुट है। हमारे लोगों ने पूरी तरह सोच समझ के ये स्टैंड लिया हुआ है।
क्या अभी आप गवर्नर को कहेंगे कि वोट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए महाराष्ट्र में, क्योंकि उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार बहुमत खो चुकी है? इसके तहत गवर्नर से भी इसके बारे में बात की जाएगी, राज्यपाल से बात की जाएगी?
अबे हमारी बैठक होने के बाद ही आगे की रणनीति तय हो जाएगी।
आप कल हमने सुना कि शरद पवार की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आपने शायद सुनी होगी, उन्होंने कहा कि जो बगावत करने वाले हैं उनको भुगतना पड़ेगा उसका नतीजा। पवार कह रहे हैं कि अभी भी आपके खेमे में कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं कि जो उद्धव ठाकरे से संपर्क में हैं और आपकी बगावत पर उन्होंने सवाल उठाए हैं कि बीजेपी का समर्थन है आपके बगावत को।
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, हमारे से बीजेपी की कोई संपर्क नहीं है और पवार साहब हमारे लिए बड़े नेता है महाविकास आघाड़ी में। उनके मार्गदर्शन में महाविकास आघाड़ी काम कर रही है और मेरे लिए पवार साहब भी आदरणीय व्यक्तिमत्व है। अभी उनकी बात उन्होंने कही है, लेकिन मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि जो विधायक है पूरी तरह स्वेच्छा से अपनी मर्जी से आए, वैसा उन्होंने एफिडेविट भी यहाँ पर दिया हुआ है।
सबसे पहला सवाल तो यही है कि कल 12 डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के पिटिशंस फाइल किए गए हैं शिवसेना की तरफ से। इन पिटिशंस को देखते हुए आपका आगे का रवैया क्या रहेगा?
तो देखिए, पहली बात है, ये ऐसा पिटिशन करने का अधिकार उनको नहीं है क्योंकि जो उन्होंने गठनेता चेंज किया है वो उसके लिए गठनेता चेंज करने के लिए पूरे सभी विधायक जो है उनकी मीटिंग बुलानी पड़ती है और मेजोरिटी से गठनेता तय किया जाता है। वो एक तो इलीगल गठनेता बनाया है, इसका मतलब व्हिप भी इलीगल है और माइनॉरिटी में जो लोग हैं उनको कार्रवाई करने का, डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है और मीटिंग अटेंड करने के लिए नहीं किया, इसके लिए डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिस देने का कोई अधिकार नहीं। ये सिर्फ डराने की बात है, ये डराने की चेष्टा है और इसलिए ये शिवसेना के जितने हमारे पास MLAs है, निर्दलीय है, उन्होंने कहा है कि ऐसी एक नोटिस नहीं 10 नोटिस आएंगे तो भी हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं क्योंकि आप कार्रवाई करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है।
दूसरा ये कल इन्होंने कहा कि जो डिप्टी स्पीकर है उन्होंने हमसे बात करते हुए कहा कि आपके जो हस्ताक्षर है उस पर उनको संदेह है और इसके वजह से आपका दावा वो सुनने को तैयार नहीं है। क्या आपको लगता है कि एनसीपी इसमें आपको अपना गुट बनाने से रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है और इसके वजह से आपका गुट ना बन पाए?
ऐसा हमारा 37 का गुट और बाकी निर्दलीय मेगा गुट बनाने, ग्रुप बनाने से हमको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। देश में डेमोक्रेसी है, कानून है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, रूल्स है, इसको तो कोई तोड़ नहीं सकता है और इसलिए ये सिर्फ प्रेशर टैक्टिक्स है। इसमें वो लोग कामयाब नहीं होंगे क्योंकि हमारे लोग पूरी तरह एकजुट है। हमारे लोगों ने पूरी तरह सोच समझ के ये स्टैंड लिया हुआ है।
क्या अभी आप गवर्नर को कहेंगे कि वोट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए महाराष्ट्र में, क्योंकि उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार बहुमत खो चुकी है? इसके तहत गवर्नर से भी इसके बारे में बात की जाएगी, राज्यपाल से बात की जाएगी?
अबे हमारी बैठक होने के बाद ही आगे की रणनीति तय हो जाएगी।
आप कल हमने सुना कि शरद पवार की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आपने शायद सुनी होगी, उन्होंने कहा कि जो बगावत करने वाले हैं उनको भुगतना पड़ेगा उसका नतीजा। पवार कह रहे हैं कि अभी भी आपके खेमे में कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं कि जो उद्धव ठाकरे से संपर्क में हैं और आपकी बगावत पर उन्होंने सवाल उठाए हैं कि बीजेपी का समर्थन है आपके बगावत को।
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, हमारे से बीजेपी की कोई संपर्क नहीं है और पवार साहब हमारे लिए बड़े नेता है महाविकास आघाड़ी में। उनके मार्गदर्शन में महाविकास आघाड़ी काम कर रही है और मेरे लिए पवार साहब भी आदरणीय व्यक्तिमत्व है। अभी उनकी बात उन्होंने कही है, लेकिन मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि जो विधायक है पूरी तरह स्वेच्छा से अपनी मर्जी से आए, वैसा उन्होंने एफिडेविट भी यहाँ पर दिया हुआ है।
And we've spoken to Eknath Shinde in the last 1 hour several times. You heard the conversation that he had with Sahil Joshi. Let's play out for you the detailed conversation that Kamlesh Sutar also had with Eknath Shinde.
शिंदे साहब, जानना चाहेंगे, जिस तरह से कल से हम देख रहे हैं कि आपके तेवर तीखे हो गए हैं। आपने कल एक खत लिखा था, ट्वीट किया था कि हम आपकी धमकियों से डरते नहीं हैं, और अब एक खत भी भेजा है आपने जिसमें 37 विधायकों की सिग्नेचर है, और आपका ये दावा है कि आपका ही जो ग्रुप है शिवसेना का वही असली है। क्या बताएंगे शिंदे साहब?
नहीं, देखिए, लोकशाही में, डेमोक्रेसी में एक नंबर्स और मेजोरिटी को बहुत इम्पोर्टेंस होता है, और वो हमारे पास में है। यहाँ पर जितने आवश्यकता है उससे कई ज़्यादा लोग यहाँ पर है। 50+ हमारे साथ में MLAs हैं, और इसलिए जो भी होगा कानून के मुताबिक होगा, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के मुताबिक होगा, और इसलिए यहाँ पर हम लोग यहाँ पर हैं, और आगे की रणनीति हम लोग अभी बैठक के बाद तय कर लेंगे। और इसमें हम लोग को ये नोटिस से किसको डर लगने की आवश्यकता नहीं। हमारे सब लोग तैयार है। उन्होंने कहा है ये इलीगल नोटिस देके डराने से हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं। ऐसे एक नोटिस आया तो 10 नोटिस आए। ये जो गलत है, और ये तो पैरों तले जमीन खिसक रही है। इसलिए ऐसे नोटिस जो माइनॉरिटी में है, जो माइनॉरिटी में, वो कैसे डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन कर सकते हैं। और दूसरी बात है, जो मिट्टी बैठक अटेंड नहीं किया तो डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन, ये कौन सी, ये दुनिया में पहला एक एग्जाम्पल हो सकता है। तो ऐसा कुछ भी कर नहीं सकते।
शिंदे साहब,
करे तो इलीगल हो जाए।
नहीं, आपने कल ये आपके 12 MLAs को आपके साथ जो है उन्हें डिस्क्वालीफाई करने की नोटिस दिया, जिसमें आपका भी नाम है। तो इसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे? सिर्फ 12 लोगों को एक तो दी गई है, और जिसमें आपका और नए प्रतोद भारत गोगावले का भी नाम है।
मैंने अभी कहा है कि ये पूरी तरह इलीगल है, क्योंकि ऐसा माइनॉरिटी में जो है उनको अधिकार नहीं होता है। और जो गट नेता चेंज किया गया, मेरे को चेंज किया, तो उसके लिए भी मेजोरिटी होनी पड़ती है। सब विधायक जो है उनकी बैठक लेनी पड़ती है, और मेजोरिटी से गट नेता चेंज कर सकते हैं। वो भी इलीगल किया है, इसलिए वो नोटिस, वो पिटीशन ही इलीगल है।
शिंदे साहब, आप मुंबई कब आएंगे? इन सब मुद्दों को लेकर सब लोग यही चीज़ को लेकर अटकलें लगा रहे हैं कि मुंबई कब आएंगे, गवर्नर से मिलेंगे। अपने खत में गवर्नर को, हाँ,
जल्दी आएंगे।
कल एक बात और कही थी आपने कि आपके साथ एक राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है, आपकी किसी के डरने की जरूरत नहीं है। क्या कोई राष्ट्रीय पार्टी, ये कौन सी है और कौन संपर्क में, क्या बता पाएंगे?
मैंने कहा था कि हमारे साथ में एक आशीर्वाद है, महाशक्ति है, हमारे बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की महाशक्ति जो हमारे साथ है, हमारे आनंद ये सब की शक्ति है, और हमें कोई डरने की जरूरत नहीं।
शिंदे साहब, तो आप अपने आप को अलग शिवसेना गुट के तौर पर अभी पेश करेंगे, या आप अभी अपने आप को असली शिवसेना मानते हैं?
नहीं, अभी तो हम लोग तो कल भी हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के सैनिक थे, आज भी है, कल भी रहेंगे।
लेकिन क्या फिर अभी
बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की जो आइडियोलॉजी है, उनकी भूमिका है, उसे ही हम लोग आगे लेके जाना चाहते हैं।
गवर्नर से मिलेंगे, आपके आंकड़ों की परेड की जाएगी?
वो आगे की बात है, बैठक के बाद तय करेंगे।
लेकिन कितने जल्द हम देख सकते हैं इस पर आगे की आपकी रणनीति?
जल्द ही बताएंगे।
क्या आपके अगर इन 12 को डिस्क्वालीफाई किया गया तो?
ऐसा कर ही नहीं सकते। ये कानून व्यवस्था है, देश की कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के खिलाफ में ऐसा कोई भी कदम किसी को उठाने का अधिकार नहीं है।
शिंदे साहब, एक व्यक्तिगत सवाल पूछना चाहूँगा। इसके पहले जब भी पार्टी पर संकट आता था तो खुद अब एकनाथ शिंदे ने हमने देखा है कि वो पहाड़ बनकर खड़े होते थे सामने। इस वक्त आप ही को पार्टी से जूझना पड़ रहा है। व्यक्तिगत तौर पर कितना आपके लिए ये अनुभव कैसा है? दुखद है और या कैसा है?
ये अनुभव तो दुखद, अच्छा नहीं है, निश्चित रूप से दुखद है। लेकिन अभी पार्टी के जितने भी MLA हैं उनको तकलीफ थी, उनकी भावना थी, उनकी अड़चने थी, उनको कई समस्या थी, तो उन्होंने ये सब कदम उठाया। मैं मेरे लिए, मेरे स्वार्थ के लिए, या मुझे कुछ पद चाहिए इसलिए ऐसा कोई हम लोग ने स्टैंड नहीं लिया है। लेकिन जब MLA लोगों की जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में अगर कोई काम नहीं होता है या उनके ऊपर अन्याय होता है, तो अन्याय के खिलाफ लड़ने की सीख जो है हमारे को बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने दी है।
शिवसेना की तरफ से 2 ऑफर आपको दिए गए थे। उद्धव ठाकरे कह रहे थे मुख्यमंत्री पद छोड़ने को तैयार है, कल संजय राउत कह रहे थे कि हम महाविकास आघाड़ी से बाहर निकलने को तैयार है। क्या दोनों शर्तें आपको थोड़ी भी मंजूर रहेगी या बिल्कुल नामंजूर है?
नहीं, अभी देखिए, अभी हम लोग तो यहाँ पर है, हम लोग अभी बैठक करेंगे, बैठक करने के बाद ही आगे की रणनीति तय करेंगे।
जी, शुक्रिया शिंदे साहब।
थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
So you just heard the detailed conversation with Eknath Shinde. Let's play it out for you again. He's the man of the moment. He's the Maha newsmaker who's spoken to us here on India Today to reveal what his next plan of action is.
शिंदे साहब जानना चाहेंगे, जिस तरह से कल से हम देख रहे हैं कि आपके तेवर तीखे हो गए हैं। आपने कल एक खत लिखा था, ट्वीट किया था कि हम आपकी धमकियों से डरते नहीं हैं, और अब एक खत भी भेजा है आपने जिसमें 37 विधायकों की सिग्नेचर है, और आपका ये दावा है कि आपका ही जो ग्रुप है शिवसेना का वही असली है। क्या बताएंगे शिंदे साहब?
नहीं, देखिए, लोकशाही में, डेमोक्रेसी में एक नंबर्स और मेजोरिटी को बहुत इम्पोर्टेंस होता है, और वो हमारे पास में है। यहाँ पर जितने आवश्यकता है उससे कई ज़्यादा लोग यहाँ पर है। 50+ हमारे साथ में MLAs हैं, और इसलिए जो भी होगा कानून के मुताबिक होगा, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के मुताबिक होगा, और इसलिए यहाँ पर हम लोग यहाँ पर हैं, और आगे की रणनीति हम लोग अभी बैठक के बाद तय कर लेंगे। और इसमें हम लोग को ये नोटिस से किसको डर लगने की आवश्यकता नहीं। हमारे सब लोग तैयार है। उन्होंने कहा है ये इलीगल नोटिस देके डराने से हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं। ऐसे एक नोटिस आया तो 10 नोटिस आए। ये जो गलत है, और ये तो पैरों तले जमीन खिसक रही है। इसलिए ऐसे नोटिस जिनको जो माइनॉरिटी में है, वो कैसे डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन कर सकते हैं। और दूसरी बात है, जो मिट्टी बैठक अटेंड नहीं किया तो डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन, ये कौन सी, ये दुनिया में पहला एक एग्जांपल हो सकता है। तो ऐसा कुछ भी कर नहीं सकते।
शिंदे साहब
करे तो इलीगल हो जाए।
नहीं, आपने कल ये आपके 12 MLAs को आपके साथ जो है उन्हें डिस्क्वालीफाई करने की नोटिस दिया, जिसमें आपका भी नाम है। तो इसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे? सिर्फ 12 लोगों को एक तो दी गई है, और जिसमें आपका और नए प्रतोद भरत गोगावले का भी नाम है।
मैंने अभी कहा है कि ये पूरी तरह इलीगल है, क्योंकि ऐसा माइनॉरिटी में जो है उनको अधिकार नहीं होता है। और जो गट नेता चेंज किया गया, मेरे को चेंज किया, तो उसके लिए भी मेजोरिटी होनी पड़ती है। सब विधायक जो है उनकी बैठक लेनी पड़ती है, और मेजोरिटी से गट नेता चेंज कर सकते हैं। वो भी इलीगल किया है, इसलिए वो नोटिस, वो पिटीशन ही इलीगल है।
शिंदे साहब, आप मुंबई कब आएंगे? इन सब मुद्दों को लेकर सब लोग यही चीज़ को लेकर अटकलें लगा रहे हैं कि मुंबई कब आएंगे, गवर्नर से मिलेंगे। अपने खत में गवर्नर को हाँ
जल्दी आएंगे।
कल एक बात और कही थी आपने कि आपके साथ एक राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है, आपकी किसी के डरने की जरूरत नहीं है। क्या कोई राष्ट्रीय पार्टी, ये कौन सी है और कौन संपर्क में, क्या बता पाएंगे?
मैंने कहा था कि हमारे साथ में एक आशीर्वाद है, महाशक्ति है, हमारे बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की महाशक्ति जो हमारे साथ है, हमारे आनंद ये सब की शक्ति है, और हमें कोई डरने की जरूरत नहीं।
शिंदे साहब, तो आप अपने आप को अलग शिवसेना गुट के तौर पर अभी पेश करेंगे, या आप अभी अपने आप को असली शिवसेना मानते हैं?
नहीं, अभी तो हम लोग तो कल भी हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के सैनिक थे, आज भी है, कल भी रहेंगे।
लेकिन क्या फिर अभी
बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की जो आइडियोलॉजी है, उनकी भूमिका है, उसे ही हम लोग आगे लेके जाना चाहते हैं।
गवर्नर से मिलेंगे, आपके आंकड़ों की परेड की जाएगी?
वो आगे की बात है, बैठक के बाद तय करेंगे।
लेकिन कितने जल्द हम देख सकते हैं इस पर आगे की आपकी रणनीति?
जल्द ही बताएंगे।
क्या आपके अगर इन 12 को डिस्क्वालीफाई किया गया तो?
ऐसा कर ही नहीं सकते। ये कानून व्यवस्था है, देश की कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के खिलाफ में ऐसा कोई भी कदम किसी को उठाने का अधिकार नहीं है।
शिंदे साहब, एक व्यक्तिगत सवाल पूछना चाहूँगा। इसके पहले जब भी पार्टी पर संकट आता था तो खुद अब एकनाथ शिंदे ने हमने देखा है कि वो पहाड़ बनकर खड़े होते थे सामने। इस वक्त आप ही को पार्टी से जूझना पड़ रहा है। व्यक्तिगत तौर पर कितना आपके लिए ये अनुभव कैसा है? दुखद है और या कैसा है?
ये अनुभव तो दुखद, अच्छा नहीं है, निश्चित रूप से दुखद है। लेकिन अभी पार्टी के जितने भी MLA हैं उनको तकलीफ थी, उनकी भावना थी, उनकी अड़चने थी, उनको कई समस्या थी, तो उन्होंने ये सब कदम उठाया। मैं मेरे लिए, मेरे स्वार्थ के लिए, या मुझे कुछ पद चाहिए इसलिए ऐसा कोई हम लोग ने स्टैंड नहीं लिया है। लेकिन जब MLA लोगों की जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में अगर कोई काम नहीं होता है या उनके ऊपर अन्याय होता है, तो अन्याय के खिलाफ लड़ने की सीख जो है हमारे को बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने दी है।
शिवसेना की तरफ से 2 ऑफर आपको दिए गए थे। उद्धव ठाकरे कह रहे थे मुख्यमंत्री पद छोड़ने को तैयार है, कल संजय राउत कह रहे थे कि हम महाविकास आघाड़ी से बाहर निकलने को तैयार है। क्या दोनों शर्तें आपको थोड़ी भी मंजूर रहेगी या बिल्कुल नामंजूर है?
नहीं, अभी देखिए, अभी हम लोग तो यहाँ पर है, हम लोग अभी बैठक करेंगे, बैठक करने के बाद ही आगे की रणनीति तय करेंगे।
जी शुक्रिया शिंदे साहब।
थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
We're going to continue to discuss the big takeaways from the conversation that India Today has exclusively had with Eknath Shinde. What is his next step? But right now, the onus is also on the Deputy Speaker. What is he going to be doing? Because there's one letter with him seeking the disqualification of the Shinde Sena leaders. The other is a resolution sent from the Shinde Sena saying that Eknath Shinde is the real legislative party leader. We've spoken to the Deputy Speaker, and here's that conversation.
वो जो मेरे पास जो लेटर मिला है वो 34 बोलते, कभी कम बोलते, कभी ज़्यादा बोलते, तो वो भी रहेगा, वो सही भी रहेगा, तो मुझे तो जांच करना ज़रूरत है, इसलिए मैं जांच करूँगा।
जांच करने की ज़रूरत क्यों पड़ रही है? क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं वहाँ से विजुअल्स आ रहे हैं, वीडियोज़ आ रहे हैं कि MLAs उनके साथ में हैं।
वो है, लेकिन उस साइन में वो देशमुख करके उन्होंने बोला मैं
देशमुख,
हाँ, हम अंग्रेजी से साइन करते हैं और उसमें मराठी है, वो ऐसे बोल रहे हैं और वो साइन करने के लिए यहाँ थे ऐसा बोलते हैं, लेकिन अभी वो घर पे है ऐसे ही बोलते हैं, तो ये मेरा साइन ही नहीं, ऐसा एक है तो और कुछ है या नहीं वो तो जांच करना पड़ेगा।
किस तरह से होगी ये जांच? क्या MLA से बात करने की कोशिश होगी या आप एकनाथ शिंदे से बात करेंगे और उनको कहेंगे कि आप दावा करें यहाँ पर आकर और जो है परेड कराए MLAs की?
कानून में जो जैसा होगा वैसा करूँगा, वैसा तो लगता है वो जांच करने के लिए उसको सामने बुलाना पड़ेगा।
तो क्या उस तरह का कम्युनिकेशन हुआ है? आपने उनको बताया?
तक कुछ नहीं, अभी तक कुछ नहीं हुआ।
क्यों नहीं हुआ है? कितना समय लगेगा? और
देखूंगा, मैं अभी पढ़ रहा हूँ क्या क्या है वो, उसके बाद मैं डिसीजन लूंगा।
It will come down to two issues, essentially how this plays out in the assembly with regards to the numbers and legally how this will play out as well, because there's no doubt that the Uddhav Sena as well as Shinde Sena are now going to claim that they are the real Shiv Sena. To get you some clarity on how perhaps the Maharashtra pot boiler could really play out, Preeti Chaudhary had this conversation with, in fact, the former Lok Sabha Secretary General. You had PDT Achari as well as senior lawyer Sanjay Hegde.
What are the possible scenarios now, as per you, that could actually legally play out in the state of Maharashtra? What are we looking at?
No, what I feel is, if the Chief Minister feels that he doesn't have the majority, then he may resign. That is one possibility. In that case, naturally the governor will appoint somebody else as the Chief Minister. He can make the leader of the opposition as the Chief Minister and all that. Those possibilities are there if the Chief Minister resigns. Otherwise, the governor can ask the Chief Minister to convene, to hold a protest the House and prove his majority. That is what normally happens in such cases. So, in that case, suppose these members, these 37 members or 40 members or whatever number they have, if they vote against the party, their own party, because naturally Shivsena is the party to which all these people belong, and therefore Shivsena is well within its right to issue whip to all these members, all the 55 members of the Shivsena, and they are bound to obey the whip.
Right.
If they defy it, then that becomes a ground for disqualifying. But then, if the government resigns or if the government is voted out, then there will be a totally different kind of political scenario. Another Chief Minister will come, another party will form a government, and then there will be another speaker. And if the petition goes to that speaker to disqualify these people who have voted against their party, then of course it is anybody's guess what will happen. Then they can go to the Supreme Court and all that. It's a very prolonged kind of fight.
So that gives you some clarity of how perhaps things could play out in the coming days. It's not going to be easy sailing for Eknath Shinde either. Yes, he's got the numbers, but there is, of course, a long-drawn legal battle that he's also staring at. And what happens also to the demand for the disqualification that Uddhav Sena has put forth now? They've sought the disqualification of 12 MLAs, including Eknath Shinde himself. But today, will things culminate with Eknath Shinde and all of his MLAs who are backing him moving to Mumbai to show off their strength? Well, at this point, Eknath Shinde, speaking to India Today, has made it very clear that they are yet to decide on exactly when they'll touch down in Mumbai, but he promises that it will happen very, very soon. The onus, of course, is also on Eknath Shinde to prove his numbers and do it at the earliest, because the conversation that we also had with the Deputy Speaker was clear. He said that he must prove his numbers. Let's cut across to Sanjay Raut's live reaction.
निकाला आता ही कायदेशीर लढाई पाहू ना आता काय होतं ते असं आहे की शेवटी त्यांनी एक निर्णय घेतलेला आहे त्यांच्याबरोबर काही आमदार आहेत कोण म्हणतात 40 आहेत कोण म्हणतात 140 आहेत जे असतील ते असतील ही सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाचे निकाल आहेत आता ही कायदेशीर लढाई आहे पाहू ना आता काय होतं ते असं आहे की शेवटी त्यांनी एक निर्णय घेतलेला आहे त्यांच्याबरोबर काही आमदार आहेत कोण म्हणतात 40 आहेत कोण म्हणतात 140 आहेत जे असतील ते असतील पण महाविकास आघाडीतले तिन्ही पक्ष एकसंघ आहेत ठीक आहे शिवसेनेचा आकडा कमी झालेला आहे लोकशाही बहुमत हे आकड्यांवर चालतं पण मी पुन्हा सांगतो आकडा आणि बहुमत फार चंचल असतं ज्या दिवशी हे आमदार इथे मुंबईत येतील त्यानंतर त्यांच्या निष्ठेची बाळासाहेबांवरील भक्तीची आणि शिवसेनेवरील श्रद्धेची खरी कसोटी लागेल आम्हाला पूर्ण विश्वास आहे की सभागृहामध्ये जेव्हा हा विषय येईल तेव्हा महाविकास आघाडीच्या बाजूनं आमदारांचा कौल असेल आता लोक धमक्या देतात ते सुद्धा माननीय शरद पवार साहेबांना धमकी देण्यापर्यंत काही लोकांचा माज वाढलेला आहे या लोकांनी पूर्वी बाळासाहेब ठाकरे उद्धव ठाकरे आम्हाला सगळ्यांना धमक्या दिलेल्या आहे देऊ द्या ना काही हरकत नाही ती याची त्याची संस्कृती आहे पण ही भाजपची संस्कृती आहे का असा मी प्रश्न विचारलेला आहे की शरद पवार साहेबांना घरी जाऊ देणार नाही
the government will go for
जर कोणी देणाऱ्या महाराष्ट्रात असेल
they will definitely prove the numbers. They have the numbers.
प्रधानमंत्री
Only thing is they have to
अमित शहा यांना करावं लागेल या
come
देशात
to
लोकशाही
Mumbai and go
या
forward
देशामध्ये
for the
स्वातंत्र्य आहे.
protest.
शरद
Sanjay
पवारांसारखे
Raut
नेते
has tweeted is
त्यांचा
also
आदर
reiterating that
प्रधानमंत्री मोदीजी
some people
जगभरात केला
are trying
जे
to put
महाराष्ट्राचे
pressure
सुपुत्र
on Mahavikas Aghadi Sarkar leaders. They are threatening Sharad Pawar. They are threatening
चोरीच्या मार्गाने
a leader like Sharad Pawar.
म्हणून अशा धमक्या देणं आम्हाला त्या धमक्या ठीक आहे आम्ही करू
They've
आम्ही
been
समजतो.
always threatening
त्यांचा वयाचा त्यांचा अनुभव
Uddhav Thackeray, Shivsena leaders,
तपस्येचा जर तुम्हाला
but now threatening a leader like Sharad Pawar is unacceptable to Maharashtra.
तर मला असं वाटतं आपण मराठी म्हणून घ्यायला नालायक आहोत.
महाशक्ती आपल्याला काही कमी पडू देणार नाही असंही ते गोवा
चांगली गोष्ट आहे बघा ते कोणत्याही महाशक्तीत विलीन व्हायचं किंवा काय हा त्यांचा प्रश्न आहे पण शिवसेना हा एक महासागर आहे हा महासागर काय मुसळलेला असतो महासागर कधी आटत नाही लाटा येतात लाटा जातात ही सुद्धा लाट जी आहे निघून जाईल पण जे गेले त्यांना पश्चाताप होईल
जैसे वो कह रहे हैं कि संख्या बल हमारे पास ज्यादा है।
देखिए संख्या बल ज़्यादा हो सकता है कागज़ पे अब ये लड़ाई जो है ये कानूनी लड़ाई हो जाएगी लेजिस्लेटिव लड़ाई हो जाएगी हमारे लोगों ने 12 विधायक जो है जिसने बगावत की भाषा की है उनके खिलाफ एक्शन लेने की शुरुआत की है उनको डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए हमारे लोग सभापति महोदय के पास गए हैं मुझे टेक्निकल बातें ज़्यादा मालूम नहीं मैं नहीं बोलूँगा लेकिन ये एक्शन चल रही है अब ये आखिर तक सरकार कब बनेगी ये लोगों की जो बोल रहे हैं मुझे मालूम नहीं बनेगी भी या नहीं बनेगी उस बारे में कोई बोल नहीं सकता है धमकियाँ देने का काम चल रहा है माननीय पवार साहब को अगर ये सरकार को बचाएंगे तो देख लेंगे, ये केंद्रीय मंत्री बोल रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी सुन लीजिए, अमित शाह जी सुन लीजिए, आपका एक मंत्री महाराष्ट्र में शरद पवार साहब को धमकी दे रहा है। ये धमकी ऐसी है कि आपको घर नहीं जाने देगी। क्या इस प्रकार के धमकियों को आपका समर्थन है, ये महाराष्ट्र जानना चाहता है।
So that's Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut speaking out there, lashing out at the BJP. Of course, he's maintaining that yes, we have the numbers, and he's saying that, you know, we've stopped the disqualification of 12 Shinde MLAs, which we're sure will happen as well. But also lashing out at the BJP, saying that there's a union minister who issued a threat to Sharad Pawar over all of this that's playing out, saying that poor language has been used by the BJP to target Sharad Pawar, calling it a below-the-belt attack on the NCP chief. And he's also, in fact, said at this point that as far as the entire rebellion is concerned, he's continuing to playing it down. He's continuing to say that, you know, they're saying they have this number and then they're saying they have that number. At the end of the day, they'll have to prove that they have it. We're very sure we'll win the floor test. And they're saying that this is going to become a legal war now. So this is the statement that's been made by Sanjay Raut now, saying that very clearly at this point he's refusing to concede that yes, all of the MLAs are with Eknath Shinde right now. And he's saying at this point that if it comes to a floor test, we're confident that we will get the numbers, and also highlighting that as far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned, they have gone ahead and moved a disqualification petition seeking the disqualification of 12 MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde. So that includes Eknath Shinde as well. There's also, of course, a slugfest that's playing out with Sanjay Raut lashing out to the BJP, accusing them of using poor language, below-the-belt remarks to attack NCP chief Sharad Pawar. So this Shiv Sena MP there is seeking an apology from the BJP for that comment. And let's play out for you some of the political reactions that have been coming in from early this morning and all the dramatic twists and turns emerging in Maharashtra.
जो उनके पार्टी अंतर्गत जो सत्ता संघर्ष शुरू हो गया है, उसमें हम महाविकास आघाड़ी के साथ है। अगर मुख्यमंत्री जी को नहीं रहना और दूसरे किसी उनके पार्टी के किसी को बनाना है तो उनकी सोच है। ये ईडी का डर बताकर फिर कर्नाटक की सरकार हो, मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार हो, अरुणाचल की सरकार हो, ये सरकार को केंद्रीय यंत्रणा का दुरुपयोग कर केंद्र की बीजेपी सरकार जिस देश की लोकतंत्र को तहस-नहस कर रही है, ये बात सामने आती है।
जिन्होंने उद्धव ठाकरे जी के सत्ता के पूरे बंद कर दिए धंधे, उनका नाम है एकनाथ शिंदे। और एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने ये काम किया है और ये बाला साहब ठाकरे के सच्चे बंदे, ये तो सब है बाला साहब ठाकरे के सच्चे बंदे। अब वो नहीं रहे अंधे, तो मतलब ये अंधे नहीं रहे, इसीलिए उन्होंने शिवसेना को धक्का दे दिया है, झटका दे दिया है और एक बहुत ही बड़ा निर्णय एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने ले लिया है।
Everyone knows it, how forcibly it has been maintained. You can see it in what has happened in Surat, when even Narvekar wanted to see them, how it was not allowed to see him for a long time. That proves the BJP is acting, the BJP government of the either Assam or Gujarat government, they were banning them, and right now also they are, in fact, kidnapped, you can say, and they have been deceived and they have been taken to the...
But those who were with us, with you like 2 days ago, right now as we are speaking, Dada Bose and even Ravindra Pathak has gone there now.
Ravindra Pathak has got no... It is a legislative assembly, not the council. To try to understand, he is a member of council. The legislative assembly member, Dada Bose, still they won't achieve the figure.
Let's take this across now to Divyesh Singh, who's joining us live from Mumbai. Divyesh, we just heard what Sanjay Raut said. Is the Shiv Sena, the Uddhav Sena, at least for a floor test now? Is that what Sanjay Raut communicated?
Akshita, Sanjay Raut just communicated that this is now a legal fight. They have moved the process for disqualification of 12 MLAs, the 12 rebel MLAs, along with Eknath Shinde. Disqualification process has been initiated. also, he cited that there are various Supreme Court judgments on this issue. There are various examples which have been there in the past as well. He also went on to say that some say that the figure of the MLAs is 40, some are saying some different figure. But whenever these MLAs, these rebel MLAs, they come to Mumbai, their devotion towards Bala Saheb and party will be tested. What will happen on the floor, no one knows that. And he also went on to say that there are some leaders who are threatening Sharad Pawar. So does PM Modi or does Home Minister Amit Shah know that there are leaders from their party who are threatening Sharad Pawar? Sharad Pawar is even respected by PM Modi. He also went on to say that we have started action of the disqualification process. Till the end, government is formed. Till then, nothing can be said. And even he also said, even if the government is formed, if at all the government is formed, Shiv Senics have not taken to roads yet. If needed, they will take to roads as well. There is a legal process that is going on. There are other ways. There are other things that have to be kept in mind. The numbers have to be kept in mind.
Divyesh, is he conceding that most of the MLAs are with Eknath Shinde? Is he conceding that?
See, as of now, he did not say anything. He just said that we have heard that some are claiming that Eknath Shinde has 40 MLAs, but we really don't know. And he also went on to say that once these rebel MLAs come to Mumbai, only then it will be known, only then their devotion towards Bala Saheb Thackeray, towards Shiv Sena will be tested. But as of now, whatever numbers they are claiming, they can claim any number they want, but when these MLAs come back to Mumbai, only then their devotion towards Shiv Sena, towards Bala Saheb Thackeray will be tested, and then the MLAs will vote for the party. That is what he tried to indicate.
A large part of his interaction, clearly, from what you're telling us, Divyesh, and from what we heard from Sanjay Raut, was to criticize the BJP, again pin the blame on the BJP for what's playing out, but no comment from Sanjay Raut on the fact that so many of these MLAs are ditching Uddhav and choosing Eknath Shinde. Paras Dama is joining us live right now from outside Devendra Fadnavis' residence. Paras, as I mentioned, the Uddhav Sena is clearly pinning the blame on the BJP, even accusing them of resorting to lowly attacks on Sharad Pawar. As far as the BJP strategy is concerned here, we understand that Fadnavis is going to be meeting with Amit Shah in Delhi today.
Yeah, of course, Shiv Sena is directly targeting BJP now because they have to say that BJP is the one who has provoked Eknath Shinde, and they are the ones because of this all things are happening. So this is the main reason why Shiv Sena is targeting Bharatiya Janata Party. Before some time, Sanjay Raut took a press conference, and over there he directly targeted Amit Shah and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, asking him, telling him that someone from the party is threatening Mr. Sharad Pawar. So there are some thing which is happening in Mumbai right now because the political thing which is happening in Maharashtra is very critical. Anytime anything can happen, and that's why now Shiv Sena is in combat mode, and they are playing all that cards. We had seen 2 days before Uddhav Thackeray played an emotional card, and now Sanjay Raut is in combat mode, and he is also playing some card which is very important to save Mahavikas Aghadi Sarkar, because this situation is very critical. On the one hand, Eknath Shinde, which is with the rebel group in Guwahati, he is saying he has more than 50 MLAs with him. It's very, very, very serious matter if he have 50 MLAs with him, because then he can change anything in any situation, or any second he can change anything. So,
all right, Paras, stay on with us. Stay on with us. I'm compelled to slip into a very, very short break, but stay with us for a non-stop coverage of the political crisis that's unfolding in Maharashtra. We'll continue getting you all the exclusive voices, and on the other side of a short break, we're playing out the conversation that we had with Eknath Shinde.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
이번에 경연의 총비서원께서는 장기간에 이제 8기 어차전에서 인민들의 생활상용을 기준으로 내세우고 생산투쟁을 돌릴 수 있는 가업도 있었습니다. 그래서 우리 공장에서는 인민들이 좋아하는 이런 샴푸, 그다음에
최대 비사망 체계 여론학계 소득 사업을 제일 순위에 놓고 진행하고 있습니다. 특히 인민소비품을 생산하는 공장으로서 바닥소득과 기대들에 대한 소득 사업을 그 어느 때보다 더 강화하고 있습니다.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
The global oil market has been reconfigured after the Ukraine-Russia war. For instance, energy-hungry Europe relied a lot on Russian oil, but after their boycott, African suppliers have stepped in. Now, Moscow has shifted its focus to supplying its crude to Asia after feeling the might of heavy Western sanctions. This very instance of supply reshuffle has shaken the global oil trade. In fact, the shock is even bigger than the United States of America's shale revolution, which significantly increased its production of oil and natural gas. And Russia might just be lucky in the shifting supply chain as long as Asia, India and China in particular, keep buying its crude at a steep discount. Experts are saying that Russian exports were back to pre-invasion levels. Oil prices even stabilized from $139 a barrel to $110 a barrel. So if the expert analysis is to be factored in, the EU ban on Russian oil will not hurt Moscow as long as the Asian demand is there. The only way the Asian connection can be severed is through diplomatic pressure on Asian buyers by the West. Moscow found a way around shipping oil to Asia after US and EU and British sanctions banned Russian-owned or flagged ships from calling at ports. So oil is transferred via ship-to-ship
NASA beamed doctors into the middle of the International Space Station while they were physically on Earth. This might seem like a scene from a sci-fi movie, but this technology now exists. NASA tried this new method to ensure medical help is provided to people in adverse situations. This is being called the first holoportation handshake from Earth in space. So what is holoportation and how does it work? According to NASA, it is a capture technology that allows high-quality 3D models of people to be reconstructed, compressed and transmitted live anywhere in real time. When these images are combined with mixed reality displays such as HoloLens, it allows users to see, hear and interact with remote participants in 3D. The technology gives a feeling as if the person is right in front of you. NASA says that the technology could be highly effective in deep space where communication lag is a major problem due to the immense distance between Earth and other objects. Using the Microsoft HoloLens Kinect camera with custom software, NASA flight surgeon Dr. Joseph Schmid and their teams were holoported. They interacted with astronaut Thomas Pesquet in a two-way conversation. Holoportation is not new. It has been in use since at least 2000.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
In association with NetMeds, India की अपनी फार्मेसी, LIC हर पल आपके साथ, जियो मार्ट हर घर का मार्ट.
You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal and I'm running you through all the big updates coming in on the Maharashtra political crisis. We'll be getting you an exclusive conversation with the man of the moment, with Eknath Shinde, as he reveals to us here on India Today exactly what his next course of action is. So stay with us. That's coming up in a few moments from now. Here are the headlines first. Rebel Sena MLA Eknath Shinde speaks to India Today and claims the support of 50 plus MLAs, says will come to Mumbai and meet the governor soon. Uddhav Sena seeks disqualification of 12 rebel MLAs. Shinde camp hits back, says that they are the real Shivsena. Shoots off letter to the Deputy Speaker and Governor with 37 signatures. Uddhav Sena's biggest offer to the Shinde camp. Sena ready to exit Mahavikas Aghadi government if rebels return. An NDA nominee for President post, Draupadi Murmu, to file her nomination papers today. Prime Minister Modi says her nomination has been appreciated across the country. And India Today has spoken exclusively to Eknath Shinde, the man behind the rebellion. He's claimed to have the support now of over 50 MLAs. He's also slammed Uddhav Thackeray over the disqualification threats and has said that he, along with all of the rebels who stand with him, aren't scared of this threat. Listen into this exclusive conversation. We've spoken to Eknath Shinde not once but twice in the last 1 hour.
कि कल 12 डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के पिटिशंस फाइल किए गए हैं शिवसेना के तरफ से। इन पिटिशंस को देखते हुए आपका आगे का रवैया क्या रहेगा?
देखिए, पहली बात है, ये ऐसा पिटिशन करने का अधिकार उनको नहीं है, क्योंकि जो उन्होंने गठनेता चेंज किया है वो उसके लिए गठनेता चेंज करने के लिए पूरे सभी विधायक जो है उनकी मीटिंग बुलानी पड़ती है और मेजोरिटी से गठनेता तय किया जाता है। वो एक तो इलीगल गठनेता बनाया है, इसका मतलब व्हिप भी इलीगल है और माइनॉरिटी में जो लोग हैं उनको कार्रवाई करने का, डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है और मीटिंग अटेंड करने के लिए नहीं किया, इसके लिए डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिस देने का कोई अधिकार नहीं। ये सिर्फ डराने की बात है, ये डराने की चेष्टा है और इसलिए ये शिवसेना के जितने हमारे पास MLAs है, निर्दलीय है, उन्होंने कहा है कि ऐसी एक नोटिस नहीं 10 नोटिस आएंगे तो भी हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं, क्योंकि आप कार्रवाई करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है।
दूसरा ये कल इन्होंने कहा कि जो डिप्टी स्पीकर है उन्होंने हमसे बात करते हुए कहा कि आपके जो हस्ताक्षर है उस पर उनको संदेह है और इसके वजह से आपका दावा वो सुनने को तैयार नहीं है। क्या आपको लगता है कि एनसीपी इसमें आपको अपना गुट बनाने से रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है और इसके वजह से आपका गुट ना बन पाए?
ऐसा हमारा 37 का गुट और बाकी निर्दलीय गुट बनाने, ग्रुप बनाने से हमको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। देश में डेमोक्रेसी है, कानून है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, रूल्स है, इसको तो कोई तोड़ नहीं सकता है और इसलिए ये सिर्फ प्रेशर टैक्टिस है। इसमें वो लोग कामयाब नहीं होंगे क्योंकि हमारे लोग पूरी तरह एकजुट है, हमारे लोगों ने पूरी तरह सोच समझ के ये स्टैंड लिया हुआ है।
क्या अभी आप गवर्नर को कहेंगे कि वोट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए महाराष्ट्र में, क्योंकि उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार बहुमत खो चुकी है? इसके तहत गवर्नर से भी इसके बारे में बात की जाएगी, राज्यपाल से बात की जाएगी?
अभी हमारी बैठक होने के बाद ही आगे की रणनीति तय हो जाएगी।
आप कल हमने सुना कि शरद पवार की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आपने शायद सुनी होगी, उन्होंने कहा कि जो बगावत करने वाले हैं उनको भुगतना पड़ेगा उसका नतीजा। पवार कह रहे हैं कि अभी भी आपके खेमे में कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं कि जो उद्धव ठाकरे से संपर्क में हैं और आपकी बगावत पर उन्होंने सवाल उठाए हैं कि बीजेपी का समर्थन है आपके बगावत को।
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, हमारे से बीजेपी की कोई संपर्क नहीं है और पवार साहब हमारे लिए बड़े नेता है महाविकास आघाड़ी में, उनके मार्गदर्शन में महाविकास आघाड़ी काम कर रही है और मेरे लिए पवार साहब भी आदरणीय व्यक्तिमत्व है। अभी उनकी बात उन्होंने कही है, लेकिन मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि जो विधायक है पूरी तरह स्वेच्छा से अपनी मर्जी से आए, वैसा उन्होंने एफिडेविट भी यहाँ पर दिया हुआ है।
सबसे पहला सवाल तो यही है कि कल 12 डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के पिटिशंस फाइल किए गए हैं शिवसेना के तरफ से। इन पिटिशंस को देखते हुए आपका आगे का रवैया क्या रहेगा?
देखिए, पहली बात है, ये ऐसा पिटिशन करने का अधिकार उनको नहीं है, क्योंकि जो उन्होंने गठनेता चेंज किया है वो उसके लिए गठनेता चेंज करने के लिए पूरे सभी विधायक जो है उनकी मीटिंग बुलानी पड़ती है और मेजोरिटी से गठनेता तय किया जाता है। वो एक तो इलीगल गठनेता बनाया है, इसका मतलब व्हिप भी इलीगल है और माइनॉरिटी में जो लोग हैं उनको कार्रवाई करने का, डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है और मीटिंग अटेंड करने के लिए नहीं किया, इसके लिए डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिस देने का कोई अधिकार नहीं। ये सिर्फ डराने की बात है, ये डराने की चेष्टा है और इसलिए ये शिवसेना के जितने हमारे पास MLAs है, निर्दलीय है, उन्होंने कहा है कि ऐसी एक नोटिस नहीं 10 नोटिस आएंगे तो भी हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं, क्योंकि आप कार्रवाई करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है।
दूसरा ये कल इन्होंने कहा कि जो डिप्टी स्पीकर है उन्होंने हमसे बात करते हुए कहा कि आपके जो हस्ताक्षर है उस पर उनको संदेह है और इसके वजह से आपका दावा वो सुनने को तैयार नहीं है। क्या आपको लगता है कि एनसीपी इसमें आपको अपना गुट बनाने से रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है और इसके वजह से आपका गुट ना बन पाए?
ऐसा हमारा 37 का गुट और बाकी निर्दलीय गुट बनाने, ग्रुप बनाने से हमको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। देश में डेमोक्रेसी है, कानून है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, रूल्स है, इसको तो कोई तोड़ नहीं सकता है और इसलिए ये सिर्फ प्रेशर टैक्टिक्स है, इसमें वो लोग कामयाब नहीं होंगे क्योंकि हमारे लोग पूरी तरह एकजुट है, हमारे लोगों ने पूरी तरह सोच समझ के ये स्टैंड लिया हुआ है।
क्या अभी आप गवर्नर को कहेंगे कि वोट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए महाराष्ट्र में, क्योंकि उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार बहुमत खो चुकी है, इसके तहत गवर्नर से भी इसके बारे में बात की जाएगी, राज्यपाल से बात की जाएगी?
अबे हमारी बैठक होने के बाद ही आगे की रणनीति तय हो जाएगी।
आप कल हमने सुना कि शरद पवार की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आपने शायद सुनी होगी, उन्होंने कहा कि जो बगावत करने वाले हैं उनको भुगतना पड़ेगा उसका नतीजा। पवार कह रहे हैं कि अभी भी आपके खेमे में कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं कि जो उद्धव ठाकरे से संपर्क में हैं और आपकी बगावत पर उन्होंने सवाल उठाए हैं कि बीजेपी का समर्थन है आपके बगावत को।
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, हमारे से बीजेपी की कोई संपर्क नहीं है और पवार साहब हमारे लिए बड़े नेता है महाविकास आघाड़ी में, उनके मार्गदर्शन में महाविकास आघाड़ी काम कर रही है और मेरे लिए पवार साहब भी आदरणीय व्यक्तिमत्व है। अभी उनकी बात उन्होंने कही है, लेकिन मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि जो विधायक है पूरी तरह स्वेच्छा से अपनी मर्जी से आए, वैसा उन्होंने एफिडेविट भी यहाँ पर दिया हुआ है।
So a lot of questions on what Eknath Shinde will do next. Is he going to be heading back to Mumbai today and essentially starting off the process where he shows off the support that he enjoys from shivsena MLAs? Now, we've spoken to Eknath Shinde, the man who's fueled this entire rebellion, twice in a matter of 1 hour. Take a look at the other conversation that Kamlesh Sutar had with Shinde, where he also reveals his plans of coming back to Mumbai.
शिंदे साहब, जानना चाहेंगे, जिस तरह से कल से हम देख रहे हैं कि आपके तेवर तीखे हो गए हैं। आपने कल एक खत लिखा था, ट्वीट किया था कि हम आपकी धमकियों से डरते नहीं हैं, और अब एक खत भी भेजा है आपने जिसमें 37 विधायकों की सिग्नेचर है और आपका ये दावा है कि आपका ही जो ग्रुप है शिवसेना का वही असली है। क्या बताएंगे शिंदे साहब?
नहीं, देखिए, लोकशाही में, डेमोक्रेसी में एक नंबर्स और मेजोरिटी को बहुत इम्पोर्टेंस होता है और वो हमारे पास में है। यहाँ पर जितने आवश्यकता है उससे कई ज़्यादा लोग यहाँ पर है, 50+ हमारे साथ में MLAs हैं और इसलिए जो भी होगा कानून के मुताबिक होगा, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के मुताबिक होगा और इसलिए यहाँ पर हम लोग यहाँ पर हैं और आगे की रणनीति हम लोग अभी बैठक के बाद तय कर लेंगे। और इसमें हम लोग को ये नोटिस से किसको डर लगने की आवश्यकता नहीं, हमारे सब लोग तैयार है। उन्होंने कहा है ये इलीगल नोटिस देके डराने से हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं। ऐसे एक नोटिस आया तो 10 नोटिस आए, ये जो गलत है और ये तो पैरों तले जमीन खिसक रही है। इसलिए ऐसे नोटिस जिनको जो माइनॉरिटी में है, जो माइनॉरिटी में वो कैसे डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन कर सकते हैं। और दूसरी बात है, जो मिट्टी बैठक अटेंड नहीं किया तो डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन, ये कौन सी, ये दुनिया में पहला एक एग्जांपल हो सकता है। तो ऐसा कुछ भी कर नहीं सकते।
शिंदे साहब,
करे तो इलीगल हो जाए।
नहीं, आपने कल ये आपके 12 MLAs को आपके साथ जो है उन्हें डिस्क्वालीफाई करने की नोटिस दिया जिसमें आपका भी नाम है, तो इसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे? सिर्फ 12 लोगों को एक तो दी गई है और जिसमें आपका और नए प्रतोद भरत गोगावले का भी नाम है।
मैंने अभी कहा है कि ये पूरी तरह इलीगल है क्योंकि ऐसा माइनॉरिटी में जो है उनको अधिकार नहीं होता है। और जो गठ नेता चेंज किया गया, मेरे को चेंज किया, तो उसके लिए भी मेजोरिटी होनी पड़ती है। सब विधायक जो है उनकी बैठक लेनी पड़ती है और मेजोरिटी से गठ नेता चेंज कर सकते हैं। वो भी इलीगल किया है, इसलिए वो नोटिस, वो पिटीशन ही इलीगल है।
शिंदे साहब, आप मुंबई कब आएंगे? इन सब मुद्दों को लेकर सब लोग यही चीज़ को लेकर अटकलें लगा रहे हैं कि मुंबई कब आएंगे, गवर्नर से मिलेंगे। अपने खत में गवर्नर को, हाँ,
जल्दी आएंगे।
कल एक बात और कही थी आपने कि आपके साथ एक राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है, आपकी किसी को किसी के डरने की जरूरत नहीं है। क्या कोई राष्ट्रीय पार्टी, ये कौन सी है और कौन संपर्क में, क्या बता पाएंगे?
मैंने कहा था कि हमारे साथ में एक आशीर्वाद है, महाशक्ति है, हमारे बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की महाशक्ति जो हमारे साथ है, हमारे आनंद ये सब की शक्ति है और हमें कोई डरने की जरूरत नहीं।
शिंदे साहब, तो आप अपने आप को अलग शिवसेना गुट के तौर पर अभी पेश करेंगे या आप अभी अपने आप को असली शिवसेना मानते हैं?
नहीं, अभी तो हम लोग तो कल भी हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के सैनिक थे, आज भी है, कल भी रहेंगे।
लेकिन क्या फिर अभी
बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की जो आइडियोलॉजी है, उनकी भूमिका है, उसे ही हम लोग आगे लेके जाना चाहते हैं।
गवर्नर से मिलेंगे, आपके आंकड़ों की परेड की जाएगी?
वो आगे की बात है, बैठक के बाद तय करेंगे।
लेकिन कितने जल्द हम देख सकते हैं इस पर आगे की आपकी रणनीति?
जल्द ही बताएंगे।
क्या आपके अगर इन 12 को डिस्क्वालीफाई किया गया तो?
ऐसा कर ही नहीं सकते। ये कानून व्यवस्था है, देश की कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के खिलाफ में ऐसा कोई भी कदम किसी को उठाने का अधिकार नहीं है।
शिंदे साहब, एक व्यक्तिगत सवाल पूछना चाहूँगा। इसके पहले जब भी पार्टी पर संकट आता था तो खुद अब एकनाथ शिंदे ने हमने देखा है कि वो पहाड़ बनकर खड़े होते थे सामने। इस वक्त आप ही को पार्टी से जूझना पड़ रहा है। व्यक्तिगत तौर पर कितना आपके लिए ये अनुभव कैसा है? दुखद है और या कैसा है?
ये अनुभव तो दुखद अच्छा नहीं है, निश्चित रूप से दुखद है। लेकिन अभी पार्टी के जितने भी एमएलए हैं उनको तकलीफ थी, उनकी भावना थी, उनकी अड़चने थी, उनको कई समस्या थी, तो उन्होंने ये सब कदम उठाया। मेरे लिए, मेरे स्वार्थ के लिए या मुझे कुछ पद चाहिए इसलिए ऐसा कोई हम लोग ने स्टैंड नहीं लिया है। लेकिन जब एमएलए लोगों की जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में अगर कोई काम नहीं होता है या उनके ऊपर अन्याय होता है तो अन्याय के खिलाफ लड़ने की सीख जो है हमारे को बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने दी है।
शिवसेना की तरफ से 2 ऑफर आपको दिए गए थे। उद्धव ठाकरे कह रहे थे मुख्यमंत्री पद छोड़ने को तैयार है, कल संजय राउत कह रहे थे कि हम महाविकास आघाड़ी से बाहर निकलने को तैयार है। क्या दोनों शर्तें आपको थोड़ी भी मंजूर रहेगी या बिल्कुल नामंजूर है?
नहीं, अभी देखिए, अभी हम लोग तो यहाँ पर है, हम लोग अभी बैठक करेंगे, बैठक करने के बाद ही आगे की रणनीति तय करेंगे।
जी शुक्रिया शिंदे साहब।
थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
So those were the two conversations that we've had with Eknath Shinde. He's exuding confidence. He's speaking about the fact that he has the numbers with him and believes that the disqualification step being taken up by Uddhav Thackeray is nothing but an attempt to intimidate, to threaten him and all the rebels who are standing with him right now. Let's bring in Paras Dama also on this broadcast to get a sense of what's expected today. Paras, what's clear is that Eknath Shinde right now is trying to also, kind of bide his time. He's not going to be making it down to Mumbai today. So that means that this could drag on a bit longer. Uddhav Thackeray will be hoping that more MLAs now don't touch down in Guwahati.
He seems to in no hurry. Eknath Shinde seems to in no hurry because the situation is in court right now, because as he's claiming that he has more than 50 MLAs in his side. It's the most important thing right now which is happening in Maharashtra politics. On the other hand, MVA government is struggling. We have to point out this thing because this is very important, because this three-wheeler Sarkar has been in trouble from last 15-20 days. When the Rajya Sabha election was conducted over there, they lost. After that MLC election was conducted there, they lost, and after this all circus started. And right now the situation is that the power man, the key man is Eknath Shinde. Everyone wants him on his side. Shivsena wants him back in the side because he will play a very important role, because Uddhav Sarkar is in a very difficult situation right now. So that's why now Uddhav Sarkar, or it may MVA Sarkar, they all want their MLAs to be intact with them. So that's why they are taking different types of meeting with their MLAs, MLCs, and all things have been done by all three parties, because this is very important. If number will rise, problem for MVA government will also rise, and the major problem for Shivsena is that only that the numbers of MLAs which is going to rebel group is rising every day, every second, every minute, Akshita. So probably today Uddhav Thackeray is going to take a very important meeting at 12:30 at Sena Bhavan. So after that picture will get clear what they want to do. So a situation depend upon today's meeting, which is going to happen at 12:30. Made Sharad Pawar is also playing its part. He is also taking meetings. Congress is also taking meetings, and the reason behind this meeting is only that how to save MVA government in a situation where they know that they are down and out.
Very true. Paras, stay on with me. I want to play out also what Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has said. As far as the Uddhav Sena strategy is concerned, Sanjay Raut has maintained at this point that this is now turning into a legal war. He's saying that the fight is of numbers, papers, and on the streets. We will win in all three. But not once has he conceded that yes, the numbers are not in our favor, that we've got MLAs leaving us every hour. Sanjay Raut also choosing to hit out at the BJP and referring to a comment that was made by a central minister of the BJP. He's saying that, there was an attempt to clearly take a lowly attack at Sharad Pawar, that he was threatened, and the use of such language for a senior political leader like Sharad Pawar is simply unacceptable. If you look at the majority of the interaction that Sanjay Raut had with the media, he reserved most of his attacks for the BJP. Again, nothing about Eknath Shinde, but only maintaining that Uddhav Sena will come out and emerge the victor in this fight.
महाविकास आघाडीतले तीनही पक्ष एकसंघ आहेत. ठीक आहे, शिवसेनेचा आकडा कमी झालेला आहे. लोकशाही बहुमत हे आकड्यांवर चालतं. सभागृहामध्ये जेव्हा हा विषय येईल तेव्हा महाविकास आघाडीच्या बाजूनं आमदारांचा कौल असेल. देखिए, संख्याबल ज़्यादा हो सकता है कागज़ पे. अब ये लड़ाई जो है ये कानूनी लड़ाई हो जाएगी, लेजिस्लेटिव लड़ाई हो जाएगी. हमारे लोगों ने 12 विधायक जो है जिसने बगावत की भाषा की है उनके खिलाफ एक्शन लेने की शुरुआत की है. उनको डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए हमारे लोग सभापति महोदय के पास गए हैं. सरकार कब बनेगी ये लोगों की जो बोल रहे हैं मुझे मालूम नहीं. बनेगी भी या नहीं बनेगी उस बारे में कोई बोल नहीं सकता है. धमकियाँ देने का काम चल रहा है माननीय पवार साहब को. अगर ये सरकार को बचाए गए तो देख लेंगे, ये केंद्रीय मंत्री बोल रहा है.
Sanjay Raut there, Paras, saying that we will win the fight on the streets, we will win on paper, we'll win as far as the numbers are concerned. But how? There's no clarity on that. Sanjay Raut is making these statements. He's making tall statements of victory, of taking on Eknath Shinde. But how will they do it is still a big, big question mark.
Yesterday, where Sanjay Raut took a press conference, and over there he just claimed that he has some of the MLAs on his side. He is in contact with them. Uddhav Thackeray is in contact with them, and we will show Eknath Shinde. We also have the numbers. So right now the game is all the number game which is happening. Sanjay Raut is very much confident that if vote of motion will happen, Shivsena will only win. There is nothing about it that anyone can do. But Sanjay Raut, what he is claiming is that he is in touch with MLAs which is in Guwahati right now with the MLA groups. So there are some statement which has been given by Sanjay Raut, and we can see that this is a desperate attempt to bring back their rebel MLAs, because right now if Shiv Sena want to save themselves, this MLAs and the main key man is Eknath Shinde. If they will come back, then Shiv Sena can survive. Otherwise, you can see them perishing like cards. So right now, situation is that Sanjay Raut is giving the statement. Then he knows that he will win if vote of motion will be considered and it will happen. Then Shiv Sena is going to win. But number says the different story, because number is on Eknath Shinde's side, because he is claiming that in Guwahati that he has more than 50 MLAs with him, and he has also sent a letter to governor about that he has 37 MLAs, and 37 is the magical number which can change the political things which is happening in Maharashtra and Mumbai. So the situation we can see, ball is in Eknath Shinde's court, but Shiv Sena is fighting till the last. They'll fight till the last, and they'll claim everything, and they'll try to bring back this MLAs, this rebel MLAs, which is in Guwahati.
Yeah, so they're saying they'll fight till the very end, but to what length and what kind of a fight are they really putting up right now? Because at this point, it almost seems like there's a wait and watch policy. The only step that's been taken is to seek disqualification of 12 MLAs, and that's a cleverly thought out move, because it could also lead to problems for Eknath Shinde. It's not essentially all done for Shinde. Yes, he's got the numbers right now with him, because 37 Shiv Sena MLAs and 9 independent MLAs are with Shinde Sena. That means that their tally is at 46 right now. Some reports suggesting that more will be joining them, which is why Eknath Shinde, while speaking to us here in India Today, said that number will actually become 50 plus. It's all about muscle flexing, yes, but the legal steps they take, the kind of steps that they take to go ahead and remove Uddhav Thackeray from power, it will come down to that. Let's cut across also to a conversation right now with Bharat Gogavle, the appointed chief whip by the Eknath Shinde faction.
आगे हमारे शिंदे साहब है ना, वो कर रहे हैं।
क्या कर रहे हैं?
होगा वो देखा जाएगा।
क्या कर रहे हैं सर?
तो कर रहे हैं कानून का और सबका, तो इसलिए नो टेंशन।
क्या आप लोगों ने क्या किया है? डिप्टी स्पीकर को चिट्ठी में लिखकर क्या कहा है आप लोगों ने?
दे दिया उसको, बोला उसको अधिकार नहीं, उसको बोला।
हाँ?
तो ये बनता नहीं, कुछ नहीं, मीटिंग पे नहीं जाना तो क्या डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन होता है क्या ऐसा?
नहीं, आप लोगों ने जो चिट्ठी लिखी है डिप्टी स्पीकर को, उसमें आप लोगों ने क्या क्या लिखा है?
हमारे मेंबर बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, नो टेंशन।
नो टेंशन। कितने मेंबर हो गए अब? कितने लोग होटल में हैं? भरत जी, भरत जी, भरत जी, कितने लोग हैं अभी होटल में? 37 हो गए हैं शिवसेना के। चलिए, भरत जी अब बात करने को तैयार नहीं है।
That is the conversation that's just played out live on Aaj Tak with Bharat Gokavle, who is part of the rebel faction, has extended his support to Eknath Shinde, has also been named in fact, the resolution as the chief whip. Eknath Shinde has maintained he's the legislative party leader, and they've named the man that we just spoke to, Bharat Gokavle, as the chief whip. Anupam Mishra is joining us live from Guwahati with the latest updates on the numbers, because that's what it really comes down to. Eknath Shinde is claiming 50 plus, Anupam. The reality is that right now he has 37 Sena MLAs as well as about 9 independents. That brings his number to 46. Are there preparations being made on the ground? Because there are some reports suggesting that more MLAs could make their way into Radisson Blu today.
Well, Lakshita, as far as we know, the number of the Sena MLAs inside this hotel Radisson Blu, it is coming as 37 as of now. And 9 independent MLAs were inside this hotel. But the report is also coming that 3 more MLAs are coming anytime in Guwahati, and they will be entering into this hotel. So this is the latest information. And one more information is coming, that there is a scheduled meeting inside this hotel Radisson Blu by Eknath Shinde to prepare the strategy ahead and what they will do next. That is what they are thinking right now, and there is a meeting scheduled for this. Akshita.
Okay, so what's very clear, Anupam, and if you can give us details about that, the booking at Radisson Blu, it's not going to end today, and it looks like at this point Shinde has no plans of leaving Guwahati and making his way to Mumbai today.
Yeah, the report, according to a report, a total of 70 rooms have been booked in this Radisson Blu hotel, and this is for 7 days and for 56 lakhs. Adding to this, the daily estimated expense for food and other services at rupees 8 lakh per day. That comes to 56 lakhs for 7 days. So that adds up to 1.12 crore rupees for 7 days. So that means that they are not planning to leave Guwahati as of now, and they are they are taking some time. They are preparing their strategy. They are strengthening their strategy, and if they are assured by their strategies, then they will move from Guwahati to Mumbai. That is what information is coming from inside.
They've got the numbers right now, but they're still waiting it out to see what the Deputy Speaker has to say. And that's what it'll come down to, Paras. Right now, one battle has been won by Eknath Shinde, which is that he's got the numbers with him. But there's a lot more also that needs to be figured out. It's not easy or a walk in the park for Eknath Shinde either. He's got, of course, a lot of legal challenges, hurdles that he'll have to cross. And what the Deputy Speaker does next is a big question mark, because Uddhav Thackeray has saw the disqualification of 12 MLAs. Eknath Shinde first sent across a resolution with 34 signatures, then quickly withdrew it, ensured 37 signatures, which was the needed for him, and sent it back. Paras?
Akshita, the thing is that right now Eknath Shinde is also struggling with many things. The legal battle that you are talking about, it may hamper the situation, but the numbers are on Eknath Shinde's side, okay, because the flow
Paras,
which
Paras,
we are
my
seeing from
apologies
last
for
so many
interrupting,
days,
but there's a big news break that we're just putting out right now. One more Shiv Sena MLA Dilip Lande is leaving for Guwahati from Surat. So the camp for Shinde, they're getting bigger. Arvind Sawant of the Shiv Sena is joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Sawant, this isn't looking good for the Shiv Sena. For those of you who are backing Uddhav Thackeray, numbers, more and more going in favor of Eknath Shinde right now.
Even if the numbers goes, it doesn't make insurance. The legal action will be taken against them because all those activities are illegal. And as per the Constitution of India, we have served the petition. We have already submitted the petition to the Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Assembly to disqualify all these members who have left without any notice. And when we have served the notice to attend to a meeting, they did not attend the meeting yesterday, and therefore day before yesterday. So therefore, we have served the notice of we have served the petition to the Honorable Speaker to disqualify them. Let us see what happens. Now it is a legal battle as well as a political battle, and everyone knows who is behind this.
Mr. Sawant, we've spoken to Eknath Shinde. We had a long conversation with him this morning. He's saying that this is an attempt to scare him and all the other MLAs who are backing him, that this is almost a threatening tactic that Uddhav Thackeray is resorting to as far as disqualification is concerned. Second, he's saying that he has the number of 37 Shiv Sena MLAs with him. He maintains that I am the legislative party leader.
See, the number will be decided on the floor of the House, not outside. Try to understand that. There are people, they were in contact with us, they were pursuing that we have been forcibly kept in the camp. We are not allowed to move. Somehow, two people have left it, escaped from their cage. But then others are still, either willfully there are not. Nobody knows it.
Sir, but
because of that only he is every day calling everyone.
Sir, that is something that was immediately contested, because yesterday after these two MLAs spoke out, there were pictures of them taking selfies in luxury planes. It didn't look like they were being forced at all to stay there.
It was all strategically taught to them what to do. They are not. See, today one audio clip has been issued by one of the MLAs from the suburb from Pandharpur. Now he says we have been told not to talk to anyone. After 3-4 days, we are now relaxed. We have got the number, and I am telling you, I am going to become the minister. And therefore, I have left. You can very well check up in Marathi channel. They are showing it. That shows it is they were in the camp. Who were protecting the BJP government officials?
That's a we've spoken.
Gujarat government was there. Where in Assam? See, today one of the Shiv Sainikals gone to Assam, Guwahati, and asked him to go back to Uddhav Thackeray. And there he was arrested now.
But look at these pictures, sir. There are pictures of all these MLAs who were complaining yesterday. They're taking selfies outside a chartered plane. They're showing off the good time they're having. We spoke to Mr. Deepak Kesarkar today morning, and he also has said that I'm willfully there. I've decided to take this step very consciously.
Maybe. I don't want to contest on that right now. The reasons for which he has given a letter to us, in which he has mentioned that there was a bomb below his residence. I was trying to come out, and then my car was chased by someone. And then finally writes, my missus was not well. And now you just think of a reason. When somebody's wife is ill, he leaves her without taking her due care and goes to Guwahati. You just think of it, how many people are lying now. That's all. That's the example. We can produce that later about what he has written. Do you believe? There he has said, I should be allowed to remain abstain from the meeting.
Are these MLAs, sir, to you, are they doing this out of force, or are they traitors?
See, we have appealed them to come back. Let us go. Let us remain within the party. I'll talk to the boss, and then see what further is to be done. Even yesterday, Sanjay Raut has also said, come, whatever your plea is there, we can follow with the party. But the clauses are very different. See, they can they can say we are 2/3 or more than that but they cannot remain as a Shiv Sena. They will have to merge in the political party.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point Mr. Eknath Shinde is making, Mr. Sawant.
Since you wanted to leave Shiv Sena.
No, they're saying we are the real Shiv Sena. The numbers are with us. We are the real Shiv Sena.
The amendment which was carried in 87-88 says that they can go for they can prove that we have a majority of 2/3 people with us, and then what will happen? They cannot remain as a separate group in the assembly. They will have to merge with someone. And when the merger comes, the issue of merger will come, and the people, all these have to join BJP. Then the issue will come. Then you will come to know the truth, whether they were really saying, they were really with Shivsena. They had a Shivsena in their heart or not. And today they are BJP members. That's the final issue.
Mr. Sawant, one final question to you. Your response to all of these allegations that the rebel MLAs have been putting forth, that Uddhav Thackeray was inaccessible, that they were humiliated constantly when they tried to meet him at Mantralaya?
You must consider what has happened in the past. I know in the last 3 years, you just think of almost 2.5 years. 2 years have gone into Corona. Nobody knows it. Yes, I know this country, the people of the Maharashtra state. Not only that, he was admired. He was selected as the best Chief Minister of this country. Five Chief Ministers were there. He was one of them. Twice, 4 times, the survey was considered by some private, and they have said that he is one of the finest Chief Ministers. Imagine that he had to go for a major surgery.
But they're saying Congress NCP leaders could meet him, not us.
He survived. We pray God, with the God's blessing, he survived from that. And during that, his movements were restricted.
No, I agree that he's had a lot of, medical incidents as well. But they're saying that he's met with Congress and NCP leaders. That Congress NCP leaders could meet them, not us.
One moment. The crises are there in our house, not with the NCP. Right now, when my leader is in critical condition, you are so inhuman to criticize him and trouble him. And that is what Maharashtra is looking after it. Yesterday, when he spoke to the people of the Maharashtra on Facebook, people cried. We have never seen such a cultured Chief Minister in the line of Yashwantrao Chavan and others.
Is Shiv Sena slipping away from the Thackerays, Mr. Arvind Sawant? What's considered to be synonymous, Thackeray and Shiv Sena, is that changing?
He has immediately vacated his residence also. Don't forget that also. He's that sort of person. He's not greedy of power. That is what he has shown by his action. Now the people who have gone for a power should come back and tell them, you are so... He's ready to relinquish why you want to continue with BJP. Everybody knows who is playing the role.
But then what's stopping Mr. Uddhav Thackeray from resigning?
No, you don't ask for that. We know this is a political battle. There's no legal battle.
Okay.
Now that legal battle will start. If they come, what he has said, I am ready to resign. Come and say it on my face. All of you come and say, sir, we don't believe in you. We don't have a trust in your leadership. So therefore, we want to join with Shinde. I will there itself give the resignation in your hand, submit it to the governor, and will not continue to be the Chief Minister of Parliament. What more you need?
Okay, all right. Mr. Arvind Sawant, thank you. Thank you, sir, for joining us here on India Today. So you heard what the Shiv Sena says. Arvind Sawant, loyalist of the Uddhav Sena here, speaking out and saying that we will disqualify these MLAs. It's now taking a legal route. That's the messaging essentially from Uddhav Sena. They're saying whatever numbers it may be, this is now a legal battle and we will pursue that accordingly. So they're hoping that legally they'll be able to, wiggle out of this political crisis, get some sort of a breather, get some sort of a relief. And that seems to be their clear strategy, even from going by what they've done so far, going ahead and approaching the Deputy Speaker saying disqualify 12 of these MLAs, including Eknath Shinde. Let's get you all the updates from the ground as well. There's also, in fact, an incident that's been reported in Guwahati where police have detained Sanjay Bhosle, who is the Deputy District Chief of Shiv Sena. So someone from the Uddhav camp was present near Radisson Blu Hotel to urge these party MLAs lodged at the hotel to return to Maharashtra. Was he an Uddhav emissary who has been now taken in is the question. What we're hearing is that he's been detained. Police are saying that the area around Radisson Blu has been identified as a sensitive area. Obviously, there'll be questions on what basis that's being said and why nobody's being allowed in or out of this hotel. But a person who's being deemed now as a mediator, who was there clearly on behalf of Uddhav Thackeray to reach out to these MLAs, last bit attempt perhaps to try and get Eknath Shinde to call off this rebellion, to get some of the MLAs back to their side because they're desperately in need of numbers, that has fallen flat. So this is the big breaking news that's coming in. This aide of Uddhav Thackeray has been detained in Guwahati. He was close to, in fact, the Radisson Blu hotel. You see him at the gates there of the hotel. He's been detained now as the police maintain that this is a highly sensitive area. Again, I'll highlight that there will be questions on what basis this is deemed as a highly sensitive area. This particular person tried to enter the hotel clearly with the intention of meeting some of these MLAs to try and reach out to them. Last-ditch effort perhaps by Uddhav Sena to try and get some of the MLAs back to their side, convince them to stop this rebellion, to end it, ensure that they get some of their numbers on their side. Because at this point, as things stand, numbers are swelling in the Shinde-Sena camp. Uddhav Thackeray perhaps recognizes that, at this point, things are not in his favor. And that's why there are attempts perhaps being made to kind of send emissaries to kind of reach out to these rebel MLAs as well, get some of them back, convince them that all of their issues will be ironed out and get some of them back to Mumbai. Right now, it's not worked. There are no MLAs who've decided to change their minds, etc., except for the two of them who returned back and claimed that they were manhandled. But besides that, the number game is strong in the favor of Eknath Shinde. So this is the big update that's coming in from Guwahati. A lot of drama that's playing out right now at Radisson Blu. This at a time when we're picking up information of more Shivsena MLAs on their way, in fact, to Radisson Blu, on their way to Guwahati to join Eknath Shinde, to back him and to show their support to him. Numbers are swelling up for Eknath Shinde. Uddhav Thackeray will be very, very worried looking at the situation currently in Guwahati and looking at the fact that most of the MLAs, some of them considered to be his key aides, some of them considered to be extremely staunch Shiv Sena loyalists, they've all chosen now to side with Eknath Shinde. And obviously that calls for a lot of introspection. So this is the big breaking news that's coming in of all the drama that's right now playing out as we speak in Guwahati. Let's get you details of the battle plan of each side involved in this power battle that we're seeing playing out in Maharashtra. Let's start off with the defenders, the man who's currently on the CM throne, but for how long nobody knows, Uddhav Sena. What is his plan of action here? He's going to attempt to stop further defections. It looks like that is difficult right now because the information we're picking up is that more MLAs are on their way right now to Guwahati. Besides that, Uddhav Thackeray will be doing everything he can to try and bring back rebels. The numbers are in favor of Eknath Shinde and he recognizes that. So he's going to try to convince many of them. Stop the recognition of Shinde Sena as the main opposition, which is why largely to every Uddhav Thackeray aide we've spoken to, loyalists we've spoken to, they've said that this is now a legal battle. And to follow that up, they will legally challenge all the defections in court, saying that these are rebels and they cannot be recognized anymore. Besides that, another effort that Uddhav Thackeray will be taking, his side will be taking, is to ensure that MPs, members of parliament, also don't dump the party. Unfortunately for Uddhav Thackeray, already there has been news coming in of several MPs choosing to side with Eknath Shinde. Let's focus on what the allies are up to here. The NCP, Sharad Pawar, what's their strategy going forward? Their priority, number one priority here, will be to ensure that they don't face a similar crisis, that there's no rebellion within the NCP flock. That does look unlikely because the entire premise of the Shiv Sena rebellion is over the alliance with the NCP Congress. Besides that, Sharad Pawar himself said that we're ready for a long-drawn political crisis as well. Now, he's also said, of course, that I've seen this kind of crisis before. And that's why he's saying that, yes, there will be a political crisis. But also the messaging, and a very important one from Sharad Pawar, is that we're united in this fight with Uddhav Thackeray. There's no question of the NCP right now ditching him. They remain an ally of Uddhav Thackeray right now. What about the rebels? What about Eknath Shinde, as they're being referred to as the Shinde Sena? They're going to be trying to ensure that their numbers swell up further. Lure more MLAs, lure more MPs from Uddhav Sena. He's already got 37, but beyond this will be a muscle flexing exercise. They'll also, in fact, try to stake claim as the main opposition party, for which they've already shot off resolution letters also to the Deputy Speaker. Now, essentially, what we're hearing is that Shinde Sena will be joining forces with the BJP to form the government. They need the numbers, of course. They've said very clearly they're not for the NCP or the Congress. And let's cut across to the big breaking news that's coming in right now. We're switching focus to some other stories as well, as the Supreme Court has dismissed a petition filed by Zakia Jafri, the petition against the Gujarat High Court order which rejected her plea against the SIT decision that questioned the clean chit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So this is big breaking news that's coming in. The Supreme Court essentially upholding the Gujarat High Court order which ensured a clean chit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and 62 other persons for their role, for their alleged role in the Gujarat riots. This is big breaking news that's coming in. There was a petition that was filed in the Supreme Court on this. Nalini Sharma is joining us live with more details on this. Nalini, take us through exactly what the petition stated. This is a big breakthrough that's coming in. The Supreme Court upholding what the Gujarat High Court said in ensuring that clean chit to Prime Minister Modi.
Yes, Akshita, Zakia Jafri, who was the widow of a Congress leader called Ehsan Jafri, who was killed during the 2002 Gujarat riots, had approached the Supreme Court challenging the clean chit that was given not only to the PM but also 63 others by the SIT that was investigating this entire case. And today, 2 decades after the riots had happened in Gujarat, the Supreme Court's given its judgment and they've gone ahead and said that this petition that was filed by Zakia Jafri is devoid of merits, and on the basis of that, the Supreme Court dismissed the petition. They've also gone ahead and said that they've upheld the order of the magistrate that had accepted the report that was filed by the SIT, in which PM Narendra Modi, along with 63 others, were granted a clean chit regarding the issue of
Nalini, my apologies for interrupting, but let's get a reaction from the BJP on this. Shehzad Poonawala is joining us on this broadcast. Shehzad, this is a big vindication for your party, a big vindication for Prime Minister Modi as well in the Gujarat riots case. Shehzad, can you hear me? All right, not sure if Shehzad Poonawala is with us. Nalini, my apologies for interrupting you earlier. Go ahead, give us those details.
Yes, Akshita, like I was saying, that this entire petition was filed by Zakia Jafri challenging the clean chit that was granted to the PM along with 63 others. And what the Supreme Court said while dismissing the petition is that this petition was devoid of merits, and also that they've chosen to uphold the order of the magistrate that had accepted the report that was filed by the SIT in this matter. What Zakia Jafri had claimed before the Supreme Court was that there was a larger conspiracy behind the 2002 Gujarat riots, and that larger conspiracy should be probed. And she, in a sense, had challenged the decision of the SIT that had granted a clean chit to 64 people, including the Prime Minister. Today, the Supreme Court laid the matter to rest by stating that this entire petition has been dismissed because it is devoid of merits, and also the fact that the report that was filed by the SIT and was accepted by the magistrate, that order has now been upheld by the Supreme Court 2 decades after the riots had happened in Gujarat.
All right, so this is big breaking news that's coming in right now. In a clear vindication for Prime Minister Modi, the plea that questioned the clean chit that was given to him in the riots case has now been dismissed, as the Supreme Court has essentially upheld the Gujarat High Court order. Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP is with us on this. Shehzad, your reaction to this news break that's coming in, big vindication for your party, for Prime Minister Modi as well.
सत्यमेव जयते, सत्य को परेशान किया जा सकता है, पराजित नहीं. The truth always prevails. The magistrate had accepted the SIT closure report. It was upheld by the Gujarat High Court. It was upheld by the Supreme Court. But there is a cottage industry of Modi baiters, and in their haste to, in order to remove their political vendetta against Prime Minister Modi, who was then Chief Minister, they went to the extent of defaming Gujarat. They went to the extent of defaming India. And today, those people have got a resounding and a befitting reply from the Supreme Court. Today, those who insulted Gujarat, those who insulted India, should come out and apologize for this cottage industry of hate, propaganda and poison that they were trying to continuously peddle in the name of the Gujarat riots. Today they should come and tell us, will they not accept this final closure report of the Supreme Court, or will they still continue to poison minds and spread propaganda merely because they hate one man who's doing work for this country? So this entire propaganda has come to be exposed by the Supreme Court. We always knew the truth will prevail, but unfortunately, those who are the purveyors of propaganda and hate today have not been able to come out and apologize that they have been the ones who have been creating this kind of propaganda against Gujarat for entire 2 decades.
You know, this has gone on for a long, long time. And essentially what the Supreme Court has said here, Shehzad, is in fact that they've referred to Zakia Jafri's plea as being devoid of merit and deserving to be dismissed. Do you believe that all of this was a conspiracy to target Prime Minister Modi, drag him and, you know, bring the Gujarat riots case back in focus?
You know, it was always evident because many other matters which came up in the courts, none of them could hold ground. In fact, people had written books on this. Those books were completely disregarded by the Supreme Court. People had made false accusations. Those were completely busted in the Supreme Court. So these people behind whom there was a hand of support, there was a hand of patronage to kind of push this propaganda against Prime Minister Modi have been completely exposed today, not once, not twice, but multiple occasions at the highest forum of law, that is the Supreme Court. Today the question is that this hand of patronage, which was driving this cottage industry of hate and propaganda, will it come out and apologize for the kind of hate that they have propagated against the people of Gujarat and the propaganda that they created 2 decades ago merely because they could not stand one personality? They defamed Gujarat and they continue to defame people of Gujarat.
Okay, Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP, thank you for joining us on this broadcast. So 20 years after the Gujarat riots, the Supreme Court there upholding the clean chit to Prime Minister Modi as well as over 60 others. This was, of course, based on a petition that was filed by Zakia Jafri, where she claimed there was a larger conspiracy, and Nalini is with us on that. Nalini, the petition essentially said that there was a larger conspiracy. It also questioned the SIT report, which had given that clean chit to Prime Minister Modi.
Well, Akshita, yes, you're rightly saying that because this matter has been pending in the Supreme Court for quite a while now. It was senior advocate Kapil Sibal who was appearing for Zakia Jafri before the Supreme Court during the arguments in this case. While on the other hand, we had senior advocate Mukul Rohtke as well as Solicitor General Tushar Mehta who were defending the clean chit that was given to the Prime Minister along with the others that were involved in this entire matter in the report that was filed by the SIT. What the Supreme Court said today, the entire case was reserved back in December 2021. If I'm not wrong. So it's been over 6 months since the matter was reserved, and finally the verdict from the Supreme Court in this long pending case has been out, where they've said that this petition is devoid of merits, and on the basis of that it's been dismissed. They've also accepted the report that was filed by the SIT before the magistrate and the decision of the magistrate in accepting that report that was filed by the SIT. We are still waiting for the detailed copy of the judgment to understand what all issues the Supreme Court closely looked into to realize that this entire petition was devoid of merits and should not be entertained any further. But at the same time, it is only after we get the detailed copy of the judgment will we be able to exhaustively say what is the decision of the Supreme Court based on. But right now, in the one-line order that they've given before, the bench of Justice E.M. Khanwilkar has made it clear that this is the end of this case that has been long pending before the Supreme Court. There will be no probe into the larger conspiracy behind the 2002 Gujarat riots case, and along with that, the clean chit that was granted to 64 people, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and was accepted by the magistrate in Gujarat, has been upheld by the Supreme Court.
Okay, so 20 years on, this brings some closure to the entire case that's dragged on for many, many years in our courts as well. Nalini, thank you very much for joining us with all of those details. Gaurav Bhatia of the BJP is joining us on this broadcast. Gaurav, your first reaction to this news break coming in from the Supreme Court. After 20 years now, the Supreme Court has now upheld the clean chit to Prime Minister Modi.
I would say that the Honorable Supreme Court has given a verdict which is of great importance to everyone. And it shows that though justice has been delayed, but justice has not been denied.
And we welcome the judgment because it shows the perseverance of a person who believed in rule of law, who waited. And now today, this judgment comes. The important part is that this has been taken. Now the opposition also should put an end to the dirt.
Looks like we've lost that connection with Gaurav Bhatia, but the BJP is claiming that this is a big vindication. And they're also lashing out the opposition, saying stop raking up the 2002 Gujarat riots now to target Prime Minister Modi because the Supreme Court has now given him a clean sheet in this matter. I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. We're going to continue getting you all the reactions on that story and, of course, all the big updates, big news breaks coming in on the Maharashtra political pot boiler. Gaurav Sawant joining you with all of that and the headlines in just a bit.
The men and women who built Indian industry, and the young guns who are shaping tomorrow's India. From storied careers to unicorn dreams, the past meets the future on the Business Today show with Uday Mukherjee.
We know that plastic causes pollution, but did you know microplastics can also be a cause of pollution? Microplastics are plastic particles with dimensions less than 5 millimeters. Some are so small, they are invisible to the naked eye. Nylon and polyethylene, for example, are mixture of polymers and additives, are themselves microplastics created from tiny pellets known as nurdles. These elements are found in everyday products like shower gels and cosmetics, as well as fertilizers, detergents, and paint. Another major source of this pollution is car tire wear. Difficult to filter, these microplastics get everywhere, in rivers and then the oceans, on land or in the air we breathe. Billions of items of plastic waste taking hundreds of years to break down litter beaches all around the world. All living species in the oceans that are part of the human food chain, from zooplankton to whales, are likely to ingest microplastics. The impact of microplastics on organisms or on ecosystems is unknown, but the additives they contain are potential chemical contaminants.
Sun. We depend on it for energy and light, but solar flares from the sun could be deadly. Are you confused and don't understand what this means? Don't you worry, we have it covered. A massive solar flare erupted from Earth's star as it got active in its new cycle. A sunspot exploded and produced flares which lasted for 8 hours. The event led to a shortwave radio blackout for 8 hours over Japan and Southeast Asia. Before we get into the technicalities of what caused this, let's learn about solar flares. A solar flare is an intense, localized eruption of electromagnetic radiation in the sun's atmosphere. Its occurrence will disrupt radio signals. The occurrence of solar flare also varies upon 11-year cycle. The solar flare unleashed superheated plasma from the sun, powering them at speeds ranging in millions of kilometers per hour. The growing sunspot AR3032 exploded, producing M3 class flares that lasted nearly 8 hours. It hurled towards the inner planets, including Earth, ionized the top of the atmosphere with the extreme ultraviolet radiation released from the sun. Geomagnetic storms are a major disturbance of Earth's magnetosphere that occurs when there is a very efficient exchange of energy from the solar wind into the space environment surrounding Earth.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
One more rebel Shiv Sena MLA seems to be heading towards Guwahati. The Eknath Shinde Sena numbers are swelling. Is this then endgame Uddhav Thackeray? Morning, I'm Gaurav Sawant. We will get to the latest, but first as always, let's get started with the headlines at 11. Rebel Sena MLA Eknath Shinde speaks to India Today, claims support of more than 50 MLAs, says he will come to Mumbai and meet the governor soon. Uddhav Sena seeks disqualification of the 12 rebel MLAs. Shinde camp hits back, says they are the real Shiv Sena, shoots off a letter to Deputy Speaker and Governor with 37 signatures. Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut slams the BJP for threatening NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar, warns rebel Shinde that Shiv Sena workers are yet to hit the streets. Uddhav Sena's biggest offer to the Shinde camp, Sena ready to exit the Mahavikas Aghadi government if the rebels return to the party fold. NDA nominee for President Draupadi Murmu to file her nomination papers in a short while from now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi says her nomination has been appreciated across the country. Supreme Court upholds clean chit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the 2002 Gujarat riots case. The Apex Court says the plea filed by Zakia Jafri is devoid of merit. BJP says this is vindication. News just coming in. Shiv Sena Member of Parliament Sanjay Raut will meet Sharad Pawar, the NCP Supremo, in a short while from now. Sanjay Raut had yesterday claimed if rebels come back to the party fold, the Shiv Sena is ready to quit the Maha Vikas Aghadi. At the same time, Sanjay Raut also claimed that Sharad Pawar is being threatened. The question remains, who is threatening Sharad Pawar and how? This is a major allegation that is being leveled by Sanjay Raut. Now, there appears to be a carrot and stick policy that Uddhav Sena is following towards the rebels, while Eknath Shinde camp claims they have the support of more than 50 Shiv Sena leaders. The situation is still not clear, with the Shiv Sena demanding the disqualification of 12. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Paras Dama, joining us live from Devendra Fadnavis's residence in Mumbai. Paras, we are told Sanjay Raut is coming to meet Sharad Pawar. What is this meeting all about? Point 1. Point 2, give us details of this threat to Sharad Pawar. What kind of a threat is Sharad Pawar facing?
Gaurav, this is a very critical situation for MVA government right now in Maharashtra, and that's why the discussion will take place. And we had seen the important high-level meeting has been taken by NCP Supremo from last 2 days, and the Congress people also, and Shivsena also. And today also Sanjay Raut will go and meet Sharad Pawar, because before time Sanjay Raut took a press conference, and inside the press conference he said that there has been some threat given to Sharad NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar, and it has been given by some of leader in Bharatiya Janata Party. So this will be the major talk point of the meeting, and other will be the political scenario which has been in Maharashtra from last so many days. Now the main thing is that whenever MVA government was in problem, Sharad Pawar was a person who has made all this thing, probably all the things very much soft for everyone when there was a trouble for MVA government. And I think so this will be also a major point of talk when Sanjay Raut will go to meet NCP Supremo. Now the major thing is that how to solve this problem, because on a PowerPoint there is Eknath Shinde who is claiming that he has more than 50 MLAs on his side. On the other hand, Sanjay Raut is also saying that we are in connection with some of the MLAs which is in Guwahati. Yesterday Sanjay Raut took a press conference, and he just presented 2 MLAs over there that had said in the press conference that they were been kidnapped by the someone, and they were took to Guwahati. So now situation is very critical, and they need to speak about it to Sharad Pawar.
Paras, stay with me for a moment. We heard what Nitin Deshmukh and Mr. Patil had to say about that alleged abduction and being taken to Surat. But high political drama in Maharashtra, it actually continues to escalate, tearing into the BJP over this political crisis. Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has said that the BJP is now making, and I quote, below the belt remarks against the NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar and threatening him. He said that the process was underway to disqualify 12 MLAs of the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena, and that their numbers are only on paper. Sanjay Raut then went on to say that the fight is over numbers, papers, and actually in a way, is this a threat? Because he said the fight would be on the streets and that the Shiv Sena would win all 3. The fight on numbers, on paper, and on streets, because he made it very clear that Shiv Sena workers have still not taken to the streets. Meanwhile, Sanjay Raut will be meeting Sharad Pawar in a short while from now. In the light of these latest developments, Shiv Sena has called an emergency meeting of councillors of the Mumbai Municipal Corporation to prevent them from switching loyalties to Eknath Shinde. The crucial huddle will be held at the Shiv Sena Bhavan later this evening.
सरकार कब बनेगी ये लोगों की जो बोल रहे हैं मुझे मालूम नहीं, बनेगी भी या नहीं बनेगी उस बारे में कोई बोल नहीं सकता है। धमकियां देने का काम चल रहा है माननीय पवार साहब को, अगर ये सरकार को बचाएंगे तो देख लेंगे, ये केंद्रीय मंत्री बोल रहा है। रास्ते की लड़ाई रास्ते पर सड़क पर हो सकती है, हो जाएगी। अब तक शिवसैनिक सड़क पर नहीं उतरे हैं। चाहे कितने भी लोगों को आप खरीद लो, दबाव डालो, लेकिन कानून की लड़ाई, कागज़ की लड़ाई और सड़क की लड़ाई दोनों में हम जीत जाएंगे। अब ये लड़ाई जो है ये कानूनी लड़ाई हो जाएगी, लेजिस्लेटिव लड़ाई हो जाएगी। हमारे लोगों ने 12 विधायक जो है जिसने बगावत की भाषा की है उनके खिलाफ एक्शन लेने की शुरुआत की है। उनको डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए हमारे लोग सभापति महोदय के पास गए हैं।
This is a very important statement that's being made by Sanjay Raut. He's saying कानूनी लड़ाई है, कागज की लड़ाई है और सड़क की लड़ाई है। सड़क की लड़ाई, the Shiv Sena or Shiv Senics are yet to take to the streets, and this is where it actually sounds perhaps even dangerous. But what will happen on grounds, it remains to be seen. But amidst this Maha-political drama, India Today spoke exclusively to rebel leader Eknath Shinde. He insists he has support of more than 50 MLAs. He slammed Uddhav Thackeray for this disqualification threat and said he and the rebel MLAs are not scared of the Maharashtra Chief Minister and these threats. Let's listen in to that exclusive conversation.
सबसे पहला सवाल तो यही है कि कल 12 डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के पिटिशंस फाइल किए गए हैं शिवसेना की तरफ से। इन पिटिशंस को देखते हुए आपका आगे का रवैया क्या रहेगा?
देखिए, पहली बात है, ये ऐसा पिटिशन करने का अधिकार उनको नहीं है, क्योंकि जो उन्होंने गठनेता चेंज किया है वो उसके लिए गठनेता चेंज करने के लिए पूरे सभी विधायक जो है उनकी मीटिंग बुलानी पड़ती है और मेजोरिटी से गठनेता तय किया जाता है। वो एक तो इलीगल गठनेता बनाया है, इसका मतलब व्हिप भी इलीगल है और माइनॉरिटी में जो लोग हैं उसको कार्रवाई करने का, डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है और मीटिंग अटेंड करने के लिए नहीं किया, इसके लिए डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिस देने का कोई अधिकार नहीं। ये सिर्फ डराने की बात है, ये डराने की चेष्टा है और इसलिए ये शिवसेना के जितने हमारे पास MLAs है, निर्दलीय है, उन्होंने कहा है कि ऐसी एक नोटिस नहीं 10 नोटिस आएंगे तो भी हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं, क्योंकि आप कार्रवाई करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है।
दूसरा ये कल इन्होंने कहा कि जो डेप्यूटी स्पीकर है उन्होंने हमसे बात करते हुए कहा कि आपके जो हस्ताक्षर है उस पर उनको संदेह है और इसके वजह से आपका दावा वो सुनने को तैयार नहीं है। क्या आपको लगता है कि एनसीपी इसमें आपको अपना गुट बनाने से रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है और इसके वजह से आपका गुट ना बन पाए?
ऐसा हमारा 37 का गुट और बाकी निर्दलीय मिलकर ग्रुप बनाने से हमको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। देश में डेमोक्रेसी है, कानून है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, रूल्स है, इसको तो कोई तोड़ नहीं सकता है और इसलिए ये सिर्फ प्रेशर टैक्टिस है। इसमें वो लोग कामयाब नहीं होंगे क्योंकि हमारे लोग पूरी तरह एकजुट है, हमारे लोगों ने पूरी तरह सोच समझ के ये स्टैंड लिया हुआ है।
क्या अभी आप गवर्नर को कहेंगे कि वोट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए महाराष्ट्र में, क्योंकि उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार बहुमत खो चुकी है? इसके तहत गवर्नर से भी इसके बारे में बात की जाएगी, राज्यपाल से बात की जाएगी?
अभी हमारी बैठक होने के बाद ही आगे की रणनीति तय हो जाएगी।
आप कल हमने सुना कि शरद पवार की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आपने शायद सुनी होगी, उन्होंने कहा कि जो बगावत करने वाले हैं उनको भुगतना पड़ेगा उसका नतीजा। पवार कह रहे हैं कि अभी भी आपके खेमे में कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं कि जो उद्धव ठाकरे से संपर्क में हैं और आपकी बगावत पर उन्होंने सवाल उठाए हैं कि बीजेपी का समर्थन है आपके बगावत को। नहीं,
बिल्कुल नहीं, हमारे से बीजेपी के कोई संपर्क नहीं है और पवार साहब हमारे लिए बड़े नेता है महाविकास आघाड़ी में, उनके मार्गदर्शन में महाविकास आघाड़ी काम कर रही है और मेरे लिए पवार साहब भी आदरणीय व्यक्तिमत्व है। अभी उनकी बात उन्होंने कही है, लेकिन मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि जो विधायक है पूरी तरह स्वेच्छा से अपनी मर्जी से आए, वैसा उन्होंने एफिडेविट भी यहाँ पर दिया हुआ है।
So Sahil Joshi there in exclusive conversation with Eknath Shinde. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Paulami Saha joining us live from the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati. And in a way, you're at the epicenter of this entire crisis, as the Shiv Sena would say, where Eknath Shinde insists that they will not come under pressure of Uddhav Thackeray, Sanjay Raut and also Arvind Sawant. But give us details. He claims he has the support of 50 MLAs. Does he actually have this kind of support on ground, Polami?
Well, on paper, at least he has the support of 46 MLAs. That's the exact number which is in fact present inside the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati as we speak right now. Of course, Eknath Shinde is claiming that he has the support of 50 MLAs. We are, of course, waiting to see if those numbers in fact swell. We do expect that there is one, of course, MLA of the Shiv Sena who's en route from Surat to Guwahati already. That is Dilip Lande. So there is obviously, there is expected to be some sort of increase in the numbers over here, but it is going to be a big challenge for Eknath Shinde to keep the flock together, because the more he stakes it out in Guwahati, the more that flock could grow restless. They might want to go for the kill, they might want to take certain concrete steps, because the fact is that the Shiv Sena is not sitting by and watching anymore. The Shiv Sena is proceeding with taking action. The Shiv Sena has already given a notice for disqualification of 12 MLAs, and that petition is before the Deputy Speaker. And as per my colleague Ritwik, who's reporting from Mumbai, it is expected that as per procedure, the Deputy Speaker will set a date and time for these legislators, these 12 MLAs, which includes Mr. Eknath Shinde, to come to Mumbai and, of course, present their position, because that's protocol. He's received a challenge towards their, their membership of the Legislative Assembly, and he has to, of course, seek their response concerning the same as well. So he is possibly going to set a date and time, and if they don't reach there, then again he'll have to possibly proceed with these disqualification proceedings. So it's going to be a very tricky situation, and of course it's turned into this game which is, of course, going ball by ball right now, Gaurav, and everyone's watching for what's going to be the next move now, especially from the Eknath Shinde camp. They have put out a thread. Eknath Shinde has said that the 10th schedule of the Constitution says that...
Stay with me. Key Sanjay Raut Sharad Pawar meeting is underway. Sanjay Raut has reached the YV Chavan Center, and this is where this meeting is taking place. Raut has reached the YV Chavan Stadium for this meeting, but what is extremely critical is what Sanjay Raut intends to say at this very crucial meeting. In this meeting, is there a conversation? And watch that. In this meeting is the Shiv Sena announcing that they are quitting the Maha Vikas Aghadi. That's extremely crucial because yesterday Sanjay Raut had given this indication. If majority of the Shiv Senics want to quit, then they are happy, they are willing to consider quitting. And is there no alternative now left to quitting this meeting? I quickly want to cut across to my colleague Ashutosh Mishra for more on this story. And Ashutosh, is the writing on the wall that Uddhav Thackeray buckles under pressure of the 50 plus rebels, as Eknath Shinde claims, and are they quitting the Maha Vikas Aghadi?
Well, in one perspective, of course, there's a pressure since the government is falling, and just we know we were right behind Sharad Pawar. You just reached Sanjay Raut is meeting, so the meeting is really gonna critical. But remember, beyond this, there are another perspective that need to be seen. That it was Sharad Pawar who stepped in on the front foot yesterday, coming out doing a press conference, and they said how tall he's standing with the Maha Vikas Aghadi alliance. And within that meeting, where all the meeting with the NCP leaders happening, Arvind Sawant came, from the back door, and this certain meeting happened. And right after Sharad Pawar's press conference, if you remember, the story came out, the news break came out that how the Shiv Sena is mulling disqualification of 12 rebel MLAs, and that letter has been sent to the Deputy Speaker. So it is a strategy again being developed, and it is all goes credit to the Sharad Pawar who has come to the rescue to Maha Vikas Aghadi. What Sanjay Raut said wasn't an indication that they're gonna quit Maha Vikas Aghadi, but it was an emotional appeal that all the MLAs come out. And remember, Uddhav Thackeray even said, come out and speak. If you want to change Chief Minister, we will change it. Come out, come to Mumbai, speak to me. If you want me to resign, I'll resign. And that's exactly what's said by Sanjay Raut, that if you want all of us to quit Maha Vikas Aghadi, come to Mumbai, speak to Uddhav Thackeray, and then let's take decisions. And had there been any indication of Shiv Sena quitting Maha Vikas Aghadi alliance, Arvind Sawant would not have reached the Yashwantrao Chauhan Center where the Sharad Pawar was holding meeting with the NCP MLAs. Had the case that Shiv Sena is quitting the alliance, Sanjay Raut would not have come now to meet Sharad Pawar as YS Chauhan Center. A lot of being planned, but now since what we know, the Sharad Pawar is on the front foot and everyone is just, in the situation of wait and watch, because ultimately the final, all the acts will be done by Eknath Shinde. He has to come to Mumbai because it's about number, it is about the legislature procedures, and for that he has to come to Mumbai.
And Sharad Pawar made that very clear. He has to prove numbers on the floor of the House. Some seem to indicate that Sharad Pawar is actually calling the shots, telling Uddhav Thackeray to take a hard line on the rebel MLAs of the Shiv Sena. So is Sharad Pawar actually dictating terms to Uddhav Thackeray on what he needs to do with his party MLAs? All eyes now on the Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's next move. The speculation is rife that he may think or he may talk about quitting the Mahavikas Aghadi to save his party. Uddhav Thackeray's allies have thrown their weight behind the Shiv Sena Supremo as of now. We bring you more in this report.
Will he or won't he? That is the big question right now. Now that Shinde Sena has managed to get at least 37 of Uddhav's MLAs to Guwahati, the collapse of the Aghadi government is imminent. So will Uddhav pull out of Mahavikas Aghadi to save his father's legacy? Shinde has made it clear the only way to save the Shiv Sena is to break its alliance with the NCP and Congress. Speculation is rife after Sanjay Raut's dramatic statement.
अगर वो चाहते हैं कि महाविकास आघाड़ी से हमको बाहर जाना है तो ये बहाना है, ये बात अब हमारे सामने आकर भी कह सकते हो.
In Mumbai, there was a full meltdown with NCP and Congress scrambling to recalibrate. The NCP has thrown its weight firmly behind Uddhav Thackeray.
विधानसभा में जब फ्लोर टेस्ट हो जाएगी तो पता लगेगा कि ये सरकार मेजॉरिटी में है.
सर्वांनी एकमुखाने उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहेबांच्या बरोबर राहावं आणि त्यांना हे सरकार टिकवण्यासाठी प्रयत्न करावेत. त्यांनी प्रयत्न करावेत. आम्ही त्यांना आवश्यक ती मदत करावी.
Congress has adopted a wait and watch policy, but it maintains that it will abide by Uddhav's call.
कि पार्टी अंतर्गत जो सत्ता संघर्ष शुरू हो गया है उसमें हम महाविकास आघाड़ी के साथ है. अगर मुख्यमंत्री जी को नहीं रहना और दूसरे किसी उनके पार्टी के किसी को बनाना है तो उनकी सोच है.
Aghadi allies have put the ball entirely in Uddhav's court.
विधायकों को बहुत दफा ज्यादा से मेजॉरिटी विधायकों का कुछ कहना हो तो पार्टी उनका सुनती है.
जो संजय राउत कह रहे हैं जी, वो बात अगर सही है, उस रास्ते पर वो जाना चाहते हैं तो वो हमारे नेता पवार साहब के साथ बातचीत करें.
Will a cornered Uddhav Thackeray crumble, or can he pull off a face saver? Bureau Report, India Today.
The fact remains Uddhav Thackeray is cornered. He's outnumbered, with Eknath Shinde claiming the support of more than 50 MLAs. In fact, news is he's not only claiming support of MLAs but also MLCs. He's reaching out to MPs, he's reaching out to corporators, and there may be a massive split in the Shiv Sena if the situation is not contained. That's the information, and we'll get you much more on this big story. India Today spoke exclusively to Eknath Shinde. He insists he has the support of more than 50 MLAs. He slammed Uddhav Thackeray over this disqualification threat and said he knows the law, he will not buckle under pressure, and they are not scared of what he calls are empty threats. Let's listen in.
शिंदे साहब, जानना चाहेंगे, जिस तरह से कल से हम देख रहे हैं कि आपके तेवर तीखे हो गए हैं। आपने कल एक खत लिखा था, ट्वीट किया था कि हम आपकी धमकियों से डरते नहीं हैं, और अब एक खत भी भेजा है आपने जिसमें 37 विधायकों की सिग्नेचर है, और आपका ये दावा है कि आपका ही जो ग्रुप है शिवसेना का वही असली है। क्या बताएंगे शिंदे साहब?
नहीं, देखिए, लोकशाही में, डेमोक्रेसी में एक नंबर्स और मेजोरिटी को बहुत इम्पोर्टेंस होता है, और वो हमारे पास में है। यहाँ पर जितने आवश्यकता है उससे कई ज़्यादा लोग यहाँ पर है। 50+ हमारे साथ में MLAs हैं, और इसलिए जो भी होगा कानून के मुताबिक होगा, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के मुताबिक होगा, और इसलिए यहाँ पर हम लोग यहाँ पर हैं, और आगे की रणनीति हम लोग अभी बैठक के बाद तय कर लेंगे। और इसमें हम लोग को ये नोटिस से किसको डर लगने की आवश्यकता नहीं। हमारे सब लोग तैयार है। उन्होंने कहा है ये इलीगल नोटिस देके डराने से हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं। ऐसे एक नोटिस आया तो 10 नोटिस आए। ये जो गलत है गलत है, और ये तो पैरों तले जमीन खिसक रही है। इसलिए ऐसे नोटिस जिनको जो माइनॉरिटी में है, जो माइनॉरिटी में, वो कैसे डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन कर सकते हैं। और दूसरी बात है, जो मिट्टी बैठक अटेंड नहीं किया तो डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन, ये कौन सी, ये दुनिया में पहला एक एग्जांपल हो सकता है। तो ऐसा कुछ भी कर नहीं सकते।
शिंदे साहब,
करे तो इलीगल हो जाए।
नहीं, आपने कल ये आपके 12 MLAs को आपके साथ जो है उन्हें डिस्क्वालीफाई करने की नोटिस दिया जिसमें आपका भी नाम है, तो इसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे? सिर्फ 12 लोगों को एक तो दी गई है, और जिसमें आपका और नए प्रतोद भरत गोगावले का भी नाम है।
मैंने अभी कहा है कि ये पूरी तरह इलीगल है, क्योंकि ऐसा माइनॉरिटी में जो है उनको अधिकार नहीं होता है। और जो गट नेता चेंज किया गया, मेरे को चेंज किया, तो उसके लिए भी मेजोरिटी होनी पड़ती है। सब विधायक जो है उनकी बैठक लेनी पड़ती है, और मेजोरिटी से गट नेता चेंज कर सकते हैं। वो भी इलीगल किया है, इसलिए वो नोटिस, वो पिटीशन ही इलीगल है।
शिंदे साहब, आप मुंबई कब आएंगे? इन सब मुद्दों को लेकर सब लोग यही चीज़ को लेकर अटकलें लगा रहे हैं कि मुंबई कब आएंगे, गवर्नर से मिलेंगे। अपने खत में गवर्नर को, हाँ,
जल्दी आएंगे।
कल एक बात और कही थी आपने कि आपके साथ एक राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है, आपकी किसी को किसी के डरने की जरूरत नहीं है। क्या कोई राष्ट्रीय पार्टी, ये कौन सी है और कौन संपर्क में, क्या बता पाएंगे?
मैंने कहा था कि हमारे साथ में एक आशीर्वाद है, महाशक्ति है, हमारे बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की महाशक्ति जो हमारे साथ है, हमारे आनंद ये सब की शक्ति है, और हमें कोई डरने की जरूरत नहीं।
शिंदे साहब, तो आप अपने आप को अलग शिवसेना गुट के तौर पर अभी पेश करेंगे, या आप अभी अपने आप को असली शिवसेना मानते हैं?
नहीं, अभी तो हम लोग तो कल भी हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के सैनिक थे, आज भी है, कल भी रहेंगे।
लेकिन क्या फिर अभी
बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की जो आइडियोलॉजी है, उनकी भूमिका है, उसे ही हम लोग आगे लेके जाना चाहते हैं।
गवर्नर से मिलेंगे, आपके आंकड़ों की परेड की जाएगी?
वो आगे की बात है, बैठक के बाद तय करेंगे।
लेकिन कितने जल्द हम देख सकते हैं इस पर आगे की आपकी रणनीति?
जल्द ही बताएंगे।
क्या आपके अगर इन 12 को डिस्क्वालीफाई किया गया तो?
ऐसा कर ही नहीं सकते। ये कानून व्यवस्था है, देश की कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के खिलाफ में ऐसा कोई भी कदम किसी को उठाने का अधिकार नहीं है।
शिंदे साहब, एक व्यक्तिगत सवाल पूछना चाहूँगा। इसके पहले जब भी पार्टी पर संकट आता था तो खुद अब एकनाथ शिंदे ने हमने देखा है कि वो पहाड़ बनकर खड़े होते थे सामने। इस वक्त आप ही को पार्टी से जूझना पड़ रहा है। व्यक्तिगत तौर पर कितना आपके लिए ये अनुभव कैसा है? दुखद है और या कैसा है?
ये अनुभव तो दुखद, अच्छा नहीं है, निश्चित रूप से दुखद है। लेकिन अभी पार्टी के जितने भी MLA हैं उनको तकलीफ थी, उनकी भावना थी, उनकी अड़चने थी, उनको कई समस्या थी, तो उन्होंने ये सब कदम उठाया। मेरे लिए, मेरे स्वार्थ के लिए, या मुझे कुछ पद चाहिए इसलिए ऐसा कोई हम लोग ने स्टैंड नहीं लिया है। लेकिन जब MLA लोगों की जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में अगर कोई काम नहीं होता है या उनके ऊपर अन्याय होता है, तो अन्याय के खिलाफ लड़ने की सीख जो है हमारे को बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने दी है।
शिवसेना की तरफ से 2 ऑफर आपको दिए गए थे। उद्धव ठाकरे कह रहे थे मुख्यमंत्री पद छोड़ने को तैयार है, कल संजय राउत कह रहे थे कि हम महाविकास आघाड़ी से बाहर निकलने को तैयार है। क्या दोनों शर्तें आपको थोड़ी भी मंजूर रहेगी या बिल्कुल नामंजूर है?
नहीं, अभी देखिए, अभी हम लोग तो यहाँ पर है, हम लोग अभी बैठक करेंगे, बैठक करने के बाद ही आगे की रणनीति तय करेंगे।
जी, शुक्रिया शिंदे साहब।
थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
India Today has the biggest team of reporters on ground from Guwahati in the east to Mumbai in the west, getting you all aspects of this big story. I quickly want to cut across to Paras Dama joining us from Mumbai. I also have Polami Saha with me from Guwahati. And Paras, clearly the rebel Sena is not backing down. Eknath Shinde is very clear. He has the numbers. The actions that Uddhav Sena has taken, according to him, are illegal and in violation of law. So this clearly will either be addressed on the floor of the House or in courts of law.
Of course, Gaurav. This is a situation where the man in power is Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde have numbers, and that's why he's so confident that nothing will happen to him right now in a situation where there is so much happening in the Maharashtra politics and Mumbai. So, on another side, Uddhav Thackeray is on a verge of problems that is not, he is not getting out of any of his problem. He has just urged people, the MLAs a few days ago on a Facebook Live that if you want to talk, just come and talk to me. I'll solve the problem. If you don't want me as a CM, I'll also quit, but come and face me. But on the other hand, I can see that Eknath Shinde is not backing out. Eknath Shinde is very much confident that he have MLAs on his side. He is claiming that he has more than 50 MLAs, and that's the main thing which is going to create problem for MVA government. On the other hand, if we talk about Sanjay Raut and NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar is taking a meeting. I'll just take you to the live visuals, Gaurav.
Yes.
We are at the Devendra Fadnavis house, and you can see continuously MLAs are reaching Devendra Fadnavis house. Ashish Shelar, the senior BJP leader, is also inside. Devendra Fadnavis is also inside. This may be a small meeting to just discuss the situation what is happening in Maharashtra and Mumbai. There will Devendra Fadnavis, we had seen, he's just traveling to Delhi from a few days. He's back in Mumbai and he's inside, and there is a small meeting going around. What will be the topics? This is very important because the situation is very tense in Maharashtra. Devendra Fadnavis, on the other hand, he's traveling to Delhi, he's taking meetings, he's going to attend meetings. A lot of things happening in Maharashtra politics right now, Gaurav.
In fact, whether it's the Shiv Sena or the NCP or the Congress Polami, they're all blaming the Bharatiya Janata Party. They're saying it's the BJP that's orchestrating this entire tamasha in the Mahavikas Aghadi and engineering a split. But as of now, Eknath Shinde has clarified the Mahashakti he referred to. He's clarified to Kamlesh Sutar, saying that this Mahashakti is Bala Saheb Thakray's blessings and not the BJP.
Well, he also said national party, so he didn't quite clarify on that aspect of it. He did say a national party, a superpower, a Mahashakti. So he just clarified on the Mahashakti part. I don't think that Bala Saheb Thackeray or Anand Dikhe could be referred to as national parties. So it is definitely something which, of course, remains in the realm of speculation as we speak right now, Gaurav. The fact is that he is, of course, biding his time in order to see what exactly are the numbers like in his favor. He's still waiting for some more MLAs to join him on board over here in Guwahati. We do expect at least one MLA to arrive here very shortly. Dilip Lande, who's on his way already from Surat. He is on his way to Guwahati. He is the MLA from Chandivli in Mumbai, and he is going to join, in fact, the ranks of Eknath Shinde, which will take the numbers of the Shivsena MLAs here in Guwahati to 38, and then the total figure to 47. We do believe, of course, that he wants to reach the figure 50. He's already claiming that he has the support of 50 MLAs. That could be possibly counting others he's expecting to come down to Guwahati or who are already extending their support to him in Mumbai. But obviously, the actual figures, the actual numbers is what is going to matter eventually when he goes to the deputy speaker or even the governor. And what still remains to be seen, Gaurav, is the fact is whether he will in fact if and when the deputy speaker summons him and his colleagues to come before him in order to present their position vis-a-vis the notices which have been issued to the 12 rebel MLAs, does he and the others go down, and what will be their position? Because if they don't, then the deputy speaker may well proceed with the disqualification proceedings.
Okay, of course, Eknath Shinde clarifying there that he would be traveling to Mumbai shortly. But when will that shortly be remains to be seen. This political tussle continues to unravel in Maharashtra and in Guwahati. Uddhav Thackeray has actually been put in a corner as the Shinde faction continues to increase their numbers. Shinde's numbers continue to swell as Polemy was just reporting. So far, the information we had was 37 Shiv Sena MLAs, 9 independent MLAs, and they've taken the total tally to 46. Now we are being told, Polemy was just reporting that some other leaders are likely to reach Guwahati, and this number could actually touch/cross the 50 mark as claimed by Eknath Shinde. Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, he's thrown another gambit. He's threatened to disqualify Shiv Sena MLAs who failed to show up at this meeting. And of course, as of now, 12 of them, including Eknath Shinde. But Eknath Shinde has hit back saying that they will not come under pressure. The Chief Minister's actions or the party's actions are illegal and bad in law. He actually warned the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray that such threats will not work with Shiv Senics, will not work with the leaders who are in Guwahati, because they have the numbers on their side. The Shiv Sena legislature party meeting took place in Guwahati yesterday. Eknath Shinde was appointed as the legislature party leader. Bharat Gogavle was appointed the chief whip. Copy of that letter with signatures of 37 Shiv Sena MLAs has now been sent to the Speaker Narhari Zirwal, Legislative Secretary and Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari. All eyes now on Uddhav Thackeray's next move. So we will get you much more on this big story, but in an exclusive conversation with India Today, rebel MLA Deepak Kesarkar, in fact Deepak Kesarkar and Bharat Gogavle, who are now in Guwahati in the Eknath Shinde camp, they've talked about their next course of action. Let's listen in.
सरकर जी कितने विधायक हैं अभी शिंदे कैंप में गुवाहाटी में?
We have already applied for a separate group, so we have sufficient number for making the application. So it is obvious that.
So 37 plus, you have Shiv Sena MLAs alone.
Yes.
What's your reaction, sir, to Uddhav Thackeray, now the Uddhav Sena as they're being referred to, seeking the disqualification of Shiv Sena MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde?
How they could disqualify? Basically, for not being present for a meeting cannot be a cause for disqualification. If you vote against the party, in spite of the will, that is one thing. Second thing, when you issue a notice to somebody, there is always principle of natural justice. You will have to give them a hearing, and after that you can take any action, and that action is to be also taken by the chairperson of Vidhan Sabha, that is Legislative Assembly.
So in such a circumstance,
these are all tactics to pressurize the MLAs, and I think that they should take appropriate decision. If they at all, yesterday there was a statement saying that they are going to not going ahead with Maharashtra Mahavikas Agadi anymore.
Yeah.
But that has not come through. These are just announcements.
There's been no communication to you about that.
If they really want to do it, they should have done it, and then things could have moved in different directions.
Is there any communication, Mr. Kesarkar, from Uddhav Thackeray, from the Uddhav Sena to you or to your faction? Is there any communication about how they want to reach out and, kind of consider your conditions?
You'll have to understand one thing, that, talking to everybody, nobody could come to a conclusion, because they will have to talk to Sri Shinde, who is the in charge, or who is our leader now.
Okay.
So if they talk to him and if he agrees, then the solution could come through, but not with these methods of putting a pressure, because MLAs are all matured, they are elected by lakhs of people. So in a proper fashion, had it been happened, then the things could have not come to this level.
हमारे शिंदे साहब है ना, वो कर रहे हैं,
क्या कर रहे हैं,
वो देखा जाएगा,
क्या कर रहे हैं सर,
जो कर रहे हैं
कानून का और सबका, तो इसलिए नो टेंशन।
क्या आप लोगों ने क्या किया है? डिप्टी स्पीकर को चिट्ठी में लिखकर क्या कहा है आप लोगों ने?
हो दे दिया उसको, बोला उसको अधिकार नहीं, उसको बोला बनता नहीं, कुछ नहीं, मीटिंग पे नहीं जाना तो क्या डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन होता है क्या ऐसा?
नहीं, आप लोगों ने जो चिट्ठी लिखी है डिप्टी स्पीकर को, उसमें आप लोगों ने क्या क्या लिखा है?
हमारे मेंबर बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, नो टेंशन।
So the rebel leaders are asking, is not attending a meeting ground for disqualification? They insist this is bad in law. This political tussle in Maharashtra seems to be getting murkier by the hour, and a lot of political reactions across the spectrum. Let's get to the latest.
जो उनके पार्टी अंतर्गत जो सत्ता संघर्ष शुरू हो गया है, उसमें हम महाविकास आघाड़ी के साथ है। अगर मुख्यमंत्री जी को नहीं रहना है और दूसरे किसी उनके पार्टी के किसी को बनाना है तो उनकी सोच है। ये ईडी का डर बताकर फिर कर्नाटक की सरकार हो, मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार हो, अरुणाचल की सरकार हो, ये सरकार को केंद्रीय यंत्रणा का दुरुपयोग कर केंद्र के बीजेपी सरकार जिस देश की लोकतंत्र को तहस-नहस कर रही है, ये बात सामने आती है।
जिन्होंने उद्धव ठाकरे जी के सत्ता के पूरे बंद कर दिए धंधे, उनका नाम है एकनाथ शिंदे, और एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने ये काम किया है। और ये बाला साहब ठाकरे के सच्चे बंदे, ये तो सब है बाला साहब ठाकरे के सच्चे बंदे। अब वो नहीं रहे अंधे, तो मतलब ये अंधे नहीं रहे, इसीलिए उन्होंने शिवसेना को धक्का दे दिया है, झटका दे दिया है, और एक बहुत ही बड़ा निर्णय एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने ले लिया है। शरद पवार महाराष्ट्र के बड़े नेता है, जाने माने नेता है, उनको कोई धमकी नहीं दे सकते। संजय राउत के आरोप में बिल्कुल तथ्य नहीं है, मतलब इसमें बीजेपी का हाथ नहीं।
And this is strike 2 by the Shiv Sena on the Shinde Sena. Uddhav Thackeray's faction of the Shiv Sena has shot off another letter to the Deputy Speaker. The Shiv Sena has sought the disqualification of 4 more rebel leaders in Guwahati. So far they've shot off a letter seeking the disqualification of 12. A letter has gone for 4 more, taking the Shiv Sena request to the Deputy Speaker to disqualify 16 rebel leaders in Guwahati. Of course, the rebel leaders continue to argue that this request for disqualification is illegal and bad in law, and they will challenge it not just in front of the Deputy Speaker but also should the need arise in courts of law. As of now, they are saying that what are the grounds for seeking disqualification? Not attending a meeting, that cannot be grounds for disqualification. Point 1. Point 2. Eknath Shinde told India Today's Sahil Joshi and Kamlesh Sutar that the action taken by Uddhav Thackeray faction is illegal and bad in law. They cannot change the legislature party leader unless all leaders, all MLAs are present. So changing the legislature party leader is illegal, changing the whip is illegal, due process was not followed. The rebel Sena also claiming that these are pressure and intimidation tactics. They will not be either pressured or intimidated by these tactics being adopted by Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena. Eknath Shinde has made it very clear. He knows the law. He knows the procedures. He says India remains a democracy, and with 37 MLAs in Guwahati, how could the leader be changed? How could the whip be changed? This action of Uddhav Thackeray is illegal. His exact words or words to the effect, he says, उनके पैरों तले जमीन खिसक रही है और इसीलिए वो गलत कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं, वो गलत एक्शन ले रहे हैं. The ground is slipping from beneath Uddhav Thackeray's feet, and the meeting that was held at Matoshri was that the writing on the wall. 37 plus MLAs in Guwahati and only 12 attended that meeting at Matoshri, plus of course Aditya Thackeray, so that would take the number to 13, and that is a point that Eknath Shinde had made throughout. He said only 13 will remain with Uddhav Thackeray. The remaining will actually follow, in his words or his claim, the ideals of Bala Saheb Thackeray, the Hindutva of Bala Saheb Thackeray, claiming that Uddhav Thackeray had moved away from the ideology of his father, Bala Saheb Thackeray. That's the claim being made by Eknath Shinde. He also went on to say that these 37 MLAs with him, and that number according to him will go up even further. He's claiming that 42 Shiv Sena MLAs will be a part of the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena. I want to cut across to Paras for more on the story. Paras, bring us details. So far, a request had gone for disqualification of 12 MLAs, including Eknath Shinde. 4 more added to this list. Do we know who are these 4 more, and on what basis has the Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray come to this number of first 12 and then 4 more out of the 37 in Guwahati?
Of course, Gaurav, Shiv Sena is trying everything to bring back the things to normal. So that's why now they had added 4 more names to disqualify, because right now what Shiv Sena is saying that they has illegal things which has been done by them, and that is the main thing. That's why they want to disqualify them. On the other hand, they are just saying, Eknath Shinde is saying that he has not done anything wrong. The MLAs which are in Guwahati has not done anything wrong, and they are not scared of it. This is just done because they are trying to scare the MLAs who are in Guwahati, the rebel camp which is in Guwahati, and this is the thing Shiv Sena is trying. If they are trying to scare the people who is in Guwahati right now. So this is the last thing that Uddhav Sarkar is trying to play. This is the last chance they are taking. If something happens, if disqualification happens after all the procedures, so then it will be a big blow to Eknath Shinde's rebel camp. But right now, the man in power is Eknath Shinde, Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. He remains the man in power. And what about at Sagar? What's happening at Sagar, where the Bharatiya Janata Party is holding a series of meetings at Devendra Fadnavis's residence? Are they actually hand-holding the rebel Sena through this entire crisis, as is the allegation leveled by the Mahavikas Aghadi?
Gaurav, this is the 3rd consecutive day where we can see how Devendra Fadnavis and Maharashtra BJP is taking continuous meetings with their MLAs.
Okay, give me a moment. And let's quickly cut across. NDA's nominee Draupadi Murmu is to file her nomination papers. She's in Parliament before she goes to Rashtrapati, before she goes to file her nomination papers. She is with members of Parliament and BJP leaders and ministers. Draupadi Murmu was the governor of Jharkhand. If elected, well, she would be the first person from the tribal community, from the Adivasi community, to be president of India. She is 64 years old. A short while back, we saw images of the Union Law Minister Kiran Rijiju supporting her nomination papers. Draupadi Murmu, incidentally, is a school teacher and a 2-term MLA and minister. She was a minister between 2000 and 2004. She also has the unique distinction of being the first governor of Jharkhand to be able to complete her tenure, and this was between 2015 and 21. Incidentally, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he had taken to social media platform Twitter to say that Draupadi Murmu had devoted her entire life in serving society and empowering the poor, the downtrodden and the marginalized. So Gajendra Singh Shekhawat with her as she moves forward towards filing a nomination. The Prime Minister had also said that Draupadi Murmu has rich administrative experience and had an outstanding tenure as the governor. The Prime Minister had said that he's confident that she would end up being a great President of India. Millions of people, and this is where I'm quoting Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he said millions of people who've experienced poverty, faced hardships, they will derive strength from her life. And before she files her nomination papers, that's Draupadi Murmu at the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi's statue outside the Parliament building. The Prime Minister had said that she has a very good understanding of policy matters. She is of a compassionate nature, and that is why she would play a key role and a crucial role in being a good President of India. Incidentally, does the BJP or the BJP and the NDA, do they have the numbers to see her nomination through, to ensure she becomes the President of India? The BJP is very confident. They have the numbers, of course, with the support that's also now being extended by the BJD and the YSRCP. There is also hope that several others would extend support. They may break ranks from the UPA and vote. They may be cross-voting in Draupadi Murmu's favor. That is what analysts say. She is the first lady from the tribal community who could be President of India. The numbers game, the BJP is very confident. On their own, they have 49% of the electoral college, about 532, 351 of the 1086, 431 votes in the electoral college. The presidential elections are on the 18th. The BJD, incidentally, with about 31,686 votes, and the YSRCP with another 45,550 votes. We are also told that the AIA-DMK, we are told that the Shiromani Akali Dal, and that's the analysis that several others are also likely to support her, which will see her through the presidential elections without any trouble. The Prime Minister had also said that there was a great response from across the country to Draupadi Murmu's nomination as President of India by the NDA. Yashwant Sinha is the opposition choice, but will opposition unity remain? And this is Draupadi Murmu at Birsa Munda, Bhagwan Birsa Munda's statue. And this is an image of just a short while back of Draupadi Murmu at the statue of the father of the nation. The green cover that you see behind is the security barricade, because a new parliament building is also coming up. So Draupadi Murmu there greeting BJP leaders, ministers and MPs as she files her nomination papers. So she has been, and her administrative experience includes being fisheries, animal husbandry and commerce minister. She joined the BJP in 1997. She was born in Mayurbhanj in Odisha. She was an assistant professor at the Sri Aurobindo Integral Education and Research Institute. Kaun banega president? It is, according to analysts, there will be no trouble for Draupadi Murmu to be past the halfway mark. And I quickly want to cut across to Aishwarya Paliwal joining us live for more on the story. Aishwarya, take us through the process that will be followed from this point on. And as far as the numbers game is concerned, Draupadi Murmu, very comfortable. The NDA will ensure she sails through with the support of BJD, YSRCP and others coming her way.
Well, definitely. Not just that. In fact, the JMM too was one of the parties which had initially supported the opposition candidate, Yashwant Sinha. But now we are seeing they are also giving signals that Draupadi Murmu is the candidate that they will go ahead with. Already the NDA has 48% with them, and with all those parties which are now coming forward. What's very interesting is that some of these parties were initially with the opposition camp, but now after the name was announced, all these parties are now giving their signals, giving the feelers that they will support Draupadi Murmu. And also, this will be a first for someone to be the president from where she comes from. So definitely it will give her an edge. We are also seeing, the strength with which the Bharatiya Janata Party, all the chief ministers are inside. It clearly shows how confident the NDA is that they will be able to make her the president of the country. We will have to wait and watch exactly how the numbers stack up. But at the moment, it looks like Yashwant Sinha will have a very tough fight in this one. Gaurav.
In fact, the opposition had trouble coming together to find a candidate, to find a suitable candidate. Everyone the opposition reached out to seemed to say no. And even when it comes to Yashwant Sinha, the opposition is not united, as you're reporting. The Jharkhand Mukti Morcha in no way, and those are indications as of now, will go with the opposition candidate. They will go for, there is no way that they cannot not go with Draupadi Murmu. That's what you're reporting.
Yes, definitely. And that is what it looks like. Gaurav, we did see how there were so many names. Sharad Pawar initially, he said no. Then we also saw Farooq Abdullah. Once his name was floated, he also came ahead and said that he still wants to remain active in politics. He also said no. Then the grandson of Mahatma Gandhi, Gopal Krishna Gandhi, also declined the offer. So, if we count, then actually Yashwant Sinha was the fourth choice. And finally, the opposition was able to come up with his name. But hours after Yashwant Sinha's name was floated by the opposition party, we saw Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, it was a wait and watch for the ruling party. They gave the name only after Yashwant Sinha's name came from the opposition bloc, and it really looks like this will be sort of a comfortable win for the NDA. The numbers already are stacked in their favor. They have almost 48% in their kitty, and when all the some of the opposition parties also, the kind of feelers that we are getting, once they also join hands, then this definitely will be a comfortable win. It will definitely, Gaurav, be a big blow to the opposition, because they were seeing this as something which they wanted to experiment. They want to experiment for 2024 elections, but this is something which clearly at the moment looks like, Gaurav, is not happening. We'll have to wait and watch exactly when the election takes place on the 18th of July what happens. But at the moment, Gaurav, it looks like it will be a comfortable win for Draupadi Murmu.
Because look at how numbers are stacking up. I mean, just on back of the envelope numbers, the BJP between 48 and 49%, 49% with 532, 351 of the 1086, 431 votes. So they on their own are at 49% or close to 49%. The BJD with 31,686. The YSRCP with 45,550. We are told the AIA DMK with 14,940. You're saying the JMM. We are told there are some feelers that are already coming from the Shiromani Akali Dal, from the Bahujan Samaj Party, because the BJP is reaching out to them. The opposition seems to be in a disarray, and overall the indications are it's smooth sailing all the way for Draupadi Murmu.
Well, Gaurav, 27th June is when Yashwant Sinha will come ahead and file. We'll have to wait and watch whether he actually does that, because there are talks there is a possibility that he might also, say no at the last moment. That is also something which the opposition parties are keenly looking at. So if that happens, then, things will really turn around. But at the moment, in terms of numbers, the feelers that the Bharatiya Janata Party is getting from all the parties, it looks like this will be a very comfortable win. Also, we are seeing, the kind of scrambling which took place. We saw all the opposition parties, first of all, they were not able to come together. They were not able to get names, and all the names that came out, one by one, we saw how people were opting out. The possibility of it was because they understood how strong the Bharatiya Janata Party actually was, and that could also be possibly one of the reasons why we saw some of those leaders turning down what the opposition was giving them. And now, 27th June is when Yashwant Sinha will come here.
Okay.
And the election will be held on July 18th. We will see,
Yes.
18th of July, and the results on 21st of July. Gaurav.
Aishwarya Paliwal, for the moment, many thanks for joining me here on this broadcast. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said that he believes that she would be an outstanding president given her background, her compassionate nature, her rich experience in administration. All of that. We'll be tracking the story on the 18th of July very closely. A quick break, back with the headlines and our top stories. Stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
This testing shows us that there is a vast potential in the commercial use of drones, especially in urban area. And this is a further step of creating an economically viable model.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Mango, pharma, textiles, cow dung. What's really common in these things? They're all items that India exports. Yes, you heard that right. Along with wheat, cereals, vegetables and more, India is expected to export 192 metric tons of cow dung to Kuwait. But why? Agricultural scientists of Kuwait have found cow dung to be very beneficial in date palm cultivation. This comes in the midst of the Prophet Muhammad controversy. Scientists in Kuwait used cow dung in date palm cultivation and found that it increased the yield. After this, Kuwait decided to import cow dung from India. This is the largest foreign order for cow dung that India has ever received. The orders are being sent from Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh. India is the largest producer of cow dung. Now the government is also preparing a strategy to focus on the export of cow dung. The current consignment will be sent from Kanakapura railway station in Rajasthan to Mumbai. From there, the dung will be taken to Kuwait by ship. This consignment has been packed under the supervision of the Customs Department at Sunrise Organic Park at Sri Pinjrapol Gaushala in Jaipur. India has 30 crore cattle and about 30 lakh tons of cow dung is produced. In India, cow dung is mainly used as fuel. Internationally, it is used by Britain and China for producing electricity.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching in
Good afternoon, you're watching India Today. I'm Gaurav Sawant. We will get you the latest in the tussle for power in Maharashtra. But first, as always, the headlines at 12. Rebel Sena MLA Eknath Shinde speaks exclusively to India Today. Claims support of more than 50 MLAs. Says they will come to Mumbai and meet the governor soon. Uddhav Sena seeks disqualification of 4 more rebel MLAs, taking the number to 16. Eknath Shinde hits back, says they are the real Shiv Sena, shoots off a letter to Deputy Speaker and Governor with 37 signatures. Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut slams the BJP for threatening the NCP Supremo. Sharad Pawar warns the rebel Sena that Shiv Sena workers are yet to hit the streets. Uddhav Sena's biggest offer to the Shinde camp. Sena ready to exit the Mahavikas Aghadi government if the rebels return home. NDA nominee for President Draupadi Murmu to file her nomination papers shortly. Prime Minister Narendra Modi says her nomination has been appreciated across the country. Supreme Court upholds clean chit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the 2002 Gujarat riots case. The Supreme Court says plea filed by Zakia Jafri is devoid of merit. BJP insists this is vindication. It is Sena versus Sena. The Shiv Sena's Uddhav Sena versus the Eknath Shinde Sena, and the political tussle continues to escalate all the way from Maharashtra in the west to Assam in the east. And India Today is the only channel to get you a 360-degree perspective on this big story and the latest news breaks. Uddhav Thackeray has been cornered. The Shinde Sena continues to claim that their ranks are swelling. Shinde Sena's numbers, according to Eknath Shinde, are now past the 50 mark, including Shiv Sena MLAs and independent MLAs. The information is 37 Shiv Sena MLAs, 1 more en route, plus 9 independent MLAs. Sources are also telling India Today that this number, and Eknath Shinde is already claiming it, their numbers will cross the 50 mark. He says only 13 will remain at Varsha. The 13 who were there in Matoshri and Varsha, the official residence of the Chief Minister and the ancestral residence of the Chief Minister, only those number of Shiv Sena MLAs will remain with Uddhav Thackeray. He actually warned Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray against threatening the real Shiv Sena, as he calls his faction. He says Uddhav Thackeray is running a government, he does not have the numbers. Shiv Sena, on the other hand, the Uddhav Sena, they filed for disqualification for 4 more rebel MLAs, taking the total number to 16 of the Shinde camp. Now, after going through Shiv Sena's disqualification petition, the Deputy Speaker, he is likely to take the next course of action and could well mean issuing a notice to these 16 MLAs. Hear their side of the story, and this incidentally includes Eknath Shinde. Shiv Sena Legislature Party meeting took place in Guwahati yesterday. Eknath Shinde was appointed the Legislature Party leader. Bharat Gogavle has been appointed as the Chief Whip. A copy of the letter with signature of 37 Shiv Sena MLAs has now been sent to the Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirwal, the Legislative Secretary and the Governor of Maharashtra Bhagat Singh Koshyari. All eyes now on Uddhav Thackeray's next move. News just coming in. Shiv Sena's Zilla Pramukhs from across the state are coming to the Shiv Sena Bhavan. We are told that Bhaskar More, the Zilla Pramukh from Buldhana, he said that they are in contact with MLAs and all MLAs will return. The present government will remain. That's a major statement that's coming from Bhaskar More. Bhaskar More, incidentally, is the Zilla Pramukh from Buldhana. A Zilla Pramukh has a number of MLAs who work in tandem with him, between 3 and 4 in every district. The present government will remain, is what Bhaskar More is saying as of now. All Zilla Pramukhs from across Maharashtra, Shiv Sena Zilla Pramukhs from across Maharashtra are coming to the Shiv Sena Bhavan. There will be a series of meetings that will be held, and this is intense crisis management that is taking place at the Shiv Sena headquarters, at the Sena Bhavan in Mumbai. And Paras Dama joins me for more on the story. So Paras, bring us details of the crisis management by the Shiv Sena at this point of time, the measures that they are taking, and we'll get Paulami Saha for countermeasures in Guwahati. Paras, take it away.
Gaurav, Shiv Sena will try every card now because they know their situation is very much into danger. The dangerous situation has been created for MVA Sarkar and Uddhav Sarkar also. So now they'll just plan to intact the MLAs that are remaining, that are not rebellions. So they'll just plan systematically what to do and what not to do, because the situation is very much worst for MVA government, because there is nothing left as the situation we can see in Maharashtra today. Probably 12:30 is the major time where the meeting will take place at Sena Bhavan, where Uddhav will also come, CM Uddhav Thackeray will also come, and he will discuss the plan of action with all the Jilla Adhikaris, which has been called for a meeting. It's a very important meeting because in the meeting he will discuss all the things, all the situation which has happened, and now how to take precautionary measures, because if number rises, it will create a major problem for the government. And after that, if the number rises like this, which is happening every day we are seeing some 3-4 MLAs going to Guwahati and strengthening Eknath Shinde's camp, rebellion camp. So it may create a thing. So now it's time for the disaster management. So this is the last chance or the last try which has been done by Shiv Sena and Uddhav Sarkar.
Oh, absolutely. 12:30 is when this meeting takes place of all the Zilla Pramukhs. Now, the Zilla Pramukhs, are they reaching out to all the MLAs? 37 plus 1 is the figure that we've been given as of now. 38 in Guwahati. An effort is... Okay, let's quickly cut across. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Parliament. The Prime Minister is accompanying Draupadi Murmu as she files her nomination. We are told that the Union Home Minister will also be there, as will other senior BJP leaders. Kaun banega Rashtrapati, kaun banega President? That's the big question, because the race to Raisina Hill is in top gear, and the BJP, the entire NDA, they've thrown their weight behind Draupadi Murmu. She was Jharkhand governor. Incidentally, another piece of information that's coming in, if elected, she would be the first president to be born post-independence, would also be the first lady who's a tribal to be president of India. She comes from the Adivasi community. India has never had an Adivasi president. She's 64 years old. And these multiple images that you see are of Draupadi Murmu, who's a school teacher. She's been a 2-time MLA and minister, and the first governor of Jharkhand, incidentally, to complete her tenure between 2015 and 21. So there she's meeting and being greeted by BJP MPs, ministers accompanying her as she files her nomination papers. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that she devoted her life to serving society, empowering the poor and the downtrodden and the marginalized. He said that she had rich administrative experience. She'd had an outstanding tenure as the governor. I'm confident she would be a great president. And that's where you're seeing her political. She was made a minister in the BJP coalition government in Odisha. She was Commerce, Fisheries and Animal Husbandry Minister, has rich administrative experience. 2015, she became the governor of Jharkhand and finished her tenure last year in 2021. Incidentally, the first to finish her tenure. She was born in Mayurbhanj, the first woman governor of Jharkhand, first tribal woman from Odisha to become governor and was governor of Jharkhand, first presidential candidate from the tribal, first woman presidential candidate from the tribal community. So Murmu has many firsts to her credit. She's seen as someone who's very compassionate, very determined. She's a fighter. Now the party is backing Draupadi Murmu, and this is where it appears to be a very easy journey for her. The numbers strongly in her favor. As we were just showing you graphics, apart from the BJP, which has about 49% of the electoral college in our country, the BJD is supporting her, the YSRCP is supporting her. We are told that the AIADMK, the Shiromani Akali Dal, the Bahujan Samaj Party, the TDP are likely to support her. Aishwarya Paliwal joins me for more on this. And Aishwarya, Prime Minister Narendra Modi said her rich administrative experience and her compassion and the fact that her nomination has been appreciated almost across the country really work in her favor. Aishwarya.
Well, Gaurav, she was also a teacher. So that is also something which has to be emphasized, and the kind of compassion that Prime Minister Narendra Modi was speaking about comes from the fact that before she took a plunge into politics, she used to teach. So all those things are something which were being talked about, and this is also something which Prime Minister also spoke about. That's what sources have told us when they were trying to come out with a name. Also, if she does become the president, she would be the first from the tribal community to become the president of India, and she would be the second woman president after Pratibha Patil. So a lot of things are stacked in her favor. Of course, she being a woman and the kind of administrative experience she has had, she's also been an MLA twice. So all those things will definitely work in her favor, and that perhaps could be one of the reasons why we are seeing one after the other, chips from the opposition bloc are breaking away, and we are seeing the kind of feelers which are being given. She was the first governor of Jharkhand to complete the 5-year term. So all these things speak volume about the kind of person she is, and also why, Gaurav, it will be easy. It looks like at the moment it will be a little easy for her to win this election. Gaurav.
Keep tracking that story. I will come back to you for more. I quickly want to cut across to Maharashtra. Breaking news coming in. Shiv Sena's Zilla Pramukhs from across Maharashtra are coming over to Shiv Sena Bhavan. Let's quickly cut across and listen in to Sanjay Raut.
सांगतोय महाविकास आघाडी मजबूत आहे आणि महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकार पुढलं 2.5 वर्ष राहिलेलं पूर्ण करेल आणि पुन्हा सत्तेत येईल. जे गेले गृहमंत्री जी राष्ट्रवादी के प्रमुख नेता है, अनुभवी नेता है. गृहमंत्री जी कभी विधानसभा के स्पीकर भी रहे. वो कानून नियम अच्छे तरीके से जानते हैं, हमसे भी अच्छे तरीके से जानते हैं. उनमें और अनिल देसाई जी में थोड़ी बातचीत लीगल बैटल के बारे में हो रही थी, और मुझे लगता है जो हमको करना है वो हमने कर लिया है. जब पवार साहब हमारे महाविकास आघाड़ी के नहीं तो देश के राजनीति के सबसे बड़े नेता हैं. मैं तो उनको भीष्म पितामह कहता हूँ. और पवार साहब और मुख्यमंत्री जी का निरंतर डायलॉग चल रहा है. हम सब एक दूसरे के संपर्क में हैं. चाहे कांग्रेस के नेता हो, एनसीपी के बड़े नेता हो, शिवसेना के नेता हो, हम सब एक साथ लड़ाई सुन के लिए हो गया, आप आइए। लड़ाई शुरू सारे रास्ते बंद हो गए। आप ये दे रहे हैं सारे रास्ते बंद। आप फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर राउचर सर
Okay, I quickly want to now cut across to India Today's senior executive editor Sahil Joshi for more on the story. Sahil, very, very clearly Sanjay Raut insists the Mahavikas Aghadi is together. They stand united. They will complete their tenure. An interesting aspect was this threat to Sharad Pawar. What more do we know about this and the strategy of the Mahavikas Aghadi from this point on?
Well, Mahavikas Aghadi, specifically Shiv Sena, because the fight has more become within Shiv Sena. The Shiv Sena, specifically Uddhav Thackeray, will need to save his party. The legislative party has completely split at this point of time. Two-thirds MLAs of Shiv Sena are with Eknath Shinde. He has claimed it very clearly. The letter which he released yesterday, and also the conversation I had with him in the morning, he specifically said that all the MLAs have signed an affidavit claiming that they have come there on their own will. They have not been forcibly brought to Guwahati. So he has 37, the required two-third number with him at this point of time. He has already sent the letter to the governor so that he should be in know of the political situation, and to the deputy speaker. He has not claimed yet that he is a separate group. He is claiming that he is the original group. So what Shiv Sena needs to do now is to fight him legally, and that is the reason why what we saw yesterday and even today, that almost 17 MLAs, Shiv Sena has requested Deputy Speaker's office to disqualify them for anti-party activity, not not following the whip, not listening to the whip set by the party for the party meetings. Now Eknath Shinde is very clear on that. He says that these are the tactics to scare off MLAs, which is not going to work out, because the party meeting was not for any legislative work. The party meeting was for the party work, and the MLA not remaining present for such kind of meetings doesn't attract the anti-defection law. So this is going to be another legal fight altogether. More importantly, what will happen when these MLAs will be brought to Mumbai is going to be the big question. As Shiv Sena is being claiming that there are some MLAs, almost 18, which was claimed by Shiv Sena yesterday, are in touch with the Shiv Sena chief, that is Uddhav Thackeray, and they have said that once in Mumbai, they will switch over again to the Uddhav Thackeray side, and that will be the game over for Eknath Shinde. But that seems to be a bit difficult, because more and more MLAs, even after that, are going to Guwahati on their own. You know, it was a different situation when all the MLAs were taken together to Surat. But now, I heard that 3 more MLAs are going to Guwahati. So that is a very tricky situation. I'm again saying this. If Uddhav Thackeray does not have the numbers, I think the government is going to go. In 2019, Fadnavis did not have the numbers.
Yes, that's a very interesting point that you make.
He tried all the tactics, but he couldn't do anything about that because he did not have the numbers. The same thing goes with Uddhav Thackeray in 2022. Even if Pawar is claiming that the people may come back, but that is still a hope against hope. We'll have to wait and see that when these MLAs will be brought into Mumbai, after that, what happens? Because, you know, this whole situation is being monitored very closely, even by the BJP top brass. That was not a situation in 2019. This time, they are also directly involved in this Operation Lotus. Even if Eknath Shinde is saying that the BJP has nothing to do with it, everyone knows that, you know, this operation clearly has a BJP hand, and that means that the BJP top brass is also looking into the whole situation. So this is going to be
Stay with me, Sahil. This is a battle of wits. It's a battle of patience. It's also a battle of who holds his nerves. It's a battle of nerves. Now, Sahil Joshi, just a short while back, also spoke exclusively to Eknath Shinde. And we'll get you details of that conversation. Eknath Shinde, he's not backing down. He claims he has support of more than 50 MLAs. This becomes extremely interesting. Shiv Sena MLAs, independent MLAs, and in a moment I'll come back to Sahil. It's not restricted just to MLAs. MLCs, corporators, we are told even members of parliament and other leaders. We'll come to that aspect in just a moment, but let's listen in to Sahil Joshi in exclusive conversation with Eknath Shinde.
सवाल तो यही है कि कल 12 डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के पिटिशंस फाइल किए गए हैं शिवसेना की तरफ से। इन पिटिशंस को देखते हुए आपका आगे का रवैया क्या रहेगा?
देखिए, पहली बात है, यह ऐसा पिटिशन करने का अधिकार उनको नहीं है, क्योंकि जो उन्होंने गठनेता चेंज किया है वो उसके लिए गठनेता चेंज करने के लिए पूरे सभी विधायक जो है उनकी मीटिंग बुलानी पड़ती है और मेजोरिटी से गठनेता तय किया जाता है। वो एक तो इलीगल गठनेता बनाया है, इसका मतलब व्हिप भी इलीगल है, और माइनॉरिटी में जो लोग हैं उसको कार्रवाई करने का, डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है। और मीटिंग अटेंड करने के लिए नहीं किया, इसके लिए डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिस देने का कोई अधिकार नहीं। ये सिर्फ डराने की बात है, ये डराने की चेष्टा है, और इसलिए ये शिवसेना के जितने हमारे पास MLAs है, निर्दलीय है, उन्होंने कहा है कि ऐसी एक नोटिस नहीं 10 नोटिस आएंगे तो भी हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं, क्योंकि आप कार्रवाई करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है।
दूसरा ये कल इन्होंने कहा कि जो डेप्यूटी स्पीकर है उन्होंने हमसे बात करते हुए कहा कि आपके जो हस्ताक्षर है उस पर उनको संदेह है और इसके वजह से आपका दावा वो सुनने को तैयार नहीं है। क्या आपको लगता है कि एनसीपी इसमें आपको अपना गुट बनाने से रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है और इसके वजह से आपका गुट ना बन पाए?
ऐसा हमारा 37 का गुट और बाकी निर्दलीय मिलकर गुट बनाने, ग्रुप बनाने से हमको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। देश में डेमोक्रेसी है, कानून है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, रूल्स है, इसको तो कोई तोड़ नहीं सकता है। और इसलिए ये सिर्फ प्रेशर टैक्टिस है, इसमें वो लोग कामयाब नहीं होंगे, क्योंकि हमारे लोग पूरी तरह एकजुट है, हमारे लोगों ने पूरी तरह सोच समझ के ये स्टैंड लिया हुआ है।
क्या अभी आप गवर्नर को कहेंगे कि वोट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए महाराष्ट्र में, क्योंकि उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार बहुमत खो चुकी है? इसके तहत गवर्नर से भी इसके बारे में बात की जाएगी, राज्यपाल से बात की जाएगी?
अभी हमारी बैठक होने के बाद ही आगे की रणनीति तय हो जाएगी।
आप कल हमने सुना कि शरद पवार की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आपने शायद सुनी होगी, उन्होंने कहा कि जो बगावत करने वाले हैं उनको भुगतना पड़ेगा उसका नतीजा। पवार कह रहे हैं कि अभी भी आपके खेमे में कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं कि जो उद्धव ठाकरे से संपर्क में हैं और आपकी बगावत पर उन्होंने सवाल उठाए हैं कि बीजेपी का समर्थन है आपके बगावत को।
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, हमारे से बीजेपी की कोई संपर्क नहीं है। और पवार साहब हमारे लिए बड़े नेता है महाविकास आघाड़ी में, उनके मार्गदर्शन में महाविकास आघाड़ी काम कर रही है, और मेरे लिए पवार साहब भी आदरणीय व्यक्तिमत्व है। अभी उनकी बात उन्होंने कही है, लेकिन मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि जो विधायक है पूरी तरह स्वेच्छा से अपनी मर्जी से आए, वैसा उन्होंने एफिडेविट भी यहाँ पर दिया हुआ है।
Is Eknath Shinde actually eyeing the Shiv Sena Pramukh post? Now, India Today's senior executive editor Sahil Joshi put this question to him. He did not deny it. He said that this would be decided in a meeting later. I quickly want to cut back to Sahil Joshi on this. Sahil, this is actually taking the battle altogether to a different level. This is, in a way, moving forward to a Shiv Sena 3.0 from Balasaheb Thackeray to Uddhav Thackeray, now trying to be in control. Is that actually happening? Give us details.
Well, I asked him very specifically that, is he eyeing for the post of Shiv Sena chief, because he has already split the party, the Shiv Sena Legislative Party. He has more than almost 40 MLAs at this point of time with him who were elected on Shiv Sena's ticket. Hardly 10 to 12 MLAs now remaining in Mumbai are going to be with Uddhav Thackeray, and every day his strength is growing. So, is he eyeing for the post of Shiv Sena Pramukh? Is he going to completely take over the whole party and claim Balasaheb Thackeray's legacy? He didn't deny anything about that. He just said that, all the decisions are being taken by sitting together. I am not the only one who is taking the decision at this point of time. So, there is a thought definitely going on in this. But splitting the party is a different thing altogether. It requires more time and strength. It can definitely continue because, the structure of Shiv Sena is completely different. In 2003, Shiv Sena actually started becoming a formal party. Before that, it worked more like an organization, and in that organization, Shiv Sena chief was the last word. But when the election commission said that, no, you have to elect your president every year, every 2 years or whatever the term is, then the constitution of Shiv Sena needed to be made, and that's how the Shiv Sena's constitution came into existence. And that is how Uddhav Thackeray, for the first time in Shiv Sena's life in 2003, was made the working president of the Shiv Sena, who was, whose re-election happened every specific time. There are 260 people, like the way All India Congress Committee and the BJP Parliamentary Board and other BJP working committees are there. Similarly, Shiv Sena has 260 people in its working committee, which comprises of the district presidents, the councillors, some of the councillors, some leaders, the MLAs, as well as member of parliaments, and some leaders which have been appointed by Uddhav Thackeray. So that body decides that who is going to be the president of the Shiv Sena. In fact, that scenario, Uddhav Thackeray...
Sahil, is Eknath Shinde moving in the direction of not just splitting the party at the level of MLAs, not just the legislature party in the state assembly, but also members of parliament, MLCs, Zilla Pramukhs, right down the middle? Is that his aim?
Right now it will be too early to claim that, but if he already had so many MLAs with him, they have shown faith on him rather than Uddhav Thackeray. He might eye for that, because finally it's a big, big political space in Maharashtra. Will BJP want to keep Shiv Sena alive is another question. Rather than that, taking an opportunity, they can just pull the slug out of Shiv Sena and just eat them up completely. But will the Thackeray brand continue to be with the Shiv Sena? Will the Shiv Sena brand continue to be with Uddhav Thackeray? The legislative parties always split, but the main party always remain intact, and that is how the politics move forward. There are instances even in the past that MLAs have deserted, but the main party has always survived. So will Eknath Shinde allow Uddhav Thackeray to run Shiv Sena as a party, or will he decide to do this? It's something which he has not answered yet very clearly. He didn't deny that. That is something which is very important, Gaurav.
And what are indications on ground? Because Sanjay Raut made a very interesting statement. Sanjay Raut said that this fight is to be fought at multiple levels. It will be fought in the assembly, in courts of law, also on ground. On ground, he said Shiv Senics have not taken to the streets just as yet. But the Shiv Senics, when they take to the streets, will they be split too? Or are majority of the Shiv Senics with either Uddhav Thackeray or with Eknath Shinde?
Well, Gaurav, I have been covering Shiv Sena since last 20 years, and it will be really difficult to answer at this point of time. I can tell you for a fact one thing, that if Eknath Shinde would have dared to do what he is doing today, his MLAs would have been really scared to come back to Mumbai. That is what Shiv Sena was in Mumbai, which doesn't seem to be the case at this point of time. But of course, there are multiple angles to it. The center is solidly behind Eknath Shinde. He himself claimed that one of the biggest power of India is backing us, so don't worry about it. The center has already given CISF security to many people in Mumbai, including Kirit Somaiya, Navneet Rana, Ravi Rana, and all other people, even Kangana Ranawat for that matter. So obviously these MLAs might come to Mumbai equipped with the security by the central forces, and it will be very difficult for them to break away. But more importantly, Dadar, where the Shiv Sena Bhavan is in Mumbai, that is the headquarter of Shiv Sena, and that is, that used to be like a completely stronghold of Shiv Sena. You can't imagine Dadar without Shiv Sena. Only the dent could happen when Raj Thackeray broke away and got his MLA elected in 2009. Yes. But other than that, Shiv Sena is heavily strong there. Yes. Even the MLA from Dadar and Mahim have switched over to Eknath Shinde. So on ground, what happens? It's something which will unfold over the period of time. Lot of times in Shiv Sena, be it a split of Chhagan Bhujbal, be it a split of Narayan Rane, be it a split of Raj Thackeray, the cadre has remained intact and been with the party. Yes. Will this happen this time? Because this time it is a bigger blow. This time more number of MLAs have left. The things have changed. Last 3 desertations happened at the time when Shiv Sena was in opposition. This time Shiv Sena is in power. So the power game has changed. The politics has changed
and with Congress
since 2014.
Yes. Absolutely. Sahil, stay with me. Stay with me. We will continue talking about this in greater detail in the hours and days ahead. But in an exclusive conversation with India Today, the rebel MLAs, whether it's Deepak Kesarkar or Bharat Gogavle, they are in Guwahati, they are in the Eknath Shinde camp as of now. And they've said that the next course of action will be decided when the entire 37 MLAs sit together with Eknath Shinde and then discuss the road ahead. Let's listen in.
सरकार जी कितने विधायक हैं अभी शिंदे कैंप में गुवाहाटी में?
We have already applied for a separate group, so we have sufficient number for making the application. So it is obvious that.
So 37 plus, you have Shivsena MLAs alone.
Yes.
What's your reaction, sir, to Uddhav Thackeray, now the Uddhav Sena, as they're being referred to, seeking the disqualification of Shivsena MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde?
How they could disqualify? Basically, for not being present for a meeting cannot be a cause for disqualification. If you vote against the party, in spite of the will, that is one thing. Second thing, when you issue a notice to somebody, there is always principle of natural justice. You will have to give them a hearing, and after that you can take any action, and that action is to be also taken by the chairperson of Vidhan Sabha, that is Legislative Assembly.
So in such a circumstance,
these are all tactics to pressurize the MLAs, and I think that they should take appropriate decisions. If they at all, yesterday there was a statement saying that they are going to not going ahead with Maharashtra Vikas Agadi anymore.
Yeah.
But that has not come through. These are just announcements.
There's been no communication to you about that.
If they really want to do it, they should have done it, and then things could have moved in different directions.
Is there any communication, Mr. Kesarkar, from Uddhav Thackeray, from the Uddhav Sena to you or to your faction? Is there any communication about how they want to reach out and, kind of consider your conditions?
You'll have to understand one thing, that, talking to everybody, nobody could come to a conclusion, because they will have to talk to Sri Shindeji, who is the in charge, or who is our leader now.
Okay.
So if they talk to him and if he agrees, then the solution could come through, but not with these methods of putting a pressure. Because MLAs are all matured, they are elected by lakhs of people. So in a proper fashion, had it been happened, then the things could have not come to this level.
हमारे शिंदे साहब है ना, वो कर रहे हैं.
क्या कर रहे हैं?
होगा वो देखा जाएगा.
क्या कर रहे हैं सर?
तो कर रहे हैं कानून का और सबका, तो इसलिए नो टेंशन.
क्या आप लोगों ने क्या किया है? डिप्टी स्पीकर को चिट्ठी में लिखकर क्या कहा है आप लोगों ने?
दे दिया उसको, बोला उसको अधिकार नहीं, उसको बोला ये बनता नहीं, कुछ नहीं, मीटिंग पे नहीं जाना तो क्या डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन होता है क्या ऐसा?
नहीं, आप लोगों ने जो चिट्ठी लिखी है डिप्टी स्पीकर को, उसमें आप लोगों ने क्या क्या लिखा है?
हमारे मेंबर बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, नो टेंशन.
So Deepak Kesarkar makes it very clear that their only condition was cut off ties with the Mahavikas Agadi, and then they could reconsider. But since that hasn't happened, because you heard Sanjay Raut just a short while back, Sanjay Raut made it very clear that the Congress, the NCP and Uddhav Thackeray, they were together, constantly in touch, and they were moving forward. So what next? India Today's Akshita Nandgopal now explains the final battle plan for Maharashtra.
Let's take you through the plan of action, the battle plan for each side right now, beginning with the Uddhav Sena, who we've referred to here as the defenders. They're going to try and ensure that they stop further defections. Right now, it's one MLA after another ditching him, ditching Uddhav. He's also going to try hard to bring back the rebels. So far, he's been completely unsuccessful in that effort. Now, what also is becoming the big main focus right now is to stop any sort of recognition of Shinde Sena. And that's why they've taken that step of of disqualification as well. Of course, legally also, he's going to be seeking some relief to challenge these defections in court, but there'll be questions on how he'll do that, especially if Shinde has 37 plus. He's also going to ensure that MPs, members of parliament, also don't follow suit and dump Sena, though there have been news breaks coming in of several MPs now choosing to back Eknath Shinde. What about the ally? What about Sharad Pawar? What is his particular strategy right now? Number one will be to keep the NCP flock together. Not really a problem considering the rebellion is fueled within the Shiv Sena over the NCP Congress alliance. Now also another
And these are the latest images coming in of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, the BJP President JP Nadda, the Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh accompanying the BJP or the NDA's presidential nominee Draupadi Murmu. This is the BJP's big show of strength as the entire party and government top brass accompany the presidential nominee as she files her papers. Draupadi Murmu was governor of Jharkhand till 2021. The Prime Minister has complimented her, saying she has rich administrative experience and that she had an outstanding tenure as the governor of Jharkhand. The Prime Minister said he is confident that she would make a great president of India. Images of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP President JP Nadda accompanying Draupadi Murmu as she files her nomination papers to be the next president of India. Kaun banega Rashtrapati? Indications are Draupadi Murmu has the numbers stacked in her favor. Not just NDA numbers, but also parties like the BJD who see this as Odisha's pride. As Jharkhand leaders, we are told they will also be supporting her, the fact that she would be the first tribal woman president of India, the second woman to be president of India if elected, and the first tribal woman to be elected as president of India. We are told that the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha may also break ranks and support her nomination. The BJD, the YSRCP, the AIA-DMK, the Shiromani Akali Dal, the Bahujan Samaj Party, the indications are and the word is from that all of these parties could and would also extend support to Draupadi Murmu, taking her comfortably past the requirement to be President of India. Draupadi Murmu was born in Mayurbhanj. She was an assistant professor at the Sri Aurobindo Integral Education and Research Center. She joined the Bharatiya Janata Party in 1997. In fact, she has been Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Commerce Minister in Odisha. She was the governor of Jharkhand, and the Prime Minister says she'd had an outstanding tenure as president of Jharkhand. In fact, she also has the distinction of being the first woman woman governor of Jharkhand to also complete her tenure between 2015 and 2021. That was last year. The Prime Minister took to the social media platform Twitter to say that millions of people who have experienced poverty, faced hardship, they would derive strength from her life. He also appreciated her understanding of policy matters, appreciated her compassionate nature, and said that she had devoted her life to serving society, empowering the poor and the downtrodden and the marginalized. There you see images of . Draupadi Murmu filing her papers. And this is the BJP's big show of strength. Aishwarya Paliwal, my colleague, joins me for more on this. The Prime Minister, the Defence Minister, the Home Minister, the BJP President, several ministers, MPs, allies, all accompanying Draupadi Murmu. We see Nitin Gadkari also in these images. Okay, let's for a moment try and listen in to what's happening on ground. Aishwarya, I'll just come to you in a second. Her nomination to be the next president of India. If elected, she would be the first tribal to be president of India. She is a former school teacher. She's a two-term MLA, a former minister. She was minister between 2000 and 2004. She was Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Commerce Minister, the first governor of Jharkhand. The Prime Minister there as she files her papers compliments her rich administrative experience. The BJP President JP Nadda sitting next to the Prime Minister, sitting next to Draupadi Murmu is the Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and then the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, also flanked by Road Transport and Highways Minister Nitin Gadkari. Aishwarya Paliwal, my colleague, joins me for more on this story. Aishwarya, as far as the numbers game go, it's easy or it's being seen as easy for Draupadi Murmu to be the next president of India. Just a short while back, we also had Kiran Rijiju saying, the Union Law Minister saying, privileged to join my colleagues in signing nomination papers of NDA's candidate Draupadi Murmu ji for the presidential elections. Aishwarya.
Gaurav, at the moment 48% electorate, that's what the NDA has in its favor, and the kind of strength that we are seeing. You know, all the top union ministers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we have the Home Minister Amit Shah, we have Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, we have Nitin Gadkari, all of them present. All this is a very clear indication, Gaurav. See, in politics, a lot is about optics, and what we are seeing today is actually optics. This also is the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party's way of showing that they are firmly standing behind their candidate, and somewhere they do understand that this will not be a very tough fight. However, for the opposition, this will be. If, we see Draupadi Murmu becoming the president, it will be very good for the country, but we could see this as a big blow for the opposition parties, because we are seeing after candidate, people backed out. They said that they do not want to be a part of this race, and finally when the opposition came out with the name of Yashwant Sinha, we are now seeing that a stronger candidate, at least in terms of numbers and in terms of stature, has come out. And if Draupadi Murmu does become the president of our country, she will be the second woman president after Pratibha Patil. So all these things at the moment, Gaurav, in her favor, and the visuals are for everyone to see. We are seeing the ruling party, the top leaders there wishing her. All of them are wishing her. In fact, the Prime Minister, as you were pointing out, Gaurav, has also gone ahead and said that her administrative capabilities will give her an edge, and they are all looking forward to see her become the president of the country. Gaurav.
And we are told, and okay, you also see several chief ministers sitting here. Yogi Adityanath, Uttar Pradesh chief minister, seen in these images. The Haryana chief minister seen in these images. It just very clearly goes on to show that the entire might, nationwide might of the BJP and the NDA seen in these images. They've claimed 49% of the electoral college votes. So very, very clearly, this is BJP saying it in style, in full strength, and the opposition could not even agree on a candidate, because the opposition ranks split wide open. Even on Draupadi Murmu's name, there are opposition parties that are saying they will vote for her. Aishwarya.
Well, we are seeing one after the others, a lot of those parties which were in fact in the opposition bloc immediately after the BJP came out with Draupadi Murmu's name. We saw how all of them started sending feelers. In fact, we saw how Naveen Patnaik was amongst the first leaders who went ahead and congratulated Draupadi Murmu and said that his party is giving her full support. We understand the JMM, Hemant Soren too, has been sending signals and, in a veiled way saying that he will support Draupadi Murmu. Also, a very smart play by the Bharatiya Janata Party, a candidate who will be acceptable to almost all the parties. See, she is such a name, such a person. And if she does become, definitely, it will give a boost to the tribal community, something that the Prime Minister has been talking about through all the schemes. The Bharatiya Janata Party has been trying to uplift the community, and if she does win, she will become the first tribal president of our country, giving the community and BJP a big boost. Gaurav.
Okay, let's for a moment try and listen into what's happening on ground. I'll come to you in a moment. And let's, Aishwarya, for a moment, do a little number crunching. The BJP has close to 49% of the electoral college votes on their own. The BJP also, Draupadi Murmu's candidature is also getting the BJD support. So let's look at the BJP votes. It's 5,32,351. Let's look at BJD, that's 31,686. YSRCP is about 45,550. AIADMK is about 14,940. The Prime Minister's smile.
बहुत सुदूर लोगों, बहुत दूर से भी आए हैं. समर्थक ही नहीं होंगे. नहीं इन लोगों को तो प्रैक्टिस होनी चाहिए. जी नहीं वो तो नहीं आया. सर जब से 50 की संख्या हुई है तब से थोड़ा मुश्किल हो गया है. वो रहे नहीं जरा.
Okay, very interesting, the conversation and the support that is coming for Draupadi Murmu from across the length and breadth of our country is something that's a topic of conversation there. The Prime Minister's smile, Aishwarya, is a clear giveaway that numbers are stacked heavily in Draupadi Murmu's favor, it would seem.
Well, definitely, politics has always been all about optics, and we are seeing this as an optics being played out. And, the little conversation, the little snippet of the conversation we just heard Prime Minister, acknowledging the fact that people have come from far off areas. And definitely, we are seeing the chief ministers of many states coming and standing with the Prime Minister and giving their support to Draupadi Murmu, also showing her that the entire might is with her. Gaurav, if you remember, one of the first visuals which came out after Draupadi Murmu's name was made public, we saw her sweeping the floor of the temple. So those visuals also are something.
Mr. Narendra Modi's signature for the nomination of Draupadi Murmu to be the 15th President of India.
देखिए आपका कारोबार थैंक यू भैया
तो सीधी तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं ना.
So those are the images that you were seeing, and now the chief ministers are filing out. Piyush Goyal seen in these images, Pushkar Singh Dhami, Uttarakhand chief minister seen in these pictures, the Nagaland chief minister seen in these pictures, Uttar Pradesh chief minister was seen in these pictures, Ramdas Athavale, several, the governor, the chief minister of Manipur, N. Biren Singh seen in these pictures. And after filing her nomination papers, Draupadi Murmu is now coming out, and the BJP's might across the length and breadth of this country, plus the support of BJD, YSRCP, AIA, DMK. Aishwarya, once again, as we look at these pictures, take us through how the numbers stack up in favor of Draupadi Murmu and how it becomes an uphill battle for the opposition candidate, Yashwant Sinha.
Well, it definitely is an uphill task for Yashwant Sena. He will go and file his nomination on the 27th of June. Now, there are some rumors that, that the fact that the opposition is now understanding that this will be an uphill task. They were hopeful that they'll be able to put their their person on top. They were also looking at it as a kind of a practice for 2024. But it looks like all those hopes are coming dashing down. The kind of smile we also saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in fact, cracking some jokes there, and he also acknowledged the fact that people and chief ministers from far off states have also come. So all this.
Okay, big breaking story coming in from Guwahati. Rebel Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde leaves for Mumbai. Eknath Shinde leaves for Mumbai, and this battle now becomes very, very interesting because Eknath Shinde claims he is the real Shiv Sena. He has the support, he claims, of 50 MLAs, 37 plus 1 of the Shiv Sena is his claim, plus 9 independent MLAs and more coming in. That's the claim of Eknath Shinde. He says he is the real Shiv Sena. In fact, Deepak Kesarkar, Shiv Sena MLA, also told India Today in an exclusive conversation that the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena have already applied to be a separate group in the Maharashtra Assembly. They said that they have affidavits of all required numbers. He did not specify 37, but he said they have affidavits of all the required number of MLAs to say that they are with Eknath Shinde on their own and not under pressure. This battle now intensifies. This battle now is being taken to the next level. Big churn in the Maharashtra Game of Thrones as Eknath Shinde leaves for Mumbai. This is where Uddhav Thackeray and his faction of the Shiv Sena will have to prove their mettle versus Eknath Shinde and his faction of the Shiv Sena. Just a short while back, Sanjay Raut, Shiv Sena member of parliament, had said that the Mahavikas Aghadi is strong and united and will complete their tenure. Deepak Kesarkar, the rebel Shiv Sena MLA, had told India Today that the only condition on which they were willing to reconsider their decision was if the Shiv Sena walks out of the Mahavikas Aghadi. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Vidya for more on this. Vidya, this battle now enters a decisive phase with Eknath Shinde headed towards Mumbai. What next, Vidya? Okay, give me a moment as I try to re-establish that link with Vidya. Vidya, can you hear me? And if you can, Eknath Shinde is on his way to Mumbai. What's the next course of action now?
I'm right now at Shivsena Bhavan, and right here there's a huge crowd gathering. There are a couple of meetings that have been lined up with lower rank, Shiv Sainiks. One is a Shakha Pramukh. Right now the meetings are being held with Jila Adhyaksh across Maharashtra. People from Buldana, people from far-flung areas have come over to,
Okay,
Shiv Sena Bhavan.
Stay with me for a moment. I'll come to that meeting in Shiv Sena Bhavan in just a moment. Vidya, our senior executive editor Sahil Joshi now joins me for more on this. Sahil, is this battle now coming into a very decisive phase with Eknath Shinde flying to Mumbai? What next, Sahil?
Well, Eknath Shinde has now decided to take it head on. He is going to move. He has moved towards Mumbai, keeping his MLAs at Guwahati. He'll be coming to Mumbai. He will directly go to Maharashtra Assembly, what it looks like at this point of time, and he'll be meeting the Deputy Speaker or the Assembly Secretariat to stake his claim that he is the leader. He is the main legislative party leader, nobody else. He has the numbers. He has the signature of 37 MLAs, the two-thirds of the Shiv Sena's majority. Shiv Sena has been telling him that come in front and talk to us. Whether he will talk to Shiv Sena or not, that is something is still under question. But one thing is very clear, that he is going to come to Mumbai, go to Maharashtra Assembly, meet the Deputy Speaker and tell them that this is what is going to happen. So this is going to be a really twist and turn story in Maharashtra politics going to happen in a while now. Eknath Shinde coming to Mumbai from Guwahati, will be coming in a chartered flight. He'll be reaching Mumbai soon, maybe after two and a half hours. After that, he will directly go to the Deputy Speaker's chamber, meet the Deputy Speaker. After that, what he does is going to be really important. Every time the things are changing rapidly, and it's very clear that now the fight between Uddhav Thackeray and Eknath Shinde is in the last leg. That's what we can see.
Sahil, absolutely. Sahil, this is actually a battle for, in a way, survival and supremacy. Who is the real Shiv Sena? With Deepak Kesarkar telling India Today that they've already filed a letter with the Deputy Speaker saying that they should be recognized as a separate group of the Shiv Sena in the assembly. So this is an astitva ki ladai, so to say, a battle of prestige, both for Eknath Shinde and for Uddhav Thackeray, Sahil.
Well, this battle is turning interesting every time. This point of time is not reacting. The BJP is not reacting to this battle at all. What we can see here is that the BJP is quiet. Devendra Fadnavis is in Mumbai. He is having meeting with his leaders at his residence in Mumbai. So things are going his way. He was just waiting that what happens further. Now Eknath Shinde in Mumbai, things will unfold soon.
Unfold soon. The Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena, they've applied to be a separate group in the Maharashtra State Assembly. Sahil, on the other hand, you have Sanjay Raut saying that they have now sought disqualification of 16 Shiv Sena MLAs. So both sides, the battle lines are very clearly drawn. Deepak Kesarkar also saying in case they leave the Mahavikas Aghadi, we could have reconsidered. That clearly is not happening, Sahil.
Well, reconciling with Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi is out of question for Eknath Shinde. His position was clear since day one that he is not going to go with the Mahavikas Aghadi. The MLAs have said that they have given enough time that the Shivsena leadership should quit the Mahavikas Aghadi. Now the time is gone. Now things won't change. Is what the leadership is saying here.
Okay, so explain this to us, Sahil. Why is it that Uddhav Thackeray or Uddhav Thackeray, Sanjay Raut, Arvind Sawant, they are putting all their might to remain a part of the Aghadi, even at the cost of losing the Shiv Sena or having 37 MLAs, move in the other direction? What's so compelling?
No, it's not, even if they would have left the Mahavikas Aghadi, the thing is that the Shivsena chief Uddhav Thackeray, he thinks that, according to him, with being in a Mahavikas Aghadi, he is in control. In alliance with the BJP, he is not in control. The BJP is the bigger brother and they are in the controlling streak. Whereas in Mahavikas Aghadi, Shivsena being a bigger partner, they are, they are in the controlling streak, and that is the reason why he actually entered into Mahavikas Aghadi rather than going with the BJP. Now things are changing rapidly. His MLAs were not happy with him, specifically Eknath Shinde, who was eyeing for the Chief Minister's post when the Mahavikas Aghadi actually happened. But 2019 was a different year altogether.
Yes.
It was Sharad Pawar who thought that the Aghadi, the senior leaders from Congress NCP, will not accept Eknath Shinde as their leader, as a chief minister, who is relatively junior to a lot of people in Congress and NCP who have been ministers since last 15 years. That is the reason why he actually forced Uddhav Thackeray to become chief minister and take the reins in his own hands, which has actually backfired for Uddhav Thackeray in his own party, and that is why all these things are happening. Now the things are going to change rapidly because Eknath Shinde back in Mumbai is a nightmare for Shiv Sena. Eknath Shinde directly going to meet the deputy speaker. After that, how the things will unfold is something nobody can answer at this point of time. But one thing is very clear. He has the numbers, and if he has the numbers, then definitely it's an end game for Uddhav Thackeray. Right now what we are hearing that Uddhav Thackeray has decided not to resign, but to take the fight further. Whether he will be able to take this fight further or not, that is something what we have to understand in the next couple of days.
Okay, Sahil, stay with me because few people understand what's happening on ground better than India Today's team of reporters led by Sahil Joshi in Maharashtra, and Polami Saha now joins me from Guwahati for more on this. Polami, Eknath Shinde is moving very cautiously. He's flying alone, is it? None of the 37 plus are flying with him. Neither are the independent MLAs. Is that the latest situation on ground?
Gaurav, could you please repeat your question?
Is Eknath Shinde flying alone on board that chartered flight to Mumbai, or are other leaders, either independents or from Shiv Sena, flying with him?
Well, Gaurav, we saw only one vehicle leave and it had one person, and we speculate that there was a BJP member of parliament, Pallab Lochan Das, in fact, in that vehicle, and one person who was sort of hiding his face and was behind dark windows, and one escort vehicle following that vehicle, that Innova vehicle. So clearly it was just one individual who left in a vehicle.
Give me 10 seconds. Let's quickly cut across and listen in to Sanjay Raut on Aaj Tak.
मुंबई में तो आना ही पड़ेगा ना। जब तक वो मुंबई में नहीं आते, जब तक जहां से वो चुन कर गए हैं महाराष्ट्र से, उनके साथ जो विधायक है वो महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा के सदस्य है, उनको यहाँ आना पड़ेगा, हमारे सामने आना पड़ेगा। शिवसेना के विधायक है तो हम तो उनका इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि भाई आइए, यहाँ वहां दर दर की ठोकरें खाकर मत घूमिए, महाराष्ट्र आपका है। पहले सूरत में गए, सूरत से गुवाहाटी में गए, अब मैं सुन रहा हूँ गुवाहाटी से गोवा में जा रहे हैं। क्या जरूरत है सब करने की? जो बातें आपके मन में है वो आप यहाँ हमारे सामने बैठकर, उद्धव जी के सामने बैठकर भी बात कर सकते थे। इसके लिए आपको भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सिक्योरिटी और सहारा लेना पड़ा सूरत से गुवाहाटी तक। ये लगता है ये कोई एक सच्चा शिव सैनिक का आत्मसम्मान नहीं है, ये मानता हूं मैं, ये प्रतिष्ठा नहीं है शिव सैनिक की। आप अपने आप को अगर शेर कहते हो तो ये शेर की इज्जत नहीं है।
राउत साहब, मैं ये सवाल आपसे इसके लिए पूछ रहा हूं क्योंकि 2 दिन पहले जब उद्धव ठाकरे ने ये कहा था कि उनकी एकनाथ शिंदे से बातचीत हुई है, आपने अपने कई बयानों में बातचीत दिया हुआ है, क्या पिछले 2 दिनों में आपकी एकनाथ शिंदे से बात हुई है? क्या
मेरी और उनकी लगभग 10 दिन बातचीत हो रही है। उनके साथ जो विधायक हैं उनके साथ भी मेरा संवाद और संपर्क चल रहा है, हम बात कर रहे हैं। देखिए, वो हमारे दुश्मन नहीं है, हमने सालों साल एक साथ काम किया है, हमारा एक रिश्ता है। वो रिश्ता सिर्फ पार्टी में राजनीतिक कार्यकर्ता के तौर पर नहीं है, खून का रिश्ता है, पार्टी का रिश्ता खून का रिश्ता है।
लेकिन रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है राउत साहब? रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है? इतनी अगर बातचीत हो रही है तो रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है? कौन सी ऐसी बात है जिसको लेकर एकनाथ शिंदे कह रहे हैं कि अब मैं उद्धव ठाकरे की शिवसेना में नहीं रहूंगा?
अब एकनाथ शिंदे के हाथ में कुछ बचा ही नहीं है, उनका कब्जा भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पूरा ले चुका है। अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी तय करेगी एकनाथ शिंदे क्या बोलेंगे, क्या करेंगे, खाना खाएंगे नहीं पिएंगे, अब उनको सोना है या उठना है, बैठना है, स्नान करना है, ये अब बीजेपी तय करेगी। अब एकनाथ शिंदे और उनके विधायकों के हाथ में कुछ नहीं बचा है।
नहीं राउत साहब, जो आप आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि अब एकनाथ शिंदे जो हैं वो बीजेपी के कब्जे में हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये भी सवाल होगा कि ना सिर्फ एकनाथ शिंदे बल्कि उनके साथ में जो बागी एमएलए हैं वो भी बीजेपी के कब्जे में, और ये भी नजर आ रहा है कि अब तो शिवसेना भी उनके कब्जे में है क्योंकि उनके पास नंबर्स अंगगणित के हिसाब से ज्यादा हैं।
देखिए, हमारे पास अब 55 विधायक विधानसभा में है, उसमें से मैं मानता हूं सभी विधायक चले गए, जाने दो। कागज पे विधायक जाने का मतलब पार्टी खत्म हो गया ऐसा नहीं होता है। विधायक चले जाते हैं, पार्टी खड़ी रहती है, वापस विधायक चुनकर लाते हैं। 2 बार बगावत हुई है, नारायण राणे ने बगावत की, छगन भुजबल ने बगावत की, उनके साथ भी विधायक चले गए, लेकिन चुनाव में उसमें से एक भी विधायक वापस चुनकर नहीं आया महाराष्ट्र में। उनकी पॉलिटिकल करियर खत्म हो गई। इस बार भी जो विधायक रहेंगे उनके साथ, समझ लीजिए उनकी पॉलिटिकल करियर खत्म हो गई। दूसरी बात, महाराष्ट्र की जनता सड़क पर उतर गई है। आज 10 जगह पे जो विधायक चले गए, उनके घर पर, उनके कार्यालय के ऊपर बड़ी संख्या में लोगों ने मोर्चा निकाला है, आंदोलन किया है। ये तो एक स्टेप है, आगे आगे देखो क्या होता है।
राउत साहब, मैं आपसे एक सवाल करना चाहूंगा। आपकी आज मुलाकात हुई शरद पवार जी से, उस मुलाकात में क्या क्या बातचीत हुई, क्या इसके बारे में आप बता पाएंगे? और आगे की रणनीति क्या होने वाली है, क्योंकि आपने बयान दिया कि वो अभी भी इस अलायंस के नेता हैं, बड़े नेता हैं, पितामह की तरह हैं वो। क्या उनके सजेशन थे, आपकी क्या बातचीत हुई और आगे की रणनीति क्या होने वाली है आपकी?
रणनीति की बात तो नहीं है, हम तो विधायक जहाँ कहाँ छुपा कर रखे किसी स्टेट में, वो आने का इंतजार कर रहे हैं। पवार साहब तो हमेशा महाविकास आघाड़ी की प्रेरणा रही है, ऊर्जा रहे हैं, और आज भी हम सब लोग एक साथ, कांग्रेस हो, एनसीपी, शिवसेना, मुख्यमंत्री, लड़ने के मूड में। हम लड़ेंगे फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर भी और लड़ेंगे सड़क पर भी, हर स्थान पर लड़ेंगे हम।
एक कानूनी लड़ाई की भी आप लोगों ने तैयारी की है, इस तरह की खबरें हैं कि
कानूनी लड़ाई तो चलती रहेगी, कानूनी लड़ाई तो चलती रहेगी, लेकिन हर लड़ाई को हम तैयार है। जिस प्रकार से भारतीय जनता पार्टी हर स्टेट में जहां बीजेपी का शासन नहीं है वहां की सरकारें तोड़ फोड़ कर अपनी सरकार बनाना चाहती है, ये देश के सामने, लोकतंत्र के सामने एक बड़ा आह्वान है। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, पूरे देश भर का माहौल ऐसा है कि महाराष्ट्र के मुद्दे पर पूरा देश का विपक्ष एक साथ आ रहा है, चाहे ममता बनर्जी हो, चाहे तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री हो, चाहे तमिलनाडु के मुख्यमंत्री हो, चाहे राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री हो, पूरे देश से हमको समर्थन मिल रहा है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये जो खेल शुरू किया है, ये जो आग लगाई है, इस आग में जलने वाले वही है।
राउत साहब, एक मैं सीधा सवाल करूंगा आपसे, राजनीतिक सवाल नहीं होगा ये। आप ये बताइए कि ऐसी गड़बड़ कहां पे हो गई जहां पे आपके इतने जो विधायक थे, बड़ी संख्या में 37-40 का आंकड़ा दिया जा रहा है इस समय, इतनी बड़ी संख्या में वो तैयार हो गए एकनाथ शिंदे के लिए जाने के लिए, ना कि उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ रहने के लिए?
ये सवाल आप ईडी को पूछ लीजिए। जिस तरह से ईडी ने इंटरेस्ट लिया था ये सरकार तोड़ने में और नई सरकार बनाने में, तो ये सवाल तो मैं जो केंद्रीय जांच एजेंसी है उनसे पूछूंगा कि आपने इतना इंटरेस्ट क्यों लिया। 17 हमारे एमएलए हैं जिनके ऊपर ईडी की कार्रवाई इस दरमियान शुरू हो गई, उनको धमकाया गया। मुंबई से उनको ईडी का एक अफसर और बीजेपी का एक अधिकारी, एक नेता, ईडी का अफसर ने उसके कब्जे में देते थे एमएलए और बोलते थे सूरत में जाइए, गुवाहाटी में जाइए। ये कौन सा खेल इस देश में चल रहा है? जो विपक्ष का आवाज उठेगा उसको आप सेंट्रल इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी के माध्यम से अगर दबाओगे तो हमारा आवाज दबने वाला नहीं है। चाहे आप हमको जेल में डालिए, क्या फांसी दीजिए, हम नहीं डरेंगे। हमारे जैसे 100 लोग पैदा हो गया हो, अगर हमको अंदर डालेंगे। हमारे विधायक दबाव में है, सीबीआई, इनकम टैक्स, ईडी, ये दूसरा कास्ट सर्टिफिकेट का मामला आता है बीच में, वो हमारे 2 विधायक आए, सबको 1 घंटे में क्लियर कर दिया ईडी ने। जो सालों साल बीजेपी उनके ऊपर आरोप कर रही थी, उनको अपने कब्जे में लेकर 1 घंटे में दिल्ली में उनको क्लियर कर दिया। क्या क्लियर हो गए?
आप एक बड़ा आरोप लगा रहे हैं, इस आरोप का क्या प्रतिक्रिया होगी उसको लेकर भी हम बातचीत करेंगे, लेकिन इस वक्त हमारे साथ आपके बागी जो नेता हैं उसमें से भरत गोगावले फोन लाइन पर जुड़ गए हैं। भरत साहब, स्वागत है आपका आज तक में इंडिया टुडे पर।
मेरी बातचीत खत्म हो गई है।
राउत साहब, उनकी बात तो सुन लीजिए ना, आप ही के नेता है वो, आप ही के नेता है वो,
बात की है,
आप ही के नेता है। राउत साहब, उनकी बात सुनने में क्या दिक्कत है? आप ही के नेता है।
मैं किसी की बात नहीं सुनना चाहता हूँ, मैंने अपनी बात कह दी है, आप मुझसे बात कर लीजिए। धन्यवाद, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
ठीक है राउत साहब, मैं आप ही से बात करता हूँ, मैं राउत साहब, मेरे कुछ आखिरी प्रश्न है, उसके मैं सिर्फ आपसे जवाब लेना चाहूंगा। आपने जो सेंट्रल एजेंसीज है उनके ऊपर आरोप लगाया, बीजेपी के ऊपर आरोप लगाया, लेकिन लोगों के मन में सवाल ये भी खड़ा हो रहा है कि आखिरकार जो एकनाथ शिंदे महाराष्ट्र से निकलते हैं, सूरत पहुंचते हैं, गुवाहाटी पहुंच जाते हैं, रातों रात इसकी भनक भी आप लोग तक नहीं पहुंचती है, जबकि सरकार आपकी थी, पूरा खुफिया तंत्र आपके साथ में था।
सब कुछ भनक है। एकनाथ शिंदे जी के ऊपर भी जिस तरह से ईडी का फांस या सब कुछ चल रहा था, सबको मालूम है। ये डर पैदा करते हैं, ये लोगों को डराते हैं, धमकाते हैं, जेल में डालने के लिए षड्यंत्र रचते हैं। कुछ लोग डर जाते हैं, कुछ लोग नहीं डरते, जो हमारे साथ रहते हैं और रहेंगे। इस तरह से काम करने से विपक्ष की आवाज नहीं खत्म होगी। ये देश का लोकतंत्र बहुत मजबूत है। इंदिरा गांधी के जमाने में भी हमने देखा है, और भी सरकारें हमने देखी है। ये चलता रहेगा। लड़ने वाले लोग लड़ते रहेंगे और देश के लिए मरने वाले लोग मरते रहेंगे।
राउत साहब, आपकी उद्धव ठाकरे जी से भी बातचीत हुई होगी, आप काफी करीबी हैं ठाकरे परिवार के। उद्धव ठाकरे का क्या कहना है? कुछ दिन पहले जब प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी उन्होंने बोला कि शिवसेना से कोई भी अगर सीएम पद का उम्मीदवार बनता है या सीएम बनना चाहता है तो वो उसके लिए तैयार है। क्या इस तरह का कोई भी इस तरह का?
उद्धव ठाकरे खुद सीएम बनने को तैयार नहीं थे। हम सभी ने उनको मनाया कि आपको सीएम बनना पड़ेगा। ये 3 पार्टी की सरकार है, महाविकास आघाड़ी की सरकार है, तो चाहे शरद पवार साहब हो, सोनिया जी हो, हम सब लोग हमने उनको बनाया कि आप मुख्यमंत्री बनना पड़ेगा, आपको लीडरशिप जो है सरकार की करनी पड़ेगी। ये अपने मन से नहीं बने हैं उद्धव जी, हमने उनको सबको उनके ऊपर प्रेशर डाला था।
क्या जब एकनाथ शिंदे से बातचीत हुई थी तो क्या उन्हें सीएम पद का ऑफर भी दिया गया था? राउत साहब, एकदम सीधा सवाल है आपसे।
देखिए, मेरा एक सीधा मैं आपको जानकारी देना चाहता हूं। अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी उनको सीएम बना सकती है तो बना दीजिए, बनाने को तैयार है। अगर वहां आप सीएम नहीं बन सकते तो फिर यहाँ क्या आपको कम है? हाँ, वो तो आपका सबसे ऊपर का स्थान है कैबिनेट में, दूसरे नंबर का, तीसरे नंबर का। आप वहां
सीधा सवाल पूछा था, आप घुमा के जवाब दे रहे हैं। क्या ऑफर दिया गया था एकनाथ शिंदे को कि आप महाविकास आघाड़ी के नेता बन जाइए, आप या चीफ मिनिस्टर बन जाइए महाराष्ट्र के?
देखिए, हम सत्ता आती है, सत्ता चली जाती है। ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगा, सत्ता चली जाएगी। और क्या होता है, अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ हमारा अलायंस जो था, उसमें जो हमको एक वचन दिया था कि 2.5 साल मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे शिवसेना और बीजेपी का, अगर वो शब्द मान लेते तो जरूर एकनाथ शिंदे उस वक्त मुख्यमंत्री बनते। एकनाथ शिंदे को अगर मुख्यमंत्री बनने नहीं दिया है, वो तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने नहीं बनने दिया है, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ।
यानी कि आप कह रहे हैं कि अगले 2.5 साल एकनाथ शिंदे महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री होते हैं?
नहीं, अगर हाँ हो जाते जरूर। अगर बीजेपी ने जो बात हमसे करार किया था, हाँ, जो एग्रीमेंट किया था, उसके ऊपर कायम रहते तो डेफिनेटली एकनाथ शिंदे मुख्यमंत्री होते। लेकिन बीजेपी की वजह से मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बने और अभी आप बीजेपी के खेमे में जाकर बैठे हैं।
राउत साहब, एक सवाल का जवाब पूरा देश जानना चाहता है कि आखिरकार आज की तारीख में शिवसेना के कितने विधायक उस गुट के साथ में हैं जहां पर खुद उद्धव ठाकरे उनके नेता हैं, और कितने ऐसे बागी नेता जिनको आप कह रहे हैं वो एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ में खड़े हैं? अंक गणित को थोड़ा समझाइए, क्योंकि पूरा का पूरा महाराष्ट्र का खेल जो है वो अब आकर अंक गणित पर रुक गया है।
हाँ, अंक गणित तो उसमें है, लोकतंत्र तो अंक गणित पर चलता है आजकल। लेकिन ये अंक गणित जो होता है ना, बहुमत, ये बहुत बड़ा चंचल होता है। आंकड़े कभी किसी के पास कायम नहीं रहते। अभी हमारे पास 16 विधायक हैं, 16।
और बाकी के सारे एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ में?
जी हाँ, वो वहां चले गए, हम टीवी पे देख रहे हैं, और क्या मैं देख सकता हूँ।
आपने एक जो कुछ बागी नेता हैं उनको डिस्क्वालीफाई करने के लिए भी आपने एक प्रक्रिया शुरू की हुई है।
कानून की लड़ाई चलती रहेगी।
नहीं तो आगे आपकी रणनीति क्या है? क्या उनको डिस्क्वालीफाई करके ये दिखाना कि एकनाथ शिंदे शिवसेना को हथिया नहीं सकते हैं, शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे की रहेगी? क्या रणनीति क्या है?
शिवसेना के ऊपर कोई कब्जा नहीं कर सकता। या ऐसी पार्टियां बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने बनाई है, विधायक टूट गए, सांसद टूट गए, इसका मतलब पार्टी नहीं टूट गई, पार्टी जमीन पर है, सब कुछ ठीक चल रहा है, पार्टी चलेगी, हम वापस अपने विधायक चुनकर लेके आएंगे। ये ताकत इस पार्टी में है, हमारे जैसे लोग बैठे हैं यहाँ काम करने के लिए।
नहीं राउत साहब, आपका ये कहना है कि आप लोग वहां पर काम करने के लिए बैठे हैं, सड़क पर उतरेंगे, वोट बटोरेंगे और उसके बाद आप लोग सरकार बनाएंगे, सरकार में रहेंगे। लेकिन यहाँ पे तो बड़ा सवाल ये भी खड़ा हो रहा है कि शिवसेना के बागी नेता भी यही बोल रहे हैं कि वो शिवसैनिक हैं, आपके जो साथ हैं वो भी बोल रहे हैं कि शिवसैनिक है। आखिरकार असली शिवसैनिक कौन रह जाता है? क्योंकि एकनाथ शिंदे ने बार बार एक ही चीज बोला हुआ है कि वो हिंदुत्व के मुद्दे पर शिवसेना छोड़कर जा रहे हैं, अपना एक नया शिवसेना तैयार कर रहे हैं। वो क्या हिंदुत्व में उद्धव ठाकरे सॉफ्ट पड़ गए?
नहीं, ये पागल लोग है, सब मूर्ख लोग है, ये सब उनको पता चलेगा कितनी मूर्खता की है लोगों।
नहीं, हिंदुत्व की जो बात हो रही है, देखिए बीजेपी लगातार खुले मन से, खुले मुख से वो बोलती रही है कि वो हिंदुत्व को आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। वही बात एकनाथ शिंदे भी बोल रहे हैं।
महबूबा मुफ्ती से अलायंस करके कश्मीर में जो किलिंग चल रहा है कश्मीरी पंडितों का, वो रोक नहीं सकते। कौन से हिंदुत्व की बात आप लोग कर रहे हैं?
तो आपका ये कहना है कि उद्धव ठाकरे आज भी उसी हिंदुत्व पर खड़े हैं जिस पर बाला साहेब ठाकरे खड़ा हुआ करते थे?
पार्टी की एक आइडियोलॉजी है हिंदुत्व की। महाराष्ट्र की जो सरकार बनी है वो कॉमन मिनिमम प्रोग्राम पर बनी है। हमारी आइडियोलॉजी हिंदुत्व की है, उसमें कोई खोट नहीं आएगी। हमेशा हम उसके लिए लड़ते रहेंगे, और विचार जो हमारा है, विचारधारा है, वो विचारधारा से कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं है।
एक आखिरी सवाल करना चाहूँगा संजय राउत साहब कि इस पूरे प्रकरण के बाद में आपकी कांग्रेस और एनसीपी के जो नेताओं से बैठक हुई है, क्या आप सीधा जवाब दीजिए, क्या आपको लगता है कि अभी भी आपकी सरकार बचेगी, या फिर अब आप लोग मन बना चुके हैं कि अब अगला चुनाव होना चाहिए और चुनाव में उतरना चाहिए?
देखो, सरकार बचेगी जब ये विधायक मुंबई में आ जाएंगे, हमारे सामने आ जाएंगे, फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर आ जाएंगे, तब नजारा आप देख लीजिए।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया संजय राउत साहब बात करने के लिए। तो ये थे संजय राउत। साफ तौर पे उन्होंने कई आरोप बीजेपी के ऊपर लगाए, एकनाथ शिंदे के ऊपर लगाए। उन्होंने यह भी कह दिया कि एकनाथ शिंदे जो हैं वो गलती कर रहे हैं और बीजेपी पर उनका कब्जा हो चुका है। लेकिन अब आगे ये देखना पड़ेगा कि आखिरकार शिवसेना की क्या रणनीति होती है, एनसीपी की क्या रणनीति होती है।
Big statement coming in from Sanjay Raut, and we'll get you much more on that. But for the moment, I want to stay with these live images. Aditya Thackeray at Matoshri. Let's listen in.
जिनके साथ वो खड़े नजर आ रहे हैं और संजय आपको ये तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं मातोश्री के बाहर आदित्य ठाकरे और जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद के नारे लग रहे हैं। संजय यहाँ पे जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद के नारे लग रहे हैं। मातोश्री में लगातार जब परसों से जब उद्धव ठाकरे भीतर गए उस समय तमाम शिव सैनिकों का समर्थन था और आज आप देखिए आदित्य ठाकरे जब वहाँ पे मातोश्री से निकलते हैं तो सिविल सोसाइटी के समर्थक और यहाँ पे के मेंबर्स और यहाँ पे एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पे नजर आ रहे हैं और उनकी गाड़ी बाहर निकली थी पर उसके बाद वो फिर से एक बार भीतर अंदर चले गए और एनसीपी समर्थकों से उन्होंने मुलाकात की। यहाँ पे एक कड़ी चुनौती उद्धव ठाकरे के सामने, ये एक तरफ एकनाथ शिंदे दावा ठोक रहे हैं और आदित्य
So that's Mosmi Singh reporting live from outside Matoshri, where Aditya Thackeray met some of the Shiv Senics. We are told that some NCP supporters were also there. Is this some kind of show of solidarity? Because Sanjay Raut has made it very clear that the Maha Vikas Aghadi remains strong, united, and will complete their tenure. What's extremely interesting, Sanjay Raut in that exclusive conversation with India Today's Munish Pandey makes it very clear that the rebels will have to come to Mumbai, face Shiv Senics. There are already protests that are happening outside the homes of those Shiv Sena MLAs who are currently in Assam, in Guwahati. Extremely interesting the road ahead, because he says whatever may be the numbers right now, he concedes that as on date there are only 16 of the 55 Shiv Sena MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray. The remaining are seen on television cameras with Eknath Shinde, the rebel leader. But he says this situation will change the moment those Shiv Sena MLAs come back to Mumbai and a floor test is carried out, because the government will survive the moment a floor test is carried out, insists Sanjay Raut. But the fact remains, this is the biggest challenge that Uddhav Thackeray faces to his leadership, where 2/3 of his party MLAs, 2/3 of Shiv Sena in the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly have rebelled against him, rebelled against his leadership, rebelled against the Maha Vikas Aghadi, and have sought a separate group status in the assembly. Mosmi Singh joins us from Matoshri. Mosmi, beyond the optics of supporters at Matoshri, what's the real picture on ground as far as Uddhav Thackeray and support to Uddhav Thackeray in Shiv Sena is concerned, with at least 37 MLAs led by Eknath Shinde forming a separate group?
Gaurav, clearly support for Uddhav Thackeray has been dwindling since the past 2-3 days, with bad news after bad news trickling in. We're at Matoshri and Aditya Thackeray, in fact, just left a short while ago meeting the NCP supporters. So a lot of parleys and a lot of talks in terms of perception and a lot of optics out on play. Here, NCP supporters, the NCP president of the women's wing in Maharashtra, she met Uddhav Thackeray, and now you have Aditya Thackeray.
No reaction yet from Aditya Thackeray. All sides keeping their cards close to their chest. At this point of time, we are told that what could be a major setback, for the Shiv Sena. We are told that Deepak Lande has also landed in Guwahati, and this would indicate, Mosmi, this would indicate that the Eknath Shinde numbers are swelling. One more joins the rebel camp amidst Eknath Shinde, and reports from Guwahati insisting that he now has the support of 38 Shiv Senics and at least 8 to 9 rebels. He himself says, I have more than 50. Mosmi.
Absolutely, Gaurav. If you add those figures, they actually are hovering around the 50-figure mark. So the buffer stock, the buffer zone, as far as, you know, if it comes to the floor test or somebody switching or changing his or her mind at the last moment, has also been readied by Eknath Shinde. You saw those visuals of Aditya Thackeray. I was just telling you that he just drove out of Matoshri. We expected that he would give a media bite, but it stopped for the NCP supporters. There has been a very little messaging or media interaction in the past 3 days ever since Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray drove off from Varsha, and Aditya in fact showed that victory sign. But today there was no victory sign. He just ducked all the questions that the media was asking. I signaled to him to speak to us, but he perhaps, you know, keeping the cards close they know that this is a testing time for not only Uddhav Thackeray but also about the future of Aditya Thackeray and the Thackeray family. So Gaurav, we'll have to wait and see, but with this entire political drama climaxing in Mumbai and Eknath Shinde likely to come to Mumbai, this is going to go till the very end. This game is being fought till the very end, and it is a battle, an ideological battle as well as a strategic battle. That's one reason that Sharad Pawar, Sanjay Raut, everybody wanted that these MLAs should come to Mumbai, and Sharad Pawar in fact indicating to his supporters that here there will be no BJP leaders to guide them. So we will have to wait and watch, but the Maharashtra political mayhem continues.
In fact, Mosmi, it appears to be intensifying. It appears to be heading into a very critical phase, because battle lines are very clearly drawn. Till some time back, there was this conversation, and Deepak Kesarkar was saying, had Uddhav Thackeray withdrawn from the Mahavikas Aghadi, the 37 plus rebels would have reconsidered their stance. But with Sanjay Raut making it very clear, there is no withdrawal. Uddhav Thackeray is very strong, both with the Congress and with Sharad Pawar and the NCP. It just indicates that the split is right down the middle and wide open, Mosmi.
Absolutely. So the tensions are prevailing on the ground. Many NCP workers, supporters indicating that let the Eknath Shinde camp come to Mumbai. Remember, the Thane man, has been a trusted loyalist of Uddhav Thackeray. But with many of the Uddhav Thackeray loyalists from Mumbai joining the rank and file of Eknath Shinde, it has also given rise to speculation that are these MLAs in the last moment being sent by Uddhav Thackeray? Are they moles in the entire camp, or is the political drama somewhat scripted? And that speculation is still hovering, Gaurav. Clearly, with the numbers swelling in the Eknath Shinde camp, is everything really well? What was the need for Eknath Shinde to actually send that video bite claiming that the superpower party is with them, backing strongly? So is it a psychological war? Is Eknath Shinde really walking a tightrope, or is he confident of making sure that the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government is on the way out, is the big question.
Oh, absolutely. Mosmi, stay with me. I also want to quickly bring in Vidya into this conversation. Vidya, this battle, as it extends into another round, are only the MLAs rebelling? Shiv Sena is having a meeting of all the Zilla Pramukhs. So, are all the Zilla Pramukhs united? Is the party rank and file with Uddhav Thackeray, or do we see a split even in the rank and file, not just the MLAs?
Just about everyone that matters in Shiv Sena is going to be here. Uddhav Thackeray obviously will be connected through the video conferencing, but Aditya Thackeray is here, Diwakar Raute is here, there's Vinayak Raut here. Just about everyone, the Zilla Pramukhs from across Maharashtra, you name the district and the people, representatives are here. Everyone is inside. The meeting will begin as soon as Aditya Thackeray reaches here. The discussions will obviously revolve around the latest issues that are persisting with the party right now. But of course, even though everyone, while going in, said that they will stick to what the government that has formed, the MVA, but right now, if you can see, there's Aditya Thackeray, who is about to reach here any minute now. He would be the deciding what will be really happening, along with his father, who will be connected through video conferencing. And right here, the decision will be taken as to what is to be done, what will happen in this particular fashion. Right here, you can see Aditya Thackeray being greeted by the people here, by people who are waiting to see him and speak to him. Obviously, everyone will be expressing, what they feel about the latest situation from the Zilla Pramukhs. I've spoken to quite a few of the Zilla Pramukhs, and they have been stating that whatever has happened until now is not right. In fact, what they say very clearly is that the government should have stayed, the MVA should have stayed, it should not have been disrupted because of these few MLAs. So certainly at this juncture, Aditya Thackeray just walked in, and the meeting will now begin any minute in the next couple of minutes. And here the important decisions are going to be probably taken. What it will revolve around, we'll get to know a little later when everyone really walks out after the meeting.
Oh, absolutely. So this is in a way, Vidya, show of strength from both sides. If yesterday you had Eknath Shinde parading 37 plus MLAs, 37 of the Shiv Sena, which give him 2/3, mark to break the, anti-defection law barrier, plus 9 independents, and we are told Deepak Lande has just arrived in Guwahati. The second aspect is the Shiv Sena puts together all the Zilla Pramukhs. So it's MLAs versus Shiv Sena, Zilla Pramukhs, and the party structure, Vidya.
Well, obviously, what many people that we have been speaking to, they all see that they are the party workers. They are the ones who determine who will be the MLA and who will not be, because they are the voters. They are the people who stand by the party every minute since the inception, and that's one of the reasons why they feel that what the MLAs have done is wrong and they need to be taught a lesson. Is something to the extent of that people have gone on to say. But of course, everything will be decided as to what will happen, whether, the kind of threats that are being given by the party, that should continue, or, the change in stand of the party, should that happen. Just about everything will be decided. But right now, as every Mumbaikar, every Shiv Sainik said, Chukitsa maafi nahi. That means there is no forgiveness for a mistake that happens. So in this case, Eknath Shinde and others have committed a grave mistake, and that's the reason they should not be given forgiveness, is what most Shiv Sainiks have been speaking about.
And in that exclusive conversation with India Today, Sanjay Raut, is he actually giving us a sign of times to come when he says Shiv Sainiks have held a morcha outside the homes of these 37 plus Shiv Sena MLAs? We'll fight in the assembly, we'll fight in courts, we'll also fight in streets, is what Sanjay Raut told Munish Pandey. Is that already happening on ground, the fight on the road?
In fact, Gaurav, that is a stand that, in fact, when we were speaking to a lot of Shiv Sainiks who were standing outside Matoshri, or people who are standing outside here as well, when we spoke to them, that is exactly what they are saying. They're just waiting for Thackeray to give them an order, and they would do that. But then, they are holding out the fort only because the direction, the yes from Thackeray's hasn't come on that. And that's one of the reasons why, at this juncture, what everyone has been saying is that they're still waiting. So this meeting probably will decide a whole lot of things today, after from how to deal with the people there in Guwahati, what to do here, how does the groundwork, and also remember municipal elections are just a few months away. That is also very important for the Shiv Sena. So after this meeting, there's also going to be, with the corporators, with the local people in every cities. That meeting has also got to happen today itself. So various rounds of meeting, trying to meet the ranks and people from every Shiv Sainik that they can afford to meet. That's what the senior Shiv Sainiks are right now doing, including Aditya Thackeray.
Give me a moment, Vidya. Stay with me. Like I said, India Today has the biggest and the best team of reporters on ground, from Guwahati to Delhi to Maharashtra, to get you a 360-degree perspective on this developing story. Those are images that are coming in from the Guwahati airport. And you have Shiv Sena MLA Dilip Lande, who's just landed in Guwahati, which means the rebel strength goes up by 1. And Shiv Sena MLAs with Uddhav Thackeray, the strength goes down by 1. Vidya, what does this indicate?
Well, as of now, the party stand is very clear. Remember that they have already filed applications for cancellation of nominations of about a dozen of them. That is also being going ahead. In fact, in Vidhan Sabha, a couple of leaders, including Anil Desai, including a couple of other MPs, they're already there. They are processing what's really going to happen in Vidhan Bhavan with the letters that have been sent by them. Their letter of choosing the legislative party leader has already been accepted by the deputy speaker. So they are hoping that the second letter too would be accepted, where they are asking for the cancellation of the nominations of these MLAs, including Eknath Shinde. So all that will happen, and the deputy speaker has already said that he will issue notices to all these 12 for whom the party is seeking cancellation. So legal work has already started on that front. Here, what's going to be decided is the mode of what's going to happen. There are also being threats. Remember, I've been speaking to quite a few of the Shiv Sainiks, and they have actually been saying we just want one order from the Thackerays, and we will show the MLAs what they have done and how it can be corrected. You know, the kind of threats being given out by the Shiv Sainiks, the lower rank, that also has to be taken into account. So you know, the party is looking into all these issues, how to deal with the MLAs who are right now in Guwahati, not following the party direction, and what is to be done in furtherance of what they have done.
Oh, absolutely. How do the numbers stack up as of now? Of course, numbers are to be proven on the floor of the House, and Sanjay Raut made it very clear. The moment all the 55 MLAs are in the assembly, the government, the Mahavikas Aghadi government will survive. That is what he said. But the fact that Deepak Kesarkar says they've already applied for a separate party status in the assembly, the fact that they say they want to be treated as a separate group, how are numbers stacking up as far as the Shiv Sena is concerned, all the factions?
Well, the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena obviously has not been able to keep its camp. Remember, when this entire saga really started, Eknath Shinde actually had nothing more than 25-30 people, but slowly the camp had grown, and that which really meant that the Uddhav Thackeray-led Sena had not been able to keep its flock together. People were actually, even till last night, people have been leaving this party and going over to Eknath Shinde's camp, which clearly meant that the numbers are not with Uddhav Thackeray-led Sena. Now, the only issue is that why was Eknath Shinde still waiting? If he had the numbers, he could have just moved in. It's not really known what he keeps saying. Shinde keeps telling that he is, discussing issues with his party people. He will, discuss all this and then make a move. But in spite of all that, the kind of things that, he could have actually moved in immediately. If he had the numbers, the 37, if he had crossed it, he could have staked the claim before saying that he is the original Shiv Sena and not the one led by Thackeray, but he's still not doing it. So everyone's been wondering why what's really stopping him from doing that. But as of now, the people here are extremely confident that those who have gone to Guwahati will return to the party fold, and that's one of the key things that will be discussed right here at the meeting in Shiv Sena Bhavan.
So as far as the Shiv Sena is concerned, you have MLAs and you have the Zilla Pramukhs. What kind of influence is wielded by the Zilla Pramukhs? Explain for the benefit of our viewers. You have Uddhav Thackeray, the boss on top, the Supremo, the party Supremo. Explain the hierarchy and why Uddhav Thackeray thinks that this meeting with Zilla Pramukhs becomes extremely crucial in terms of putting pressure on the rebel MLAs to come back into the party fold, Vidya.
Well, Jilla Pramukhs are like the party presidents in their particular district. So, they do have quite a bit of hold over the party rank. The MLA is not the only authority who holds in a constitutional area. The Jilla Parishads, that are there, the lower rank is controlled by these people. So that's the region, the Jilla Pramukhs, the Vibhag Pramukhs, the Shakha Pramukhs. That's that entire hierarchy that over the years Shiv Sena has built. Remember, yesterday itself we had seen that Sada, one of the MLA who had shifted from the Uddhav Thackeray-led camp to the Eknath Shinde camp, he was removed from being a Vibhag Pramukh because under Vibhag Pramukhs, there are 6 MLAs there used to be, but Uddhav Thackeray had recently changed it to 3 MLAs, which meant that as a Vibhag Pramukh, he was exerting pressure on 3 MLAs, and when he went, he took those 3 MLAs with him. So immediately after that, yesterday there was a meeting held, and immediately Sada was removed from holding that post, and someone else was given that post. So, that entire exertion of a pressure in the party, the ranks of the party, that happens within. It's not just the MLAs. It's also the various other structures that are built inside the political party that that work towards creating what is really going to happen. So certainly at this juncture, meeting everyone in those ranks is extremely important for the Thackerays to understand what they want, one, and secondly, to carry on with what's happening, to decide whether they have to go to, the other wing, the BJP. Well, that could also be decided, whether they have to stay with the MVA. But remember, everyone who walked in, and when we were speaking to all of them, they kept saying that the MVA is the right way of going ahead with the government right now. We should not be shifting to the BJP. So that's the mood with which they have gone in. But it really have to see as to what the decision in the meeting would be when they really come out.
Stay with me, Vidya. I want to now just cut across from Western India to Eastern India. I want to cut across from Mumbai to Guwahati. And Anupam Mishra now joins me for more on this. Anupam, Dilip Lande has landed in Guwahati, we are being told. What does this mean for the rebel camp numbers, actual numbers on ground in terms of Shiv Sena MLAs? And also, what is the next course of action as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned?
Gaurav, as far as the numbers are concerned, what we know from the inside that there are 38 Shiv Sena MLAs inside this Radisson Blue Hotel. I'm standing just in front of this hotel, and these are the security arrangements here. And 9 independent MLAs are there inside the hotel. So these are the numbers which we are getting from inside, and 3 more MLAs are supposed to come today itself. And there is a vehicle, there is a escorted vehicle coming inside the hotel. I want to show you the visuals of the vehicle, and we don't know yet who is coming inside. This is the escorted vehicle. Police is escorting the vehicle, and there is Eknath Shinde getting inside. Dilip has gone inside. Dilip has gone inside. There's a very fast movement of vehicles outside the hotel, and as you know, Dilip Lande was about to reach, and he has just reached inside the hotel. This is the situation out here in Guwahati in front of Radisson Blue Hotel.
Okay, so with this you're saying 37 they had, which gave them 2/3 numbers, plus Dilip Lande, which takes it to 38, plus 9 independents, which would take it to 47. On what basis, as of now, is Eknath Shinde claiming 50 plus?
That we don't know yet, because as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned, he is claiming that he has much more MLAs with him, and what we know that he is talking to a lot of MLAs in between these 2 days. So maybe there are more MLAs who are in touch with Eknath Shinde, and when the right time comes, they will show up. They will support Eknath Shinde. That is the I think basis of the claim made by Eknath Shinde. Gaurav.
Okay, so we are seeing a lot of claims and counterclaims. Of course, Anupam, you heard Sanjay Raut in exclusive conversation with India Today's Munish Pandey, where he conceded that they have the support only of 16 Shiv Sena MLAs. That Sanjay Raut concedes, indicating the remaining are with Eknath Shinde. But he claims the moment they come on the floor of the House, the Mahavikas Aghadi government will survive, because once again those Shiv Sena MLAs who are in Guwahati will vote for Uddhav Thackeray. Is that the indication that you're also picking up? Are some MLAs here against their wishes, or are these mind games and narrative building that's on from both sides, Anupam?
Gaurav, actually, this is the main concern of Eknath Shinde group, that the moment they will land in Mumbai, the situation will be totally changed. The challenge is much more there after reaching Mumbai, and what will happen after reaching Mumbai if they are going to Mumbai, and some of the MLAs will drift towards the other group. That is the main concern. That is why I think they are taking time, and they are not moving Mumbai right now, and they are taking time and they are consolidating their numbers so that they are ensuring that the moment they will land Mumbai, the numbers will intact with them. That is the main concern at present, and that is the basis of the claim made by Sanjay Raut.
Okay, Anupam Mishra is reporting from ground zero. On both sides, intense mind games are being played. Is Eknath Shinde really not sure of his numbers? Because a report seemed to indicate that he's already en route Mumbai. There's another report that seems to be coming in that seems to be indicating, Anupam, that he's still in a huddle with his team. He wants to meet Deepak Lande. He wants to understand the latest from him and only then take the next step, because once he gets to Mumbai... Okay, there's breaking news that's coming in. Stay with me for a moment. Assam Chief Minister Himant Biswa Sarma has taunted Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. Himant Biswa Sarma has said that the Maharashtra Chief Minister should also come to Assam for a vacation. Himant Biswa Sarma. Okay, and I want to quickly cut across and listen into Himant Biswa Sarma before I get you more on that story.
आपका मुंह से सुना कि और पहुंच रहा है, तो और भी पूरा देश का जितना विधायकगण है सबको मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं असम में आइए। मैं तो सबको बुलाता हूं, सब आइए असम में।
आप उद्धव ठाकरे जी से क्या कहना चाहेंगे सर?
आप भी वेकेशन में आइए असम में। आपका मुंह से सुना कि
आप भी आइए छुट्टी मनाने, एक एक करके आपके नेता आ रहे हैं. That's a taunt that goes out from Himant Biswa Sarma to Uddhav Thackeray. The Shiv Sena numbers with Uddhav Thackeray seem to be dwindling and the rebel camp numbers are actually rising. Of course, a trickle at this stage, 37 plus 1. Dilip Lande has just landed. We are told that 3 more are en route. So 3 more could come to Guwahati. Does that indicate that once Eknath Shinde is comfortable with the support of 40, then they move to Mumbai? Before I get you more on the story and before I get you Anupam Mishra, let's listen into Himant Biswa Sarma again.
आपका मुंह से सुना कि और पहुंच रहा है, तो और भी पूरा देश का जितना विधायकगण है सबको मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं असम में आइए। मैं तो सबको बुलाता हूं, सब आइए असम में।
आप उद्धव ठाकरे जी से क्या कहना चाहेंगे सर?
आप भी वेकेशन में आइए असम में।
आप सब आइए असम में, rest, relax, recuperate, have a vacation. I want to quickly, is the indication that comes from Himant Biswa Sarma. I want to bring in Anupam Mishra once again. Anupam, is there some information that these 37 or 38 plus 9 independent MLAs could now be flown to Goa? This zigzag from Surat to Guwahati to Goa, is that what is likely to happen? This was claimed by Sanjay Raut in their exclusive conversation with India Today just about 20 minutes ago.
There's no confirmation that they will be flown to Mumbai today or tomorrow, but ultimately they will be flown to Mumbai. So the timing is the crucial, and that is what we are getting from inside, that Eknath Shinde group is buying some time. They are consolidating their efforts. They are ensuring that when they land, when they reach Mumbai, there will be no hustle, and because the main concern, main challenge is will start after reaching Mumbai. That is what Eknath Shinde group is considering, and that is why they are buying time. So there is no certainty that they will leave today or tomorrow, and we have heard some of the MLAs saying that we will go to Mumbai after 2 days or 3 days. So there is time. I think they will be flown ultimately, because they will have to go to Mumbai to prove the numbers. So this is the crucial thing, that when they are going to Mumbai and the meetings are taking place inside and a lot of activities are happening outside outside this hotel, lot of cars, lot of vehicles coming inside the hotel, lot of vehicles going outside the hotel with a tilted glass, and it's very difficult to identify persons who are traveling in or outside the hotel. So today I can say that there is a lot of activity happening outside the hotel, but there is no certainty that they will leave today or tomorrow.
Okay, Anupam, stay with me. It's the consolidation phase, and this becomes very interesting before the battle is taken into the next stage. Consolidation happening on both sides. We'll show you those two images, both sides, that is Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena and Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena. Both the factions are consolidating their numbers. Sanjay Raut is indicating that this very crucial meeting is happening right now at the Shiv Sena Bhavan. Vidya reporting from ground zero that Uddhav Thackeray would be addressing all the Zilla Pramukhs via video conferencing, and just a short while back you saw those images of Aditya Thackeray arriving for that meeting. So while there are, according to Sanjay Raut, 16 Shiv Sena MLAs who are currently in Mumbai, including Aditya Thackeray with Uddhav Thackeray, it's the Zilla Pramukhs who become more important, or district presidents of the Shiv Sena across Maharashtra. The other picture is the consolidation by the Eknath Shinde group, and Eknath Shinde now has the support of 38 Shiv Sena MLAs. Images that you see on your television screen, battle lines very clearly drawn. Is this endgame Uddhav Thackeray? From that emotional appeal that he made on a Facebook Live to this combative Shiv Sena after that conversation with Sharad Pawar, who we are told advised Uddhav Thackeray to be aggressive and take a hard line on the rebels. Now 38 Shiv Sena MLAs are currently with Eknath Shinde, and Sanjay Raut says MLAs have ditched us before. MLAs do not comprise the party. The backbone of the Shiv Sena, the Zilla Pramukhs, the Shiv Seniks, the rank and file and the cadre, they remain together, and they will ensure that these MLAs do not get re-elected. And this is being said very clearly by Sanjay Raut. And this is end game. That is very clear. And there you see the other image, very, very crucial image being put out. This is an India Today exclusive, a show of strength being made at the Radisson Blu in Guwahati. Look at those pictures, as the show of strength very clearly indicates where majority of the Shiv Sena MLAs are. The numbers are rising. From Vinod Agrawal, Independent MLA, also joins me on the broadcast. Mr. Agrawal, what's the latest position? What is the stance of the party at this stage? What is the stance you're taking, sir? विनोद जी, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? विनोद अग्रवाल जी, मेरी आवाज आप तक पहुंच रही है? We will once again try and establish a link with Vinod Agrawal. The question remains, is this endgame? Is this endgame Uddhav Thackeray? Because the rebel faction, and you see this picture out on your television screen, the story is very clear. The rebels have actually now demanded the removal of the deputy speaker, Narhari Jirwal. They want an independent, they want an impartial deputy speaker. The allegation is very clear that the deputy speaker is towing the Mahavikas Aghadi line or the NCP line at this point of time. But Eknath Shinde is likely to be homebound in a short while from now to claim, as Deepak Kesarkar was telling India Today, that they've already applied to be a separate group and they have the numbers. These are the numbers on your television screen. 38 MLAs standing together. Vinod Agrawal, independent MLA, joins me. Vinod जी, आपकी आगे की अब रणनीति क्या है?
हमने जो शिवसेना ने पत्र दिया था कि भाई 16 एमएलए को आप डिस्क्वालीफाई कीजिए, हमने विधानसभा के अध्यक्ष उपाध्यक्ष जी को हमने कहा है कि इस प्रकार से डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन आपको करते नहीं आता। उसके संदर्भ में सुप्रीम कोर्ट के होंगे, हाई कोर्ट के होंगे या समय समय के ऊपर में देश के अनेक सभागृह के निर्णय होंगे, उनके दाखिले हमने उनके साथ में दिए हैं। और इस प्रकार से नियम बाह्य करना और ये नहीं होना चाहिए, ये हमारी भावना, इस हिसाब से हमने यहाँ पर पत्र दिया है।
ठीक, ये भी अभी खबर आ रही है कि शिवसेना के अलग नेता असेंबली में बनाए जा रहे हैं। शिवसेना लेजिस्लेचर पार्टी के चीफ विप एक अलग बनाए जा रहे हैं। तो क्या आपके लिए ये एक बड़ा झटका होगा?
कैसा, किसके नेता अलग बनाए जा रहे हैं?
महाराष्ट्र असेंबली में नरहरी जिरवाल ने, खबर यह आ रही है कि शिवसेना के एमएलए अजय चौधरी को शिवसेना लेजिस्लेचर पार्टी का लीडर बनाया जा रहा है, सुनील प्रभु को पार्टी का चीफ विप बनाया जा रहा है। तो जो 37 या 38 नेता इस समय गुवाहाटी में है, वो तो कह रहे हैं कि हमारा नेता तो एकनाथ शिंदे है। तो क्या ये आपके लिए एक सेटबैक होगा?
नहीं, मेरे लिए फीडबैक का सवाल नहीं है, लेकिन आज जो एकनाथ जी शिंदे है, जो गठ नेता है, जो विधानसभा का नियम कहता है, बाकी जो कानूनन सभी बातें हैं, उसको देखते हुए वही गठ नेता रहेंगे, ऐसे मुझे लगता है।
तो अभी आप लोग कब तक रहेंगे यहाँ पर गुवाहाटी में? आपकी आगे की रणनीति क्या होगी सर?
सर, मैं अभी मुंबई में हूँ और आने वाले समय में जब भी जो भी पेचीदे अनेक प्रकार की अड़चने आएंगी, उन अड़चनों के ऊपर में मात करते हुए उसमें रास्ता निकालना, ये हमारा कार्य है।
लेकिन अभी सबसे बड़ी अड़चन क्या है? क्योंकि अभी संजय राउत जी ने आज तक से इंडिया टुडे से खास बातचीत की और उन्होंने ये कहा कि अभी चाहे 37-38 हमारे विधायक हो गुवाहाटी में, जब वो मुंबई आएंगे तो महाविकास अघाड़ी की सरकार सुरक्षित रहेगी।
मुझे ऐसा नहीं लगता। आज जो विधायक है पूरी तरीके से, जहाँ तक मुझे जानकारी है, पूरी तरह से शिंदे जी के साथ में है और आखिर तक के शिंदे जी के साथ में रहेंगे, ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
विनोद जी, आपके मुताबिक आंकड़ा क्या है इस समय? कितने शिवसेना के विधायक और कितने निर्दलीय विधायक इस समय एकनाथ शिंदे जी के साथ हैं?
करीब 40 के आसपास में शिवसेना के विधायक और 10 के आसपास में करीब निर्दलीय विधायक, ऐसे 50 का आंकड़ा निश्चित तौर पे एकनाथ जी शिंदे के साथ में, ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
और आपकी दृष्टि में ये एकजुट रहेंगे महाराष्ट्र असेंबली में जब वोटिंग की अगर बात आएगी?
बिल्कुल एकजुट रहेंगे, आज एकजुटता के साथ में है ही वो।
क्योंकि संजय राउत ने जब आज तक से बात की तो उन्होंने ये इंडिया टुडे से तो उन्होंने ये साफ किया कि मोर्चा निकालना शुरू हो गया है। शिव सैनिक बहुत नाराज हैं अपने एमएलए से, अभी उनके घरों पर मोर्चा निकाल रहे हैं और ये लड़ाई सड़कों पर भी होगी, असेंबली में भी होगी और कानून की भी होगी, अदालत में। तो क्या दबाव में आएंगे ये 38?
संजय जी राउत जी बड़े नेता है, उनके ऊपर में टिप्पणी करना या बातें करना मैं नहीं चाहता, लेकिन मेरे को इतना मालूम है कि आज जो शिवसेना के विधायकों ने जो अपना जो स्टैंड लिया है, वो उनका स्टैंड एकदम सही है। और आज निश्चित तौर पे उनके ऊपर में जो आज उनके मतदार संघ के लिए निधि नहीं मिलना या विचारधारा से प्रताड़ना करने का जो कार्य हो रहा था, उस हिसाब से उनका लिया हुआ जो कदम है सही कदम है, ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
विनोद जी, कब तक ये पूरी टीम जो इस समय जिसका आंकड़ा आप बोल रहे हैं हो सकता है लगभग 50 का हो या 42-43 का है, जो गुवाहाटी में है, वो कब तक मुंबई पहुंचेंगे? क्योंकि एक ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि हो सकता है वो यहां से गुवाहाटी से गोवा जाए।
अभी वो क्या करने वाले इसके बारे में मुझे जानकारी नहीं है, लेकिन ये 2-4-8 दिन के अंदर में सब ये परिस्थितियां सब निश्चित तौर पे साफ हो जाएंगी और आने वाले समय में मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि नई एक सरकार बनने की दिशा में एक नई पहल होगी।
तो जो नई सरकार बनेगी उसमें मुख्यमंत्री शिवसेना अर्थात एकनाथ शिंदे होंगे या फिर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के देवेंद्र फडणवीस होंगे?
एकनाथ जी शिंदे ने जो कहा है कि भाई भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ में मिलकर के सरकार बनाना चाहिए, वैसा उन्होंने आह्वान उद्धव जी से किया है, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ में एकनाथ जी मिलकर के सरकार बनाएंगे।
तो मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा सर?
वो तो एकनाथ जी जो चर्चा करेंगे उसके हिसाब से मुख्यमंत्री तय होगा। मुझे इसके बारे में जानकारी नहीं है, उसके बारे में वो भी बता सकते।
और आपका इस पर क्या मत है? एक निर्दलीय विधायक होने के नाते आपका क्या मत है इस पर?
निश्चित तौर पे आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एकनाथ जी शिंदे का गठन हम लोग से पूरी शिवसेना ने मिलकर के, जिस प्रकार से 2019 में मिलकर के साथ में चुनाव लड़े थे और उनको बहुमत मिला था, लोगों ने उनके बारे में उनको बहुमत दिया था, उसी प्रकार से आज उसी विचारधारा के साथ में महाराष्ट्र में सरकार बनाना चाहिए। आज एकनाथ जी के साथ में बहुतांश विधायक है और वो एक बीजेपी ने और एकनाथ जी ने मिलकर के सरकार बनाना चाहिए और ये सरकार को हमारा पूरा समर्थन रहेगा, इसमें कोई दो मत नहीं है। और
विनोद अग्रवाल जी, एक विधायक के रूप में नरहरि जिरवाल साहब जो डिप्टी स्पीकर है, उनके काम पर, उनके निर्णय पर आपको क्या कहना है? क्या आप उससे सहमत हैं या आप सहमत नहीं हैं?
मेरी उनसे यही अपेक्षा है कि भाई किसी भी प्रकार के दबाव में न आते हुए जो लोकशाही को अपेक्षित है इस प्रकार का निर्णय उन्होंने करना चाहिए, क्योंकि एक तो उनके ऊपर में इसके पहले मेरी जानकारी के हिसाब से उनके ऊपर में विपक्ष ने अविश्वास प्रस्ताव भी लाया हुआ है और ऐसे स्थिति में किसी भी प्रकार की कृति करते समय वहाँ कहीं भी गलती न हो, इस प्रकार का उन्हें पूर्ण ध्यान रखना चाहिए।
तो किस तरह के दबाव में, क्या ये आपका मत है कि नरहरि जिरवाल जी जो डिप्टी स्पीकर है वो दबाव में काम कर रहे हैं और किसके दबाव में काम कर रहे हैं?
मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि किसी भी प्रकार के दबाव में न आते हुए उन्होंने काम करना चाहिए। मैं ऐसा नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि उस पर किसी का दबाव है,
क्योंकि कुछ दिशा से इस तरह की भी बात आ रही थी कि नरहरि जिरवाल जी को संभवतः हटा देना चाहिए, जिस तरह के निर्णय की अपेक्षा है कि वो बिल्कुल निष्पक्ष होकर निर्णय करेंगे, ऐसा नहीं होगा। क्या इस बात में दम है, क्या इस मत में दम है कि उनको हटाकर एक निष्पक्ष व्यक्ति को लाने की आवश्यकता है?
निश्चित तौर पर उन्हें निष्पक्ष अपना निर्णय देना चाहिए। अगर निष्पक्ष निर्णय नहीं देते तो निष्पक्ष व्यक्ति को लाना जरूरी हो जाएगा।
क्या शिवसेना के विधायक इस समय दबाव में हैं? शिवसैनिकों के दबाव में जो मोर्चा निकाला जा रहा है उन 38 शिवसेना नेताओं के खिलाफ जो इस समय गुवाहाटी में हैं?
शिवसेना विधायक किसी भी प्रकार के दबाव में नहीं है। मैं भी उनके साथ में 2.5 साल से लगातार काम कर रहा हूं और समय समय पर हमारी जो चर्चाएं होती है वो निश्चित तौर पे कांग्रेस राष्ट्रवादी के साथ में शिवसेना की युति से वो लोग खुश नहीं थे और साथ में शिवसेना का मुख्यमंत्री रहने के बावजूद भी किसी भी प्रकार के कार्य उनके नहीं होते थे, इसलिए वो पूरी तरह से नाराज थे। और आज जो भी निर्णय लिया है पूरे विधायकों ने मिलकर के एक साथ में निर्णय लिया है, मैं ये निश्चित तौर पे आपसे कहना चाहता हूँ।
तो आप ये कह रहे हैं कि लगभग 40 शिवसेना के विधायक और 10 स्वतंत्र निर्दलीय विधायक वो एकजुट हैं और वो असेंबली के फ्लोर पर भी एकनाथ शिंदे का साथ देंगे?
100% साथ देंगे, पूरे मिलकर के साथ देंगे, मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है।
ठीक, कब तक मुंबई आएंगे इस पर अभी लेकिन आपको क्लैरिटी नहीं है?
नहीं, उसके बारे में मुझे जानकारी नहीं।
क्या ये डर है कि वो स्थिति बदलेगी? विनोद जी मेरे साथ रहिएगा 2 मिनट के लिए। विनोद अग्रवाल, इंडिपेंडेंट एमएलए विद अस। प्रोटेस्ट बाय द कांग्रेस इन गुवाहाटी, लेट्स क्विकली लिसन इन।
अभी बाढ़ का विषय है, 50 लाख के ज्यादा आदमी अभी बांध पानी के लिए भुगत रहा है और असम का मुख्यमंत्री ने असम में जो डार्टी पॉलिटिक्स शुरू किया है ये हम लोग को भी यहाँ पे स्वीकार नहीं करेगा। असम में डार्टी पॉलिटिक्स चलने नहीं देगा। will not allow dirty politics in Assam. Eknath Shinde should go back immediately. Otherwise, he will face very dangerous consequence. He should not disturb in this crucial time. Assam is
something to be given relief. We don't want the money politics from Assam. We ask the Maharashtra people to go back to Maharashtra.
Assam Congress का president.
So Congress workers in Guwahati protesting outside the Radisson Blue Hotel saying Maharashtra leaders should go back to Maharashtra. There should be no money politics from Maharashtra that should be brought to Guwahati, where the focus of Chief Minister Hemant Biswa Sarma should remain flood relief work. The state is facing a deluge There is the flood problem, lives have been lost, property has been lost, and the focus remains on these 38 plus 9 Shiv Sena and independent MLAs who are currently at a five-star hotel in Guwahati. And that image that you see on your television screen tells the story. विनोद अग्रवाल जी, आपने सुना असम कांग्रेस के नेता कह रहे हैं कि ये पैसे की राजनीति जो महाराष्ट्र के नेता गुवाहाटी में कर रहे हैं, इनको अपने राज्य मुंबई वापस चले जाना चाहिए, महाराष्ट्र वापस चले जाना चाहिए।
देखो, कांग्रेस की स्थिति ऐसी है कि देश में आज उनको कोई भी सीरियसली नहीं लेता। आप क्यों उनको इतना सीरियसली ले रहे हैं, मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा।
प्रमुख विपक्षी दल है अग्रवाल जी कांग्रेस पार्टी, और वो ये कह रहा है कि पैसे की राजनीति, और कल ममता बनर्जी भी कह रही थी ये पूरा हवाला का खेल हो रहा है, मनी पावर है, जिससे बीजेपी सत्ता परिवर्तन करने की साजिश रच रही है महाराष्ट्र में।
इसमें कोई साजिश वाली बात नहीं है, और निश्चित तौर पे एकनाथ जी ने जो किया है वो अपने बलबूते के ऊपर में किया है, और इसमें किसी प्रकार की साजिश है ऐसा मुझे नहीं लगता।
अभी जो ये तस्वीर हम देख रहे हैं गुवाहाटी में, 38 शिवसेना के जो विधायक है वो, और 8 या 9 जो निर्दलीय विधायक है वो एक साथ है, लेकिन ये एक साथ होने के बावजूद गुवाहाटी में क्यों है, मुंबई में क्यों नहीं है विनोद अग्रवाल जी? अगर इतना शक्ति पर आपको भरोसा है तो मुंबई जाइए, फ्लोर टेस्ट कीजिए, यही महाविकास अघाड़ी के नेता कह भी रहे हैं।
देखो, समय आने के ऊपर में जब भी फ्लोर टेस्ट की बात आएंगी सब लोग आएंगे, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। इसमें कोई अलग हो रहा है ऐसा मुझे नहीं लगता। जब जब इस प्रकार की घटनाएं होती है देश में, सभी पार्टियां इस प्रकार की सब चलता है, आपको पता ही है।
ठीक, विनोद अग्रवाल जी, आज तक इंडिया टुडे से बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आई ऑल्सो वांट टू क्विकली कट अक्रॉस टू इंडिया टुडेज पॉलमी साहा, who joins us live. Polami, is Eknath Shinde reassessing his strategy given the strong counter-attack that's come from the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena? Explain these images that we see, two factions and both sides claiming that they have the numbers, one of MLAs, the other of the Shakha Pramukhs or the Zilla Pramukhs.
Well, that's right. Now, both sides basically, Gaurav, are flexing their muscle, basically trying to show that they have the strength, they have the numbers, and they have the will.
महिन्यात किमान 10 वेळेस मान्य उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहेबांना ते वर्षभर भेटले असतील। पाण्याच्या योजनेच्या संदर्भात असेल, मराठवाड्यातल्या प्रश्नाच्या संदर्भात असेल, स्वतः त्यांच्या पक्षाच्या कार्यालयाच्या उद्घाटनाला स्वतः उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहेब उपस्थित होते, संभाजीनगरात गेले होते त्यांच्या आमंत्रणावरून। त्यांच्या मतदारसंघात हजारो कोटी रुपयाचा निधी दिलाय, त्याचे डिटेल्स माझ्याकडे उपलब्ध आहे। त्यामुळे संजय शिरसाट स्वार्थापोटी खोटं बोलत आहेत।
पैशाचं वगैरे लालच वगैरे दिले त्यांना
ते मला माहिती नाही, ते त्यांना विचारा, परंतु हे खोटं बोलतात संजय शिरसाट एवढं 100% सांगतो।
सर हिंदी में बताइए, आज की जो बैठक है वो कितनी महत्वपूर्ण होगी, क्या क्या निर्णय इसमें लिए जाएंगे?
शिवसेना में रूटीन मीटिंग पक्ष प्रमुख लेते हैं। आज हम सब संगठन के पदाधिकारी हैं, जिला प्रमुख है, संपर्क प्रमुख है, और जो महाराष्ट्र में जो स्थिति निर्माण हुई, कुछ विधायकों ने निर्माण की है। शिवसेना ऐसी स्थिति से डरती नहीं है, शिवसेना ऐसी स्थिति में और ताकत से काम करती है, और हमारे पक्ष प्रमुख के नेतृत्व में हम सब विश्वास करके और ताकत से आने वाले वक्त महाराष्ट्र में काम करने के लिए तैयार हो रहे हैं।
अच्छा, प्रवीण दरेकर है, उन्होंने राज्यपाल को लेटर लिखा और कहा है कि जो अंधाधुंधी हो रही है, जो अंधाधुंधी वाले निर्णय हो रहे हैं, उसको लेकर के आप हस्तक्षेप करें।
उन्होंने ये लेटर राष्ट्रपति को भी लिखना चाहिए। हिंदुस्तान में भी अंधाधुंधी चल रही है, इन्होंने राष्ट्रपति को भी ऐसा लेटर लिखना चाहिए। संजय शिरसाट ने झूठी बात की है, संजय शिरसाट झूठ बात करते हैं। संजय शिरसाट हमारे मतदार संघ में रहते ही नहीं है, वो मुंबई में रहते हैं, कभी तो भी संभाजीनगर में आते हैं। उनके मतदार संघ में शिवसेना पक्ष प्रमुख उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहब, सीएम साहब ने हजारों कोटी रुपए दिए हैं। उनके कार्यालय के उद्घाटन के लिए खुद शिवसेना पक्ष प्रमुख हाजिर थे, और पिछले 2-4 महीने में मेरे हिसाब से कम 4 बार हम मिले, उसमें से 2 बार तो मैं खुद साथ में था वर्षा पे। इसलिए संजय शिरसाट स्वार्थ के कारण झूठ बात कर रहे हैं, पक्ष प्रमुख गलत आरोप कर रहे हैं, उसका हम निषेध करते हैं।
एकनाथ शिंदे मुंबई आ रहे हैं, ऐसी भी एक खबर आ रही है, उसके बारे में
वो मुझे नहीं पता वो कब आ रहे हैं क्या।
So I want to once again cut across to Paras Dama joining us live on this story. important meeting of the Zilla Pramukhs or the district presidents of the Shiv Sena held by Uddhav Thackeray. What transpired? What's emerged?
Gaurav, most important meeting is underway right now because Jilla Adhikaris plays very important role with the MLAs and all that under the parties. So right now the most important meeting is underway because the situation is very critical for Uddhav Sarkar. So now Uddhav Thackeray doesn't want anything to happen. He wants to use every card to save the Mahavikas Aghadi Sena. So he is doing meeting with the Jilla Adhikaris at the Sena Bhavan. Aditya Thackeray reached few minutes ago over there, and this all meeting is underway right now. We had seen how yesterday there was a video which got out where Eknath Shinde is expressing his things to the fellow MLAs, which is in Guwahati. So right now the major meeting is underway, and it will be very important to see what happens after the meeting because Shivsena is playing every card that can save their government because there is so much going around Shivsena. On the other hand, Eknath Shinde is very much confident that if anything will happen, he is confident that no one will go out of his camp. On the other side, Sanjay Raut is also claiming that he is in touch with some of the MLAs in Guwahati and they want to come back. So there are some blame games also happening in this situation, but if we talk about the power game, right now the most powerful man in this whole scenario is Eknath Shinde. He will decide what will happen next in Maharashtra politics. But right now, Uddhav Thackeray is the main man who have to convince all the MLAs who is in Maharashtra, who is not gone to Guwahati and who has not been into the rebel camp till now. So he have to convince all of them to save Shiv Sena and Mahavikas Aghadi Sena. So this is the important meeting which is underway, and we have to see what will happen after the meeting.
Explain this for the benefit of our viewers, and in a moment we'll also be joined by Polami in Guwahati. Is Eknath Shinde only moving in the direction of splitting the MLAs, claiming 2/3 support of the MLAs and becoming a separate group in the Maharashtra State Assembly? Or is his effort even deeper, where he's trying to split the party, including Zilla Pramukhs and MLCs and MPs and other leaders of the Shiv Sena at the grassroots level?
He will try everything because right now MLAs are in support of Eknath Shinde, and we are seeing that how MLAs are supporting Shiv Sena. We had seen some MLC also supporting Eknath Shinde in an indirect way, but right now considering the whole scenario, we can see how situation has arisen, and we can definitely say that MLCs and MLA will support Eknath Shinde also, and this is the main thing. So this is the main thing where we can say Eknath Shinde on a power place.
Okay, and the image that we see of Dilip Lande also reaching the Radisson Hotel in Guwahati, which means the Eknath Shinde camp numbers swell to 38. We are also being told, Vinod Agrawal was saying at least 10 independents are with Eknath Shinde. Is it actually true on ground that this number is now touching 50, 40 Shiv Sena and 10 independent? Or is there merit? Eknath Shinde himself was saying 13 will remain with Uddhav, the remaining are with me. Paras.
Yeah, Gaurav, as Eknath Shinde is claiming that he has more than 50 MLAs, and we are seeing the rises of number that is happening because every day we are seeing that MLAs are going to Guwahati and landing their support to Eknath Shinde. So it may happen that on a ground level also some more MLAs will join Guwahati soon. But right now the situation we can see on an official level, Dilip Lande has reached Guwahati, and over there he has just landed his support to Eknath Shinde, and we can also see that it seems like many other MLAs of Shiv Sena are in touch with Eknath Shinde. Because I'm continuously saying that right now Eknath Shinde is in a power position. So everyone wants to land his support to Eknath Shinde because there are many things going around Shiv Sena and MVA government. We had seen a letter bomb written by Eknath Shinde yesterday, where MLA also just said that they are not happy with the Sarkar. They doesn't used to enter Varsha. So there were so many problems which was happening around Shiv Sena. So right now, considering the situation, Gaurav, we can see, we can just consider that there will be many more MLAs who can join Eknath Shinde camp, rebel camp in Guwahati.
MLAs or others too. And let me take that question. Paras, stay with me. Let me take that question to our Western India Bureau Chief and Senior Executive Editor Sahil Joshi, who joins us on the broadcast. Sahil, it's a day of fast-paced developments. Just as we were expecting Eknath Shinde to fly to Mumbai, we are being told that Dilip Lande has also landed in Guwahati, and there is a huddle. Explain what's happening behind the scenes in both the camps, Sahil.
Hold वर ठेवला आहे.
Okay, our call is on hold, and I'll just take a moment and reestablish that link with Sahil Joshi. But those images are very clear. Dilip Lande being welcomed very warmly as he lands and as he reaches that hotel in Guwahati. These are images that you see exclusively on India Today. The leaders being welcomed into the Shiv Sena rebel fold, which Eknath Shinde claims is the real Shiv Sena. It's now the big fight. Which is the real Shiv Sena? Is the real Shiv Sena the one that is led by Uddhav Thackeray, or is the real Shiv Sena the one that is led by Eknath Shinde, now claiming support of 38 MLAs of the Shiv Sena and 10 independents, also claiming that there are at least 3 more Shiv Sena MLAs who are about to reach Guwahati for the numbers to swell even further. I once again want to come back to Paras Dama joining us in Mumbai. Paras, we are seeing these 2 images of a show of strength that's happening in Guwahati. This would also be an indication to the Zilla Pramukhs and the other leaders who are in Maharashtra. Both sides are playing very intense mind games, Paras.
Of course, Gaurav, it's a mind game right now, because we had seen mind game played by Uddhav Thackeray 2 days ago, when he just came on live on Facebook, where he said that you have came to me. If MLAs had told me that they don't want me as a CM, I would have resigned. But if you want that, come to me and talk to me. This type of mind game has been played by Shiv Sena. On the other hand, Eknath Shinde is also playing some of the important mind games, which is very necessary in a situation where you know that you are in a power place, and you know that you are very much confident that you can do the changes. So right now, Eknath Shinde is showing his strength. Every day, a new MLAs is coming to Guwahati. Many MLAs are coming to Guwahati. That's what Eknath Shinde wants to convey to Shiv Sena and MVA government, that I have strength right now. I am ahead in numbers. So please wait and watch. I am going to play my part soon. Whatever you want to do, you can do. So these types of this types of mind games have been played by both the side. It will be Shiv Sena or Eknath Shinde. But the power man, the key man right now in whole Maharashtra politics, it's Eknath Shinde, where Eknath Shinde knows he has a strength. On the other hand, Shiv Sena, Sanjay Raut, the main man, for Shiv Sena right now, who is speaking up everything on behalf of Shiv Sena. He's saying that I'm also in talks with some of the MLAs and they are not happy there. We had seen a press conference taken by two of the MLAs who has come from the Guwahati. They said that they were not happy. They were been kidnapped by the following party. So these things are happening. Mind games are played by both the sides, but it will be very important to see who will win this situation.
Okay, and it remains to be seen, whether it's game over for Uddhav Thackeray or whether he can still pull a rabbit out of the hat. It very clearly appears there's a change, Paras, in the manner in which Uddhav Thackeray has responded in the past 3 days. From walking out of Varsha to Sanjay Raut saying that Uddhav Thackeray will be back in Varsha, and some of the protests that are being carried out against the Shiv Sena MLAs who've gone to Guwahati. It's almost as if pressure tactics are being mounted on those who are currently in Guwahati.
Yeah, of course, Shiv Sena wants to use every weapon that they have right now because they know their situation. If anything happens, if one or two major thing happens in forthcoming hours, the government will perish like a card. So Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, MVA government, or we can say Sharad Pawar, they will try everything. Also, on the other hand, Shiv Sena wants Eknath Shinde to come back. They also want the MLAs which are rebels, which are staying in Guwahati right now. They also want them to come back. But how? How will they come? How will situation will be in a position where MVA government will able to save the thing which is happening in Maharashtra? So there are some of the important questions which are rising day by day, and the most importantly the MLAs number which are soaring day by day. We had also seen today 3 MLAs had in Guwahati. They just reached Guwahati. So this will be the important part. How will Shiv Sena will handle this situation? Important meeting going at Sena Bhavan. After that we will see picture clearing a little, Gaurav.
Okay, give me a moment, Paras, as we wait for a reaction that's coming in. I want to cut across to the Shiv Sena Bhavan, where Pankaj Upadhyay now joins us from the Shiv Sena Bhavan, and this meeting will perhaps set the tone on what happens next. Agenda for this meeting, what transpires, and what's likely to come out when Uddhav Thackeray addresses the Zilla Pramukhs or the district presidents, Pankaj?
Absolutely. I think there is a lot of significance to this meeting. And this meeting that has been called today, where Sena leader and cabinet minister Aditya Thackeray is present, Vinayak Raut is present, and recently elected to the council Sachin Ahir, he's also present. Now this is a clear indication that Shiv Sena is not going to give up so easily, even though at this point of time they clearly realize that the odds are heavily stacked against them. But it seems that the Shiv Sena is going to give a good fight at this point of time. And this meeting of the district presidents, I think, also is an indicator that the Shiv Sena is now on battleground. I think the first move was made some days back by Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray himself when he moved out from his official residence, official bungalow, Varsha, and moved towards Matoshri. You know, for decades, Matoshri has been the place where late Bala Saheb Thackeray has been using the remote control and exercising his power in Mumbai and Maharashtra. So, Uddhav Thackeray has clearly moved from Varsha to Matoshri, a clear indicator that he is also on fight mode now. Today,
okay, stay with me for a moment. We have Shiv Sena MLA Bhaskar, who's countering Sanjay Raut. Is there more rebellion brewing in the Sena? Don't challenge your own people. Let's listen in. I'll get you more on the story.
असं आहे की संजय राऊत हे आमचे फार मोठे नेते आहेत, मुख्य प्रवक्ते आहेत. त्यांना मी सल्ला देण्यात मी मोठा नाही, पण तरी देखील मी संजय राऊतांना नम्रपणे सांगतो की ही आव्हानं देण्याची ही वेळ नाही, ही जोडण्याचीच वेळ आहे. हे शोधण्याची वेळ आहे. त्यांची नाराजी खरी खोटी आहे का ती समजून घेण्याची वेळ आहे. ती नाराजी दूर करण्याची वेळ आहे. आपण एकमेकाला आव्हान देण्यापेक्षा लोकशाहीचं जे तत्व आहे की संवाद वाढवा, आव्हानं नका जास्त देऊ, संवाद वाढवा. संवाद वाढला तर मतभेद दूर होतील, संवाद वाढला तर पुन्हा कुटुंब एकरूप होऊ शकतं असं मला वाटतं आणि म्हणून संवाद वाढवायला हवाय.
Communicate, don't take on your own people. Bhaskar Jadav's big attack on Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut, of course, speaking exclusively to India Today. Munish Pandey made it very clear the time for talks is over. He, in a way, taunted these 38 Shiv Sena MLAs who are in Guwahati, saying that the BJP is giving you instructions on when to wake up, when to sleep, where to go, and are they headed to Goa next? This is an India Today exclusive.
उनको यहाँ आना पड़ेगा, हमारे सामने आना पड़ेगा. शिवसेना के विधायक है तो हम तो उनका इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि भाई आइए, तो यहाँ वहां दर दर की ठोकरें खाकर मत घूमिए. महाराष्ट्र आपका है. पहले सूरत में गए, सूरत से गुवाहाटी में गए, अब मैं सुन रहा हूँ गुवाहाटी से गोवा में जा रहे हैं. क्या जरूरत है सब करने की? जो बातें आपके मन में है वो आप यहाँ हमारे सामने बैठकर, उद्धव जी के सामने बैठकर भी बात कर सकते थे. इसके लिए आपको भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सिक्योरिटी और सहारा लेना पड़ा सूरत से गुवाहाटी तक. ये लगता है ये कोई एक सच्चा शिव सैनिक का आत्मसम्मान नहीं है. ये मानता हूं मैं, ये प्रतिष्ठा नहीं है शिव सैनिक की. आप अपने आप को अगर शेर कहते हो तो ये शेर की इज्जत नहीं है.
2 दिन पहले जब उद्धव ठाकरे ने यह कहा था कि उनकी एकनाथ शिंदे से बातचीत हुई है, आपने अपने कई बयानों में बातचीत दिया हुआ है. क्या पिछले 2 दिनों में आपकी एकनाथ शिंदे से बात हुई है? क्या
मेरी और उनकी लगभग 10 दिन बातचीत हो रही है. उनके साथ जो विधायक हैं उनके साथ भी मेरा संवाद और संपर्क चल रहा है. हम बात कर रहे. देखिए वो हमारे दुश्मन नहीं है. हमने सालों साल एक साथ काम किया है. हमारा एक रिश्ता है. वो रिश्ता सिर्फ पार्टी में राजनीतिक कार्यकर्ता के तौर पर नहीं है, खून का रिश्ता है. पार्टी का रिश्ता खून का रिश्ता है.
लेकिन रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है राउत साहब? रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है? इतनी अगर बातचीत हो रही है तो रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है? कौन सी ऐसी बात है जिसको लेकर एकनाथ शिंदे कह रहे हैं कि अब मैं उद्धव ठाकरे की शिवसेना में नहीं रहूंगा?
अब एकनाथ शिंदे के हाथ में कुछ बचा ही नहीं है. उनका कब्जा भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पूरा ले चुका है. अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी तय करेगी एकनाथ शिंदे क्या बोलेंगे, क्या करेंगे, खाना खाएंगे, नहीं पिएंगे, अब उनको सोना है या उठना है, बैठना है, स्नान करना है, ये अब बीजेपी तय करेगी. अब एकनाथ शिंदे और उनके विधायकों के हाथ में कुछ नहीं बचा है.
जो आप आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि अब एकनाथ शिंदे जो हैं वो बीजेपी के कब्जे में हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये भी सवाल होगा कि न सिर्फ एकनाथ शिंदे बल्कि उनके साथ में जो बागी एमएलए हैं वो भी बीजेपी के कब्जे में. और ये भी नजर आ रहा है कि अब तो शिवसेना भी उनके कब्जे में है क्योंकि उनके पास नंबर्स अंगगणित के हिसाब से ज्यादा हैं.
देखिए हमारे पास अब 55 विधायक विधानसभा में है. उसमें से मैं मानता हूं सभी विधायक चले गए. जाने दो, कागज पे विधायक जाने का मतलब पार्टी खत्म हो गया ऐसा नहीं होता है. विधायक चले जाते हैं, पार्टी खड़ी रहती है, वापस विधायक चुनकर लाते हैं. 2 बार बगावत हुई है. नारायण राणे ने बगावत की, छगन भुजबल ने बगावत की. उनके साथ भी विधायक चले गए, लेकिन चुनाव में उसमें से एक भी विधायक वापस चुनकर नहीं आया. महाराष्ट्र में उनकी पॉलिटिकल करियर खत्म हो गई. इस बार भी जो विधायक रहेंगे उनके साथ, समझ लीजिए उनकी पॉलिटिकल करियर खत्म हो गई. दूसरी बात, महाराष्ट्र की जनता सड़क पर उतर गई है. आज 10 जगह पे जो विधायक चले गए उनके घर पर, उनके कार्यालय के ऊपर बड़ी संख्या में लोगों ने मोर्चा निकाला है, आंदोलन किया है. ये तो एक स्टेप है. आगे आगे देखो क्या होता है.
आपकी आज मुलाकात हुई शरद पवार जी से, उस मुलाकात में क्या क्या बातचीत हुई, क्या इसके बारे में आप बता पाएंगे? और आगे की रणनीति क्या होने वाली है? क्योंकि आपने बयान दिया कि वो अभी भी इस अलायंस के नेता हैं, बड़े नेता हैं, पितामह की तरह हैं वो. क्या उनके सजेशन थे? आपकी क्या बातचीत हुई और आगे की रणनीति क्या होने वाली है आपकी?
रणनीति की बात तो नहीं है. हम तो जो विधायक जहाँ कहाँ छुपा कर रखे किसी स्टेट में, वो आने का इंतजार कर रहे हैं. पवार साहब तो हमेशा महाविकास आघाड़ी की प्रेरणा रहे है, ऊर्जा रहे हैं. और आज भी हम सब लोग एक साथ, कांग्रेस हो, एनसीपी, शिवसेना, मुख्यमंत्री, लड़ने के मूड में. हम लड़ेंगे फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर भी और लड़ेंगे सड़क पर भी.
एक कानूनी लड़ाई की भी आप लोगों ने तैयारी की है, इस तरह की खबरें हैं कि आप कोर्ट में
कानूनी लड़ाई तो चलती रहेगी, कानूनी लड़ाई तो चलती रहेगी, लेकिन हर लड़ाई को हम तैयार है। जिस प्रकार से भारतीय जनता पार्टी हर स्टेट में जहां बीजेपी का शासन नहीं है वहां की सरकारें तोड़ फोड़ कर अपनी सरकार बनाना चाहती है, ये देश के सामने, लोकतंत्र के सामने एक बड़ा आह्वान है। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, पूरे देश भर का माहौल ऐसा है कि महाराष्ट्र के मुद्दे पर पूरा देश का विपक्ष एक साथ आ रहा है, चाहे ममता बनर्जी हो, चाहे तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री हो, चाहे तमिलनाडु के मुख्यमंत्री हो, चाहे राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री हो, पूरे देश से हमको समर्थन मिल रहा है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये जो खेल शुरू किया है, ये जो आग लगाई है, इस आग में जलने वाले वही है।
शिवसेना MP Sanjay Raut is taking solace in the fact that the entire opposition is coming together on the aspect of what's happening in Maharashtra. But his own party leader is telling him, look within, talk to your own people, don't let this fight escalate. And this is coming from his own Bhaskar Jadhav of the Shiv Sena. Says, don't challenge your own people, speak to them. Now is the time to understand why your own people are upset. I once again want to cut across to Pankaj Upadhyay joining us from Shiv Sena Bhavan. Pankaj, Bhaskar Jadhav is still in Mumbai and Bhaskar Jadhav is telling Sanjay Raut, talk to your people, don't antagonize them. What's actually happening within the Shiv Sena in Mumbai, in Maharashtra?
Gaurav, it's a very difficult situation for Shiv Sena at this point of time. You know, I'm standing right outside the Shiv Sena Bhavan. I was trying to have a word with the Shiv Sena cadres. They are not ready to speak right now. All they are saying is they are waiting for a word from Uddhav Thackeray as to what is going to be the next plan of action of these people. What is going to be the next plan of action of these party loyalists? What are they supposed to do? Should they resort to sloganeering? Should they protest against the Shinde camp? Or should they stay still? If they protest, it would be like protesting against their own party. If they do not protest, it would be like they are endorsing whatever the Shinde camp is doing. How would they prove whether they are with the Shinde camp or with the Thackeray camp? So there is confusion all around. While on one hand, a list of 16 Shiv Sena MLAs against whom the process of disqualification is being initiated by the Sena leaders is being circulated. On the other hand, within the Shiv Sena, we have the likes of MLA Bhaskar Jadhav, who clearly maintain that, look, this is not right. This is the time to unite the Shiv Sena. This is the time to fill up the cracks. And let us bring all these rebels, these dissidents together. And let's get back together. Let's talk over the issues and sort this out. But the resolution is not going to be
Give me a moment. We have the first reaction that's coming in on the Maharashtra crisis from the Bharatiya Janata Party. Union Minister Piyush Goyal has said it's an unholy alliance that's bound to fail. Let's quickly listen in to Piyush Goyal. The first reaction that's coming in from Team Modi. Union Minister Piyush Goyal has reacted to the crisis in Maharashtra. He's called the Mahavikas Aghadi an unholy alliance that is bound to fail.
You're a Mumbai boy. ये महाराष्ट्र में क्या हो रहा है? क्या करवा रहे हो आप?
हमें तो पता नहीं, मैं तो आपके यहाँ पे बैठा हूँ अभी। इसके पहले हमारे नए राष्ट्रपति जी के नामांकन के लिए गया था। मैं समझता हूँ कि महाराष्ट्र में जो हो रहा है वो उन्हीं के जो गठबंधन था, वो जो जरा भी नैतिक गठबंधन नहीं था, टोटली अनएथिकल alliance. I mean, imagine, just now, by the way, in the car driving to your venue, a senior journalist from your channel was sharing a video which is doing the rounds, I think, on various social media about an interview which Mr. Bal Thackeray gave many, many years ago, in which he was asked the question, would you be willing to go with the Congress to form a government? And he said, I'd rather dissolve my party than do an agreement and do a government with the Congress. I mean, I've never seen such bankruptcy of ideology, as we saw in Maharashtra, amongst all the partners. All the three partners who hated each other all their life are suddenly seeing virtue in each other, and you see an absolutely unethical government for the last 2.5 years, an absolutely corrupt government. For those who come from Maharashtra or Mumbai have experienced it. And when I was re-elected to the Rajya Sabha only a few days ago, when I was asked my comments, I had actually said that the fact that 3 MPs of the BJP have got elected in Rajya Sabha against a possible 2 that we really had the votes for is reflective of the public anger and the seething discontent that was visible in Maharashtra for many months. It's just come out to the fore. It's an internal matter of that party. But you can clearly see the way things are going, that the majority of that party continues to believe in the ideology or the principles that were once upon a time their core philosophy, and the people who compromise are now being relegated to the background or will probably remain as a fringe element.
You know the Thackeray family very well personally, and now this is very embarrassing for Uddhav Thackeray ji to have his MLAs walk out in a manner where there is now more people with the Shinde Sena than there are with the Thackeray Sena. And what a fall from grace this is for the son of Bala Saheb Thackeray. Why do you think it went wrong, and how much of this is BJP lagawing chabi from the back?
Well, very often when there's an earthquake, I think the earthquake was bound to happen. It's probably divine that something which is beyond any of our control what is happening, and earthquakes will happen, will come and go. Nobody needs to actually do anything to make that earthquake happen. And what we are seeing there is just something which was expected to happen. Frankly, the fact that they ran for 2.5 months itself is, it reflects the ability of power to be a glue and keep them together for 2.5 years. It was an unholy alliance, and I think they're just seeing the result of the public sentiment. In fact, many MPs, in Parliament would come to us from that party and say, literally bang their head and say, we don't know how we'll ever get re-elected in 2024 because we won the last election keeping Mr. Modi's photo in our every poster. Rahul, by the way, I was summoned, requested, pleaded by a candidate of that party in South Mumbai to rush to Mumbai to salvage his election, which was otherwise going down the tube, because South Mumbai clearly looked like being angry that we did not have a BJP candidate and we had a candidate from that party. I literally spent 3-4 days assuaging people all over my area that no, a vote given to this candidate is a vote to Prime Minister Modi for his re-election. आप बस मोदी जी का चित्र रख के वोट डालो वहाँ पे, चाहे धनुष बाण हो, चाहे कमल हो, मोदी जी को वोट जाएगा. वो सोच के वोट डालो. And of course we won that seat with a healthy margin. But for them to win that seat next time, if they didn't have Mr. Modi's photo, would have been a near impossibility. And I think most MPs, MLAs there understood, realized that you have come to Maharashtra during the last elections. You saw the huge upswing of public support and love and affection for Mr. Modi. We could have fought that last election on our own and actually won it also. But we believe in friendships. We believe in respecting friendships, ideological friends, friendships of 30-odd years. This alliance originally, very, very originally, started in my own home in 1984. So we are now, 38 years gone by. And Mr. Vajpayee was there. Mr. Bal Thackeray had come to my home. They both met, discussed. Then they went and addressed a rally at Shivaji Park. And by the way, they didn't even have a recognized symbol. So the then candidate fought on the Kamal symbol, our lotus symbol, in the 84 election. So that was they had only 2 candidates in Maharashtra for the Lok Sabha in 84. But it's unfortunate that they chose not to stick along with the BJP. And let's see how things pan out now. I am not privy to what's happening because I am neither in Guwahati nor I was in Mumbai when all of this happened. I was in Geneva. So certainly I can assure you that none of us has any role in what's happening.
It's a big attack on the Mahavikas Aghadi. Union Minister Piyush Goyal says it's a total bankruptcy of ideology of all the three parties, the three constituents. The unholy alliance is bound to fail, says Union Minister Piyush Goyal. And I've never seen such bankruptcy of ideology in the three parties, the Shiv Sena, the Congress and the NCP. Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Piyush Goyal launches a frontal attack on the lack of ideology, and he's singling out, while he's talking about all three, Congress, Shiv Sena and the NCP, he singles out the Shiv Sena, where he says the core of that party still believes in the ideology of Balasaheb Thackeray. He quotes Balasaheb Thackeray saying he once said, "I would rather dissolve my party than go with the Congress." Piyush Goyal, in exclusive conversation with India Today's news director Rahul Kamal. Let's listen in.
You're a Mumbai boy. ये महाराष्ट्र में क्या हो रहा है? क्या करवा रहे हो आप?
हमें तो पता नहीं, मैं तो आपके यहाँ पे बैठा हूँ अभी। इसके पहले हमारे नए राष्ट्रपति जी के नामांकन के लिए गया था। मैं समझता हूँ कि महाराष्ट्र में जो हो रहा है वो उन्हीं के जो गठबंधन था, वो जो जरा भी नैतिक गठबंधन नहीं था, totally unethical alliance. I mean, imagine, just now, by the way, in the car driving to your venue, a senior journalist from your channel was sharing a video which is doing the rounds, I think, on various social media about an interview which Mr. Bal Thackeray gave many, many years ago, in which he was asked the question, would you be willing to go with the Congress to form a government? And he said, I'd rather dissolve my party than do an agreement and do a government with the Congress. I mean, I've never seen such bankruptcy of ideology as we saw in Maharashtra amongst all the partners. All the three partners who hated each other all their life are suddenly seeing virtue in each other, and you see an absolutely unethical government for the last 2.5 years, an absolutely corrupt government. For those who come from Maharashtra or Mumbai have experienced it. And when I was re-elected to the Rajya Sabha only a few days ago, when I was asked my comments, I had actually said that the fact that 3 MPs of the BJP have got elected in Rajya Sabha against a possible 2 that we really had the votes for is reflective of the public anger and the seething discontent that was visible in Maharashtra for many months. It's just come out to the fore. It's an internal matter of that party. But you can clearly see the way things are going, that the majority of that party continues to believe in the ideology or the principles that were once upon a time their core philosophy. And the people who compromise are now being relegated to the background or will probably remain as a fringe element.
You know the Thackeray family very well personally, and now this is very embarrassing for Uddhav Thackeray ji to have his MLAs walk out in a manner where there is now more people with the Shinde Sena than there are with the Thackeray Sena. And what a fall from grace this is for the son of Balasaheb Thackeray. Why do you think it went wrong, and how much of this is BJP lagawing chabi from the back?
Well, very often when there's an earthquake, I think the earthquake was bound to happen. It's probably divine that something which is beyond any of our control what is happening. And earthquakes will happen, will come and go. Nobody needs to actually do anything to make that earthquake happen. And what we are seeing there is just something which was expected to happen. Frankly, the fact that they ran for 2.5 months itself is, it reflects the ability of power to be a glue and keep them together for 2.5 years. It was an unholy alliance, and I think they're just seeing the result of the public sentiment. In fact, many MPs, in Parliament would come to us from that party and say, literally bang their head and say, we don't know how we'll ever get re-elected in 2024 because we won the last election keeping Mr. Modi's photo in our every poster. Rahul, by the way, I was summoned, requested, pleaded by a candidate of that party in South Mumbai to rush to Mumbai to salvage his election, which was otherwise going down the tube, because South Mumbai clearly looked like being angry that we did not have a BJP candidate and we had a candidate from that party. I literally spent 3-4 days assuaging people all over my area that no, a vote given to this candidate is a vote to Prime Minister Modi for his re-election. आप बस मोदी जी का चित्र रख के वोट डालो वहाँ पे, चाहे धनुष बाण हो, चाहे कमल हो, मोदी जी को वोट जाएगा. वो सोच के वोट डालो. And of course we won that seat with a healthy margin. But for them to win that seat next time, if they didn't have Mr. Modi's photo, would have been a near impossibility. And I think most MPs, MLAs there understood, realized that you have come to Maharashtra during the last elections. You saw the huge upswing of public support and love and affection for Mr. Modi. We could have fought that last election on our own and actually won it also. But we believe in friendships. We believe in respecting friendships, ideological friends, friendships of 30 odd years. This alliance originally, very, very originally, started in my own home in 1984. So we are now, 38 years gone by. And Mr. Vajpayee was there. Mr. Bal Thackeray had come to my home. They both met, discussed. Then they went and addressed a rally at Shivaji Park. And by the way, they didn't even have a recognized symbol. So the then candidate fought on the Kamal symbol, our lotus symbol, in the 84 election. So that was they had only 2 candidates in Maharashtra for the Lok Sabha in 84. But it's unfortunate that they chose not to stick along with the BJP. And let's see how things pan out now. I am not privy to what's happening because I am neither in Guwahati nor I was in Mumbai when all of this happened. I was in Geneva. So certainly I can assure you that none of us has any role in what's happening.
Okay. Big attack. Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal tears into the Mahavikas Aghadi, says it's a total bankruptcy of ideology. It's only the lust for power that has brought all of them together and not ideology. They've all fought each other all their lives, and now for power they've come together, and this unholy alliance is bound to fail. Nana Patole, the Maharashtra Pradesh Congress Committee chief, joins me on this broadcast. Nana Patole, Piyush Goyal says it's only power, the hunger for power, that has brought this unholy alliance together, sir. It's bound to fail.
मैं पीयूष गोयल को भी याद दिलाऊंगा कि लास्ट 2014 से 2019 में जो सरकार थी, फडणवीस सरकार, उस समय भी शिवसेना के एमएलए मंत्री अपना रिजाइन लेके जेब में घूमते थे कि फडणवीस और बीजेपी हमें तकलीफ देती है, ये उनकी उस समय में वो परेशानियां थी. और रही अभी की जो सरकार जो है, अलायंस ये नेचुरल नहीं है, हम बात मानते हैं, लेकिन एक बात है कि जो आज अलायंस तोड़ने का जो काम शुरू हुआ है वो ईडी के माध्यम से हुआ है, ये छुपा नहीं है. आज भी अनिल परब को ईडी के कार्यालय में खड़ा करके रखा है और क्या क्या कमिटमेंट किया.
जी, लेकिन आरोप ये लग रहा है, okay, I've lost that line with Nana Patole and we will try and re-establish that conversation because the allegation that the observation of Union Minister Piyush Goyal is that it's only lust for power that's brought the 3 parties together. And he quotes Bala Saheb Thackeray, who was once asked a question, will he ever have an alliance with the Congress party? And he said, I would rather dissolve the Shiv Sena than go with the Congress party. And his son, Uddhav Thackeray, is now in an alliance with the Congress party and the NCP. And the core ideology and the core or the majority in his own party, the Shiv Sena, are not following that line. Breaking news coming in, this breaking news coming in from that mega Shiv Sena meeting of the Zilla Pramukhs or the district presidents that's happening as we speak. So we get you inside details of this key huddle that Uddhav Thackeray is addressing at the Shiv Sena Bhavan. He, of course, we are told, has joined via video conference. He told workers, the Zilla Pramukhs there, the district presidents of the Shiv Sena, that he was not well for the past 6-7 months, and he said he had made that point very clear. I'll get you more on this breaking story, but I want to get back to Nana Patole in just a moment. Nana Patole, केंद्रीय वाणिज्य मंत्री पीयूष गोयल ये कह रहे हैं कि केवल सत्ता की भूख आपको एक साथ लाई है। बाला साहेब ठाकरे का जिक्र करते हुए कह रहे हैं कि बाला साहेब ने कहा था कि मैं शिवसेना भंग कर दूंगा, तोड़ दूंगा, लेकिन कभी कांग्रेस के साथ नहीं जाऊंगा, और उन्हीं का बेटा अब कांग्रेस के साथ अलायंस में है। Okay, we'll once again attempt to re-establish that link with Nana Patole, because there are some questions that Uddhav Thackeray, of course, is in the line of fire for going with the Mahavikas Aghadi, where majority in his party, at least as of now, majority of the MLAs in his party do not want to be a part of the Mahavikas Aghadi, and they've said so in as many words to Uddhav Thackeray, to Shiv Sena leaders, not just the 38 MLAs who are there in Guwahati, but even MLAs and leaders like Bhaskar Jadhav who are in Mumbai and telling Sanjay Raut, listen to your people instead of listening to outsiders and having a confrontation with your own people. A quick break, back with lots more. Stay with us on this special broadcast. India Today gets you all angles of the story from Guwahati to Mumbai and more. Stay with us.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Sun. We depend on it for energy and light, but solar flares from the sun could be deadly. Are you confused and don't understand what this means? Don't you worry, we have it covered. A massive solar flare erupted from Earth's star as it got active in its new cycle. A sunspot exploded and produced flares which lasted for 8 hours. The event led to a shortwave radio blackout for 8 hours over Japan and Southeast Asia. Before we get into the technicalities of what caused this, let's learn about solar flares. A solar flare is an intense, localized eruption of electromagnetic radiation in the sun's atmosphere. Its occurrence will disrupt radio signals. The occurrence of solar flare also varies upon 11-year cycle. The solar flare unleashed superheated plasma from the sun, powering them at speeds ranging in millions of kilometers per hour. The growing sunspot AR3032 exploded, producing M3 class flares that lasted nearly 8 hours. It hurled towards the inner planets, including Earth, ionized the top of the atmosphere with the extreme ultraviolet radiation released from the sun. Geomagnetic storms are a major disturbance of Earth's magnetosphere that occurs when there is a very efficient exchange of energy from the solar wind into the space environment surrounding Earth.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
We know that plastic causes pollution, but did you know microplastics can also be a cause of pollution? Microplastics are plastic particles with dimensions less than 5 millimeters. Some are so small they are invisible to the naked eye. Nylon and polyethylene, for example, are mixture of polymers and additives, are themselves microplastics created from tiny pellets known as nurdles. These elements are found in everyday products like shower gels and cosmetics, as well as fertilizers, detergents, and paint. Another major source of this pollution is car tire wear. Difficult to filter, these microplastics get everywhere, in rivers and then the oceans, on land or in the air we breathe. Billions of items of plastic waste taking hundreds of years to break down litter beaches all around the world. All living species in the oceans that are part of the human food chain, from zooplankton to whales, are likely to ingest microplastics. The impact of microplastics on organisms or on ecosystems is unknown, but the additives they contain are potential chemical contaminants.
You are watching India Today.
Ever witnessed a tornado? A tornado is a violently rotating column of air extending from the base of thunderstorm down to the ground. Tornadoes are capable of completely destroying well-made structures, uprooting trees. A tornado can pass through the air like a deadly missile. If you ever witness a tornado or if one passes near you, you need to know the safety measures. In this video, we will tell you all about it. Tornadoes are great spirals of wind and among the most violent and destructive storm on Earth, despite their sometimes fast and localized passage. They form when hot humid air, often from the sea, meets dry cold conditions originally from the poles. As the hot air rises, the denser cold air gathers underneath. The condensation and moisture produced results in the formation of a thundercloud. The two air masses rotate around each other without mixing. Before long, a hazy cone or a funnel appears, a warning sign that a tornado is on the way. Once the spiral touches the ground, it can officially be classed by the name of the tornado. The amount of damage a tornado can cause is directly linked to the speed of its varying wind. The enhanced Fujita scale is used to measure the intensity and damage potential. Most tornadoes are classified as level 0, with wind speed of between 105 and 137 km per hour. Damage is usually slight. For example, tiles might be blown off the roof. But level 5 tornadoes, however, bring with them wind ranging from 320 to 500 km per hour. In this case, a whole house can be uprooted and cars can be thrown more than 100 meters away. Tornadoes can form all across the world, but they most frequently hit the United States of America, where annually there are more than 1,000.
You are watching India Today.
All right, viewers, you can see on your television screen the rebel MLA group headed by Eknath Shinde, how it's only grown from strength to strength. We are giving you the date, we are giving you the numbers, and you can clearly see the trajectory of the possible demise of the Mahavikas Aghadi. It started off in Surat with 34 MLAs. Right now, Eknath Shinde in Guwahati, standing with what he claims and what seems like very clearly 38 MLAs of just the Shiv Sena. That is one more than what he needed to buck the anti-defection law. All right, with those visuals, let me take you to the latest developments coming in. The big scoop from Uddhav's key huddle. The latest which is coming in, viewers, is that Uddhav Thackeray has countered the rebels' inaccessible charge. Uddhav says, could not meet Netas as I was unwell, saying that I left Varsha, not the fight. Uddhav has said that I might have left the Chief Minister's residence Varsha, but I am still determined and I will not give up the fight. What's interesting, viewers, is when Uddhav Thackeray had, in that emotional address directly to the rebel MLAs, had nearly, not in so many words, but had accepted that he was unavailable to his MLAs for months at end. Today, in his key meet, he has said that the reason he was missing or could not meet or was inaccessible to his own party men was because he was just unwell, nothing more than that. I want to quickly cut across to my colleague Pankaj Upadhyay, who's joining us live with the very latest. Pankaj, take us through on what all has Uddhav Thackeray said in this meeting.
Preeti, I'm at the Shivsena Bhavan right now. Shivsena Bhavan is located in the southern area of the other area.
All right. We're going to try and cut across to Pankaj. Clearly, there's a lot of chaos at the Shiv Sena Bhavan where this meeting is taking place, viewers. But the latest that we're getting in is that the Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray has said that he could not meet the MLAs because of pandemic and later a spine surgery. But opponents use this opportunity to strike against us. This is what Uddhav Thackeray is saying in this meeting. He also says that you people want me to step down as party president. I'm ready. He's even saying that I'm ready to step down as party president. I'm ready to leave that also. I am not that person who will cling onto a post or chair. Important developments that are coming in from this key huddle at the Shiv Sena Bhavan. Joining me right now is colleague Pankaj Upadhyay. Pankaj, Uddhav Thackeray even agreeing or offering to step down from the party president post there.
Yes, Preeti. Am I audible right now?
Yes, you are. Go ahead, Pankaj.
Yes, Preeti. I'm at the Shiv Sena Bhavan right now. We have fixed our frame at the doors of the Shiv Sena Bhavan because from here, Aditya Thackeray, Vinayak Raut, Sachin Ahir and other Shiv Sena leaders are going to come out. Why their statement now is going to be important is because it has been decided what the ground cadres need to do. Because the cadres in North Maharashtra, Marathwada, Vidarbha and the various district presidents and the Shaka Pramukhs who had been called in, they are asking what has to be the next strategy of the Shiv Sainiks now, what has to be the next strategy of the party cadres, of the Shiv Sena loyalists. So they would be told what has been decided in the meeting. And yes, very importantly, Uddhav Thackeray, Chief Minister of Maharashtra, who was part of this meeting through video conferencing, has made certain very, very important statements. He has told the various district presidents to stay united, to regroup yet again. He said during the times of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, the tyrants used to ravage villages after villages. But then the villagers had deep faith and loyalty towards Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and they used to regroup. He is saying the time has yet again come that the Shiv Sainiks need to regroup and they need not fear the current circumstances. He has also said that the people, the cadres need to believe in him. He says that he does not have the lust for power and if at all the party wishes him to step down, then he will step down as well. But Preeti, it seems that the Shiv Sena is getting battle ready, and the steps in that direction had been taken by Uddhav Thackeray a couple of days back when he had stepped out from Varsha and he marched towards his house in Matoshri. And now the cadres will be given the strategy. What do they need to do right now? Since 9 a.m. I have been here and I was asking the ground cadres as to what the next move is going to be. They said they have no idea about it. They said they do not know whether they need to protest. If the protest could be seen a protest against Shiv Sena, against their very own brothers. If they stay quiet, would that be construed as they supporting the Shinde camp? So they are saying right now they need a statement from Uddhav Thackeray as to what plan of action are the cadres expected to take from here on this total commotion outside the Shiv Sena Bhavan. This is the main door where from Aditya Thackeray is going to come out. This meeting has a lot of significance because after the rebel group went to Guwahati, this is the first meeting of the various district presidents that has been called in, and Uddhav Thackeray has himself joined in via video conferencing. Now, if at all a strategic decision has been taken by the Shiv Sena, Aditya Thackeray, when he comes out, he is going to spell it out. What is the next plan of action the Shiv Sena is going to take? We will get to know.
Stay with
the Shiv Sena getting ready for the next elections? Yes, Preeti.
All right. Well, the BMC elections are around the corner, but Pankaj, my colleague, can you see that, viewers, can you see on the left-hand side of your television screen, if you can see those visuals of a lot of cameras all pointed towards one direction, the door from which Aditya Thackeray is expected to come out soon. It is important, viewers, because just a short while ago, Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, in his district party president address, said that he is now ready for the big fight. He's left Varsha, but he hasn't left his determination. There is a kind of messaging that has filtered down. Especially, it was important for him to give a clear message to the cadre, to the people, where his own party is concerned. He addressed the party as district party president, where he also said, if you want, I will step down from party president. I don't want to hold on to any post or even be the party president. He gave all those options, but eventually what he has said is now is the time to fight. What is the messaging that would be given out? Viewers, it would be interesting because for the first time, a hint that now the BJP is also in the game has come in with a possible first step. The leader of opposition, Maharashtra State Legislative Council, has written to the governor, Bhagat Singh Koshyari, in midst of all this political turmoil. He has said that the governor should relook decisions of the Maha Vikas Aghadi. I want to cut across back to Pankaj Upadhyay, who's getting us the latest. Pankaj, till now, at least the BJP wasn't saying anything upright, especially the Maharashtra cadre. What is interesting is it would be important the message that Uddhav gives to his people, because the leader of opposition, Maharashtra, has already moved a letter to the governor.
Preeti, right now, as I said, there is a lot of confusion as far as the Shiv Sena is concerned. On one hand, we have the names of 16 MLAs that are being circulated, against whom the disqualification proceedings are being initiated. But then, on the other hand, we have the likes of Shiv Sena MLA Bhaskar Jadhav, who's saying, look, this is not the time to take action against these rebels. It is the time to join the Shiv Sena. It's the time to regroup once again and let us gather and show our might yet again. So, just a few moments back, I received a message that the Shiv Sena's Sangli unit is also joining and showing its solidarity to the Shinde camp, saying that the NCP is not treating them very well. So at this point of time, as I said, Shiv Sena is a divided house. There is no clarity on what is going to happen next, and that is why this very meeting, the first meeting of the various district presidents that has been organized after the rebel camp marched over to Guwahati, gains so much of significance. As you can see all around, there is massive police presence here. Aditya Thackeray, the cabinet minister, son of Uddhav Thackeray, is going to come out anytime. Along with him is also senior Shiv Sena leader Vinayak Raut, who has accompanied him, and also another Sena leader Sachin Ahir, who recently won the state council elections as well. So there are three important Shiv Sena leaders. For the first time since morning, Preeti, I am hearing the sloganeering from the Shiv Senics right now. All along they were quiet. They were saying they do not know what is the next plan of action. What are they supposed to do in the various shakhas? They do not know what are they supposed to do in their various districts. They say that the Sena rank and file have been asking them what is the next plan of action, but they have no idea. So today, when Chief Minister has given out his statement, he has asked his rank and file to regroup, to reunite, and as it was saying, get ready for the fight. Just buckle up for yet another challenge. It is going to be very interesting to see as to what Cabinet Minister live is going on in India today. So what is the next step that the Shiv Sena is going to take from here? And it is going to be very interesting. Again, I'll emphasize, Preeti, right now there is no unanimity on what has to be done on ground zero. There is certain faction which again sympathize, even though being with the Uddhav Thackeray camp, sympathizes with the Shinde camp and says that they need to regroup, they need to reunite, and that the Shiv Sena cannot break like this. But on the other hand, there are several senior leaders within the Shiv Sena, which includes the like of chief spokesperson of Shiv Sena, Sanjay Raut, who's been maintaining that the rebels need to return right now, and this cannot be allowed to go on. So this meeting gains a lot of significance. All eyes are now on what Cabinet Minister Aditya Thackeray will have to say. As I said, we are keeping our frame intact at the very doors of the Shiv Sena Bhavan. It is from this very place that Aditya Thackeray is going to come out. And let us wait and watch.
I'm going to just come back to you, Pankaj. We're going to quickly dip into more news that's filtering out of that meeting that has taken place at the Shiv Sena Bhavan. Now, word coming in that Uddhav has countered the rebels' inaccessible charge. He says, couldn't meet Netas as I was unwell, had to go through a spine surgery as well. I left Varsha, but not the fight. His second emotional appeal coming in where his address today to his own party men were concerned. It's interesting, viewers, he also went ahead and said that I don't want to be party president. I can step away from this post if you want me to. But he also said that the word, rather, instead of a name, he used a connotation or an analogy where he said Shiv Thackeray cannot be, the Shiv Sena cannot be without the word Thackeray. Interesting what's going on. I want to cut across right now to my colleague Moshmi, who's also joining us from the Shiv Sena Bhavan. You know, it's really important, Moshmi, the kind of messaging that comes out, because from here on till now we've seen the Shiv Sena firefight, appeal to the rebels, but this is the time, the last address of Uddhav Thackeray were to the rebel MLAs. This address is to his loyalists. So an important message needs to be delivered on what is going to be the future course of action. Moshmi, can you hear me?
Absolutely, Preeti, and on expected lines, this was a very, very emotive appeal by Uddhav Thackeray, just like in the past while he was addressing the public through a Facebook Live, and now today while he reached out to the cadre of the Shiv Sena, you know, he invoked the family and the traditional emotive relationship of Bala Sahib Thackeray with the Shiv Sena workers. And clearly, you know, he was outlining the contours. Even if you see that the leaders who are leaving the Shiv Sena Bhavan, they are talking about we made those who were there MLAs, and now we will make new ones. We will create a new cadre and new leaders. So very symbolic, because this is the path of confrontation, clearly, with the 24 hours ultimatum expiring. Now the Uddhav camp has really outlined the way they are headed, challenging the existence of the Shinde Sena camp, saying that this is the real Shiv Sena. And remember, it is a battle not only about the legislatures who are the real Shiv Sena, but also about who the party per se, the real Shiv Sena belongs to, and that battle will be fought on ground zero at the block, the district level, and that's the reason that you saw Aditya Thackeray leave Matoshri. You saw he halted for a while, posed for the camera, met the NCP workers. So clearly a messaging, and he showed his fist. So clearly a messaging from the father and the son duo that they are not alone. They have the support of the Sena workers.
Well, it is interesting because till now, viewers, the Shiv Sena, in terms of the basic genesis of the party, the basic feature of the party is muscular politics. Till now, Uddhav Thackeray was on a back foot in terms of trying to appeal to the rebel MLAs, come back in the fold. The message day before yesterday, in the evening, when everyone thought Uddhav Thackeray might be stepping down, but he didn't, that messaging was for the rebel MLAs, where he offered his resignation to the rebel MLAs. This time today, viewers, a lot has changed. In terms of the numbers now clearly increasing with Eknath Shinde, Uddhav Thackeray now is going to be from passive now to aggressive. You can see it in the body language of his son. You can see it in terms of the commentary coming in from his closest aide, Sanjay Raut, who came out and said the time is up. Now we will teach them a lesson. Them meaning the rebel MLAs. The Shiv Sena has moved for 16 MLAs to be disqualified. Many would suggest this could lead to a long-drawn battle in the court. And I'll bring in Maushmi back into this conversation. Maushmi, a long-drawn battle in the court asking for the disqualification of 16 MLAs, ultimately hoping that the rest of the MLAs are tired down and hopefully would come back to the fold. The 16 that have been picked are Eknath Shinde loyalists.
Absolutely, Preeti. The moment this battle turns legal, and it is going to turn legal, because if you look at the movement of either sides, they are trying to get a legal cover to their actions. So clearly, that really means that it is going to take its own time. That really means that this legal battle will also be fought in the court of the Election Commission. And that really defines what Uddhav Thackeray is doing. That Shiv Sena is not only about the MLAs represented in the assembly or the legislature. Shiv Sena is also about a legacy, about each and every worker on ground zero, the grassroots level, the soldier of the Shiv Sena, and that is actually a constitutionally under the law of the anti-defection law, that is actually a right of a party, to stake claim over the party symbol. So which is the real Shiv Sena? That battle will be fought tooth and nail, and that's why we see that having lost his strength as far as the legislature is concerned, Uddhav Thackeray now focusing on the party cadre to ensure that if the anti-defection law comes into picture, he can say that the organization is with me, the party symbol remains with me.
Right. Well, that's one of the primary reasons when it comes down to who takes onus or who's the arbitrator to say that the real Shiv Sena lies with me, which is Eknath Shinde. It's been contested by Uddhav Thackeray. The legislative party in terms of sheer numbers might lie with Eknath Shinde, but the strength of the Shiv Sena, which includes Rajya Sabha MPs, MLCs, various other organizational posts, the cadre, Uddhav Thackeray says that lies with him. Remains to be seen if it lies with him or not, because viewers, what's really interesting in all of this is that BMC elections are coming up in the month of September. Meanwhile, a quick update on the latest developments coming in from the state of Maharashtra. Rebel MLA, Sena MLA Eknath Shinde, who has been camping with the rebel clan, cancelled his visit to Mumbai, saying that he will stay in Guwahati for some more time. He earlier on had indicated that he's going to fly in and meet the deputy speaker. Other than that, the Shinde clan continues to swell and grow stronger as one more Sena MLA, Dilip Lande, lands in Guwahati to join the rebel faction camping in Guwahati's Radisson Blu Hotel. The total number of Sena MLA supporting Eknath Shinde has now reached 38. The Uddhav faction has sought disqualification of 16 MLAs of the Shinde faction under the 10th schedule. Maharashtra Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirwal has also been approached with the plea. The Shiv Sena Supremo and Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray said that just because he left Varsha, the official Chief Minister residence, doesn't mean he has left the fight as well. Maharashtra Chief Minister further said he's not attracted to power, but the way rebellions happen was not correct and he still has the will to fight back. In midst of the Maharashtra political crisis, 2 independent MLAs have demanded the removal of Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirwal, accusing him of being biased towards the Uddhav camp. All right, viewers, let's get in all the reactions that are coming in at this point of time. We're going to cut across back to the Shiv Sena Bhavan in just about a minute.
उनको यहाँ आना पड़ेगा, हमारे सामने आना पड़ेगा। शिवसेना के विधायक है तो हम तो उनका इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि भाई आइए, यहाँ वहां दर दर की ठोकरें खाकर मत घूमिए। महाराष्ट्र आपका है। पहले सूरत में गए, सूरत से गुवाहाटी में गए, अब मैं सुन रहा हूँ गुवाहाटी से गोवा में जा रहे हैं। क्या जरूरत है ये सब करने की? जो बातें आपके मन में है वो आप यहाँ हमारे सामने बैठकर, उद्धव जी के सामने बैठकर भी बात कर सकते थे। इसके लिए आपको भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सिक्योरिटी और सहारा लेना पड़ा सूरत से गुवाहाटी तक। ये लगता है ये कोई एक सच्चा शिव सैनिक का आत्मसम्मान नहीं है। ये मानता हूं मैं, ये प्रतिष्ठा नहीं है शिव सैनिक की। आप अपने आप को अगर शेर कहते हो तो ये शेर की इज्जत नहीं है।
2 दिन पहले जब उद्धव ठाकरे ने ये कहा था कि उनकी एकनाथ शिंदे से बातचीत हुई है, आपने अपने कई बयानों में बातचीत दिया हुआ है। क्या पिछले 2 दिनों में आपकी एकनाथ शिंदे से बात हुई है? क्या
मेरी और उनकी लगभग 10 दिन बातचीत हो रही है। उनके साथ जो विधायक हैं उनके साथ भी मेरा संवाद और संपर्क चल रहा है। हम बात कर रहे हैं। देखिए वो हमारे दुश्मन नहीं है। हमने सालों साल एक साथ काम किया है। हमारा एक रिश्ता है। वो रिश्ता सिर्फ पार्टी में राजनीतिक कार्यकर्ता के तौर पर नहीं है, खून का रिश्ता है। पार्टी का रिश्ता खून का रिश्ता है।
लेकिन रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है राउत साहब? रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है? इतनी अगर बातचीत हो रही है तो रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है? कौन सी ऐसी बात है जिसको लेकर एकनाथ शिंदे कह रहे हैं कि अब मैं उद्धव ठाकरे की शिवसेना में नहीं रहूंगा?
अब एकनाथ शिंदे के हाथ में कुछ बचा ही नहीं है। उनका कब्जा भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पूरा ले चुका है। अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी तय करेगी एकनाथ शिंदे क्या बोलेंगे, क्या करेंगे, खाना खाएंगे, नहीं पिएंगे, अब उनको सोना है या उठना है, बैठना है, स्नान करना है, ये अब बीजेपी तय करेगी। अब एकनाथ शिंदे और उनके विधायकों के हाथ में कुछ नहीं बचा है।
जो आप आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि अब एकनाथ शिंदे जो हैं वो बीजेपी के कब्जे में हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये भी सवाल होगा कि न सिर्फ एकनाथ शिंदे बल्कि उनके साथ में जो बागी एमएलए हैं वो भी बीजेपी के कब्जे में। और ये भी नजर आ रहा है कि अब तो शिवसेना भी उनके कब्जे में है, क्योंकि उनके पास नंबर्स अंगगणित के हिसाब से ज्यादा हैं।
देखिए हमारे पास अब 55 विधायक विधानसभा में है। उसमें से मैं मानता हूं सभी विधायक चले गए। जाने दो, कागज पे विधायक जाने का मतलब पार्टी खत्म हो गया ऐसा नहीं होता है। विधायक चले जाते हैं, पार्टी खड़ी रहती है, वापस विधायक चुनकर लाते हैं। 2 बार बगावत हुई है। नारायण राणे ने बगावत की, छगन भुजबल ने बगावत की। उनके साथ भी विधायक चले गए, लेकिन चुनाव में उसमें से एक भी विधायक वापस चुनकर नहीं आया। महाराष्ट्र में उनकी पॉलिटिकल करियर खत्म हो गई। इस बार भी जो विधायक रहेंगे उनके साथ, समझ लीजिए उनकी पॉलिटिकल करियर खत्म हो गई। दूसरी बात, महाराष्ट्र की जनता सड़क पर उतर गई है। आज 10 जगह पे जो विधायक चले गए, उनके घर पर, उनके कार्यालय के ऊपर बड़ी संख्या में लोगों ने मोर्चा निकाला है, आंदोलन किया है। ये तो एक स्टेप है, आगे आगे देखो क्या होता है।
All right, viewers, right now on the network we have with us Deepak Kesarkar. He is one of the rebel MLAs of Shinde Sena or the Shiv Sena. He is joining us from Guwahati. Kesarkar ji, बहुत शुक्रिया कि आप हमसे जुड़े। सर, सबसे पहले यही बताइए, 38 MLAs कह रहे हैं कि आपके साथ वहाँ हैं। आप अपनी ही सहमति से वहाँ से हमसे जुड़ रहे हैं और बात कर रहे हैं, केसारकर जी?
Yes.
Sir, you are joining us of your own volition and there is no pressure from anyone.
Nothing. Yes.
Sir, the other thing which has been said right now, is there any pressure? Because, you know, every time and again since the morning we are hearing that ED pressure on the MLAs. Is there a pressure by any central agencies?
I don't think such pressure is there, because we have been demanding that this alliance should not continue and our old alliance should continue. That was our only demand, and this is not for today. Last 1.5 years, everybody is telling our leader, Honorable Uddhav Sahib, that he should discontinue with the earlier alliance and he should go with the natural alliance, which was there, and we are elected in the same alliance, either our MPs or MLAs.
Right. Sir, tell me something. Earlier on, there was indication that Mr. Shinde and some of you were going to fly down to Mumbai to seek an appointment with the Deputy Speaker. Why was that cancelled? When are you going to come back now?
No, it is for the Deputy Speaker to give us an appointment if he at all wants to recheck the signatures, because all signatures are with the Deputy Speaker's office, and he can very well verify whether there are 38 signatures or not. Along with that, we have sent the videos also. So he should not feel that we have not signed. We have testified that we have signed, and we have signed the affidavits also.
Kesarkar ji, till when are you going to be sitting in Guwahati?
No, unless they give a recognition to our group, which is our constitutional right. The constitution says that you must have 2/3 majority, and we have 2/3 majority. So one must, honor the constitution.
But sir, there are lots of loopholes even in having 2/3 majority. But that aside, now the Shiv Sena has mooted 16 of you, including you, be disqualified. Now that will mean, sir, this will go into the courts. The rest of you will, yes.
Do you think 15 people could disqualify 40 people? Is it a mockery of democracy? Anybody who will go to court will win, and they have not disqualified us as yet.
Yes.
Because there is a principle of natural justice. By just claiming by Sena that we are disqualified, the Honorable Speaker will have to give us hearing. That is
but
the principle of
ji,
natural justice.
The Shiv Sena
to anybody.
Sir, the Shiv Sena has been smart in that thing, in that aspect. They haven't disqualified all of you, no, not 38 of you. They've disqualified only 16 of you.
No, this is just when people lose their majority. They play tricks like that, and that happens everywhere. So you will have to accept the democracy. You will have to accept that you have lost the confidence of most of the MLAs, and then you should step down.
But sir, one thing which was said yesterday, when Sanjay Rautji came and said, we are even open to leaving the Maha Vikas Aghadi. What you are saying right now, that we wanted them to go back to the original alliance. They are saying we want that if the rebel MLAs come to Mumbai, we are even open to leaving the Maha Vikas Aghadi. Why didn't you come? You had the, you had a 24-hour deadline.
Why didn't they dissolve the Maha Vikas Aghadi? First of all. And they should have, because there are only two options in Maharashtra. Either to go with NCP and Congress or go with alliance with BJP. Those are the only two options available in Maharashtra. So they should adopt one of the options, and we'll be back. What is the problem?
So you want them to dissolve the assembly first, show intent.
We were not elected as a Maha Vikas Aghadi by the people of Maharashtra. We were elected as NCP Sena combined, which is called Yuti in Maharashtra.
But sir, tell us something. They are not dissolving
BJP,
the house.
Sorry, right. Let me correct. Between BJP and Sena. And that was originally when we fought the elections, we were together. May it be parliament, may it be assembly. And that was the verdict of the people. So if you go back, people will say that you have come to the original verdict of Maharashtra, which was given by the people. We are elected by the people and not by the party. Party gives you the symbol, party gives you the support, but people elect you, and they elect you for the development of your state. And right now what is happening in Maharashtra, it's the financial capital of India. And if it don't progress, India also don't progress. So my humble request is that stop everything, think over again, and go on the path. You are saying that you want to save, you are made of Maha Vikas Aghadi. With whom? Those people who have broken your party 2 or 3 times. I know it for myself. It was 3 times, not only 2 times. And how they are going to save your party? We are doing this to save our own party.
Right.
We have highest respect for Honorable Bala Sahib. We have highest respect for Uddhav Sahib. But we are not ready to go with the same people. who have broken Shiv Sena thrice.
Right. Kesarkar Sahab, I'm going to bring in my colleague Sahil Joshi into this conversation as well. But I want to ask you a question, Kesarkar Sahab. You are saying that, Uddhav Thackeray should dissolve the assembly. The other question can be, you are saying you want to go with the BJP. What is stopping the BJP to come and say that dissolve this government, it's in minority?
Of course, it is in minority.
But why isn't the BJP who you want to go with coming out and saying it, sir?
That is for them to decide. Madam, I am not the leader.
Sir, I will bring in, yes.
Uddhav Sahib has announced on the previous day was that he has made an appeal to his MLAs. Do you want my resignation? The answer is no. Nobody asked for your resignation. What we are asking for is you should not have a tie-up with Congress and NCP. You must have a tie-up with the BJP. And every MLA, even those who are staying back, have the same thing in mind. The MPs who are not concerned with this particular issue. But if you want to ask them, you can ask them confidently, confidentially, what is your opinion? 99%, 95% of them will say that BJP and Shiv Sena is a natural alliance, and that is their first choice as well. They are also suffering, but they are not ready to speak.
Right. Kesarkar ji, stay with me. I want to bring in my colleague Sahil Joshi as well. Sahil, even if it goes to court, is what Mr. Kesarkar is saying, they will stay put in Guwahati. So the MLAs will be missing from Maharashtra and be waiting for things to be sorted out.
Well, I need to ask certain questions with to Mr. Kesarkar because he's the one who had complained about BJP in 2019, that how the BJP along with Mr. Narayan Rane, who had just joined BJP at that time and a strong opponent of Mr. Deepak Kesarkar, how BJP is trying to sabotage Shiv Sena's candidates. The complaint which the Shiv Sena MLAs are making today, the similar complaint was made by same Mr. Deepak Kesarkar against BJP, but in 2019 Shiv Sena and BJP contested elections together. Now Mr. Deepak Kesarkar, what is your opinion about that? What you had complained in 2019, now you are saying that the Congress NCP alliance should not happen. That time you had a complaint against BJP. How that thing has changed, and now how suddenly you want to have an alliance with the BJP when Mr. Narayan Rane is still there, who is your opponent in the district?
Honorable Mr. Joshi, can you say that I have ever demanded for an alliance with NCP and Congress? If it is happening between your alliance partner, I have every right to say that, because in my constituency, an independent candidate was fielded, and including Goa's Chief Minister, 10 of the ministers of BJP were campaigning in my constituency. Exactly. So that is my right. I have not joined hands with Rane. I had very good relations with Honorable Devendraji Fadnavis, which I have mentioned so many times. And I have worked under him for 5 years. Whereas he don't have any complaint against me, neither I have any complaint against him. Why this UT was broken was because of some promise that 2.5 years, the CM's post would be divided. That was the only dispute between them. And then my fight for the peace was always there, and it continues to be there, because you must understand that when I stepped out of Adityaji's car, and when I was going to my residence, my wife is not keeping well. So when I was going to my residence, 150 around 100 or 150 party workers, they surrounded my car. I'm a senior member. The dream of Balasaheb in bringing peace to Konkan was fulfilled by my principles, my way of thinking, and I was successful in doing that. So disrespect to a senior
Mr.
person
Kesarkar,
like me,
basically what you want is that Uddhav Thackeray should resign.
And that day itself, let me complete, sir. The same day I announced that I will not tolerate this. Whether Narayan Rane is doing it or Yuva Sena people are doing it, it is immaterial. In politics, you should not have muscle power used against politicians or even a simple person also. And my fight continues, whether it is a political worker from my own party or those are the political workers from Narayan Rane's party. And today, there is a peace in Sindhudurga. That is because BJP. Of my stand. And my stand continues. This is something else that we are talking about. We are talking about the natural alliance they had. And we never had any problem of Sena and BJP coming together. They were already in together in the state, and if they continue together, it is the question of coordination between the Honorable PM and the CM, because it's the financial capital of India. It will have to progress. What is today happening is it is standstill. So I think that these are
so basically you are saying that
mixed.
Mumbai and Maharashtra have not progressed. No, sir. Let me now ask the question, please.
That, but today everything has come to an halt. We have faced Corona successfully.
It has come to the halt under your Chief Minister. Your Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray is the Chief Minister. No,
yeah, so
Uddhav Thackeray is a non-performing Chief Minister. Is that what you are saying? Mr. Kesarkar
what I
says
say,
Uddhav Thackeray is a non-performing Chief Minister.
Let me complete my sentence. Otherwise, it would have a different meaning. I have said that there should be a coordination between the Honorable PM and the Honorable CM. May they be of different parties, but that coordination is very much essential for the progress of the state. And today, state has come to a complete halt because nothing is happening, just allegations. Allegations against each other. Every day there is an allegation.
Now, can I ask a question?
Not the state.
Now, can I ask question?
The people of Maharashtra is not interested in what your political parties are doing. They want their right to progress. And for that, there got to be a coordination. And we sincerely feel that the coordination between the three parties which were ruling Maharashtra was not there. Our complaint is not today. It is for the last 1.5 years. I was instrumental in bringing high-level meetings where it was promised that they will have a pact, they will go together. It was not fulfilled, and that's why this has come to this stage. Why people, so many people who love the respect Shiv Sena have come to Guwahati otherwise, not for the power. Many of them are the ministers. Why they have come? So you will have to understand that. That
can I ask questions, sir? You are making a speech. This is a question answer. Mr. Kesarkar, now let me ask question. I heard you. I heard you. Now let me ask question. What I'm trying to ask you is that we are trying to understand your demand. Okay, so now imagine a scenario that the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray, resigns. Is that what you want? Or you want Uddhav Thackeray to say, okay, I don't want Congress and NCP, let BJP come to us. Shiv Sena and the BJP will form the government. Uddhav Thackeray remains to be a chief minister. Will that be an acceptable scenario for the rebels, or that is not an acceptable? Uddhav Thackeray should resign, support BJP, and let the BJP make the chief minister. Is that what you want?
No, it is for Sena and BJP to decide who will be the chief minister, and that time was there when their dialogue was going on. It was not decided, and that's why it has come to this stage. And speaking of the legacy of Balasaheb, who rules Maharashtra is not important, or who is CM. Originally, Uddhav Sahib wanted to be Shivsainik to be CM. That is what he also openly saying, and that is what Balasaheb has done. So there is no question of who is the CM or who is the deputy CM. It is the coordination between the two parties where the party leaders will have to come together and decide over it. And I'm not the person who will have to decide it. So it is for the party leaders, and whatever small initiative that was to be taken is taken by us. I'm evident to it.
Okay. Now, third question. My third question is that now Uddhav Thackeray has said, he had challenged all of you that contest election without using Thackeray and Shiv Sena's name, you will not get elected. He is saying that he is the original Shiv Sena. The party is with him. The legislative party is broken. The legislative party has 2/3 majority. The legislative party may get recognized as a separate group, or maybe the Shiv Sena legislative party in Maharashtra Assembly. But the original Shiv Sena party with the bow and arrow symbol is still with Uddhav Thackeray. Now what happens? Eventually, will you keep your Shiv Sena group separate, or eventually you will merge yourself into BJP and go further? What is your opinion about that?
I think that the party is separate. Arrow and bow is their symbol. We have never claimed on that symbol. We have asked the speaker to give recognition to our breakaway group. He should do it immediately. Why you want to play this game? Try to destroy somebody.
So you don't want to break the party. The party will continue to remain with Uddhav Thackeray. You will form a separate group in 2024. When the time will come, you will decide what you need to do. Because Shiv Sena is not going to give you a ticket. You will have to contest either on BJP or independent supported by the BJP. Is that what will happen in 2024 after 2 years? Is that what you are planning to do later?
Sir, I was elected as an NCP candidate also, as an MLA, as Shiv Sena also.
Right.
I have won. So it is not a question of winning. It is also matters for the people who is your representative, whom you love. Everything now is not based on the political symbol or anything. If he thinks that way, it is, sir, it's a different story. He may think that everybody will lose, but losing and winning is not the question. Today, the government will have to function, and that will have to function in the interest of the people of Maharashtra.
So basically, you want Uddhav Thackeray to resign and end this government and let the new government to form. Is that what you want at this point of time? That is the demand made by the rebels. If we say that, that will not be wrong, correct?
That nobody has demanded for his resignation. Actually, what was the dispute between the Sena and BJP? It was division of 2.5 years.
So without he resigning, how can there will be a government with the BJP? He has to resign first. Only then there will be a BJP.
So that is his option. No? That is his option. But he always wanted a Shiv Sainik to be on the post of CM. When it came to becoming CM, he has accepted the post. So Shiv Sena had 2.5 years.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
So Preeti,
Sahil, you know, we're going to go into breaking news. Appreciate you joining us, sir. Thank you there.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I would reckon, especially
you.
your own constituency, be hoping that you return quicker. There are going to be BMC elections coming up in September. Sahil is smiling away, but I want to bring in Sahil back into the next news break that is filtering in, viewers. Now, the latest coming in from the Eknath Shinde camp is he's moved into strike against the deputy speaker. The Shinde group has now filed a notice to move resolution for removal of deputy speaker Narhari Zirwal on 21st of June. The rebel camp claims the deputy speaker accepted Uddhav Sena's demand for removal of Shinde and the disqualification of 15 other MLAs without consulting the other side. It's interesting, viewers, how things are actually panning out as the Shiv Sena rebel crisis is hurling Sahil towards a possible test of strength in the Maharashtra Assembly. Earlier on, removing of the deputy speaker was mooted by 2 independent MLAs. The latest now, the Shinde camp has gone ahead and said, remove the deputy speaker. Would it be possible, considering, because, you know, it's not that majority has been proven on either sides yet?
Well, this is a very interesting game, Preeti Land. Let me try to break it up for our viewers.
Right.
On 21st of June, without informing anybody, the Shinde group sends a letter to the Deputy Speaker's office as well as to the Assembly Secretariat demanding removal of Deputy Speaker. It's kind of a no confidence motion against the Deputy Speaker that we don't have a trust in you. Now, after that, today, the 2 MLAs supported by the BJP, Vinod Agrawal and Mr. Baldi, Mahesh Baldi, who are independent MLAs who have supported BJP, goes to the Assembly Secretariat and the Deputy Speaker's office and submits another letter saying that on 21st of June there is already a resolution, there is already a motion to remove Deputy Speaker from his post. When that motion is already there, the Deputy Speaker cannot hold any kind of hearing on the petition filed by the Shiv Sena. The Shiv Sena has filed a disqualification petition against the MLAs of Shinde camp. Now, as per the Supreme Court order of the Arunachal case of 2016, the Deputy Speaker or the Speaker does not have right to hear the disqualification petition if there is a disqualification, if there is a no confidence motion against the Speaker. So that is the game now which is being played. Shinde camps submits a resolution, a motion to as a no confidence motion against the deputy speaker. The MLAs supported to the BJP have submitted another letter saying now that the deputy speaker shouldn't hear the disqualification petitions filed by the Shiv Sena. So the game is
that's
getting
the interesting part.
interesting and bigger.
Yes, no, but I want to bring you in because it's interesting because, the Supreme Court order in the case from Arunachal Pradesh has been quoted saying the speaker cannot decide on disqualification pleas if a no confidence motion is pending against the government. But the fact is, Sahil, now the Eknath Shinde camp is saying that this letter was sent on the 21st of this month, which is 3 days ago. The press didn't know about it. Nobody knew about it. How is it proven? Is the deputy speaker going to come and confirm whether this was sent at all? Who confirms that this letter came in?
No, okay, so I have confirmed, let me tell my viewers, I have confirmed this with the Assembly Secretariat that such kind of letter has been submitted. The resolution, the no confidence motion has been submitted in the Assembly Secretariat. So of course, technically it is right that today is 23rd. So on 21st, this letter was submitted. So what Mahesh Baldi, the independent MLAs are saying that there is already a pending petition against you. So you should not be hearing the disqualification petition filed by the Shiv Sena, which was yesterday. So obviously, technically this is sound. There has to be some ruling on that because this is going to go into the Supreme Court, High Court, and then of course Supreme Court. So there is going to be a legal tangle.
Is this the reason why, Sahil, the deputy speaker has not moved in on the request of the Shiv Sena to disqualify these 16 MLAs? Is this the reason?
It looks like that this might be the reason because now that there is already a motion, a letter submitted by these two MLAs that citing this Supreme Court order that Deputy Speaker shouldn't hear the disqualification petition. Of course, that he will have to wait and watch. He will at least have to take the legal course in this, take legal opinion about this, that what exactly should be done about it. So this is getting interesting and interesting. The BJP, please understand, till now, there is no reaction from the BJP. The BJP has not made any kind of a letter at this point of time. Neither they have made any kind of a comment.
But the leader of opposition has sent a letter to the governor. Sahil, I'm going to come right back to you. Just stay on with me. Just stay on with me. I want to quickly cut into the latest news break that is coming in now from the huddle that was taking place at the Shiv Sena. Aditya Thackeray has said in that meeting, viewers, a family member cheated us. Those who left us got a lot of money. A person who grew with us has cheated us. The Chief Minister has said, don't stop people who want to go. Rebels have left with price tags on them. All right, so Aditya Thackeray and Sahil come in on this, now alleging earlier on the biggest charge on the rebel MLAs were that they were acting the way they were because they were scared of central agencies being misused against them like the ED. The latest, Aditya Thackeray has told the loyalists in that meeting that horse trading has gone on and all of these MLAs have been bought over.
Well, this is the new allegation which has been made. Even Uddhav Thackeray, while speaking to Shiv Sena district presidents, have made the similar allegation, saying that there is a price tag attached to all the MLAs who have gone there. Of course, there are some MLAs, like say Yamini Jadav's husband. Against Yamini Jadav, Income Tax Department had submitted a letter saying that her affidavit is not up to the mark and her membership to the Legislative Assembly should be disqualified because there is a black money involved in that. There was income tax raids on her husband Yashwant Jadhav.
All right, I want to, Sahil, cutting across to Ajit Pawar's press conference. Listen in.
ऐसा कुछ हुआ नहीं. बैठक में कल ही हमने जो बताया वही हमारी पार्टी की लाइन है. हमारे चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे जी के पीछे राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब विधायकों ने उनको सपोर्ट देने का. और आज हम चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब को, क्योंकि बीच में उनको कोरोना हुआ था, इसीलिए उनको हमने वहाँ मिलने के लिए हम गए नहीं थे. लेकिन आज 6:30 बजे पवार साहब, प्रफुल्ल भाई, मैं और जयंत पाटिल उनको मिलने के लिए जा रहे हैं, बात करने के लिए. उनका क्या कहना है, उनका आगे की लाइन ऑफ एक्शन क्या होनी चाहिए।
दादा, अभी लगातार शिंदे ग्रुप की तरफ से मीडिया से फोन पर जो बातचीत की है, उनका कहना है कि 40 शिवसेना के विधायक उनके पास हैं, साथ साथ में इंडिपेंडेंट भी 9-10 है, लगभग 50 के करीब। अब सवाल ये उठता है कि 2/3 बहुमत शिंदे ग्रुप के पास में है, तो ये सरकार तो अल्पमत में आ गई।
अरे वो शिवसेना के हैं ना, आपने भी क्या बताया कि वो शिवसेना के विधायक है, तो अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर भी शिवसेना के हैं और उनको सपोर्ट दिया है राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी ने और कांग्रेस ने, तो पूरी मेजॉरिटी है ना।
दादा, सवाल यहाँ ये उठता है कि 40 विधायक लगातार ये कह रहे हैं।
उसके बारे में उन्होंने क्या कहना चाहिए, क्या नहीं कहना चाहिए, वो उनका अधिकार है। उन्होंने पार्टी फ्लोर पे पार्टी के जो चीफ है उनको बताना चाहिए।
लेकिन दादा, एक नैतिकता के सवाल पर सवाल ये उठता आहे की क्या
जे पत्र म्हणजे बोलणं झालंय, त्यांचं म्हणणं असं आहे की आमच्याकडे 40 आमदार जर आहेत तर आम्ही मेजॉरिटीमध्ये आहे आणि जे आमचं गटनेते पद रद्द करा असं म्हणतायत ते स्वतः त्यांच्याकडे आमदार नाहीये, तर मग याच्यात तांत्रिकदृष्ट्या
मी त्याच्याबद्दल तुम्हाला आत्ताच सांगितलं की विधिमंडळाचा जो एरिया आहे, विधान परिषदेच्या बद्दलचा काही इश्यू निर्माण झाला तर त्याबद्दल विधान परिषदेचे विद्यमान सभापती रामराजे नाईक निंबाळकर साहेब निर्णय घेऊ शकतात आणि विधानसभेमध्ये काही निर्णय झाला तर विधानसभा अध्यक्षाची जागा रिक्त असल्यामुळे प्रभारी अध्यक्ष हे उपाध्यक्ष आहेत, ते त्याबद्दलचा निर्णय घेऊ शकतात। आता त्यांच्या पुढं काही पेपर्स आल्यानंतर ते त्यांच्या सगळ्या ऑफिसची चर्चा करू शकतात, ॲडव्होकेट जनरलला सल्ला मागू शकतात, तज्ञ वकिलांचा सल्ला घेऊ शकतात, कारण ते सगळं त्यांना उत्तर देत असताना त्या पद्धतीनंच दिलं गेलं पाहिजे। कायद्याच्या नियमाच्या सगळ्या चौकटीमध्ये ते असलं पाहिजे की नाही।
दादा, एक सवाल यहाँ पर ये उठता है कि लगातार जो शिंदे ग्रुप के विधायक हैं वो ये आरोप कर रहे हैं कि एनसीपी
सरकार खतरे में है, इसलिए राज्यपाल को हस्तक्षेप करना चाहिए कि गलत फैसले ना लिए जाए।
आज गवर्नमेंट मेजॉरिटी में है, इसीलिए गवर्नमेंट को पूरा फैसला लेने का अधिकार डेमोक्रेसी में है और गवर्नमेंट ले रहे हैं।
उन्होंने उदाहरण दिया है कि जिस तरह पुलिस भर्तियों में पुलिस के ट्रांसफर में भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप लगे थे, फटाफट जो ट्रांसफर और फैसले हो रहे हैं उसमें कहेंगे भ्रष्टाचार की गुंजाइश है, इसलिए राज्यपाल नजर रखें।
नहीं, उसके बारे में ये जो आप अगर गवर्नमेंट में होते और मेजॉरिटी में होते तो आपको अधिकार ही है, मिनिस्टर को अधिकार है ना, उस मिनिस्टर को जिस डिपार्टमेंट का काम हो रहा है उस डिपार्टमेंट के मिनिस्टर को अधिकार है, फाइनल अधिकार तो चीफ मिनिस्टर का रहता है।
दादा, एक सवाल
और उनके ग्रुप में
तो उधर है, ये कैसे इतने सारे जीआर्स पास होते जा रहे हैं?
कौन सारे मिनिस्टर्स हुए हैं? अजित पवार यहाँ है, उद्धव ठाकरे जी यहाँ है, जयंत पाटिल यहाँ है, दिलीप वळसे पाटिल यहाँ है, राजेश टोपे यहाँ है, अशोक चव्हाण, बाळासाहेब थोरात, वर्षा गायकवाड़, सब हम यहाँ है।
दादा, एक सवाल सिर्फ बताइए, लगातार शिंदे ग्रुप के विधायक आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस एनसीपी उन्हें सहयोग नहीं करती थी और कहीं ना कहीं उनके विधायकों को, मंत्रियों को मदद नहीं मिलती। ऐसा क्या चल रहा था कि आप लोगों को
ये देखो, ऐसा आपको एक मालूमात होनी चाहिए। आप समझो अर्बन डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट के मिनिस्टर हो, ये होम डिपार्टमेंट के मिनिस्टर है, वो आरडीडी मिनिस्टर है, तो वो मिनिस्टर को पूरा अधिकार उनके पास रहता है, दूसरे किसी को नहीं जाता। एक दफ़ा फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने बजट पेश करने के बाद और दोनों फ्लोर पे यानी विधान परिषद और विधानसभा में वो जब मंजूर हो जाता है मेजॉरिटी विधायकों के तरफ से, तो उसके बारे में उसका पूरा अधिकार अलग अलग ट्राइबल का ट्राइबल डिपार्टमेंट के मिनिस्टर को जाता है, पीडब्ल्यूडी का उनके मिनिस्टर को जाता है, इरिगेशन का उनके मिनिस्टर को जाता है। ऐसा होता है, ये आपको भी पता होना चाहिए।
तो आप लोगों से नाराजगी क्यों है?
अभी उनके मन में क्या है, उन्होंने एज अ चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे जी को बताना चाहिए कि ऐसा ऐसा प्रॉब्लम है।
इसी से जुड़ा हुआ सवाल है, आपने नवंबर 2019 में 3 पार्टियों की सरकार चलाने में बेहतर है 2 पार्टियों की सरकार चलाई जाए, 3 पार्टियों की सरकार चला पाना जो है मुश्किल है। तो क्या ये जो कुछ भी हो रहा है ये उसी का नतीजा?
आपको एक पता है, जब अपने एनडीए की सरकार देश में थी तो 25 पार्टियों को लेके वाजपेयी साहब ने सरकार चलाई ना। उसके बाद डॉक्टर यूपीए की सरकार आई, 10 साल मनमोहन सिंह जी ने चलाई, तब कितने पार्टियां थी उसमें? बहुत पार्टियां थी। ऐसा तो चलता है।
नहीं, मैं आप ही की बात कर रहा था। आपने बयान दिया था ऐसा 2019 नवंबर में
क्या
कि 3 मुकाबले 2 पार्टी की सरकार ज्यादा स्थायी होती है, आपने कहा।
मैंने दिया था
जी,
कब?
शपथ लेने के बाद करें वो जो बाइक।
ये देखो, शपथ लेने के बाद, जब पहली शपथ ली थी ना, उसके बाद मैंने कब मीडिया के सामने आया ही नहीं।
शिंदे म्हणतायत आमच्या मागे महाशक्ती त्यांच्याशी संपर्कात आहे, कोण ही महाशक्ती असू शकते जी नॅशनल पार्टी आहे असं तुम्हाला वाटतं?
मला काही वाटत नाही. कालच आमचे नेते आदरणीय पवार साहेबांनी सांगितलं, मी महाराष्ट्रापुरतं बघतो, सगळ्या मीडियाला माहिती आहे, सगळ्या प्रेसला माहिती आहे की अजित पवार महाराष्ट्राच्या संदर्भामध्ये काही असेल आणि त्याला वाटलं की याच्याबद्दल आपण बोलावं, माहिती असेल पूर्ण, तर मी बोलतो. बाकीच्या आउट ऑफ महाराष्ट्राच्या बाहेर बोलण्याचा मला अधिकार नाही. त्याच्याबद्दल आमच्या पक्षाच्या तर्फे प्रफुल्लभाई असतील, सुप्रिया सुळे असतील, आदरणीय पवारसाहेब असतील, ये सगळे लोग बोलत असतात.
एकनाथ शिंदे ग्रुप ने डेप्यूटी स्पीकर पर नो कॉन्फिडेंस जताया मीडिया से बात करते हुए, उसके बारे में क्या कहते?
क्या है उसके बारे में? आप किसी के भी ऊपर नो कॉन्फिडेंस जता सकते हैं, लेकिन वो मंजूर होना चाहिए ना. ऐसे तो मैं 32 साल हो गए विधायक हूँ. बहुत दफ़ा स्पीकर के बारे में, डिप्टी स्पीकर के बारे में, सभापति के बारे में, उपसभापति के बारे में ऐसा प्रस्ताव आता है और बाद में विड्रॉ भी हो जाता है, कभी कभी मंजूर हो जाता है. मंजूर होने के
All right, here's interesting self-deprecative humor where Ajit Pawar is concerned, making fun of his 5 a.m. oath taking. But having said that, let's get you the biggest news break from this. There is a huddle now between Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel. They would be meeting at Matoshri at 6:30 p.m. this evening. What's also interesting is clearly the Mahavikas Aghadi, in whichever form it is right now, should have known that there is a no confidence motion that has been moved with the Deputy Speaker where Eknath Shinde's faction is concerned. All right, let's cut across to Ravi Shankar Prasad, the BJP leader.
और बाकी जो है उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई. सुप्रीम कोर्ट के इस एसआईटी को प्रोटेस्ट किया गया तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि ये मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने से ये रिपोर्ट जाएगी, आप चाहे तो प्रोटेस्ट पिटीशन कर सकते हैं. तो ये जाफरी जी और तीस्ता से तलवार और ये सारा जो गैंग है पूरा, लेफ्टिस्ट, लिबरल्स, कांग्रेस सपोर्टेड, इन लोगों ने पूरा वहां पर अपनी गवाही दी. 10 साल तक ढूंढ के लाए, मजिस्ट्रेट ने उसको रिजेक्ट किया. उसके खिलाफ हाई कोर्ट गए, ये लोग हाई कोर्ट ने उसको रिजेक्ट किया. उसके खिलाफ सुप्रीम कोर्ट आए और यहां उनके वकील थे श्रीमान कपिल सिब्बल साहब. 8-10 दिन बहस किए पिछले साल सितंबर-अक्टूबर में. उसका फैसला आज आया है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो 2-3 बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बातें कही है कि इसमें कोई दम नहीं है, बल्कि मैं चाहूंगा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट की कुछ टिप्पणी आपके सामने पढ़ूं. We hold the appeal is devoid of merits and deserves to be dismissed in the aforesaid ground. और देखिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने क्या कहा है. The proceeding have been pursued for last 60 years to keep the pot boiling, obviously for ulterior design. जानबूझकर करके कुछ लोग पड़े हुए थे कि इसको हमेशा जिंदा रखा जाए. और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने और क्या कहा है. It appears to us that a coalesced effort of the disgruntled officials of the state of Gujarat along with others was to create sensation by making revelations which were false to their own knowledge. झूठे जानकारी पर नरेंद्र मोदी जी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने की कोशिश की गई और बहुत सारी टिप्पणियां हैं. आपको याद होगा कि इन लोगों ने दुनिया में कैंपेन चलाया क्योंकि उनके कई कुछ मामलों में मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट में वकील भी था उस समय। और याद रखिए हमारे पत्रकार मित्रों, ये सारा इन्वेस्टिगेशन यूपीए सरकार में हुआ, 14 के पहले हुआ, 11, 12, 9, ये आप स्पष्ट जान लें। क्योंकि यूपीए सरकार और कांग्रेस पार्टी का एकमात्र उद्देश्य था कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी को किसी प्रकार रोकना है, और कहीं वो सफल नहीं हुई। याद करिए, इन लोगों ने कैंपेन किया कि मोदी जी को यूएसए का वीजा नहीं मिलना चाहिए, याद है आपको? एक इलेक्टेड मुख्यमंत्री और बाद में भारत के प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में अमेरिका और भारत के संबंध कितने ऊंचाई पर हैं आप सभी जानते हैं। कि आज हमें बहुत गर्व है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की अगुवाई में भारत को दुनिया में एक बहुत विशेष स्थान मिला है। आज हम कांग्रेस पार्टी से पूछना चाहते हैं, आज हम वामपंथियों से पूछना चाहते हैं, और आज हम सभी कॉर्टेज इंडस्ट्री से पूछना चाहते हैं जिनकी पूरी दुकान पिछले 20 साल से नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विरोध पर चल रही थी, अब कितनी देर और चलेंगे आप? 60 इन्वेस्टिगेशन तो हो गया, 12 साल प्रधानमंत्री, 9 साल 12 साल मुख्यमंत्री, 9 साल प्रधानमंत्री। सुप्रीम कोर्ट बार बार रिजेक्ट करता है, और बस वही तीसरा से तलवार, उनके लेफ्टिस्ट फ्रेंड, एक विधवा जो जाफरी जी है, उनके पति की दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण उस पूरे राइट में शेष हो गए थे। तो ये क्या मतलब है? हम देश को बताएंगे कि किस तरह से कुछ लोगों की दुकान चली है, और उसके पीछे कांग्रेस पार्टी, वामपंथी, यूपीए, आरजेडी सबों का सहयोग और प्रश्न रहा है। और ये लोग बार बार रिजेक्ट होते हैं, बार बार असफल होते हैं, लेकिन फिर भी प्रयास नहीं छोड़ते हैं। इसलिए कानून तो जो अपना काम कर रहा है करेगा, लेकिन हम लोग का एक विचार हुआ कि देश को इस निर्णय की सच्चाई को बताना जरूरी है कि ये षड्यंत्र जो देश के लोकप्रियतम नेता नरेंद्र मोदी के खिलाफ किया गया, जो 2001-2 से चल रहा था, आज तक चल रहा है, वो अब समाप्त होना चाहिए। और एक बात और ध्यान रखिए, वो कोर्ट में भी हारे हैं और वो जनता की अदालत में भी हारे हैं। ये बात मैं बहुत विनम्रता से कहना चाहूंगा। वो कोर्ट में भी हारे हैं और वो जनता की अदालत में भी हारे हैं। गुजरात में मोदी जी हमेशा विजयी रहे, वो 14 जीते, वो 19 जीते, आगे फिर 24 जीतेंगे। उत्तर प्रदेश में भी जीते हम लोग, दोबारा जीते उत्तर प्रदेश में। तो इसीलिए ये सच्चाई देश के सामने आनी चाहिए। और अंतिम बात जिसको कह के मैं आपके प्रश्नों का स्वागत करूंगा कि मोदी जी ने इस 20 साल के टॉर्चर में कभी अपनी शांति नहीं खोया। उनका लक्ष्य सिर्फ एक था कि मुझे देश के विकास के लिए काम करना है और गुजरात के विकास के लिए काम करना है, और वो काम करते रहे और सच्चाई सामने आती रही, न्याय प्रक्रिया के द्वारा या जनता के द्वारा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
हम एक एक करके प्रश्न लेंगे।
आज मैं बहुत विनम्रतापूर्वक आग्रह करूंगा, ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण विषय है, इसी पर सवाल करें तो बड़ी कृपा होगी।
इसी से रिलेटेड पहले एक सेकंड रुक जाइए, आग्रह कर रहे हैं। इस विषय से संदर्भित साकिब जी, हो जाए।
चलिए, मैं तो बहुत प्रसन्न हूं कि आपने इस विषय को ठीक से समझा, सुना, और मुझे लगता है कि उन्होंने इसको प्रसारित भी किया होगा। और अपने प्रिंट के लोगों से भी मेरा आग्रह है कि सिंस इट इज अ न्यूज ऑफ नेशनल इंपॉर्टेंस which we feel it is, it should be given the same kind of exposure from Patna for national bylaws.
एक सवाल ये कोई बहुत ही लैंडमार्क जजमेंट है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का आज का। तो आप तो हम लोग से बात कर रहे हैं, हम लोग के माध्यम से जनता तक जाएगी, लेकिन एक सवाल ये है कि पार्टी के स्तर से कोई राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर कोई कार्यक्रम करेंगे ताकि आम लोगों को पार्टी से डायरेक्ट उसको जानकारी दी जाए कि देश को गुमराह किया गया या पब्लिक को मिसलीड किया गया या उसका अनड्यू एडवांटेज देने की कोशिश की है।
जजमेंट आज ही हुआ है, जजमेंट आज हुआ है, तो आज जजमेंट की वो जजमेंट कहाँ है? और देखिए ये काफी पतला जजमेंट है, मैं इसको लेकर के आया तो इसको पढ़ करके इसका नोट बनाना पड़ा। इसके बारे में पार्टी जरूर विचार करे और ये बात मैं बहुत विनम्रता से कहूंगा, ये सच्चाई देश के सामने आनी चाहिए। देखिए मैं आपसे एक बात कहना चाहता हूं, भारत में इतने राइट हुए, कांग्रेस के रिजीम में गुजरात में 50 राइट हुए, यूपी में हुए हैं। राइट कहीं भी वो गलत है तो राइट पे जो दोषी हैं उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए और गुजरात में भी की गई है, लेकिन ये पूरी कार्रवाई नरेंद्र मोदी के खिलाफ दुश्मनागत की कार्रवाई, उनको फंसाना है।
सर महाराष्ट्र में जो उद्धव हुआ है उसके बीच चर्चा थी कि बीजेपी सरकार बनाने जाने क्या कुछ है?
आज का जो विषय मैंने बता दिया था इसी पर है। इस
All right, we're moving on to the latest news break coming in. The Aghadi allies now clearly continue to stand with Uddhav Thackeray. NCP now to hold a meeting with Uddhav Thackeray at 6:30 p.m. In attendance will be Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel, Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray. Ajit Pawar says still the Sena rebels are still part of the party. The Maha government is in majority. It's a bizarre statement to say the least, but meanwhile, Shinde's return to Guwahati Hotel. So, Eknath Shinde is back to the Guwahati Hotel. We're going to give you visuals coming in from there. We're going to cut across to those. You see Eknath Shinde and the other MLAs inside the lobby of that hotel in Guwahati. He's returned back to the hotel. There was word earlier that he would be coming down to Mumbai with 2 of his aides, but that's not happening. He's decided to stay put in Guwahati. But what's happening in Mumbai is a rather strange statement, viewers, which has really come out. And Ajit Pawar was being questioned, and when he asked that his government is in minority, understandably, because the kind of numbers from the Shiv Sena that lie with the Eknath Shinde faction, he said that they are still with the Shiv Sena. Interesting, to say the least. Meanwhile, the Aghadi allies, like I said, they have pledged support to Uddhav Thackeray. 6:30 this evening to strategize further is a face-to-face meeting with Sharad Pawar, Praful Patel, Ajit Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray. It's going to be at 6:30 p.m. Meanwhile, these are visuals of Eknath Shinde. You can actually see him there. And his other MLAs. Eknath Shinde was earlier on in the morning. There was indication that he might just be flying to Mumbai, meeting the Deputy Speaker, but not so much. He's returned back to the hotel. He's going to be staying there for a while, is what we are being given to understand. There's also news, viewers, which is developing right now, that there is a no-confidence motion that has been put forth against the Deputy Speaker by Eknath Shinde faction. It's all playing according to script. It happened apparently on the 21st of this month. There was no public knowledge of it, following which today 2 independent MLAs that have sided with the Bharatiya Janata Party have asked that the Deputy CM be removed because he's compromised. It's interesting because the Deputy Speaker has in front of him from the Shiv Sena a demand that 16 of the rebel MLAs be disqualified. Now, as per law, the Deputy Speaker, if there is, or as per a ruling of the Supreme Court in a similar case in Arunachal Pradesh, says if there is a no confidence motion, which is already at play, the Deputy Speaker cannot move for disqualification. Is that the reason why the disqualification has not taken place? Lots of questions. This question was also answered by Ajit Pawar. Listen in.
उद्धव ठाकरे जी के पीछे राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब विधायकों ने उनको सपोर्ट देने का, और आज हम चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब को, क्योंकि बीच में उनको कोरोना हुआ था, इसीलिए उनको हमने वहाँ मिलने के लिए हम गए नहीं थे, लेकिन आज 6:30 बजे पवार साहब, प्रफुल्ल भाई, मैं और जयंत पाटिल उनको मिलने के लिए जा रहे हैं, बात करने के लिए। उनका क्या कहना है, उनका आगे की लाइन ऑफ एक्शन क्या होनी चाहिए।
So Ajit Pawar addressed a press conference just a short while back stating that the NCP stands firmly behind Uddhav Thackeray, that at 6:30 p.m. this evening there is a meeting with Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar, Prafull Patel and himself, Ajit Pawar. Well, this would be the first face-to-face meeting that possibly of all four of them together. Supriya Sule is missing. Let's cut across right now to Aditya Thackeray, who's now stepped out of that huddle which was taking place at the party president meet, district party president meet at the Shivsena Bhavan. He's once again flashing the victory sign, waving to the crowds but refusing to address the public. There you have it. Aditya Thackeray leaving the Shiv Sena Bhavan. A lot of cameras were fixed trying to get in a word, because this is the first address, viewers, that Uddhav Thackeray, who joined from and chaired the meeting through video conferencing, tried to boost the morale of the loyalists, saying that they are going to fight to the finish. If 2 days ago it was an emotional appeal to the rebel MLAs, today was an emotional appeal to his own loyalists, where he spoke to them, said he's happy to step down from party presidentship. But he is now in for the long fight. It would be hard, but he might have left Varsha, the Chief Minister's residence, but he's not left his determination to fight it out. Meanwhile, I want to cut across to Guwahati. My colleague Polumi Saha is joining us right outside the hotel where Eknath Shinde, Polumi, ever since rumors went wild that Eknath Shinde would be coming to Mumbai, he's now gone back to the hotel.
That's right, Preeti. Eknath Shinde, in fact, left from the hotel a little past 12:30 this afternoon. Between 12:31 is when he left in one vehicle, almost hiding his face behind the dark windows of the vehicle with an escort car. And after over 3 hours, he's finally returned to Radisson Blu Hotel behind me again with the same escort. Now, at that point of time, of course, we tried to speak to some of the MLAs inside as to where Eknath Shinde had gone. Some of them, of course, pretended like he's with them, which we knew was not the case because we'd seen the vehicle leave, and some, of course, saying that he had gone to the Kamakya temple to seek the blessings of the goddess over there. But then, of course, what we eventually learned is that he was, in fact, in meetings here in the city of Guwahati itself. He'd gone to, this is Radisson Blu Hotel, Preeti, is on the outskirts of the city. So he had gone into the city of Guwahati for some personal meetings. What were these meetings? Of course, we'll try to find out those details about, but the fact is that he spent over 3 hours engaged in those meetings before he returned to Radisson Blu Hotel. So Eknath Shinde is quite busy, of course, engaged in these meetings and trying to strategize his future course of action. In fact, the MLAs inside did tell us also that they were supposed to have at least 2 sets of meetings today. Earlier, one at about 9 a.m. and then something that they slotted at about 12 noon as well. But that did not happen. Eknath Shinde left a little past 12:30, like I said, for some personal meetings, after which he's just returned to Radisson Blu Hotel. Preeti?
Polumi, in midst of all of this, what's really interesting, and that has come out right now, is that hark back to 21st of this month, the Eknath Shinde camp has already moved a no-confidence motion, which we've only got to know today.
That's right. So, Preeti, it's very clear right now. So looking at various steps in terms of trying to, of course, pull off the stunt.
Go ahead, Polumi. We lost you for a bit. Go ahead.
Okay. What I was saying is that this was definitely being planned for a while in terms of course, first seeing if the experiment really works during the Rajya Sabha elections, and then, of course, subsequently during the MLC elections, when, of course, we saw that at least 12 Shiv Sena MLAs had cross-voted, leading to the victory of all 5 BJP candidates in that election, and a loss for the Congress candidate, the second Congress candidate. Clearly, this has been something that he's been planning. Now, of course, what we are understanding is that he's seeking legal advice. He's trying to, of course, try and project forward in terms of the steps that he has to take, because there are several challenges that are coming his way.
आता आपली सत्ता आहे, आकडे आहेत ते तर राहणार, आणि आकडे विधिमंडळात जसं राऊत साहेबांनी सांगितलं असतात नसतात, सत्ता येत असते जात असते, हे सगळ्यांबरोबर होत असतं. पण परवाच्या उद्धव साहेबांच्या फेसबुक लाईव्ह नंतर मला एक कळलेलं आहे की ह्या महाराष्ट्रात आणि या हिंदुस्थानात आकडे असले नसले तरी ह्या 2.5 वर्षात जे आपण काम केलेले, मुख्यमंत्री महोदयांनी जे काम केलेले आहे, प्रत्येकाच्या हृदयावर सत्ता करणारा एकच माणूस.
The work that we've done over the past 2.5 years, the work that the CM has done, one man, Uddhav Thackeray.
काल पण मी बघत होतो, परवा पण बघत होतो, ट्वीट सगळे असतील, जे काही लोक मेसेज करतायत, अनेक ठिकाणी अनेक लोक मला सांगतात,
there can be tweets, there can be stuff on social media.
मोर्चा काढलेला आहे, आम्ही तुमच्या सोबत आहोत.
There are many people who are praying for us. We are working for you, we are standing for you.
काही एडिटर्स करत आहेत, काही इतर राज्यामधले लोक करत आहेत. जगभरातून ज्यांनी बघितलेलं आहे की गेल्या 2.5 वर्षात महाराष्ट्राची प्रगती
from across the world, those who have watched our work over the 2.5 years of the past, they've seen the works during COVID, our work during the pandemic. Everything is before the people.
तो ती व्यक्ती आणि अर्थात महाराष्ट्रात अखंडता शांतता ठेवणारी व्यक्ती म्हणजे तुम्ही बघितले असेल अनेक ठिकाणी राज्यात नाही देशात अनेक वेगळ्या राज्यांमध्ये दंगल पेटवण्याचा प्रयत्न केला, काही बरं वाईट करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला, लॉ अँड ऑर्डर ची काही वेगळी
across states there were attempts made to
ही समीकरण जे
create communal clashes, law and order situation. We did not allow that to happen in Maharashtra.
बरं परवा पण असाच
प्रसंग, such a person is being betrayed. A lot of people are feeling bad about it.
माझ्या वर्षा निवासस्थानातून मातोश्रीला चाललोय, माझ्या मातोश्रीला चाललेलो आहे, तेव्हा अनेक लोक असे असतात आणि आता पण गेले म्हणजे आपण 2.5 वर्षापूर्वी बघितलेलं, सत्ता जेव्हा बदलली अनेक व्यक्ती असे होते,
when CM said I'm leaving Varsha for Matoshri,
3 महिने राहायला द्या, 2 महिने राहायला द्या, माझ्या बॅगा पॅक करू द्या मला, आणि
many people would never leave their bungalows even if they rule for 3 months.
निघालो. पण जे चित्र मला तिथे दिसलं, मला वाटत नाही कुठच्याही मुख्यमंत्र्यांसाठी दिसलं असेल. तिकडचे पोलीस रडत होते, सीएमओचा स्टाफ रडत होता. तुम्ही
the kind of pictures I saw that night I hadn't seen for any other CM.
तसं असतं की जेव्हा असं काही पक्षात फूट पडते, विधिमंडळात फूट पडते,
across the road people were appreciating us, welcoming us.
जोश होता, जल्लोष होता, ताकद होती.
When people see the kind of betrayal, they see it.
तिथे सामान्य शिवसैनिक आणि मुंबईकर आणि महाराष्ट्राचा नागरिक,
no, there were no MLAs or MPs. Common शिवसैनिक and the common people were out there.
तुम्ही जेव्हा तिथून गाडीतून बाहेर पडलात मातोश्रीला, आणि मला हे पण माहिती नव्हतं, कारण बघा असं एक थोडं हे असतं.
Many people called me that Aditya, when you stepped out of your vehicle at Matoshri,
तेच सांगत होते, आई हेच बोलत होती की धोका मित्रपक्षाने दिला असतं तर समजू शकलो असतो. हे काही आपल्याला नवीन नाही की चला मित्रपक्ष कुठचं तरी सोडून दिलंय, पण 2 मित्रपक्ष.
My mother was saying that we would have understood if a friendly party had possibly betrayed us, we would have understood. But they came forward and in fact said that we are supporting you.
आपण पुढे आणलं, आपण डोक्यावर बसवलं, आपण तिकीट दिली, आपण यांच्यासाठी प्रचार केला, आपण हे ना.
But who betrayed us? The same people who we in fact pushed forward, helped forward.
म्हणजे ज्या माणसांनी महाराष्ट्राला, अखंड महाराष्ट्राला कोविड काळी सांभाळलं,
and when Uddhav Thackeray is suffering from COVID at such a time, the man who in fact took care of Maharashtra during the pandemic.
मला काल पण सांगत होते की आदित्य मला काही सिम्पथीवर कोणाचं जगायचं
नाही. They know me as a young person, as a child they've known me as.
उद्धव साहेबांची सर्जरी झालेली, मी त्यांचे जे काय आहेत ते कसे बाहेर पडले हे मला माहिती. कोणी हिम्मत करत नाही ते करण्याची सर्जरी
करायची. When Uddhav Thackeray went through a surgery, I know how he fought through it.
आपल्या साहेबांना आहे हे आपल्याला कळलं.
Nobody knows.
ज्या मिनिटाला सर्जरी झाली त्या मिनिटाला नंतर कोविड वाढत गेला. दुसऱ्या दिवशीपासून मला माहिती, आणि काही त्यावेळी प्रसंग असे आले जेव्हा सगळ्यावरचा विश्वास उडेल असे प्रसंग आले. पण त्या ठिकाणून देखील उद्धव साहेबांनी फायली सही करत होते, मदत करत होते लोकांचे फोन घेत होते. महाराष्ट्रात
But even through those times, Uddhav Thackeray would help people, watch out for people.
काही ठराविक आपले लोक
He took a cabinet meeting in the next week itself.
बबल होतं, सर्जरी होते, ते
People couldn't meet him at that point of time, but it was a pandemic time at that point of time.
स्वतःचे फायदे करून घ्यायला आणि स्वतःला विकून घेतलंय. त्याचा मला राग येतो की अशा प्रसंगाचा त्यांनी गैरफायदा केला आणि स्वतःचा फायदा करून घेण्याचा
group then took advantage of that time.
घेतलं पाहिजे. हे प्रत्येक
I feel angry about it. They worked for their own advantage. This is what Maharashtra needs to understand.
कोणासाठी स्वतःचे कोण नातेवाईक आहेत वरती केंद्रात बसणार आहेत काय हे मला माहिती. काही ठिकाणी असे पण फोन जातात की अरे या आपण सगळे सोबतच आहोत, हे साहेबांनीच सांगितलं आपल्याला करायला, तर आपण कशाला करू. पण हे जर असतं तर स्वतःच्याच मुख्यमंत्र्याला, स्वतःच्याच नेत्याला धोका द्याल का, हा माझा तुम्हाला प्रश्न. आणि म्हणून जेव्हा परवा मी मातोश्रीच्या बाहेर देखील आलो,
will you betray your own CM, your own person?
हा प्रसंग आम्ही, मला वाटतं विनायकराव साहेब आपण दोघं तिघं बसलो साहेबांबरोबर आणि हेच चाललेलं.
When I stepped out of my vehicle at Matoshri, I'm like, it's okay, even if we have someone or not with us.
लोकांच्या भावना आपल्या सोबत आहेत, आपण चांगलं केलं, कोणाचं वाईट केलं नाहीये.
I said don't worry about anything. What people will decide will be the final word. Their sentiments are with us. That is what we need to just keep in mind.
त्यांचं काय करायचं, आपण सगळे हॉटेलमध्ये त्यांना थांबून ठेवलेलं आहे. उद्धव साहेबांनी सांगितलं जणू काही भगवान श्रीकृष्ण.
Raut Sahib asked me, what should we do about our MLAs? Should we also get them into a hotel?
तर उद्धव साहेबांनी सांगितलं कोणालाही हॉटेलमध्ये वगैरे थांबू नका, आणि त्यांनी आमदारांशी थेट बोलणं पण केलं त्या दिवशी फोनवर.
Uddhav
कोविड त्यावेळी झालेलं काय.
Sahib said nobody needs to stay in a hotel.
थांबून ठेवणार नाही, कैदी करणार नाही, कारण ही लोकशाही.
No, we will not put them in a hotel.
पण ह्याच्यात कुठच्या पक्षाने तुम्हाला पुढे
This is a democracy. They have their rights.
पुढची गोष्ट दुसरी की जर सोबत राहिला,
you should remember which is the party that put you forward, who helped you garner your votes.
हे जे काही त्यांचे हावभाव होते, त्यांना जे काही जायचं होतं,
how much are you going to keep people behind locks?
करणं गरजेचं आहे. ठीक आहे, एक दोन लोकांना, तीन चार लोकांना आता तात्पुरते काहीतरी मिळेल, पण पुढे
how will they go back and meet their own people? They should think about it.
नाही, ह्या कुठच्या विश्वासाने तिथे गेलेले. पण ज्या लोकांना प्राइस टॅग लागलेलं असतं आतापर्यंत.
All right, as you heard Aditya Thackeray in the speech, let's listen into Uddhav Thackeray. He chaired the same meeting through video conferencing.
त्याच्यात जास्त काय मला गुंतायचं नाहीये, पण कोणी कोणत्या वेळेला कसं आपल्याशी वागलंय या गोष्टी मात्र आपल्याला लक्षात ठेवणं गरजेचं आहे. मी नितीनजींचं भाषण ऐकलं, दिवाकरजींचं ऐकलं, आदित्यचं ऐकलं, आपल्या निलमताईंचं ऐकलं.
तसं बोलण्यासारखं काय आणि बोलायचं काय,
हा एक महत्वाचा विषय आहे. परवा मला जे काय बोलायचं ते थोडक्यामध्ये मी फेसबुक लाईव्ह वरती बोललो. काय परिणाम झाला किंवा काय परिणाम नव्हतं, मी नेहमी माझ्या मनातल्या गोष्टी मोकळेपणाने बोलणार. आज सुद्धा बोलणार. परवा मी बोललो आणि माझ्या मातोश्रीमध्ये काही जणांचे मला फोन आले, आजही येत आहेत की म्हटलं का, लोकांना असं वाटतं तुम्ही जिद्द सोडली. मी मोह सोडला पण जिद्द
I didn't leave my zid, my absolute stubbornness. But no, I have no more, I have nothing that I am attached to.
सोडायचा माझा मोह आहे, त्या सोडल्या. ज्या वास्तूत किंवा ज्या पदावरती स्वप्नात सुद्धा नव्हतं मी कधी जावं किंवा जाईन. आदित्यने जो थोडा उल्लेख केला माझ्या हॉस्पिटल,
what attachment to something that I never even dreamt of.
त्याला थोडं बोलूनच टाकतो त्याच्यावरती तुमच्याशी.
Aditya just told you about the reality of my hospital time.
ऑपरेशन करणं गरजेचं होतं, ते केलं नसतं.
When I decided to go through the surgery because it was important. If I hadn't done it,
मी आपुलकीने बोलतोय, आपला कुटुंबीय,
we don't know what would have happened.
कारण दिवाळीच्या सुमारास मला उभं राहता येत नव्हतं.
I'm speaking to you as a family.
मला असं वाटत होतं की मुख्यमंत्री
after around Diwali I couldn't even stand. Such was my state. I felt my chief minister's post was under threat.
आणि मी MRI करून घेतला तेव्हा कळलं की माझी जो स्पायनल कॉर्ड आहे तो दाबला गेलेला आहे.
चालायला त्रास होत होता, उभं
My
राहायला त्रास
spinal
होत
cord
होता.
had been pressed.
अशा परिस्थितीत
It was
MRI केल्यानंतर मग डॉक्टर
giving me difficulty walking, standing.
ऑपरेशन गरजेचं आहे. म्हटलं कधी?
After MRI, doctor told me operation is important.
अरे म्हटलं 15
I asked him when.
घाईचं कारण काय म्हणजे काय एकूण एकच आहे.
He said not very important in 15 days, but
आणि म्हटलं 12 तारखेला करून टाका.
I said 15 days is in a hurry.
होऊ शकतं म्हटलं मला सगळ्याची कल्पना आहे, पण ऑपरेशन हे करावंच लागेल. अगदी काल परवाकडे जेव्हा पंतप्रधान मोदी भेटले हे विशेष.
I said okay, I realize the operation needs to be done.
उद्धव भाई आपने ऑपरेशन किया, बहुत अच्छा किया, हिम्मत का काम था लेकिन आपने किया. म्हटलं हिम्मत और मैं कभी जुदा नहीं हो सकता हूँ. हिम्मत ही माझ्या रक्तातच आहे, त्याच्यामुळे ते वेगळं होणारच नाहीये. ते ऑपरेशन झाल्यानंतर
Himmat, strength is in my blood.
हे आता मी काय
After the operation was completed, everything was fine.
थोडं पाणी तर नाक कधीतरी गळते, नाहीतर उद्धव ठाकरेंना झाले आशीर्वाद.
Okay, I'm not crying over here, okay? It's because of COVID. I have some water in my eyes.
ऑपरेशन केल्यानंतर अनेक काही वेळेला इतर काही ऑपरेशनच्या अनुभव घेतले असेल. वेदना तर प्रचंड होत्या. एक 4-5 दिवसानंतर डॉक्टरांची माझ्या खोलीत बैठक झाली. मला डॉक्टर म्हणाले, उद्धव अभी आपके मन के अनुसार 2-4 दिन में घर भी गए, तुम्ही कुछ फरक नहीं पड़ता, कुछ सब ठीक हो गया है. तोपर्यंत व्यवस्थित होतं, माझे हात बी हालत होते. अचानक एक दिवस सकाळी उठलो आणि आळस दिली तेव्हा माझ्या मानेत जो प्रचंड असा क्रॅम्प आला.
सडनली
त्याच्यानंतर माझ्या लक्षात आलं माझी खांद्यापासूनची तळपायापर्यंतची हालचाल पूर्ण बंद झाली होती, पूर्ण बंद. म्हणजे मी श्वास घ्यायला बघितलं, मी एक बघितलं की पोट सुद्धा
you know, I'd lost any sort of sensation from my shoulder downwards.
ही माहिती नाही म्हटलं तरी बाहेर गेली असेल नसेल.
Immediately we had to get another operation done.
असं हे झाला की आता
Maybe this information was leaked or not. I don't know.
काही जण मी बरा व्हावं म्हणून देवावरती अभिषेक करत होते, काही जण बरा होऊ नये म्हणून देव पाण्यात बुडून बसले होते. हे
Some
प्रत्येकाच्या
people were praying that I should get
देवावरती अभिषेक
immediately, that I should get better immediately.
ज्याचा त्याचा प्रश्न आहे. आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या प्रेमाने आणि आशीर्वादाने मी परत तुमच्यापर्यंत आलो. म्हणजे मी हातवारे आज करू
Because of your love and
शकतो.
blessings,
ही बोटं
I
माझी
came
जुळत नव्हती,
back to you.
म्हणजे हात निश्चल पडले होते. आदित्य परदेशात होता, आदित्य आला तेव्हा तो
My hands had almost turned lifeless.
ठीक आहे, ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टीला मी तोंड दिलेलं आहे. मला
Aditya would look at me surprised.
माझ्या खांद्यावरती ज्या कोणी जबाबदारी दिली असेल ती जी काय ताकद
I don't care for all of it.
हे फोटो लावलेला तो काय उगाच नाही लावलेला. माझे वडील, माझी आई, तुम्ही
These are the blessings of the goddess.
जबाबदारी ज्यांनी माझ्यावरती सोपवलेली आहे तो बघून गेली. जसा मी
My father, my mother, all of you.
नसताना म्हणजे
You have given me a responsibility.
ऑपरेशन देण्यापूर्वी ते अनेस्थेशिया देणारे डॉक्टर म्हणाले, उद्धव डोंट वरी, मी इकडे आहे. म्हटलं तू अनेस्थेशिया दिल्यानंतर तू तिकडेस का इकडे, मला काय
Another operation. Let me tell you a story. Doctor said, Uddhav, don't worry.
मस्त स्वप्न येईल. म्हटलं येऊ रे. अनेस्थेशियातून उठवल्यानंतर मला पहिला प्रश्न विचारला, उद्धवजी वर्षा की मातोश्री? म्हटलं मातोश्री.
After anesthesia, when I woke up,
दिला असताना प्रश्न विचारला तरी मी हेच सांगितलं असतं मातोश्री.
I was asked Varsha or Matoshri. I said Matoshri.
मला म्हणाले कैसे
Even under anesthesia influence, I always say Matoshri.
मतलब कुछ सपना नहीं जो मेरे सपने में भी नहीं आ सकता, वो सपना कभी मुझे
क्या सपना आया आपको?
ऐसी स्थिति में भी नहीं आ सकता. माझ्या डोळ्यासमोर पूर्ण अंधार होता, काही नव्हतं. मला मी शांत होतो, म्हटलं मला काही झालेलं नव्हतं. तर जी स्वप्न मी बघितली नव्हती, बघणार नाही माझ्या स्वतःसाठी, त्याच्यामुळे त्या गोष्टीचा त्याग अजूनही मी केलेला नाही. कारण मी म्हटलं मी जिद्द सोडलेली नाही, मी मोह सोडलेला आहे, मोह सोडलेला आहे. आता प्रश्न येतो हा तुमचा.
I could easily give up that attachment.
बोलवलं होतं खासदारांना तर आज सुरू येत आहे.
Now the question is about you.
काही आमदार त्या दिवशी हो कापलो तरी जाणार नाही. आता एकदा कापता तिकडे गेले तो भाग वेगळा, कारण कापलो तरी म्हणजे कापल्यावरती जाणार कसा, हा एक प्रश्न आहे. कापूनच टाकलं तर जाणार कसा, तर कापलो तरी जाणार नाही. पण हा न कापता काही लोक आपल्या इथे गेले. ठीक आहे, जायचं तर जाऊ द्या. ही गोष्ट साधारणतः आली होती. लोकांना पैसे वाटले जात होते. अगदी मी स्वतः सांगितलं होतं की शासकीय पातळीवरती आमदार
मनी वॉज बीइंग डिस्ट्रीब्युटेड
म्हणून पैसे देतो. जिल्हा प्रमुखांना विचारा त्यांना कुठे कुठे फंड पाहिजे, त्यांना कुठे फंड पाहिजे. तर जिल्हा प्रमुखांना सुद्धा फंडचं वाटप करायला मी सांगितलं.
MLAs were getting money, okay? Zilla Pramukh were being asked, where do you want funds? Where do you want money to reach you?
एक मदत म्हणून पण करा.
कारण सगळे मला कल्पना आहे की रक्ताचं पाणी करणारे शिवसैनिक आहेत, पैशाची झोळी आपली नेहमी रिकामी असते, तर अशा शिवसैनिकांना सुद्धा काही पाहिजे. आता ही मदत कुठून करत होते, तर जे खातं आपण त्यांना दिलं होतं त्याच खात्यातून करत होते. म्हणून मी परवा जे बोललो ना की बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना संपली, बरं संपली शिवसेना, मग 2012 नंतर ती शिवसेना संपायला पाहिजे किंवा 2012
शिवसेना इज ओव्हर.
त्याच्यानंतर शिवसेना एकदा नाही तर दोनदा सत्तेवरती आली आणि दोन्ही दिलं. आणि मंत्रीपद कुठलं, तर जे खातं नेहमी सीएम ते खातं कारण मला या पैशाच्या भानगडीत दुरान्वयाने संबंध नको होता.
Whatever portfolio he wanted, I gave it to him.
जे काही पैसे होते ते शिवसेनेच्या मुळे मिळालेल्या मंत्रीपदाचे, ते तुम्हालाच मी बोललो होतो की माझ्या शिवसैनिकांना मदत करा म्हणून. ते दिल्यानंतर जर तुम्ही त्याच्यावरती स्वतःचा गांधीजीच्या ऐवजी स्वतःचा फोटो लावणार असाल तर ते मात्र चूक आहे. तर आता हे असं भासवलं जातंय, ज्याचा उल्लेख थोडा मला वाटतं आदित्यनी पण केला, की त्यांचीच आता पोरं सगळे फोन करतायत, अरे दमरू दादा तुम्हाला काय वाटतं, वेळ लागले काय मला, आम्हाला उद्धव साहेबांनीच सांगितले करायला, आम्ही कुठे उद्धव साहेबांना सोडत नाही आहोत, आम्ही त्यांच्यासोबत आहोत, पण तुम्ही आमच्या बरोबर या, आपल्यालाही करायचंय. मग ही सगळी लोक आलेत ती शिवसेना भवनमध्ये, वेळ लागले काय यांना, की तुम्ही बोलवल्यानंतर तुमच्याकडे येत नाही आणि उद्धवनी बोलवल्यानंतर उद्धवकडे येत आहेत. सरळ देईन मी तुम्हाला, त्यामुळे त्यांना फुस लावून कशाला सांगितलं की असं करा, मग हे अंदर की बात है, ये हमारे साथ है, हे अंदर बिंदर की बात नाही, जे आहे ते खुल्लम खुल्ला आहे. हे शिवसेना फोडण्याचं पाप हे करायचं आणि वरती एक तर सुरुवातीला आता या गोष्टी ऐकून मला कंटाळा आला की बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना संपलेली आहे, उद्धवची शिवसेना वेगळी आहे, ह्याची शिवसेना वेगळी आहे. ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच.
ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना
सुद्धा आव्हान आहे, कारण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो नालायकच आहे, माझा फोटो लावूच नका, पण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जमून दाखवा.
आय एम नालायक, आय एम इनकॉम्पिटंट, डोंट पुट माय फोटो.
कशाला करायची, हे का करायचं,
यूज
तुम्ही सांगितलं फार
शिवसेना पोर्टफोलिओ अँड वर्क.
सांगा, प्रेसनी सांगा की शिवसेनेची मान्यता, अधिकृत मान्यता ही विधिमंडळ, ते ठीक आहे. मी जे परवा बोललो ना की किती आमच्या सोबत किती तुमच्या सोबत, माझ्या दृष्टीने हा विषय गौण आहे. ज्यांनी शिवसैनिकांनी तुम्हाला मतदान केलं,
the matter is not how many with me, how many with you.
जी काही तिकीट वाटप केली ती बाळासाहेबांनी,
the people who voted you into power.
आणि तसं शेवटच्या मनोगतात बाळासाहेबांनी तुम्हाला,
I didn't go ahead and distribute tickets on my own, that was the responsibility Balasaheb gave me.
मध्ये मी तुम्हाला ही उमेदवारी दिली होती, त्या उमेदवारीनंतर तुम्ही निवडून आलात.
Uddhav and Aditya.
आता तुम्ही सांगता की ती शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची नाही.
After that, after those distribution of tickets, you were elected.
कोणत्या शिवसेनेने तुम्हाला दिली?
I gave you ministerial berths.
मंत्रिपद तेव्हा का नाही नाकारली तुम्ही?
Which Shivsena gave that to you in 2014?
आम्हाला ही शिवसेना मान्य नाही, या शिवसेनेने आम्हाला दिलेली उमेदवारी मान्य नाही, मंत्रिपद तर दूरच राहू. करताय, करू शकताय, पण एक महत्वाकांक्षा जरूर असावी, पण तिला.
You don't want to accept Shivsena? Can you stay away from ministerial berths? Are you accepting that?
ही महत्वाकांक्षा नाहीये, ही महत्वाकांक्षा असू शकत नाही. आणि जास्तीत जास्त काय केलं तो आज तुम्ही, आमदार घेऊन गेलात, घेऊन जा, आणखीन कोणाला घेऊन जायचं घेऊन जा. तुम्ही झाडाची
You took MLAs with you. That's what you did. Maximum, take more with you.
ही उपटून काढू शकलेल्या नाहीत, ती काढू शकत नाही.
You can break away fruits from a tree, but you cannot pull away the roots of the tree.
रुजवलेली आहेत, ती जोपर्यंत घट्ट माझ्यासोबत आहेत.
And I don't worry, as long as Balasaheb sowed the seeds of my tree.
बहर येत असतो. म्हणजे काल परवापर्यंत मी ज्या वर्षामध्ये राहत होतो, तिकडे त्या वर्षामध्ये
fight off any adversity.
बदामाचं झाड आहे. 1-2 महिन्यापूर्वी मी बघितलं की ते बदामाचं झाड नुसतं
Varsha has a couple of trees.
बहरच गेलेला त्याचा पान आणि पान, म्हणजे खाली रोज सकाळ संध्याकाळ सडा पडत होता, पानाचा सडा, आणि 1-2-4 दिवसानंतर ते झाड बोडकं झालं. लोक सगळ्यांना म्हणजे काही यायचे ते, अरे झाडाची पानं कुठे
That badam tree
म्हटलं येणार त्याला पानं,
turned pale very soon.
शिशिर असतो, ग्रीष्म असतो,
all leaves had fallen off.
मान्सून सुरू झालं, आपला वर्षा असतो, आणि वर्षामध्ये तो वर्ष असणारच, तो कसं जाईल? तर ती झाडं पानं गळून गेल्यानंतर अक्षरशः काड्या राहिल्या होत्या त्या झाडाच्या. 4 दिवसामध्ये पुन्हा ते झाड त्याला कोंब फुटले, हिरवगार होऊन गेलं, पुन्हा हिरवगार. आता पुन्हा त्याला बनाव आले. गुलमोहराचं झाड सुद्धा गुलमोहराच्या फुलांनी डवरून गेलं होतं. हे पानाचं किंवा काही वेळेला निसर्गाचा नियम आहे, सुकलेली पानं गळलीच पाहिजेत. ही सुकलेली पानं जोपर्यंत गळत नाहीत तोपर्यंत नवीन पालवी आणि नवीन पालवी जोपर्यंत त्याला फुटत नाही तोपर्यंत झाड ही पानं गळून गेलीच पाहिजेत. आणि जी पानं सडलेली असतील, कीड लागलेली असतील, त्यांना ही
And if that doesn't happen, a tree will not turn green one more time. It has to happen.
त्याच्यामुळे हाच तो आताचा काळ आहे.
We'll have to break away those leaves, otherwise the insects or the will in fact eat into the tree.
जसं मी म्हटलं की वर्ष सोडताना मला काही वाईट
Take away as many as you want.
माझं नाहीच, ते सोडायला मला वाईट वाटायचं.
I did not feel bad leaving Varsha.
गेलेत, जाऊ देत. जे माझ्याकडे नव्हते
Nothing
ते सोडून
affects
मला
me.
वाईट का वाटावं?
And those who have gone, go.
तर मला का वाईट वाटावं? म्हणजे जे माझं नाही ते सोडायला मला वाईट वाटत.
Why should it feel bad? Why should I feel bad about it?
गेले तरी मला वाईट वाटायचं कारण नाहीये. मुळं माझ्यापर्यंत सोबत आहेत.
What wasn't mine, I didn't feel bad leaving it. So those who weren't mine, if they leave me and go, why should I feel bad?
आणि जेवढा माणूस मोठा होतो त्याचं स्वप्न मोठं होतं, त्याचं स्वप्न मोठं होतं. या सगळ्या मोठ्या माणसांची स्वप्न.
These are people who've grown. They've become big people. They have big dreams now.
मला शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी
Maybe I can't fulfill their dreams.
महाराष्ट्राच्या शिवसैनिकांच्या स्वप्नासाठी म्हणून ही माझ्यावरती जबाबदारी दिलेली आहे.
That wasn't the job Balasaheb Thackeray gave me to fulfill their dreams. It was to satisfy the people and take care of the people of Maharashtra.
आल्यानंतर मी एकदा थेट बोलूनच त्यांना विचारलं की असं असं कानावर येतंय. नाही मी असं कसं वागेन? म्हटलं खोटं असेल आणि खोटं असावं असं माझं म्हणणं आहे. खोटं असेल तर काहीच मुद्दा नाहीये, नसेल तर स्पष्ट सांगा. नाही आपण भाजप सोबत जायला पाहिजे असा काही आमदारांचा माझ्यावरती एक दबाव आहे. म्हटलं ठीक आहे, मला मान्य आहे. पण
some MLAs are putting pressure on me to go with BJP. Okay, fine.
तुमच्यासाठी नाहीये, तुमच्यापैकी किती लोकांच्या कुटुंबियांवरती जसं माझ्या कुटुंबियांवरती घाणेरड्या शब्दात आरोप केले तसे आरोप केले ते सांगा. आणि जनाची नाही तर मलाची मी जनतेसमोर जाईन.
Bad language to make allegations against you, your families.
मातोश्रीवरती म्हटलं आरोप केल्यानंतर तुमचं रक्त नाही सळसळत. मातोश्रीवरती वेडवाकड काही बोलल्यानंतर तुमचं रक्त गरम होत नाही कसं?
This BJP made allegations against me and Matoshri and your blood doesn't boil.
त्या तळपत्या उन्हामध्ये तापलेल्या रस्त्यावरती बसते की मातोश्रीवरती कोण आहे ते मी बघतोय आणि बाकी सगळे मोठी झालेली शंड भाजप सोबत जा म्हणून सांगतात. म्हटलं मी शंड नाहीये. माझ्या कुटुंबियांवरती आरोप केले, मातोश्रीवरती आरोप केले. हे ह्याच्यावरती करेक्शन काय? आणि मी नालायकपणाने निर्लज्जपणाने पुन्हा मांडीला लावून बसू आणि माझ्या बाजूला कोण तो तोतला बसतात. म्हटलं माझ्याकडनं नाही होणार.
I should just crawl back to them like an incompetent person.
पण एक लक्षात
those who made baseless allegations against me, against Matoshri.
वापरतील आणि काम झालं का फेकून देतील.
This use and throw is a policy. They'll use you and they'll throw you.
ही यांची एक रीत झालेली आहे. त्यांच्यामध्ये आपल्याशी लढण्याची हिंमत नाही, धमक नाही, म्हणून आपलीच माणसं फोडायची आणि आपल्या सोडायची. तुम्ही लढत राहा, आम्ही आमचं काम मोकाटपणाने आम्ही चरत राहू. तुम्ही एकमेकांना भांडण, मग त्या राणीला सोडायचं. आता ह्यानं आपल्या अंगावर सोडा, आरोप करायचे, आपण आणि हे चरायला मोकळे. म्हणजे उद्या काय कारवाई झाली किंवा काय झालं तर आलेला मेला, आम्ही मात्रच आहे. यांचं नुकसान काहीच होत नाहीये, होणार नाहीये. कारण बाहेरचे भाडोत्री लोक भाडोत्रींना भोगावं लागेल. त्यांच्या मूळ गाभ्याला कुठे हातच लागत.
They have us fight each other.
कोण विचार करणार? कोण यांच्या डोक्यात घालायचं? बरं मी आणखीन काय कमी करायचं ठेवलं होतं?
And nothing even touches them. Who's going to think about this?
त्यांना आम्ही दिलं. हा काही कदाचित हे आमचं माझा तो आमचा रुमाल हे काय मी स्टाईल म्हणून नाही करत नाही. काही जणांना अशी शिवसेना प्रमुख करायची म्हणून त्यांना वाटेल मी पण करतोय. तर मलाच खरंच सर्दी झाली म्हणून मी करतोय बाबा. जरा श्वास घ्यायला त्रास होतो म्हणून.
Okay, this is not something that I'm doing deliberately, okay? I am suffering from a little bit of cold and I'm feeling a little breathless. Just give me a minute.
काय बोलतो मी तुमच्याशी विसरलो तोपर्यंत. काय कमी दिलं? कारण आतापर्यंत गेले 5 वर्षामध्ये म्हणजे आपल्या सत्तेच्या आधी एक मोठं खातं दिलं. त्याच्यानंतर साधारणतः
In the last 5 years before our power,
पाहिलेलं नाही, कारण माझ्या मनातही तसं कधी नव्हतं. नगर विकास खातं कधी मुख्यमंत्र्याशिवाय वेगळं कोणाकडे कधी गेलंय का हल्लीच्या काळात? नाही. पण ते सुद्धा मी दिलं. माझ्याकडे मी काय ठेवलं? न्यायविधी. दिवाकरजी तुम्ही मंत्री होतात, तुम्हाला माहिती आहे न्यायविधी कशाचं खातं आहे.
I gave all portfolios. What did I keep with me?
आता तात्पुरतं त्या संजय राठोडवरती अत्यंत वाईट आरोप झाले. आता त्याला सुद्धा ठीक आहे, त्याच्यात जे करायचं ते केलं.
There were
ते
upsetting allegations against Sanjay Rathod. We acted.
आणि इन्फॉर्मेशन टेक्नॉलॉजी त्याच्यात मला खरंच काहीतरी करावं असं वाटत होतं, म्हणून पण ते करायचं कधी अवधी मिळाला नाही कोविडमुळे. पण बाकी सगळी खाती मी वाटून टाकली.
I kept IT because I felt like doing something about it, but I didn't get the opportunity because of COVID.
पण ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टीचं मला नाही म्हटलं तरी मला सवय झाली. वीट तर आलेलंच आहे, पण ती वीट नुसता येऊन उपयोग नाही, ती वीट डोक्यात हाणावी लागेल. नाही तर मला वीट आलाय, बरं वीट आल्या पुढे काय नाही, ती वीट मी हाणणार डोक्यात त्यांच्या. नाहीतर वीट येऊन उपयोग काय त्या विटेचा. तर तो वीट ह्या गोष्टीचा आलाय की त्यावेळेला बाळासाहेब आणि ते सदैव आपलं दैवतच आहे, त्याच्याबद्दल काय मी बोलायचं कारण नाही. पण विठ्ठल आणि मग आपण जे काय माझ्यासोबत तुम्ही होते ते बडवे. आता हीच पद्धत ते कदाचित आदित्यबद्दल करते, म्हणजे स्वतःचा पोरगा खासदार पण माझा पोरगा काय होता का बरे. मी कुठे शिवसैनिकांच्या मुलाला काय अडवतोय. पण ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टीचं आता तोच ते रिपीट
around Aditya. So your son can be an MP but my son can't.
बद्दल काही नाही. पण आता ते बोलायला लागले की आता ही शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची नाही. ते सगळ्या जुन्या गोष्टी आपल्याला अनुभव आलेला आहे. निष्ठा म्हणजे काय असते ती आता आपल्याला दाखवायची. मला वामनराव महाडिकांचं एक वाक्य आठवते. मला काय होतं, आता या कॅमेराचा अँगल असा आहे की समोर दिवाकरजी आहेत, नेरुरकर आहेत, दगडूदादा, विनोद, नेरकर, मिर्लेकर आहेत. नाही जास्त फिरू नका, मला सगळ्यांची नावं घ्यावी लागतील. पण दगडूदादा दिसल्यामुळे मला लालबाग परळचं जास्त आठवत आहे. वामनरावांचं एक वाक्य आठवत आहे. वामनराव हा एक प्रतिभावान माणूस होता, शिवसेनेचा पहिला आमदार. म्हणजे बोलायला लागले का वक्तृत्व अमोघ वक्तृत्व त्यांचं होतं आणि ऐकत बसावं असं वक्तृत्व होतं. अनेकदा आपल्या माथी पराभव आलेले आहेत, आपल्या पदरी पराभव पडलेले आहेत, पण पराभवाने कधी आपण खचून नाही गेलो. ह्याचं कारण का, जसं आता नितीनजी तुम्ही म्हणालात की निवडणुका नव्हत्याच. एक तर सरळ कापाकापी म्हणजे प्राण गेला तरी 72. आता बोलायला ठीक आहे, देते कोण प्राण, पण त्यावेळेला निवडणुकाविषयी नव्हता. हल्ले व्हायचे, घरातले सगळे अब्रू लुटली जायची, देवदेवतांच्या मूर्त्या बाहेर काढल्या जायच्या आणि त्याचे तुकडे करून घर पेटून द्यायचं. याला म्हणतात बेचिराख. तुला बेचिराख करीन म्हणजे काय की सगळंच होत्याचं नव्हतं करून टाकेन. पण तरी देखील त्यावेळेचा मावळा म्हणा, त्यावेळेची जनता ही शिवरायाच्या सोबत राहिली. ते लढाई बऱ्याचदा हारायचे, पण तरी एक गोष्ट लक्षात घ्या, हार जीत
the people never left the side of Shivaji Maharaj.
मन जर खचलेलं असतं,
he suffered losses in battle as well.
तुम्हाला विजय नाही देऊ शकत. पण मन जर का खंबीर असेल तर उद्याची निवडणूक जिंकायची जिद्द देऊ शकते. म्हणून वामनरावांचं जे वाक्य होतं,
but if your heart is clean, even a loss in the elections just gives you the strength to fight harder the next time.
ही तरंगते त्यांच्या बरोबर. ही निष्ठा तरंगत जाऊ द्या, पण जे निष्ठावान असतील ते माझ्यासोबत राहतील. मी तर आता या मानसिकतेत आहे की माझ्यासोबत
the people who are determined will stay with me.
तो मुद्दा नाहीये, सगळे आपले आहेतच, पण चला आपल्यासोबत मी तर म्हणजे कोणीच नाहीये. पुढे काय बोला. जसं ते बदामाचं झाड झालं होतं तसं आता झालेलं आहे. नवीन पालवी फुटणार आणि ती मी फोडणार. म्हणजे हेच शिवसेना भवन. इथे
it's like that badam tree that I was talking to you about. I will ensure that green leaves appear on it again.
तो किस्सा घडला होता. जनता पक्षाचा एक तो जोर होता आणि बाळासाहेबांना काही नेत्यांनी सांगितलं की बाळासाहेब तुम्हाला जे वाटतं शिवसेना ती शिवसेना तुमच्या अवतीभोवती जे 2-5 सुरेमारेवाले आहेत ना तेवढ्यापुरतीच बाकी सगळी शिवसेना मध्ये नाहीशी झालेली आहे. मग ते आता जनता पक्षात विलीन व्हायला पाहिजे. साहेबांनी त्यांना सांगितलं की 2-5 तर 2-5 माझे कट्टर माणसं असतील ना जे तुमच्या लेखी सुरेमारेवाले आहेत ते जरी माझ्यासोबत राहिले तरी शिवसेना मी पुन्हा उभी करून दाखवेन आणि त्यांनी दाखवली करून उभी. आज त्यावेळेला काही जण तेव्हा जनता पक्षात गेले.
There was an offer to in fact merge with the Janata Party and at that time we were reduced to 2. Bala Sahib said it's okay 2 but as 2 if we have those 2 with me we'll fight it out.
या सगळ्या अनुभवातून शहाणपण घेत पुढे जायचं असतं. मला आजही तुम्हाला मी सांगतो कारण आता पदाधिकाऱ्यांना फोन यायला लागलेले आहेत जिल्हा प्रमुखांना यायला लागलेले आहेत सगळ्या माजी नगरसेवकांना कारण नगरसेवक पण नाहीच आहे.
phone calls from जिल्हा प्रमुख from office bearers
झालेला आता प्रशासक आहे तर त्यांना यायला लागलेले आहेत. दमदाट्या होत आहेत आणि पुन्हा हेच की अरे आम्हाला उद्धव साहेबांनी सांगितलं ठाण्यातल्या पदाधिकाऱ्यांनी येत आहेत फोन की आम्हाला उद्धव साहेबांनी सांगितले म्हणून. तर असं काही नाहीये. हा उघड भारतीय जनता पक्षाने साधलेला डाव आहे. आता आपले सगळे जे काही तिकडे गेलेले घोडे गुलाबीने फसवलेले आमदार आता तिकडे
a plot by the BJP.
आग्रहून सुटका कशी करून घ्यायची
those
ते बघायला पाहिजे.
rebel MLAs are now like prisoners.
समोर कोण येत नाही सोबत कोण येत नाही तोपर्यंत विश्वास ठेवायला तयार नाही. धरून चाला की आपल्या सोबत कोणीच नाहीये अशा मानसिकतेमधनं तुम्ही पुन्हा नवीन शिवसेना
believe you have no one with you and walk ahead.
आपल्याकडे सत्तेचं एकही पद नाहीये काही नाहीये.
This is my zid. This is my absolute will that I will ensure that Shivsena stands up.
समजा आणि त्याच्यानंतर बाळासाहेबांनी उभं केलं तर 56 वर्षांनंतर आज आपण या सत्तेमध्ये आलो. ही जिद्द तुमच्यात असेल तर सोबत राहा नाहीतर मी तुम्हालाही सांगतोय की तुम्हालाही तुमचं भवितव्य उज्ज्वल वाटत असेल
if you have the same zid as me
जरूर जा
stay with me.
प्रत्येकाला प्रत्येकाच्या भवितव्याचा
if you want to otherwise do something else for your future go there.
कोणाच्याही भवितव्याच्या आड येऊ इच्छित नाही.
Everyone has the right to think for themselves.
स्थापनाच मराठी माणसांच्या आणि हिंदूंच्या उज्ज्वल भवितव्यासाठी झाली. त्याच्यामुळे मी जर काही चालवला नालायक असेल तर तुम्ही आता
Shivsena was founded for the bright future of Marathi Manus and Hindus.
तयार आहे. मुख्यमंत्री पद माझ्यासाठी
If you want, I will leave the post right now.
तुम्हाला कृपा करून नीट समजून घ्या. मी तुम्हाला अजिबात भावनिक ब्लॅकमेल करत नाही. केवळ बाळासाहेबांचा फोटो माझ्या पाठी लागलाय म्हणून मी माझ्या मोहात अडकू नका माझ्या प्रेमात अडकू नका. जर
Don't get attached to me just because I'm Bala Sahib's son and because his photo is behind me.
बाळासाहेबांचा फोटो माझ्या मागचा आणि तुम्ही माझा व्यक्तिगत विचार करून जर मी नालायक असेल तर सांगा. कारण शेवटी बाळासाहेबांना जर का मी शिवसेनेच्या बाबतीत
keep aside Bala Sahib's photo. Think about me. If you think I'm incompetent, don't stand with me.
तसं शिवसेना ही माझ्याहून जास्त लाडकं त्यांचं अपत्य आहे. माझ्याहून जास्त लाडकं अपत्य ही शिवसेना आहे आणि ती चालवली.
The way I am Bala Sahib's son,
बाजूला ठेवा.
Shivsena was a bigger son to him,
पुढे कशी जाईल
much more closer to him.
तुम्ही निर्णय घ्या. बाकी मला काही बोलायचं नाही.
Think about the future of Shivsena and decide for yourselves.
धन्यवाद. जय हिंद जय महाराष्ट्र.
उद्धव जी तुम संघर्ष करो. उद्धव जी तुम संघर्ष करो.
All right, viewers, you heard that highly emotional speech made by Uddhav Thackeray. This speech, viewers, were for his loyalists. The first one were for the rebel MLAs, this one for the royalists. We're going to keep getting our viewers the very latest. It ended with slogans by those still loyal to Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav, tum sangharsh karo, hum tumhare saath hai, and ended on those notes. But Uddhav Thackeray making a highly emotional speech, talking extensively about his own surgery, why he couldn't be with who he called his people. But very important, viewers, he's put the name Thackeray along with the Shivsena, and both cannot be without each other. With that, I'm going to go into a quick break. To stay with us on the other side is my colleague Shiv.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Ever witnessed a tornado? A tornado is a violently rotating column of air extending from the base of thunderstorm down to the ground. Tornadoes are capable of completely destroying well-made structures, uprooting trees. A tornado can pass through the air like a deadly missile. If you ever witness a tornado or if one passes near you, you need to know the safety measures. In this video, we will tell you all about it. Tornadoes are great spirals of wind and among the most violent and destructive storm on Earth, despite their sometimes fast and localized passage. They form when hot humid air, often from the sea, meets dry cold conditions originally from the poles. As the hot air rises, the denser cold air gathers underneath. The condensation and moisture produced results in the formation of a thundercloud. The two air masses rotate around each other without mixing. Before long, a hazy cone or a funnel appears, a warning sign that a tornado is on the way. Once the spiral touches the ground, it can officially be classed by the name of the tornado. The amount of damage a tornado can cause is directly linked to the speed of its varying wind. The enhanced Fujita scale is used to measure the intensity and damage potential. Most tornadoes are classified as level 0, with wind speed of between 105 and 137 km per hour. Damage is usually slight. For example, tiles might be blown off the roof. But level 5 tornadoes, however, bring with them wind ranging from 320 to 500 km per hour. In this case, a whole house can be uprooted and cars can be thrown more than 100 meters away. Tornadoes can form all across the world, but they most frequently hit the United States.
whole year that I was Miss World, the first thing is that I got a lot of exposure. I understood more about the industry. And then when you know that an opportunity like this is in front of you, then there's no looking back. But I think my life has been surreal, you know. I feel like you always have these plans, and I love to plan. You know, I had my whole life planned, and I was doing something really different today, you know, according to my plans. But destiny just takes you to different places, and what I've learned is that you just need to go with the flow. You just need to enjoy wherever life is taking you, and as long as you're enjoying, that's more important. Yeah. It was a lot quieter than I expected it would be, and much more like, it wasn't very fast, you know, and Normally, you practice a scene, but you realize that once you go there, sometimes certain times you feel like what you're doing is unnatural, but that's for the camera, in the way you're standing or where you're looking. But having said that, I really enjoyed my first experience. The one thing that I think I realized is that I need to conserve my energy, because it is physically exhausting when you're shooting from morning to night. It is exhausting, and I never realized that.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching.
Will the real Shiv Sena please stand up? Eknath Shinde says we have the numbers to win this. Uddhav Sena says don't worry about the numbers, we can replace them by raising new cadres. Both sides claim to be the true inheritors of Bal Thackeray's Hindutva legacy, but the people of Maharashtra and everyone watching India Today from across the country only have one question. Ye khel kab khatam hoga? I have a timeline with some inside information about how this is going to go down over the next 24 hours on 5 Live at 5 p.m.
So yes, young people we've seen in today's date are not just suffering from heart attacks, they're having strokes, they're having cardiac arrests. I mean, they're brought dead to our hospitals and nobody knows why. They all just say that, they've always been fit. The definition of fitness is different for different people. Nobody gets their pre-health checkups done. You don't know what's happening in your body. You eat all the junk food and still believe that you're young, so nothing's going to happen to you, but that's not happening. So you might have heard about symptoms like a left-sided chest pain, which is, radiating to the left arm. That is one of the most typical symptoms of a heart attack, but not everybody has those symptoms. You can have profuse sweating just suddenly while you're sitting. You can have shortness of breath. You'll have difficulty in breathing. You'll feel uneasy. You might have nausea, vomiting. So in today's date, a lot of people are having a lot of sugars, a lot of processed foods, packaged foods, refined oils. They have a sedentary lifestyle. There's so much of stress going on, smoking, alcohol. All of these, lead towards more susceptibility towards having a heart attack. So it's very important, I would suggest, to first take control of your diets. Throw those packaged foods out, throw those processed foods out, just drain out the refined oils.
In association with Sensodyne Daily Sensitivity Protection, LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
Have father and son conceded defeat? Have Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray basically thrown in the towel? Well, technically not just yet, but Uddhav Thackeray, in a speech just now to district heads, has talked once again emotionally about how he never wanted power at all. And Aditya Thackeray, the Thackeray son, has said, we don't have the numbers. It is perhaps the clearest signal from the Thackeray clan that the end is near and that they may be throwing in the towel very, very soon. Both father and son speaking in tandem, speaking to the Shivsena and the Shivseniks and saying, we don't have the numbers, but of course, trying to strike that emotional chord. It's the second time in 2 days that the emotional angle has been amplified by the Thackeray's. Will it work is the big question. And all the way across the country, of course, in Guwahati, the rebel base is only swelling, with Eknath Shinde claiming to be the real Shiv Sena, which is why we're asking here on India Today and on 5 Live, will the real Shiv Sena please stand up? Because that's the question the Shivseniks are asking. That's the question those who voted for the Shiv Sena are asking. And those who believe in Balasaheb Thackeray's legacy are probably asking most of all. I'm Shiv. Thanks for being with me. These are the headlines at 5. All eyes on rebel Eknath Shinde's Ghar Wapsi. The rebel MLA speaks exclusively to India Today in his longest interview so far. Claims the support of 50 plus MLAs, says will meet the governor soon. Uddhav Sena seeks disqualification of 16 rebel MLAs. Maharashtra Chief Minister compares rebels to insects and rodents who have eaten the party hollow. Big attack by Uddhav on Shinde and co. 3 days into the Maharashtra political crisis, Team Modi breaks silence. Union Minister Piyush Goyal tears into the Aghadi, says the unholy alliance was bound to fail. This is a big India Today political exclusive. NDA candidate for President Draupadi Murmu files her nomination. Prime Minister Modi and NDA bigwigs accompany her. Major vindication once again for Prime Minister Modi. Supreme Court upholds clean chit to Modi in the 2002 Gujarat riots case. Top court says that plea filed by Zakia Jafri is devoid of merit. BJP claims massive vindication. All right, we've got some breaking news coming in from Mumbai now. It's the next big huddle that's taking place in Maharashtra's state capital. Another high-level meeting with Sharad Pawar, his nephew Ajit Pawar, Home Minister Jayant Valse Patil and Praful Patel of the NCP are all going to be meeting Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray at Matoshri at 6:30 p.m. Remember, Uddhav Thackeray is COVID positive. So it will have to be a meeting with all precautions exercised. But this is the highest level meeting that will be taking place so far since this story broke on Tuesday morning right here on India Today. Sharad Pawar, the Home Minister of Maharashtra Jayant Valse Patil, Ajit Pawar, also a minister, and Praful Patel, who is Sharad Pawar's senior party colleague will all be calling on Uddhav Thackeray. It comes just a couple of hours after Uddhav Thackeray made this speech to district heads, where he, in an uncharacteristically aggressive turn of events, Uddhav Thackeray described the rebels, the Shinde Sena, as insects and rodents who have eaten the party hollow. This is an emotional Uddhav who has turned angry, and he will be hosting Sharad Pawar and ministers of his government at 6:30 p.m. 90 minutes from now is when that meeting will be taking place. So Saurabh Vaktania is with us live outside Matoshri, where Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray are currently. We also have Polami Saha, who's standing by outside the Radisson Blu Hotel, the five-star fortress where the Shinde Sena is currently camping. To you first, Saurabh, Sharad Pawar, Jayant Valse Patil and others will be calling on Uddhav Thackeray at 6:30 p.m. What is this going to be about? Is this going to be another emergency strategy meeting, or could there be something big that comes out of it?
Well, Shiv, we need to understand that Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar, Jayant Patil, Praful Patel, these are the big names of the politics in Mumbai. These people coming to meet Uddhav Thackeray at his residence in Matoshi itself makes a big statement. And this statement is by send a very good message from Uddhav Sena's camp to the rebel camp of Shinde in Guwahati. Now, what we need to understand over here is there are several rounds of meetings which are happening one after the other. The target is not just the MLAs, to bring back the MLAs, but the upcoming elections as well. Shivsena doesn't want to lose the BMC election. They don't even want to lose the ground workers of the Sena. Now what is happening is Sharad Pawar is giving a full support to Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. Now he's one of the most powerful leader in the state of Maharashtra. So Sharad Pawar is claiming that we have full support to Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. We stand with the MVA government. Come what may the situation, we will figure out this particular situation. So now what is going to happen over here? Round of meetings are going to happen. Now Sharad Pawar coming to meet Uddhav Thackeray, and at the other moment, Shiv, let me tell you, the disqualification moved by Uddhav Sena from 12 to 16. This is going to take lot of time. Now the time is needed by the Uddhav Sena, and this will delay the whole procedure. So more delay, the MLA sitting in Guwahati likely to get frustrated. They will get more time to convince them to come back, because there will be many calls.
No, but are they running out of patience? Saurabh, stay with me. Let's get a perspective on that from Polami, who's in Guwahati, right outside the Radisson Blu Hotel. Polami, in light of this meeting where Sharad Pawar and all the big guns, Jayant Patil, I accidentally identified him as the Home Minister, that's somebody else, sorry, Jayant Patil will be, going there for this meeting with Uddhav Thackeray. Obviously, the Shinde Sena, which is behind you in that hotel, Polami, are keeping track of every single thing. They've got their own people in Mumbai who are telling them what's going on. How will they see this? Is each side playing for time right now? Because like you've been rightly saying, the more this stretches out, the more precarious it becomes.
Absolutely, Shiv. It would be the case with anyone for that matter, because they're here in unknown territory. They're spending time locked up inside one hotel. Obviously, they have the entire hotel to themselves. They can move around. Security is extremely tight around the hotel, but then it's still one location, and they've been inside over here. So they're soon going to run out of patience. Also, very importantly, Shiv, because of two subsequent back-to-back bypolls that happened in Maharashtra, first the Rajya Sabha elections, then the MLC elections. Most of these MLAs, in fact, were out of their constituencies. They have been in Mumbai for a very, very long time before they were whisked away to Surat, and from Surat to Guwahati. So they've been away from their constituencies for a long stretch of time. To go back to their constituents, how are they going to go back to their constituents and explain this absolute absence from their constituencies just because they were bargaining for power? Is that how they're going to explain? So clearly, if Eknath Shinde has to do something about the numbers that he's managed to garner and muster, he will have to do something very, very soon. But like Saurabh was pointing out, there is a long drawn-out process as far as the disqualification notice is concerned. And with 16 rebel MLAs getting that notice, and likely that the Deputy Speaker, as per protocol, will call them, in fact, to hear them out. There's a possibility of a video conference as well. But then again, it's a long drawn-out process. If they're physically called, are they going to go to Mumbai? Because then there's the threat that Eknath Shinde will fear the fact that, they could be broken. And then, of course, the ranks could be broken. And if it's over video conference, again, the process is very, very long. So this is going to be very interesting, going forward.
All eyes are going to be on that 6:30 p.m. meeting. Sharad Pawar will be meeting Uddhav Thackeray for the second time in 2 days. Big meeting. There will also be Jayant Patil. There will be, Praful Patel and others who will be part of this meeting. The tantalizing question is it going to be more baatcheet, or will there be some decision, something to announce, either a resignation or revealing that they've got more numbers, more than just the usual, claim versus counterclaim war that has taken place so far? Because remember, only the Shinde Sena has now demonstrated that it has the numbers, and Aditya Thackeray, very importantly, has candidly admitted in front of Shiv Sainik just about 20 minutes ago that the Uddhav Sena, as it were, does not have the numbers. Is that a concession of impending defeat, or could there be some aces up the sleeves of both Uddhav and Pawar? Are the questions that need to be asked. Here's what Uddhav Thackeray, the man who stands to lose the most right now, here's what he said as he addressed Shiv Sainiks and district leaders just under an hour ago on Zoom. Take a look at this.
परवा मी बोललो आणि मी वर्षा सोडला आणि माझ्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो. काही जणांचे मला फोन आले, आजही येत आहेत, की उद्धवजी तुम्ही वर्षा सोडायला नाही पाहिजे होतं. म्हटलं का? नाही, लोकांना असं वाटतं तुम्ही जिद्द सोडली. म्हटलं मी जिद्द सोडणाऱ्यातला नाहीये, मी मोह सोडला, पण जिद्द नाही सोडणार मी कधी. कदापि जिद्द नाही सोडणार. आणि ज्या गोष्टी आपल्या नाहीतच त्या सोडायचा मोह हा असू नये का? महत्वाकांक्षा जरूर असावी, पण ती राक्षसी महत्वाकांक्षा असता कामा नये, की ज्याने दिलं त्यालाच खायचं. ही महत्वाकांक्षा नाहीये. ही महत्वाकांक्षा असू शकत नाही. आणि जास्तीत जास्त काय केलं तो आज तुम्ही आमदार नेल्यात घेऊन गेलात, घेऊन जा. आणखीन कोणाला घेऊन जायचं घेऊन जा. तुम्ही झाडाची फुलं तोडू शकता, झाडाची फळं तोडू शकता, पण झाडाची मुळं ही उपटून काढू शकलेल्या नाहीत.
Just look at how the numbers have increased. While it is a face of defeat, a face of things slipping out of their hands in Mumbai for the Uddhav Sena, for the Shinde Sena, or Shinde's list, as one popular internet meme today has claimed, the numbers are doing all the talking. Apart from this image itself, let's take you through how the numbers have increased over the last few days. Just take a look at how the numbers have actually increased over the last few days. Day 1, Day 2, Day 3, Day 4, nothing tells a picture like these pictures. Look at this. From Surat on Day 1 to Guwahati on Day 4, this is how the numbers have actually increased. 4 days, 34, 35, 36, and then 37. And those numbers are holding steady. That's the real problem for Uddhav Thackeray and the Uddhav Sena in Mumbai right now. They claim that they've been in touch with at least 21 of these rebel MLAs, but there is no sign that any of the Shinde MLAs are actually changing their mind or having a change of heart. As of now, this is the increase, and this is what is giving Eknath Shinde the power that he is exuding, especially in that long interview that he's given to India Today. Let's go straight across to India Today. Sahil Joshi joining us live from Mumbai. Sahil, this big meeting at 6:30 p.m. Uddhav Thackeray is at home in Matushri. Sharad Pawar, Jayant Patil, Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel will all be calling on him. What is the sense you're getting, Sahil? Because this comes just, it'll come just a couple of hours after Uddhav Thackeray's speech as well as Aditya Thackeray, where they say they don't have the numbers, which is a fact. But what are you expecting to see happen at this meeting?
Shiv, as per my information, they haven't said that they don't have the numbers. What they have been claiming yet that there will be numbers, there may not be numbers. But what matters is that how they ran the government is what they have said. What is more important right now is that that NCP wants to really understand the situation, because what has been the claims which has been, the Shiv Sena leaders have been making claims. Vinayak Rao, the Shiv Sena secretary, is making a claim that 18 MLAs are in touch with Uddhav Thackeray. Today somebody made a claim that 21 MLAs are in touch with Uddhav Thackeray, whereas the ground situation shows that every day few of the MLAs who have attended the meeting yesterday with Uddhav Thackeray are going to Surat and flying down in a chartered flight to Guwahati and joining the Shinde camp. Why this flow of MLAs are happening despite the meeting with Uddhav Thackeray at Varsha since last 2 days? There have been at least 5 MLAs who originally attended the meeting with Uddhav Thackeray have flown to Guwahati. So NCP really wants to understand where they are standing at this point of time. Will this government survive? Because the deputy speaker is of NCP. If they want to keep the fight going on, then the deputy speaker's decisions are going to be really important. If Uddhav Thackeray claims to have the numbers, only then there is any sense of doing this fight. Otherwise, there is no sense of doing this fight. It will be just prolonged fight, and at the end of the day, because they didn't have the numbers, they will lose the fight, and also there will be a big loss of face. Rather than that, what is the situation? What is the real situation? Uddhav Thackeray hasn't communicated that correctly with the NCP leaders till now. Day before yesterday, before Uddhav Thackeray left Varsha, Sharad Pawar and some other leaders had met with Uddhav Thackeray. They discussed certain things. Uddhav Thackeray that day claimed that he still hoped that people will come back. After that, he tried to speak to Eknath Shinde a couple of times. He spoke to Eknath Shinde also a couple of times. Eknath Shinde didn't relent. They also tried to speak to some other people. After that, the Shinde camp released a video of a MLA saying that how Uddhav Thackeray mistreated Shiv Sena MLAs who are right now sitting in Guwahati. So, looking at the whole situation, there is an apprehension within the NCP as well that what exactly is happening. Why Shiv Sena is unable to protect their MLAs. Even the MLA from areas like Dadar Mahim, which is the core area of Shiv Sena, where the Shiv Sena Bhavan, the Shiv Sena headquarters is situated, even that MLA who was standing outside Shiv Sena Bhavan just a day before and speaking against Eknath Shinde, is the next day he joins the Eknath Shinde camp. What exactly is happening? Uddhav Thackeray tried to clarify today to his supporters that he is not behind all these things. What he actually wanted is to protect the interest of Maharashtra, and that's what he has done. He also said that these people actually backstabbed him. He also said that these people will not get elected if they don't use the surname Thackeray and that of Shiv Sena. So he is trying to make clear that he has no hand in this. This is not a Janata Dal secular model which happened in Karnataka, where Kumar Swamy revolted, formed a government with the BJP, and then HD Deve Gowda and Kumar Swamy again came together. This is not that model, is what Uddhav Thackeray is trying to explain to his supporters. It looks like that even NCP wants to have that clarification. They also want to understand where this is going to head. If he doesn't have the numbers, why doesn't he admit it? Why he still is claiming that there are certain MLAs after coming back to Mumbai, they will come back to Uddhav Thackeray camp. It's something they want to re-understand, and that is the reason why Ajit Pawar this time is going to go and meet Uddhav Thackeray, not Sharad Pawar. Ajit Pawar is going to go to Matoshri and meet Uddhav Thackeray to understand and to gauge the situation right now within Shiv Sena actually.
Sahil, thanks very much for that all-round perspective on that important meeting that is going to take place. We'll also get you an update just shortly from Guwahati as well. Here are the latest updates related to what's happening minute by minute, because things are changing so rapidly. Here's the very latest that we've gotten updated for you. Now, rebel leader Eknath Shinde, who's been camping with his Shinde Sena, has cancelled his visit to Mumbai. He was supposed to be flying back home today, saying that he will stay in Guwahati for some more time. Obviously, negotiations and all the dealings are still taking place, and he's not sure of what the end game will be. The Shinde clan continues to swell, however, so it's advantage Eknath Shinde, and it's growing stronger with one more Sena MLA, Dilip Lande, landing in Guwahati earlier today to join the rebel faction camping at the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati. The total number of Sena MLAs supporting Eknath Shinde has reached 38, which is more than required to buck the anti-defection law. Now, the Uddhav faction has sought the disqualification of 16 Sena MLAs of the Shinde Sena under the 10th schedule. Maharashtra's Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirwal has also been approached with a plea. Narhari Zirwal is said to be close to Uddhav Thackeray. Now, Shiv Sena Supremo and Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav says that just because he had left Varsha, which is the official residence of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, it doesn't mean that he has abandoned the fight for what is right. Maharashtra Chief Minister further says that he is not attracted to power, but the way the rebellion has happened was not correct, and that he still has the will to fight back. Meanwhile, amidst this Maharashtra political crisis, 2 independent MLAs have demanded the removal of Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirwal, accusing him of being biased towards the Uddhav camp. That's him on your screen. Well, Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray is the person who stands to lose the most, and he's decided that playing on emotions is going to be the way that he wants to handle this. He and his son Aditya just made an emotional appeal to their MLAs. Uddhav countered the rebel MLA's charge that he was inaccessible, saying he couldn't meet all of them as he was unwell and was undergoing surgery after the pandemic. That's the reason why they couldn't reach him. Remaining defiant, Uddhav says that he has left the Chief Minister's residence but will not give up the fight, reiterating that he's not greedy for power and that he never thought that he would become Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He's repeating that statement over and over again. Now, while his son Aditya Thackeray appears to have conceded defeat on numbers, not defeat overall, but as far as numbers are concerned, in an address today, Aditya Thackeray clearly said that they no longer have the numbers, but he went on to say that the MLAs in the Sena had betrayed the party towards the end. And emotional Aditya also said that their work speaks for itself and that his father Uddhav has always been approachable to every MLA.
जनता आपली सत्ता आहे, आकडे आहेत ते तर राहणार, आणि आकडे विधिमंडळात जसं राऊत साहेबांनी सांगितलं असतात नसतात, सत्ता येत असते जात असते, हे सगळ्यांबरोबर होत असतं. पण परवाच्या उद्धव साहेबांच्या फेसबुक लाईव्ह नंतर मला एक कळलेलं आहे की ह्या महाराष्ट्रात आणि ह्या हिंदुस्थानात आकडे असले नसले तरी ह्या 2.5 वर्षात जे आपण काम केलेले, मुख्यमंत्री महोदयांनी जे काम केलेलं आहे, प्रत्येकाच्या हृदयावर सत्ता करणारा एकच माणूस तो म्हणजे उद्धव साहेब ठाकरे राहणार.
Now, Eknath Shinde, the rebel boss, has slammed the Uddhav government over, this attempt to disqualify some of these rebel MLAs, saying that he will not get scared and has called it just a fabrication, a shallow threat. He further threatened action against the Mahavikas Aghadi in turn and Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray personally. Here's what he said.
The Shinde Sena is getting stronger by the day. From 34 MLAs on Tuesday, Shinde on Thursday had 38 Uddhav MLAs at his rebel camp in Guwahati. Shinde now claims his Sena strength could swell to 50 plus. Another Sena MLA, Dilip Lande, joined the rebel faction in Guwahati. The balance of power between boss Uddhav Thackeray and his former ally Eknath Shinde has begun to shift. The Maharashtra Chief Minister is trying to pull a rabbit out of the hat. His recent attempt of seeking disqualification of 16 rebel MLAs has been challenged by the new tiger of the Sena jungle, Eknath Shinde, who claimed that his supporters will not be intimidated by disqualification threats and called it a sinister plot to derail his plan.
माइनॉरिटी में जो लोग हैं उनको कार्रवाई करने का, डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है, और मीटिंग अटेंड करने के लिए नहीं किया, इसके लिए डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिस देने का कोई अधिकार नहीं. ये सिर्फ डराने की बात है, ये डराने की चेष्टा है, और इसलिए ये शिवसेना के जितने हमारे पास MLAs है, निर्दलीय है, उन्होंने कहा है कि ऐसी एक नोटिस नहीं 10 नोटिस आएंगे तो भी हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं.
Eknath told India Today exclusively that more than 50 MLAs are backing him in his revolt and many more are waiting to join. The anti-Uddhav camp has reached the critical number of MLAs. That's 37, required to split the party in the assembly without facing the anti-defection law.
लोकशाही में डेमोक्रेसी में एक नंबर्स मेजॉरिटी को बहुत इम्पोर्टेंस होता है और वो हमारे पास में है। यहाँ पर जितने आवश्यकता है उससे कई ज़्यादा लोग यहाँ पर है। 50+ हमारे साथ में MLAs है और इसलिए जो भी होगा कानून के मुताबिक होगा। जो है वो हमने यहाँ दी है।
Meanwhile, independent legislators supporting the BJP, Mahesh Baldi and Vinod Agrawal, have urged the Speaker not to disqualify the rebel Sena MLAs. Eknath, however, claims that it's his fight and not the BJP's.
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, हमारे से बीजेपी के कोई संपर्क नहीं है और पवार साहब हमारे लिए बड़े नेता है महाविकास आघाड़ी में। उनके मार्गदर्शन में महाविकास आघाड़ी काम कर रही है और मेरे लिए पवार साहब भी आदरणीय व्यक्तिमत्व है। जो विधायक है पूरी तरह स्वेच्छा से अपनी मर्जी से यहाँ है, वैसा उन्होंने एफिडेविट भी यहाँ पर दिया हुआ है।
The Sena versus Shinde fight is far from over, with many more twists and turns to come. Bureau Report, India Today.
You know, Shiv Senics, people who support the Shiv Sena, the people of Maharashtra are probably, or at least some of them are wondering, you know, what would Balasaheb Thackeray think about all of this? I mean, I don't think anyone has any illusions about which side he'd be on, considering on one side is his own son, his own flesh and blood, Uddhav Thackeray. But what about the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray? Because remember, both sides are invoking that legacy in an effort to really flex muscle and claim to be the real Shiv Sena. Take a look.
Uddhav, Raj or Eknath Shinde, who will win the battle for Balasaheb's legacy? With the rebel camp numbers swelling, Eknath Shinde is all set to give a double blow to Uddhav Thackeray. Not just is he all set to push him off the Chief Minister's chair, but is also likely to end Uddhav Thackeray's reign in the Shiv Sena. With the rebel camp near close to proving two-third majority, the question is if Eknath Shinde will now float his own party. Eknath Shinde claims to be a true Shiv Sainik and has promised to work on the ideals of Balasaheb Thackeray.
सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं।
Uddhav Thackeray has not had it easy either. 2 months after Bal Thackeray's demise, Sena Executive President Uddhav Thackeray took over as the Sena President in January 2013. He admitted, though, that he could never replace his father, and epithets like Supremo and Hindu Hriday Samrat will always be associated to his father, Bal Thackeray. Trying to stay true to its Hindutva ideology, Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray had allied with the BJP in 2014. The situation reversed though in 2019, with the two parties joining hands to fight polls together, yet splitting soon after as BJP won 105 seats, refused to give up the Chief Minister's chair to the Shiv Sena, who landed 56 seats in the 288-member assembly. Uddhav then took the unexpected route to the throne by allying with Congress and NCP. Uddhav Thackeray since then has been slammed for shunning Sena founder's Hindutva legacy. He did respond to critics though, saying that his idea of Hindutva is different. Taking a jibe at the BJP, Uddhav was heard saying he does not want a Hindu Rashtra which is not peaceful.
शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही, कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे.
On the sidelines now is also Raj Thackeray, the nephew of Bal Thackeray. The MNS chief, in fact, bears close resemblance to his uncle in looks, aggression and oratory skills. He broke away from the Shiv Sena over tussle on who will be Bal Thackeray's political heir. Raj Thackeray founded MNS in 2006 and popularized Sons of the Soil campaign, over which Shiv Sena was built in 1966. The brightest showing for the MNS was in 2009 when Raj Thackeray ate into the Shiv Sena and BJP votes in Mumbai, Thane, Pune and Nashik, bagging 13 seats of the 288 assembly. MNS since has seen rapid decline. In 2014 and 2019 assembly elections, MNS managed to secure just one assembly seat, losing deposit in most others. In May 2014 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray openly backed Narendra Modi for Prime Minister and fielded candidates mostly against the Sena. However, in 2019 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray took a U-turn, criticized Narendra Modi but did not contest polls. Well, Uddhav Thackeray had till lately been the popular choice to take forward Bal Thackeray's legacy. But of all the revolts that the Shiv Sena has faced in over 50 years of its existence, the current one, led by Eknath Shinde, looks the most threatening. Uddhav now needs nothing short of a miracle to salvage his party. Vijay Kumar for India Today.
Now, the Uddhav Sena is, as you can imagine, in total firefighting mode at this point of time to save the Mahavikas Aghadi government. The Sena has now sought the disqualification, as I said, of at least 15 MLAs. With this, can the Uddhav Sena save itself? Because if it manages to get 15 or 16 MLAs disqualified from the Shinde Sena, then the numbers become much more manageable and will not mean an immediate end to the Aghadi government. Take a look at this report. It breaks down the numbers and tells you how they fall.
Public display of might. Massive protests.
ने कहा ना, ये कानून की लड़ाई है, कानून से होगी। रास्ते की लड़ाई रास्ते पर सड़क पर हो सकती है, हो जाएगी।
And an ugly warning of a street fight. Cornered, Uddhav is doing everything he can to save face. As his numbers dwindle to the teens, Uddhav is firefighting the rebellion within Sena to save the Mahavikas Aghadi. And after this emotional message on Wednesday,
समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे.
Uddhav has followed it up with another emotional outburst, hoping it'll cut some ice with the rebels. Uddhav's son Aditya also came to his father's rescue, saying there were attempts to disrupt peace and harmony in Maharashtra. He also wrote that such betrayals have been witnessed before and they've emerged on top despite it. So what is Uddhav Sena's strategy? In a bid to save the toppling MVA government, the party faction led by Uddhav Thackeray filed a petition before the Deputy Speaker seeking disqualification of rebel MLA Eknath Shinde and 15 others. Uddhav's camp is continuing to target the BJP rather than Eknath Shinde. Sena MP Sanjay Raut said the BJP was making below-the-belt remarks against NCP chief Sharad Pawar and even threatening him.
पवार साहब हमारे महाविकास आघाड़ी के नहीं तो देश के राजनीति के सबसे बड़े नेता हैं। मैं तो उनको भीष्म पितामह कहता हूँ। और पवार साहब और मुख्यमंत्री जी का निरंतर डायलॉग चल रहा है। हम सब एक दूसरे के संपर्क में हैं। चाहे कांग्रेस के नेता हो, एनसीपी के बड़े नेता हो, शिवसेना के नेता हो, हम सब एक साथ।
Raut further went on to say that the fight is over numbers, papers and on the streets now, and that the Sena would win all three. But how would they do that? He never answered.
ने कहा ना, ये कानून की लड़ाई है, कानून से होगी। रास्ते की लड़ाई रास्ते पर सड़क पर हो सकती है, हो जाएगी। अब तक शिवसैनिक सड़क पर नहीं उतरे हैं। चाहे कितने भी लोगों को आप खरीद लो, दबाव डालो, लेकिन कानून की लड़ाई, कागज की लड़ाई और सड़क की लड़ाई दोनों में हम जीत जाएंगे.
Bureau Report, India Today.
So that Kodak moment of all those Shinde Sena MLAs, where are they actually from? I mean, it's become such a cloud of names and faces. How do we know where they're actually from? Where, you know, their constituents must be missing them. Take a look at where all these rebel MLAs are from. At least 4 of them are from Mumbai, 6 of them are from Thane. So 4 from Mumbai, 6 from Thane, 3 from the Raigad region of Maharashtra, 5 are from Western Maharashtra, 8 of them are from the Marathwada region, politically important Marathwada region, 3 of them are from Vidarbha, which includes Nagpur, 6 are from North Maharashtra, bordering Gujarat, and 2 are from Konkan in southern Maharashtra, coastal southern Maharashtra. Now, everything has been happening so far on the political battlefield. But what if this now goes to court? What if one of the sides approaches court to get their way? What is the legal perspective on how things can play out? We break it down for you. Take a look.
The Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena battle is now in the most crucial leg. The battle to be declared the real Shiv Sena. Eknath Shinde is going in for the kill. He's all set to parade his MLAs before the Maharashtra Deputy Speaker to prove that he has 37 Sena MLAs with him. That's 2/3 of the party's strength in the House. But it won't be a walk in the park, as the Uddhav Sena has demanded the disqualification of 16 MLAs, including Eknath Shinde. And that's why one man perhaps will decide the next course of action, if it will be advantage Uddhav or advantage Shinde. Maharashtra doesn't have a speaker yet, and so it's Deputy Speaker Narhari Zilwal who has all the powers of the speaker and will take a call on who wins round 1. He will take a decision on whether to uphold Uddhav's petition to disqualify the rebels or to act on the resolution letter sent by Shinde with the signature of 37 MLAs.
कानून में जो जैसा होगा वैसा करूंगा, वैसा तो लगता है वो जांच करने के लिए उसको सामने बुलाना पड़ेगा। देखूंगा, मैं अभी पढ़ रहा हूँ क्या क्या है वो, उसके बाद मैं डिसीजन लूंगा।
For now, the Deputy Speaker has delivered one blow to Eknath Shinde. He's recognized MLAs from the Uddhav Sena camp as the party's legislative party leader and the chief whip. So is Shinde staring at disqualification along with a handful of his colleagues who've been targeted by Uddhav Sena? According to the 10th schedule, if an MLA gives up membership of the party voluntarily or joins another party, he or she can be disqualified. Also, if the MLA votes or abstains from voting in contradiction to the party's stand, he or she again faces disqualification. The only exception to these rules, if 2/3 of the party decides to switch, like Shinde has managed.
पहली बात है, यह ऐसा पिटीशन करने का अधिकार उनको नहीं है, क्योंकि जो उन्होंने गठनेता चेंज किया है वो उसके लिए गठनेता चेंज करने के लिए पूरे सभी विधायक जो है उनकी मीटिंग बुलानी पड़ती है और मेजॉरिटी से गठनेता तय किया जाता है। वो एक तो इलीगल गठनेता बनाया है।
Shinde Sena has another trick up their sleeve to take on the Deputy Speaker. On June 21st, they filed a notice to remove Zilwal as the Deputy Speaker for removing Shinde as the Legislative Party leader without consulting the Sena MLAs. And using this notice, there's a reminder being sent across to the Deputy Speaker now that he cannot decide on the disqualification, citing a 2016 Supreme Court order, which said that no decision can be taken if the Deputy Speaker's position as the Speaker is being challenged. It's clear the fight for power in Maharashtra is no cakewalk and will be a threefold one: in the courts, in the assembly and in the election commission.
कानूनी लड़ाई तो चलती रहेगी, लेकिन हर लड़ाई को हम तैयार हैं। जिस प्रकार से भारतीय जनता पार्टी हर स्टेट में जहां बीजेपी का शासन नहीं है वहां की सरकारें तोड़ फोड़ कर अपनी सरकार बनाना चाहती है।
So who will emerge victor in the Maha Game of Thrones? Shinde has the numbers, Uddhav has the legacy, and both are unrelenting in their fight to be declared the real Shiv Sena. With Nalini Sharma, Bureau Report, India Today.
So the real Shiv Sena is still to stand up. One has the numbers, the other has the legacy, but ultimately it's going to come down to who can show the real numbers. At this point of time, Eknath Shinde appears to have the advantage, but we don't know if anyone else has an ace up their sleeve. Here are the questions, meanwhile, that nobody is asking. Everyone's asking all the obvious questions, but here, for instance, are some of the slightly more complicated questions. Question number one, will Uddhav resign before the final act? There's a meeting coming up at 6:30 p.m. Anything can happen. Does Sharad Pawar, the man who always has all the answers, does he have an ace up his sleeve? Great expectations of that from Uddhav supporters. Will Shiv Senics hit the streets to agitate? There have been some subliminal threats that, you know, the rebel MLAs will face threats from Shiv Senics once they come back. When will that mobilization actually happen? Is the Uddhav Sena keeping that as a last resort? Why is the BJP so conspicuously silent? That silence was only broken today, courtesy India Today, when Piyush Goyal had a brutal attack on this entire Maha-Aghadi crisis. And finally, who's funding this Guwahati rebel vacation? They've been in there for 3 days and counting, total luxury. You can imagine the number of rooms and the amount of money that's being spent on them. Who's funding all of this? And the constituents of all these MLAs must be wondering, when are you going to come back and represent us? That's the big question. But no matter what you say, the fact is Eknath Shinde is sitting in the driver's seat of a situation that has been unfolding since India Today's news break on Tuesday morning. And as you can see, the numbers he has in his hand at this point of time are only growing. They've been growing for the last few days, and they don't appear to be chipping away at this moment. The Uddhav Sena has said that they are in touch with some of these MLAs, but that hasn't been proven, at least so far. Eknath Shinde has given his most extensive and detailed interview to India Today, excerpts of which we will be playing out in just a short while from now. But Eknath Shinde has all the answers. He says he's not in touch with the BJP. He says he's not looking for anything apart from actually holding and taking forward the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray. But that's all just daggers in the wind right now, because he has postponed his return to Mumbai, obviously because there are still some levers that are being pulled and pushed. And Eknath Shinde is only, after all, a human politician. So he may look all powerful right now, but he is also vulnerable to possible pulls and pressures. There are many considerations that he has to take into view before the final countdown. He's hoping to have all bases covered before moving in for the kill and taking that flight back from Guwahati to Mumbai. And like I said, there's a minute-by-minute breaking on this big story. Here's the latest that we're bringing to you from Guwahati. Eknath Shinde has just tweeted, putting out a video by a Shiv Sena MLA who is now in Guwahati. The latest MLA to come in, Yamini Jadhav. He's just put out a video of Yamini Jadhav, one of the MLAs who's arrived in Guwahati, says, we are all in Shiv Sena, but everyone should understand why it is time to take this decision. So the case is still being built. Yamini Jadhav of the Shiv Sena, her video saying everyone should understand why this decision is being taken. So the Shinde Sena is holding strong, building its case, building its narrative, trying to fight back the suggestions from the Uddhav Sena in Mumbai that these are rebels or termites who have made the party hollow. It's a legacy war that goes to the core of Balasaheb Thackeray's traditions for the Shiv Sena, each one not willing to allow the other to stake claim to Bal Thackeray's legacy. Uddhav versus the Shinde Sena, with Yamini Jadhav, the latest MLA, whose video has been tweeted by Eknath Shinde, where she says, we are all in the Shiv Sena, but everyone should understand why it is time to take this decision. She's speaking, of course, in Marathi. Saurabh Bhaktania is live with us. Saurabh, break this down for us. Eknath Shinde tweeting a video of Yamini Jadhav with an emotional statement. Take us through what it means.
It's a clear message, Gaurav, a very emotional speech, a very emotional video bite given out by Yamini Jadhav. We need to understand Yamini Jadhav, husband Yashwant Jadhav was the standing chairman of BJP, the former chairman, standing chairman of the BNC. And what had happened over there is that several IT raids conducted on the Jadhav family, and now this video statement coming out from Yamini Jadhav, a very emotional statement. She's holding her hand and trying to speak out the whole thing, that the real Sena is this one. We were facing so many problems, and that it.
Yamini Jadhav has spoken out. That video has just been put out. She's folding her hands and saying, we are all in the Shiv Sena, but everyone needs to understand why we have taken this decision. Very tellingly, the video has been tweeted by Eknath Shinde himself. The rebel Sena leader himself has put out this particular video. It's the latest play from the rebel camp in Guwahati. The emotional back and forth between Mumbai and Guwahati is escalating. Uddhav Thackeray has just called the rebel MLAs and Shiv Sena members as insects and rodents who have hollowed out the party. And now the party has hit back and said, we are the Shiv Sena, and everyone needs to understand why this rebellion is taking place. This is getting harder, it's getting more ruthless, and it's getting more emotional. We will have Yamini Jadhav on the phone line with us in just a short moment from now as well. But that's her in the blue in a video that's been put out by her de facto boss for the moment, Eknath Shinde, who has put this video out as a direct reply to both Uddhav Thackeray as well as Aditya Thackeray. Let's get Saurabh Bhaktania back in on this. Let's get our reporters from the newsroom back in on this. Let's get anyone who's willing to come forward, speak to us on this story. Let's play this out.
सैनिक राहणार आहोत, किंबहुना हे जग सुद्धा आम्ही शिवसैनिक म्हणूनच सुटणार. यशवंत जाधव वयाच्या 17 वर्षापासून शिवसैनिक आहे. अनेक अडचणी आल्या, फायनान्शियल क्रायसिस आले, अनेकदा इलेक्शन हरावी लागली, पण कधीही त्यांनी असा वेगळा विचार पक्षाबाबतीत केलेला नाही. गेले काही महिने ऑक्टोबरपासून माझ्या आयुष्यात एक वादळ आलं, कॅन्सर नावाचं. ज्यावेळेला आम्हाला समजलं, माझ्या फॅमिलीला समजलं, पूर्ण फॅमिली तुटली. या कॅन्सर या आजाराचं जी माहिती आपल्या पक्षाला द्यावी लागते, ती माहिती यशवंत जाधव साहेबांनी प्रमुख नेत्यांना दिली होती. एक महिला आमदार म्हणून माझी अपेक्षा होती की माझ्या घरी काही नेते येतील. आपल्या महिला आमदार कॅन्सरने त्रस्त आहेत, हीच गोष्ट मोठी हलवणारी होती. मला स्वतःला कॅन्सर या शब्दाने मी कोलमडून दिली होती. फॅमिलीने, माझ्या बायकाळा विधानसभेतल्या सगळ्या शिवसैनिकांनी आम्हाला खूप साथ दिली. मी त्यांचे आजही आभार मानू इच्छिते. अपेक्षा होती की माझी विचारपूस केली जाईल, एक आधाराची थाप यशवंत जाधव आणि यामिनी जाधवच्या कुटुंबाला मिळेल, पण तसं झालं नाही. काही ठराविक लोक, जसं किशोरीताई, या माझ्या घरी आल्या, 2 तास बसल्या, अनेक कॅन्सर बाबतीच्या सूचना मला त्यांनी दिली, आध्यात्मिक सूचना त्यांनी दिली. हे कर, याने तुला बरं वाटेल. पण ज्यांच्याकडनं अपेक्षा होती तर कोणी कुठल्याही नेत्यांनी मला या बाबतीत विचारपूस केली.
She tried to console me. She told me many things about the disease cancer and how it should be treated.
नमस्कार, जय महाराष्ट्र. मी यामिनी यशवंत जाधव, आमदार भायखळा. गेल्या काही दिवसातल्या घडामोडी ज्या घडत आहेत, त्यामुळे महाराष्ट्रातल्या शिवसैनिकांचा उद्रेक आम्ही नक्कीच समजू शकतो. पण आम्हीही अजूनही शिवसैनिक आहोत. यापुढेही शिवसैनिक राहणार आहोत. किंबहुना हे जग सुद्धा आम्ही शिवसैनिक म्हणूनच सुद्धा. यशवंत जाधव साहेब 43 वर्ष शिवसेनेमध्ये झाले. वयाच्या 17 वर्षापासून शिवसेनेत. अनेक अडचणी आल्या. फायनान्शियल क्रायसिस आले. अनेकदा इलेक्शन हरावी लागली. पण कधीही त्यांनी असा वेगळा विचार पक्षाबाबतीत केला नाही. गेले काही महिने
I'm going to translate from the Marathi from what Yamini Jadhav is saying right now. Yamini Jadhav is saying Uddhav Thackeray is talking about his health concerns. I am a person who has suffered from cancer, and that I also expected that some people would ask about my health, but Uddhav Thackeray did not ask about my health. So why is he now talking about this? I also had cancer, but Uddhav Thackeray did not ask about me. So Yamini Jadhav is the rebel MLA with the Shinde Sena representing the Baikala constituency in Mumbai. She has dropped this emotional bombshell from Guwahati this evening in a video that's been put out by Eknath Shinde. Listen in once again. Need to understand why we took this step. We are all shivseniks, she says.
यशवंत जाधव आणि यामिनी जाधवच्या कुटुंबाला मिळेल, पण तसं झालं नाही. काही ठराविक लोक जसं किशोरीताई या माझ्या घरी आल्या, 2 तास बसल्या, अनेक कॅन्सर बाबतीच्या सूचना मला त्यांनी दिली, आध्यात्मिक सूचना त्यांनी दिली. हे कर, याने तुला बरं वाटेल. पण ज्यांच्याकडनं अपेक्षा होती तर कोणी कुठल्याही नेत्यांनी मला या बाबतीत विचारपूस केली नाही.
Yamini Jadhav will be on India Today in just a short moment from now. An emotional counter-strike from the Shinde rebel base in Guwahati directed at Uddhav Thackeray. Now it's gotten even more personal, viewer. I don't know if you've noticed, but now it's becoming very, very personal. Uddhav Thackeray tries to invoke the heartstrings by saying, I was sick and that's why I was inaccessible, looking for the sympathy factor. And that, the rebel MLAs are people who are selfish, who have eaten the party inside out. And now the counter-strike comes in from Guwahati, where Yamini Jadhav, rebel MLA belonging to the Eknath Shinde Sena, fires back and says, I had cancer, but Uddhav did not come and meet me, did not even come and ask about me. It's become an extremely personal, very sentimental, very emotional crossfire between Mumbai and Guwahati. Ritvik Bhalekar live with me. Ritvik, what are you making of this Yamini Jadhav video that's just been put out by Eknath Shinde? A very emotional counter-strike from Guwahati. Ritvik.
Whatever happens, they're going to update you about it. Back to you. Yes, absolutely. After an emotional appeal made by CM Uddhav Thackeray to all his cadre, to all the Shiv Senics in Maharashtra, and he's been holding meetings with them now. A video with an emotional appeal has come to the foray. This is from Yamini Jadhav, who is also Shiv Sena MLA from Baikala area, and she is the wife of Standing Committee Chairman of BMC, the biggest municipal corporation in India, Yashwant Jadhav. She is saying that she was suffering from an ailment, disease, and she was still working for the party for so many years. She's also saying that ex-mayor Kishori Pednekar, she visited her house, she used to console her, she used to talk to her, she used to tell her many things about how this disease can be cured and it could be treated, and she used to offer help. But never ever the party president Uddhav Thackeray inquired about it. They never asked anything about it, and they were just left lonely all the time. I should tell you here that Yashwant Jadhav, who is also on the radar of IT department, the IT raids were carried out at his place. Several flats were seized. At that time also, we saw Kishori Pednekar visiting his house and consoling the family of Jadhav. But never ever she's saying that as a party president who claims to be the head of the family called Shiv Sena, he never, or no one from his family came forward and inquired about her, and they never took care of them.
Okay. Ritvik, thanks very much. We've just got some disturbing news coming in that, there is some vandalism that is taking place courtesy shivseniks who are turning their anger against some of these rebel MLAs who are sitting in Guwahati. Some of their offices are apparently being attacked. That's going to be breaking right after this very short break. Continuous rolling coverage on this non-stop unfolding story that India Today broke first on Tuesday morning. No end in sight. Big breaking coming up after this break. Stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
There's a high-stake contest going on over the Indo-Pacific region. Chinese fighter jets have started to regularly threaten US allies, and the experts are fearing a repeat of the 2001 incident, where a Chinese fighter jet clashed with a US Navy aircraft. What are these Chinese warplanes doing? It was reported that Chinese warplanes regularly buzzed a Canadian reconnaissance plane monitoring North Korea. The crew was forced to alter course to avoid a collision. In another instance, the Chinese fighter jets fired metallic chaff across the course of an Australian surveillance aircraft. The Chinese officials praised its pilots for these maneuvers and stated that they were defending the country's sovereignty. Experts think that targeting US allies such as Canada and Australia might be a means to investigate the coalition's weaknesses. This is not the first time they have tried to buzz past US allies. Most recently, Chinese fighter jets flew close to a Canadian surveillance plane. 60 such reports of interceptions were noticed by Canadian aircrafts. But why are they targeting US allies and not the US? Experts think that the intimidation is to drive a wedge between the US and its allies. The US depends on its allies in scenarios like supporting economic sanctions or a ground war, and China intimidating US allies sends a clear message that the allies will face Chinese aggression if they support the US. This seems like a strategy to demoralize and weaken the US allies and partners.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India.
The centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme has indeed received a lot of flack. We've seen protests unfolding. But did you know that there are some countries that have adopted an Agnipath-like scheme to recruit soldiers in their countries? Countries like the United States and France follow a similar short-term contractual basis. Agnipath scheme will see youths between the age of 17.5 to 23 being contracted for 4 years into the armed forces. Here's a quick look at some of those countries that have adopted an Agnipath-like scheme in their country. America enrolls personnel for a period of 4 years. That's followed by a 4-year reserve duty period where they can be called back again in case the need arises. They are eligible for pensions after serving 20 years in the army. And those who opt out early are eligible for certain allowances and perks as well. China has compulsory induction. Chinese males above the age of 18 have to serve in the military service. As per the law, the term of service for conscripts is 3 years in the army and 4 years in the navy as well as the air force. The country spends about $293 billion on its armed forces. Israeli citizen who is Jewish, Druze or Circassian and over the age of 18 has to serve the Israel Defense Forces. Enlisted males in the Israeli army are expected to serve for a minimum period of 32 months. And women are expected to serve a minimum of 24 months.
Powered by introducing Motorola Edge 30. Co-powered by Philips Beard Trimmer. Adapts to you. In association with LIC हर पल आपके साथ. Apollo 24/7. Download now. Netmeds, India की अपनी pharmacy. SBI pre-approved personal loan in just 4 clicks. JioMart, हर घर का मार्ट.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime with me, Pooja Shali. Every single hour, there are rebel MLAs increasing. Despite emotional videos by Uddhav Thackeray to the public, to the MLAs, the impact is still on the Shinde camp, who's boasting of more numbers. Is the clock ticking for Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray? That and more. First, the headlines. All eyes on rebel Shinde's Ghar Wapsi. The rebel MLA now speaks exclusively to India today, claiming support of a whopping 50 plus MLAs. Says will meet the governor very soon. Meanwhile, Uddhav Sena seeking disqualification of the 16 rebel MLAs. Maharashtra Chief Minister compares the rebels to insects and rodents who have eaten the party hollow. 3 days it's been into the Maharashtra political crisis, and Team Modi finally breaks silence for the first time. Speaking to India today, Union Minister Piyush Goyal tears into the Ghari government, calls this an unholy alliance that was set to fall. NDA candidate for the presidential elections, Draupadi Murmu, files her nomination today. PM Modi and the bigwigs of the NDA accompany her. The Supreme Court upholds the clean chit to Prime Minister Modi in 2002 Gujarat riots case. Top court says the plea filed by Zakia Jafri is devoid of merit. BJP claiming vindication. Shocker on camera. These left students group SFI attack Rahul Gandhi's Wayanad office. Vandalism scuffle due to an alleged inaction by the Congress MP over an order of the court in an eco-sensitive zone. Maharashtra's political crisis is now leading to violence on the streets there in Mumbai and in Maharashtra. The Shiv Senics have vandalized the office of rebel MLA Mangesh Kudalkar. This is the big news right now coming in. Remember, many Shiv Senics are angry. Until now, remember what Shiv Sena Sanjay Raut had said, that remember that the Shiv Senics are not yet on the streets. We are fighting everything by other means, which of course they are referring to appeals and trying to communicate with the MLAs. But now, vandalism, breaking of boards and banners. What you're looking at is Mangesh Kudalkar's office, who is an MLA and has now joined the Shinde camp, and therefore adding on to the numbers. On the other side, you see an emotional video message by Uddhav Thackeray saying, "I was unwell. I was dealing with a health crisis, and this is when some of my MLAs decided to desert me." At this point, clearly it has become the Shiv Sena versus the Shinde Sena fight, getting physical, and this brawl is on the streets. Till now, remember, the Shiv Senics had come out, but only to support the Thackeray's. Remember the midnight entry into Matoshri from Varsha. A day prior to that, all of that was sloganeering in support of Uddhav Thackeray. But now, clearly it appears some Shiv Senics have decided to resort to initial violence, as it appears. This is vandalism, while one of the MLA is currently in Guwahati. We'll try and get latest from our reporters on the ground as well. But rebel MLA Mangesh Kudalkar office has currently been vandalized. So banners broken, as you can see, some of those Shiv Senics, as it appears, which means the Shiv Sena workers or the supporters, breaking the banners and the posters right outside his office. We can also see likely if there are some cops also deployed but unable to stop. Let's go across to Mumbai directly. My colleague Ritwik Bhalekar on the same. Ritwik, what location is this in Mumbai and why precisely have the Shiv Senics started to resort to this manhandling and resorting to this sort of violence? Ritwik, can you hear me? All right, we'll quickly try and get a word and that audio line back with the reporter on the ground. But this is the first incident, remember, since the past 3 days, in fact 4 nights, since this Maharashtra's political crisis has begun, that for the first time perhaps some of the angry Shiv Senics are on the ground and have reached out and have also been now vandalizing the office of the MLA who has now joined the rebel camp. Kamlesh Sutar joining me now. Kamlesh, do tell us about the location of the rebel MLA office, Mangesh Kudalkar's, and this is the first time, correct, that the Shiv Senics have actually gone on the streets to not just show support to the Thackeray's, but also express anger for the rebel MLAs.
Well, we've seen such protests happening in some parts of Maharashtra, especially in Mumbai. Even yesterday, Mangesh Kudalkar, who hails from the Kurla constituency, which is a reserved constituency, he has been an MLA for 2 terms there. And Shiv Senic, angered by his decision to join the rebel camp of Eknath Shinde, yesterday tore his posters. Today they took out a morcha against his decision, and today again his posters and his office were attacked by Shiv Sena workers. Today we've seen Uddhav Thackeray took a meeting of party office bearers, the smaller Shakha Pramukhs of Shiv Sena, just to keep the party flock together, and he told them that what the situation of party at this point is, and immediately, we've seen protests happening in different parts. But interestingly, Pooja, let me also tell you, a couple of days before there were protests in Dadar, which were led by Shiv Sena MLA Sada Sarvankar. Sada Sarvankar led the protest and said that the party stands behind Uddhav Thackeray. And yesterday we saw Sada Sarvankar reaching Guwahati and joining the rebel MLA camp. But these are the protests that are done by Shiv Sena workers on the ground. We've seen such protests in Aurangabad and other parts of Maharashtra as well. So this is just a reaction that is coming in from Shiv Sena workers.
It's also very interesting, isn't it, Kamlesh, if you remember about just yesterday, Sanjay Raut was saying, remember that the Shiv Senics are not on the streets yet. There are other ways for us to communicate with our MLAs. But clearly, some Shiv Senics are expressing that anger. What are you picking up exactly happened there? Was it just outside the office? They managed to vandalize the banners and the posters. Could they go inside? Are there cops deployed outside any of these offices or houses of the MLAs?
Well, there have been demands from some MLAs, obviously at almost all the parts in Maharashtra where these MLAs hail from. The police administration is taking utmost care that there should not be any law and order situation in those parts, especially considering that there could be a reaction or anger from Shiv Senics, because in the past we've seen when Chhagan Bhujbal he rebelled against Shiv Sena in '92. There were attacks on his houses. Even during Narayan Rane's rebellion, there were protests across Maharashtra by angry Shiv Senics. So even today, to avoid any replica of those situation or something that could lead to a law and order problem in street is being avoided. But these are protests that are happening in some parts, not everywhere. But these protests, the protesters turned violent and vandalized some posters and also Mangesh Kudalkar's office. Yesterday, Shiv Sena workers had blackened the face of Sada Sarvankar's posters at several places. His name from different Shiv Sena shakhas that are Shiv Sena local offices were also blackened. So these sporadic protests are taking place in small parts, in some of the other parts of Maharashtra, especially in Mumbai.
Kamlesh, I request you to stay on with me. So this is not a widespread violence. These are isolated incidents in local unit areas that's happening. The location you're looking at is Kurla right now. The MLA has joined the rebel camp. Ritvik is now joining me on the ground on this live telecast from Mumbai. Ritvik, so there were some protests in Dadar, in Kurla, but these are isolated incidents. What happened exactly here? Do tell us about this specific MLA as well, Mangesh Kudalkar from Kurla, and who were these Shiv Senics? Why did they decide to start vandalizing the banners?
Yes, Mangesh Kudalkar is a two-time elected Shiv Sena MLA from Kurla constituency, and he is young. He's been a very aggressive Shiv Sainik all these years, and he is also educated at the same time, and he was very close to Aditya Thackeray because he was also active in Yuva Sena. But now Mangesh Kudalkar, till the time when meeting was held at Varsha, the official residence of CM, Mangesh Kudalkar was present in that meeting. He was sticking to the Uddhav camp, and it happened only day before yesterday night that he just wanted to leave the hotel where they were kept. They were camped in St. Regis Hotel, which is in Worli. There were only 14 to 15 MLAs left with Uddhav Thackeray, and he was one of them. But he was sticking to the Uddhav camp till the last minute. But finally, he had decided that he had to go, and he, along with another Shiv Sena MLA from Dadar. Dadar is an area where Shiv Sena Bhavan is located, and that is considered to be the bastion ground of Shiv Sena. So both these Sada Sarvankar and Mangesh Kudalkar, both these MLAs just left from the hotel, and early morning they were found flying to Guwahati, and they joined the Shinde camp. So this was actually very surprising for all the Shiv Sainiks, because they were from the constituencies which are considered to be the Sena's bastion. Sena's groundwork there is absolutely unbeatable, and they have been associated with Sena for many years. So, and they are from Mumbai. They have
we keep tracking all the latest on that, because this incident, as you can see, though a cop was deployed, but taking sticks in their hands, they decided to vandalize the banners and posters there. This is the Kurla MLA, Mangesh Kudalkar, who was part of the Uddhav camp meeting just about 2 days ago. Today he's reached Guwahati and joined the Shinde camp. Kamlesh Sutar and all our colleagues will be tracking the latest on that, and Ritvik was on the ground as well. Thank you very much for now. Remember, what is the biggest update for the day? This was a second emotional appeal by Uddhav Thackeray in 3 days. And today he said he has no hunger for power, but will continue the fight. And he calls it the right fight that he needs to be fighting right now. Hit out at the rebel Senas, calling them pests, while calling the BJP backstabbers. So perhaps for the first time, taking on the BJP directly, Uddhav Thackeray, this is what he said today. Listen in.
परवा मी बोललो आणि मी वर्षा सोडला आणि माझ्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो. काही जणांचे मला फोन आले, आजही येत आहेत, की उद्धवजी तुम्ही वर्षा सोडायला नाही पाहिजे होतं. म्हटलं का? नाही, लोकांना असं वाटतं तुम्ही जिद्द सोडली. म्हटलं मी जिद्द सोडणाऱ्यातला नाहीये, मी मोह सोडला, पण जिद्द नाही सोडणार मी कधी. कदापि जिद्द नाही सोडणार. आणि ज्या गोष्टी आपल्या नाहीतच त्या सोडायचा मोह हा असू नये का? महत्वाकांक्षा जरूर असावी, पण ती राक्षसी महत्वाकांक्षा असता कामा नये, की ज्याने दिलं त्यालाच खायचं. ही महत्वाकांक्षा नाहीये. ही महत्वाकांक्षा असू शकत नाही. आणि जास्तीत जास्त काय केलं तो आज तुम्ही आमदार नेल्यात घेऊन गेलात, घेऊन जा. आणखीन कोणाला घेऊन जायचं घेऊन जा. तुम्ही झाडाची फुलं तोडू शकता, झाडाची फळं तोडू शकता, पण झाडाची मुळं ही उपटून काढू शकलेल्या नाहीत. हे वापरा आणि फेका ही त्यांची नीती आहे. तुम्हाला सुद्धा ते वापरतील आणि काम झालं का फेकून देतील. आज प्रश्न काय येतोय की नाही म्हटलं तरी आपण हे सतत सहन करत आलेलो आहे. ही यांची एक रीत झालेली आहे. त्यांच्यामध्ये आपल्याशी लढण्याची हिंमत नाही, धमक नाही, म्हणून आपलीच माणसं फोडायची आणि आपल्या अंगावरती सोडायची. म्हणजे तुम्ही लढत राहा, आम्ही आमचं काम मोकाटपणाने आम्ही चरत राहू. तुम्ही एकमेकांना भांडण, मग त्या राणीला सोडायचं आपल्या अंगावरती, आता ह्यानं आपल्या अंगावर सोडा, त्यांनी आपल्यावरती आरोप करायचे, आपण त्यांच्यावरती आरोप करायचे, हे आणि हे चरायला मोकळे.
And for the first time since Maharashtra political crisis broke out in the state, Team Modi has finally spoken, breaking their silence. And the first reaction to India today, here's what Modi minister had to say about what really is unfolding in Maharashtra. Some strong words used there. Listen in.
The Shinde Sena in its 5-star fortress. It's been 3 days since the rebel group set up base in Guwahati. The last 72 hours have seen this political nail-biter take every form and shape. But one thing has been conspicuous by its absence. The BJP. That's right. The party perceived almost unanimously as the force behind the rebellion has maintained total silence. Of course, it's on India today that the BJP's silence broke, and it came straight from Team Modi.
Is reflective of the public anger and the seething discontent that was visible in Maharashtra for many months. It's just come out to the fore. It's an internal matter of that party, but you can clearly see the way things are going.
The brutal opening attack at an India Today group event has inflamed an already charged up battlefield.
What we are seeing there is just something which was expected to happen. Frankly, the fact that they ran for 2.5 months itself is, it reflects the ability of power to be a glue and keep them together for 2.5 years. It was an unholy alliance.
The minister's words not only break the BJP's silence, but add to the dramatic twists still playing out. Especially since the man at the center of the Sena rebellion denies any contact with the BJP.
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, हमारे से बीजेपी की कोई संपर्क नहीं है और पवार साहब हमारे लिए बड़े नेता है महाविकास आघाड़ी में. उनके मार्गदर्शन में महाविकास आघाड़ी काम कर रही है और मेरे लिए पवार साहब भी आदरणीय व्यक्तिमत्व है.
In Assam, where the Shinde Sena has been cloistered, the state chief minister also dodged any direct entry into the battle.
कोई अगर एमएलए भारत का कोई भी स्टेट में जाके रहना चाहते हैं कि मैं यहाँ 10 दिन रुकूंगा या मैं 15 दिन रुकूंगा, तो मना कौन करेगा? कांग्रेस का दिमाग क्या हो गया है? तो बाढ़ का मतलब ये थोड़े है कि असम में मैं बिजनेस बंद कर दूंगा, होटल बंद कर दूंगा, दुकानें बंद कर दूंगा. ये क्या असंभव आर्गुमेंट बोल रहे हैं?
With the BJP holding back even its TV faces and spokespersons on the unfolding blockbuster, it is clear that the real action of this political thriller is happening over phone lines, WhatsApp chats, and Chinese whispers. Well, the BJP has now spoken, and picture abhi baki hai. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, so this is no less than a big battle that we see. Of course, a political battle, but of course also in many ways how this is being seen by the public. There are different sides. There are different players right now, but the defenders is the Uddhav Sena for as long as they can defend the Shinde Sena coming on to them. What are they planning? Trying to bring back the rebel MLAs, stopping further defections, and also trying to ensure to communicate with the incommunicado MLAs and stop the recognition, importantly, of Shinde Sena. Remember, if Eknath Shinde manages to get the logo of the Shivsena, that's it. Uddhav Thackeray and the Thackeray Sena, as it was seen, will be gone forever. They will, of course, want to legally challenge the defections in court, and Eknath Shinde will be trying to get as many numbers as you can. So, Uddhav Thackeray, for now, holding ground with the sword, ensuring that nobody touches the territory that he's had, of course, starting with Bala Sahib Thackeray. Let's go across. If they are the defenders, who are the ones with them? The ally NCP Supremo, Pawar. So we have the Pawar faction, that's the next side in this Maha-Sena war. And of course, Sharad Pawar will want to ensure that they stand by the defenders because they are part of this big coalition Mahavikas Aghadi government. As you can see, Sharad Pawar, the big warrior, now is out preparing for defeat now, but also ensuring to keep meeting Uddhav Thackeray. They will want to maintain a united front with Uddhav Thackeray for as long as they possibly can. Now let's take a look as if they are not able to lure more MLAs and MPs from the Uddhav Sena to keep in the coalition. Eknath Shinde, meanwhile, is trying to have all the MLAs at their side, and the number clearly working for the Shinde Sena. They will stake claim as main opposition party, that aggressive stand, as you can see, of Eknath Shinde for all right now to see happening in Guwahati. They will join forces with the Bharatiya Janata Party as and when Shinde Sena realizes they have the numbers and do not need the anti-defection law, which is now the rival force, very interestingly standing behind Devendra Fadnavis, but in his full battle gear. They will also want to prevent the Shinde Sena from taking a U-turn. Watching very carefully, they will, in this Maha battle taking place in Maharashtra, will ensure the support of all the rebels, the number constantly increasing from them. And they will, of course, want to hope, considering they had the maximum numbers as the single majority party, unable to form government, they will want to topple down Aghadi government and take that power. Amid all these big warrior players, there are also powerless spectators who could be of use to either side. There is, of course, take a look at some level, the Maharashtra Congress. Nana Patole ensuring at least to give strong reactions because they know that while they have no choice but to wait and watch of what's happening, if Uddhav Thackeray can manage, at least keep their own Congress MLAs together, because what if the Congress MLAs also jump ship and want to join the BJP or the Shinde Sena, or perhaps have another strategy in mind. So that is how the Maharashtra Sena war is looking for you right now. Amid all this, the Member of Parliament from the Shiv Sena, Sanjay Raut, constantly hopeful that his strategy will still work for the Aghadi government. Listen in now to all that Sanjay Raut has been saying in the past few days.
उनको यहाँ आना पड़ेगा, हमारे सामने आना पड़ेगा। शिवसेना के विधायक है, तो हम तो उनका इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि भाई आइए, यहाँ वहाँ दर दर की ठोकरें खाकर मत घूमिए, महाराष्ट्र आपका है। पहले सूरत में गए, सूरत से गुवाहाटी में गए, अब मैं सुन रहा हूँ गुवाहाटी से गोवा में जा रहे हैं। क्या जरूरत है सब करने की? जो बातें आपके मन में है वो आप यहाँ हमारे सामने बैठकर, उद्धव जी के सामने बैठकर भी बात कर सकते थे। इसके लिए आपको भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सिक्योरिटी और सहारा लेना पड़ा सूरत से गुवाहाटी तक। ये लगता है ये कोई एक सच्चा शिवसैनिक का आत्मसम्मान नहीं है, ये मानता हूं मैं, ये प्रतिष्ठा नहीं है शिवसैनिक की। आप अपने आप को अगर शेर कहते हो तो ये शेर की इज्जत नहीं है।
2 दिन पहले जब उद्धव ठाकरे ने ये कहा था कि उनकी एकनाथ शिंदे से बातचीत हुई है, आपने अपने कई बयानों में बातचीत दिया हुआ है, क्या पिछले 2 दिनों में आपकी एकनाथ शिंदे से बात हुई है? क्या
मेरी और उनकी लगभग 10 दिन बातचीत हो रही है। उनके साथ जो विधायक हैं उनके साथ भी मेरा संवाद और संपर्क चल रहा है, हम बात कर रहे हैं। देखिए वो हमारे दुश्मन नहीं है, हमने सालों साल एक साथ काम किया है, हमारा एक रिश्ता है। वो रिश्ता सिर्फ पार्टी में राजनीतिक कार्यकर्ता के तौर पर नहीं है, खून का रिश्ता है, पार्टी का रिश्ता, खून का रिश्ता है।
लेकिन रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है राउत साहब? रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है? इतनी अगर बातचीत हो रही है तो रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है? कौन सी ऐसी बात है जिसको लेकर एकनाथ शिंदे कह रहे हैं अब मैं उद्धव ठाकरे की शिवसेना में नहीं रहूंगा?
अब एकनाथ शिंदे के हाथ में कुछ बचा ही नहीं है, उनका कब्जा भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पूरा ले चुका है। अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी तय करेगी एकनाथ शिंदे क्या बोलेंगे, क्या करेंगे, खाना खाएंगे, नहीं पिएंगे, अब उनको सोना है या उठना है, बैठना है, स्नान करना है, ये अब बीजेपी तय करेगी। अब एकनाथ शिंदे और उनके विधायकों के हाथ में कुछ नहीं बचा है।
जो आप आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि अब एकनाथ शिंदे जो हैं वो बीजेपी के कब्जे में हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये भी सवाल होगा कि ना सिर्फ एकनाथ शिंदे बल्कि उनके साथ में जो बागी एमएलए हैं वो भी बीजेपी के कब्जे में, और ये भी नजर आ रहा है कि अब तो शिवसेना भी उनके कब्जे में है क्योंकि उनके पास नंबर्स अंगगणित के हिसाब से ज्यादा हैं।
देखिए हमारे पास अब 55 विधायक विधानसभा में है, उसमें से मैं मानता हूं सभी विधायक चले गए, जाने दो कागज पे, विधायक जाने का मतलब पार्टी खत्म हो गया ऐसा नहीं होता है। विधायक चले जाते हैं, पार्टी खड़ी रहती है, वापस विधायक चुनकर लाते हैं। 2 बार बगावत हुई है, नारायण राणे ने बगावत की, छगन भुजबल ने बगावत की, उनके साथ भी विधायक चले गए, लेकिन चुनाव में उसमें से एक भी विधायक वापस चुनकर नहीं आया महाराष्ट्र में। उनकी पॉलिटिकल करियर खत्म हो गई। इस बार भी जो विधायक रहेंगे उनके साथ, समझ लीजिए उनकी पॉलिटिकल करियर खत्म हो गई। दूसरी बात, महाराष्ट्र की जनता सड़क पर उतर गई है। आज 10 जगह पे जो विधायक चले गए, उनके घर पर, उनके कार्यालय के ऊपर बड़ी संख्या में लोगों ने मोर्चा निकाला है, आंदोलन किया है। ये तो एक स्टेप है, आगे आगे देखो क्या होता है।
आपकी आज मुलाकात हुई शरद पवार जी से, उस मुलाकात में क्या क्या बातचीत हुई, क्या इसके बारे में आप बता पाएंगे? और आगे की रणनीति क्या होने वाली है, क्योंकि आपने बयान दिया कि वो अभी भी इस अलायंस के नेता हैं, बड़े नेता हैं, पितामह की तरह हैं वो। क्या उनके सजेशन थे, आपकी क्या बातचीत हुई और आगे की रणनीति क्या होने वाली है आपकी?
रणनीति की बात तो नहीं है, हम तो विधायक जहाँ कहाँ छुपा कर रखे किसी स्टेट में, वो आने का इंतजार कर रहे हैं। पवार साहब तो हमेशा महाविकास आघाड़ी की प्रेरणा रही है, ऊर्जा रहे हैं, और आज भी हम सब लोग एक साथ, कांग्रेस हो, एनसीपी, शिवसेना, मुख्यमंत्री, लड़ने के मूड में। हम लड़ेंगे फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर भी और लड़ेंगे सड़क पर भी।
एक कानूनी लड़ाई की भी आप लोगों ने तैयारी की है, इस तरह की खबरें हैं कि
कानूनी लड़ाई तो चलती रहेगी, कानूनी लड़ाई तो चलती रहेगी, लेकिन हर लड़ाई को हम तैयार है। जिस प्रकार से भारतीय जनता पार्टी हर स्टेट में जहां बीजेपी का शासन नहीं है, वहां की सरकारें तोड़ फोड़ कर अपनी सरकार बनाना चाहती है, ये देश के सामने, लोकतंत्र के सामने एक बड़ा आह्वान है। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, पूरे देश भर का माहौल ऐसा है कि महाराष्ट्र के मुद्दे पर पूरा देश का विपक्ष एक साथ आ रहा है, चाहे ममता बनर्जी हो, चाहे तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री हो, चाहे तमिलनाडु के मुख्यमंत्री हो, चाहे राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री हो, पूरे देश से हमको समर्थन मिल रहा है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये जो खेल शुरू किया है, ये जो आग लगाई है, इस आग में जलने वाले वही है।
So that is Shiv Sena Member of Parliament Sanjay Raut, still very confident. But what about the defiant rebel Sena MLA Eknath Shinde? Shinde spoke exclusively to India today and says that with regard to the threat of disqualification of the 12 Shiv Sena MLAs, he said that this is just a tactic to spread fear, and he's now threatening action against the Aghadi government. That's how confident Eknath Shinde has become. Take a look at this report.
The Shinde Sena is getting stronger by the day. From 34 MLAs on Tuesday, Shinde on Thursday had 38 Uddhav MLAs at his rebel camp in Guwahati. Shinde now claims his Sena strength could swell to 50 plus. Another Sena MLA, Dilip Lande, joined the rebel faction in Guwahati. The balance of power between boss Uddhav Thackeray and his former ally Eknath Shinde has begun to shift. The Maharashtra Chief Minister is trying to pull a rabbit out of the hat. His recent attempt of seeking disqualification of 16 rebel MLAs has been challenged by the new tiger of the Sena jungle, Eknath Shinde, who claimed that his supporters will not be intimidated by disqualification threats and called it a sinister plot to derail his plan.
माइनॉरिटी में जो लोग हैं उनको कार्रवाई करने का, डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है, और मीटिंग अटेंड करने के लिए नहीं किया, इसके लिए डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिस देने का कोई अधिकार नहीं। ये सिर्फ डराने की बात है, ये डराने की चेष्टा है, और इसलिए ये शिवसेना के जितने हमारे पास एमएलएस है, निर्दलीय है, उन्होंने कहा है कि ऐसी एक नोटिस नहीं 10 नोटिस आएंगे तो भी हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं।
Eknath told India Today exclusively that more than 50 MLAs are backing him in his revolt and many more are waiting to join. The anti-Uddhav camp has reached the critical number of MLAs. That's 37, required to split the party in the assembly without facing the anti-defection law.
लोकशाही में, डेमोक्रेसी में एक नंबर मेजॉरिटी को बहुत इम्पोर्टेंस होता है, और वो हमारे पास में है। यहाँ पर जितने आवश्यकता है उससे कई ज़्यादा लोग यहाँ पर है, 50 प्लस हमारे साथ में एमएलए हैं, और इसलिए जो भी होगा कानून के मुताबिक होगा।
जो है वो हमने यहाँ दी है।
Meanwhile, independent legislators supporting the BJP, Mahesh Baldi and Vinod Agrawal, have urged the Speaker not to disqualify the rebel Sena MLAs. Eknath, however, claims that it's his fight and not the BJP's.
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, हमारे साथ बीजेपी की कोई संपर्क नहीं है और पवार साहब हमारे लिए बड़े नेता है महाविकास आघाड़ी में, उनके मार्गदर्शन में महाविकास आघाड़ी काम कर रही है और मेरे लिए पवार साहब भी आदरणीय व्यक्तिमत्व है। जो विधायक है पूरी तरह स्वेच्छा से अपनी मर्जी से आए, वैसा उन्होंने एफिडेविट भी यहाँ पर दिया हुआ है।
The Sena versus Shinde fight is far from over, with many more twists and turns to come. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now remember a question and a point in everyone's mind right now. Bala Saheb Thackeray's legacy and what happens to it. Because today, his son Uddhav Thackeray, also nephew Raj Thackeray, and on another side now, Eknath Shinde, the rebel camp. All of this growing in numbers could prove to be a question mark on the survival of the Shiv Sena as we have known it. This time, take a look at report of what the legacy of Bala Saheb Thackeray and the Shiv Sena stands to be. Take a look.
Uddhav, Raj or Eknath Shinde, who will win the battle for Bala Saheb's legacy? With the rebel camp numbers swelling, Eknath Shinde is all set to give a double blow to Uddhav Thackeray. Not just is he all set to push him off the Chief Minister's chair, but is also likely to end Uddhav Thackeray's reign in the Shiv Sena. With the rebel camp near close to proving two-third majority, the question is if Eknath Shinde will now float his own party. Eknath Shinde claims to be a true Shiv Sainik and has promised to work on the ideals of Bala Saheb Thackeray.
सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं।
Uddhav Thackeray has not had it easy either. 2 months after Bal Thackeray's demise, Sena Executive President Uddhav Thackeray took over as the Sena President in January 2013. He admitted, though, that he could never replace his father, and epithets like Supremo and Hindu Hriday Samrat will always be associated to his father, Bal Thackeray. Trying to stay true to its Hindutva ideology, Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray had allied with the BJP in 2014. The situation reversed, though, in 2019, with the two parties joining hands to fight polls together, yet splitting soon after, as BJP won 105 seats, refused to give up the Chief Minister's chair to the Shiv Sena, who landed 56 seats in the 288-member assembly. Uddhav then took the unexpected route to the throne by allying with Congress and NCP. Uddhav Thackeray since then has been slammed for shunning Sena founder's Hindutva legacy. He did respond to critics, though, saying that his idea of Hindutva is different. Taking a jibe at the BJP, Uddhav was heard saying he does not want a Hindu Rashtra which is not peaceful.
शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही, कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे.
On the sidelines now is also Raj Thackeray, the nephew of Bal Thackeray. The MNS chief, in fact, bears close resemblance to his uncle in looks, aggression and oratory skills. He broke away from the Shiv Sena over tussle on who will be Bal Thackeray's political heir. Raj Thackeray founded MNS in 2006 and popularized Sons of the Soil campaign, over which Shiv Sena was built in 1966. The brightest showing for the MNS was in 2009 when Raj Thackeray ate into the Shiv Sena and BJP votes in Mumbai, Thane, Pune and Nashik, bagging 13 seats of the 288 assembly. MNS since has seen rapid decline. In 2014 and 2019 assembly elections, MNS managed to secure just one assembly seat, losing deposit in most others. In May 2014 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray openly backed Narendra Modi for Prime Minister and fielded candidates, mostly against the Sena. However, in 2019 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray took a U-turn, criticized Narendra Modi but did not contest polls. Well, Uddhav Thackeray had till lately been the popular choice to take forward Bal Thackre's legacy. But of all the revolts that the Shiv Sena has faced in over 50 years of its existence, the current one, led by Eknath Shinde, looks the most threatening. Uddhav now needs nothing short of a miracle to salvage his party. Bijay Kumar for India Today.
And that remains perhaps one of the most important questions about the survival of the Shiv Sena's legacy. Uddhav Thackeray, meanwhile, has hit out at the rebel MLAs, calling them pests and insects, who are now hollowing out the party. A second emotional message in 3 days, while the rebel camp is only swelling with numbers every single hour. Let's bring you the update on that after a very short break. Remember, the NCP, meanwhile, is set to meet Uddhav Thackeray. We'll get to the updates there.
The men and women who built Indian industry, and the young guns who are shaping tomorrow's India. From storied careers to unicorn dreams, the past meets the future on the Business Today show with Uday and Mukherjee.
Watching India Today.
Imagine filling up the 16-digit number of your card, the validity of your card, the name on your card, and the CVV number and the OTP which you will get after that every time you have to make an online payment, regardless of whether you're using a debit card or a credit card. Well, if you don't opt for RBI's new tokenization rules, this is exactly what you'll be doing every time you make an online payment after July 1st. So listen up closely. So essentially, to put it in a nutshell, July 1st onwards, the RBI has said two things. First of all, online merchants cannot store your debit card or credit card details on their servers. Those will be deleted. And the other option that they've given is for the end users. Basically, you have the option of tokenizing your debit card or credit card details. Tokenization is basically issuing you a unique encrypted code, which is called a token, for each one of your cards. And to opt for this tokenization process, each end user will have to authorize it. Before July 1st, if you were using any one of your cards on a platform like Amazon, those cards would basically get saved on that platform. So next time when you want to choose to pay, you can choose from any one of these cards that you've already saved on that. Now what you'll basically get is a certain notification along with each one of these cards, which will basically say that your card is not saved yet. Once you press on that, you will have the option of saving the card details, and then you can proceed with the payment. After July 1st, what's going to happen is that notification will not be there, because even those card details will get deleted. So you will have to fill in all those details again and then save them. So this tokenization process will just take a few seconds. It does not cost anything, and it's only applicable to domestic online transactions. It will offer more security because your card details will not be saved with the online merchant either. A lot of times your card details get leaked from the merchant that you're interacting with online. So that gets negated. Secondly, you have a token which you're getting. You'll just need to fill in your CVV number and an OTP which you'll get after that. So the process of making that payment will obviously be shorter. But this tokenization process is totally optional. It is not mandatory.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Can the NCP possibly save Uddhav Thackeray and the coalition government? As of now, Uddhav NCP meeting has started in Mumbai. All the top bigwigs of the NCP have reached Uddhav Thackeray's residence. These are the latest visuals coming in from Mumbai. Sharad Pawar, the NCP Supremo, Ajit Pawar, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Jayant Patil, who's a cabinet minister, Praful Patel, of course, one of the senior most netas of NCP, former civil aviation minister as well. All of them have reached Matoshri, which is the ancestral house of the Thackerays. And at this point, this crucial meeting has started. Remember, Sharad Pawar has spoken to, been in touch, and also met Uddhav Thackeray in the past 3 days. But this appears to be a big meeting because the who's who of the NCP, who matter, whose decision abilities right now will be very crucial on how the coalition government needs to survive. That huddle is on at Matoshri, as you can see, amid a downpour there in Mumbai, and of course a tightened police presence, barricades, media persons, NCP leaders reaching Uddhav Thackeray's residence. Let's go across quickly to my colleague Saurabh Vakhtania, who's right outside Matoshri and taking us through all the latest. So, Saurabh, how should we see this specific NCP's meeting? Because not that NCP can do much. They can only ensure their flock stays, and they can only ensure that the coalition government, as long as possible, will have the required numbers. How are you looking at this crucial meeting today, Saurabh?
Well, Pooja, Sharad Pawar himself leaving his house, coming directly to meet Uddhav Thackeray at Matoshri is giving a very strong message to the rebel camp. It clearly wants to tell them that like the powerful leader like Sharad Pawar is standing with Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, not just Uddhav Thackeray, but very importantly, his firm on saving the MBA government of Maharashtra. Now, Sharad Pawar was leading from the front. Behind him, there was Ajit Pawar, Jayant Patil, and senior most NCP leader Praful Patel. Now, when we look at it, Pooja, why this is so much important? because Shiv Sena has lost in numbers. Now it is playing on sentiments, emotional videos, but Eknath Shinde camp is too releasing several of the emotional videos too. But here on ground, we are seeing that directly Sharad Pawar is leading from the front. In 2019 also, do you remember, Pooja, when the government was formed just in a fortnight, like Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis form a government at Raj Bhavan. It was Sharad Pawar, it was his charismatic approach that in just half day, the government had to fall and both of them had to resign. He brought all his leaders, all his party men back together. Even at this age, Sharad Pawar is still very powerful. He's not just giving a message to the rebel camp and the BJP.
Keep tracking all the latest and try and get all the inside scoop from this big meeting, because NCP will want to hope that the coalition government says, but Uddhav Thackeray have no numbers right now to keep the government standing. Meanwhile, here are the top latest developments to keep you updated about what's been happening in the state of Maharashtra and also in Assam, where the rebel camp is. Let's begin. Uddhav Thackeray hits out at the Sena rebel MLAs, calling them pests and insects and rodents who are hollowing out the party. He in fact also called the BJP as backstabbers, shooting down any possibility of an alliance with the Bharatiya Janata Party. And for the first time, Team Modi breaks their silence after 3 days of the political drama unfolding in Maharashtra. Union Minister Piyush Goyal spoke to India Today exclusively and called the Sena-NCP alliance as unholy and bankrupt with regard to ideology. Meanwhile, the Sena MLA Eknath Shinde, who has been camping with the rebel clan, cancelled his visit to Mumbai, saying that he will stay in Guwahati for some more time. Meanwhile, the Shinde clan continues to swell. The numbers are rising every hour. They are growing stronger, clearly. One more MLA, Dilip Nande, has landed in Guwahati to join the rebel faction camping in Guwahati's Radisson Blu Hotel. So total number of Sena MLAs as of now, as it appears, stands at 38. That behind Eknath Shinde. But Uddhav faction has now sought disqualification of 16 MLAs of the Shinde faction under the 10th schedule. Maharashtra Deputy Speaker Narhari Zerwal has also been approached with that plea. But that's not all. 2 independent MLAs have also demanded the removal of Deputy Speaker Narhari Zerwal, accusing him of being biased toward the Uddhav camp. What? So the Uddhav faction of the Shiv Sena is in a firefighting mode so that they can possibly save the Mahavikas Aghadi government. But that looks unlikely because Sena has sought disqualification of at least 15 MLAs. They are stating that this is all that they can do at this point to save itself. Or could it be another threat tactic, as Eknath Shinde is now claiming? Watch this report of how Uddhav Thackeray is coming across with a threatening tone of disqualification.
Public display of might. Massive protests.
ने कहा ना ये कानून की लड़ाई है, कानून से होगी। रास्ते की लड़ाई रास्ते पर सड़क पर हो सकती है, हो जाएगी।
And an ugly warning of a street fight. Cornered, Uddhav is doing everything he can to save face. As his numbers dwindle to the teens, Uddhav is firefighting the rebellion within Sena to save the Mahavikas Aghadi. And after this emotional message on Wednesday,
समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे.
Uddhav has followed it up with another emotional outburst, hoping it'll cut some ice with the rebels.
The disqualification threat by the Uddhav Sena to the Shinde Sena is a tactic used by them to delay the process. They are trying to get more time so that things can change. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Shinde is a very powerful leader and he knows such tactics. He will be moving for the trust motion.
Uddhav's son Aditya also came to his father's rescue, saying there were attempts to disrupt peace and harmony in Maharashtra. He also wrote that such betrayals have been witnessed before and they've emerged on top despite it. So what is Uddhav Sena's strategy? In a bid to save the toppling MVA government, the party faction led by Uddhav Thackeray filed a petition before the Deputy Speaker seeking disqualification of rebel MLA Eknath Shinde and 15 others. Uddhav's camp is continuing to target the BJP rather than Eknath Shinde. Sena MP Sanjay Raut said the BJP was making below-the-belt remarks against NCP chief Sharad Pawar and even threatening him. Raut further went on to say that the fight is over numbers, papers and on the streets now, and that the Sena would win all three. But how would they do that? He never answered.
अब तक शिवसैनिक सड़क पर नहीं उतरे हैं, चाहे कितने भी लोगों को आप खरीद लो, दबाव डालो, लेकिन कानून की लड़ाई, कागज की लड़ाई और सड़क की लड़ाई दोनों में हम जीत जाएंगे.
While political battle in Maharashtra is now turning into a legal battle, Shiv Sena leader and MP Sanjay Raut has threatened that they are ready to fight it out in the assembly as well as on the streets. With camera person Kiran Sakpal, myself Ritvik Bhalekar reporting for India Today, Mumbai.
And as I wrap up 6 p.m. Prime, here's how the numbers stand. At this point, Shiv Sena has come down to 17, NCP 55, Congress 44, and the numbers are increasing on this side in Guwahati. 38, as Eknath Shinde is claiming, showing video evidence, with independents and others at 9, but Bharatiya Janata Party with 106, and this looks like the powerful side, at least for the next few hours. We'll be tracking all the latest on that. Stay tuned and thank you for watching India Today. Take care.
So yes, young people we've seen in today's date are not just suffering from heart attacks, they're having strokes, they're having cardiac arrests. I mean, they're brought dead to our hospitals and nobody knows why. They all just say that, you know, they've always been fit. The definition of fitness is different for different people. Nobody gets their pre-health checkups done. You don't know what's happening in your body. You eat all the junk food and still believe that, you know, you're young, so nothing's going to happen to you, but, you know, that's not happening. So you might have heard about symptoms like a left-sided chest pain, which is, you know, radiating to the left arm. That is one of the most typical symptoms of a heart attack, but not everybody has those symptoms. You can have profuse sweating just suddenly while you're sitting. You can have shortness of breath. You'll have difficulty in breathing. You'll feel uneasy. You might have nausea, vomiting. So in today's date, a lot of people are having a lot of sugars, a lot of processed foods, packaged foods, refined oils. You know, they have a sedentary lifestyle. There's so much of stress going on, smoking, alcohol. All of these, you know, lead towards more susceptibility towards having a heart attack. So it's very important, I would suggest, to first take control of your diets. Throw those packaged foods.
Ever witnessed a tornado? A tornado is a violently rotating column of air extending from the base of thunderstorm down to the ground. Tornadoes are capable of completely destroying well-made structures, uprooting trees. A tornado can pass through the air like a deadly missile. If you ever witness a tornado or if one passes near you, you need to know the safety measures. In this video, we will tell you all about it. Tornadoes are great spirals of wind and among the most violent and destructive storm on Earth, despite their sometimes fast and localized passage. They form when hot humid air, often from the sea, meets dry cold conditions originally from the poles. As the hot air rises, the denser cold air gathers underneath. The condensation and moisture produced results in the formation of a thundercloud. The two air masses rotate around each other without mixing. Before long, a hazy cone or a funnel appears, a warning sign that a tornado is on the way. Once the spiral touches the ground, it can officially be classed by the name of the tornado. The amount of damage a tornado can cause is directly linked to the speed of its varying wind. The enhanced Fujita scale is used to measure the intensity and damage potential. Most tornadoes are classified as level 0, with wind speed of between 105 and 137 km per hour. Damage is usually slight. For example, tiles might be blown off the roof. But level 5 tornadoes, however, bring with them wind ranging from 320 to 500 km per hour. In this case, a whole house can be uprooted and cars can be thrown more than 100 meters away. Tornadoes can form all across the world, but they most frequently hit the United States of America, where annually there are more than 1,000.
We know that plastic causes pollution, but did you know microplastics can also be a cause of pollution? Microplastics are plastic particles with dimensions less than 5 millimeters. Some are so small they are invisible to the naked eye. Nylon and polyethylene, for example, are mixture of polymers and additives, are themselves microplastics created from tiny pellets known as nurdles. These elements are found in everyday products like shower gels and cosmetics, as well as fertilizers, detergents, and paint. Another major source of this pollution is car tire wear. Difficult to filter, these microplastics get everywhere, in rivers and then the oceans, on land or in the air we breathe. Billions of items of plastic waste taking hundreds of years to break down litter beaches all around the world. All living species in the oceans that are part of the human food chain, from zooplankton to whales, are likely to ingest microplastics. The impact of microplastics on organisms or on ecosystems is unknown, but the additives they contain are potential chemical contaminants.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, big in your life.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening, viewers. You are watching our rolling coverage on all that is going on in the state of Maharashtra. Curious developments. Why do I say that, viewers? Well, multiple reasons. Eknath Shinde says he has over 37 MLAs, the prerequisite to buck the anti-defection law, which we all know by now. He's still not coming in, neither is the BJP coming in and saying that this government in Maharashtra is in minority. On the other hand, 3 days ago. Nobody quite knew about it, but the Eknath Shinde faction has moved a no-confidence motion. What does it really mean? We're going to break it all down in the midst of the current developments. There's a huddle going on in Matoshri. Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel. We'll get you more. The headlines first. All eyes on rebel Shinde's Ghar Wapsi. The rebel MLAs speak exclusively to India today, claiming support of 50+ MLAs. Says we'll meet the governor soon. Uddhav Sena seeks disqualification of 16 rebel MLAs. Maharashtra Chief Minister compares rebels to insects and rodents who have eaten the party hollow. Three days into the Maharashtra political crisis, Team Modi breaks silence. Union Minister Piyush Goyal tears into Aghadi, says the unholy alliance was bound to fail. NDA candidate for President Draupadi Murmu files her nomination today. Prime Minister Modi and NDA bigwigs accompany her. Supreme Court upholds clean chit to Prime Minister Modi in 2002 Gujarat riots case. Top court says that plea filed by Zakir Jafri is devoid of merit. BJP claims vindication. Left student group SFI attacks Rahul Gandhi's Wayanad office, vandalism due to alleged inaction by Congress MP over an SC order on an eco-sensitive zone. Well, there have been breathless developments that have been taking place in the state of Maharashtra when it comes down to the political crisis as it unfolds. Viewers, the latest is the Aghadi huddle. All eyes on NCP leadership meeting with Uddhav in the evening. Sharad Pawar, Praful Patel, Ajit Pawar, all of them meeting with Uddhav Thackeray. This meeting seems important in the wake of declining numbers from the Uddhav camp. Admittedly, Shivsena has just 16 MLAs. Meanwhile, sources in the NCP say that it is more or less becoming clear that majority of Shivsena MLAs are with Shinde. Every day, their numbers are going up. Sources say that NCP senior leaders believe that dragging the matter further would only embarrass the Mahavikas Aghadi in the situation of a floor test. In today's meeting with Uddhav, leaders to review the numbers and draw their strategy for the future. Leadership also likely to give suggestions to accept the fact and move on with the reality gracefully. Well, it's interesting developments. I want to cut across right now to my colleague Kamlesh, who's been tracking the developments and getting us the news first. Kamlesh, you know what's really interesting in all of this is, till yesterday it seemed Sharad Pawar's advice was when Uddhav nearly stepped down was to fight it out till the last minute. Is now the writing on the wall for the Mahavikas Aghadi being left with no option but to quit, or rather, seek a floor test gracefully?
The Mahavikas Aghadi is now clear, especially Sharad Pawar, who yesterday said that the final decision would be taken on the floor of the House. But given the dramatic changes in the situation and the way legally the Eknath Shinde team is strong, they've brought in certain points that would certainly not be very well suited to the Mahavikas Aghadi, especially Uddhav Thackeray and the numbers. Sharad Pawar, though yesterday said that the decision would finally be taken on the floor of the House, but the numbers are, for the Mahavikas Aghadi, the numbers are dwindling, and Eknath Shinde supporters, the numbers are growing. That's a reality that everyone has to accept. So rather than dragging it any further, and which eventually would result in an embarrassment to the Mahavikas Aghadi, there should be some decision that should be taken that should be seen as a respectful exit plan, so that there is no further embarrassment. Sharad Pawar, in his meeting with Uddhav Thackeray, which is now begun as we speak, Sharad Pawar is going to give him a reality check that this is what the situation is. In case we want to move any further, we have to be prepared for the bigger fight, but that doesn't seem, we might be fighting a losing battle. That's one picture that the NCP wants to prove. Also, another section in the NCP says that the battle is for Uddhav Thackeray, it is for him to save the party, but the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly is from the NCP, and again it would be left to the NCP to fight the battle on behalf of Uddhav Thackeray, which many in the NCP are not very keen on. Already the NCP is facing heat from central agencies. 2 of its ministers are inside jail. They don't want any further confrontation here. So they say that given the fact that we don't have numbers, the situation is not very conducive. Legally, the rebel camp seems to be very strong. They have the numbers in the first place. That numbers is something that we cannot battle. Till the time the numbers come down, which doesn't seem to be the case. Not just a big number of Shivsena MLAs, but also the independents are supporting him. So in that case, it doesn't seem that we are moving ahead with any solid plan at this point in time. So better accept the reality and move on is perhaps that the thought that has been decided in the NCP meeting, and perhaps Sharad Pawar might just give that idea, maybe that bitter dose to Uddhav Thackeray this evening.
Well, very interesting, a reality check, Kamlesh, that Sharad Pawar might offer to his ally Uddhav Thackeray. But, how does, we talk about recent developments that have happened where the writing is pretty much on the wall. The tea leaves in Maharashtra politics are clearly, being read by all in terms of sheer girth of numbers that Eknath Shinde has with him. But the fact, Kamlesh, that the NCP really doesn't want to get into what it's always been maintaining, the private matter of the Shiv Sena. Now, the Deputy Speaker, like you said, is from the NCP. Kamlesh, the reason that he's not accepting the disqualification of those 16 MLAs, does it have more to do with the fact that there is a no-confidence motion that has already been mooted, or to do with the fact that NCP is still mulling on what it really wants to do in this situation?
Well, exactly. That is something which the Shiv Sena was relying on. The Shiv Sena thought that the initial letter that was given by the Shinde camp, which had just signature of 34 MLAs, of which 4 MLAs were independent. So they thought that they might just seek disqualification of these MLAs since the required number wasn't there in the letter. The required number was of 2/3 majority. Anything below that would have resulted into disqualification of these MLAs. But yesterday there was a fresh letter that was given, and before that the speaker, the Shiv Sena approached the deputy speaker with disqualification notice for 12 yesterday, and 4 names were added this morning. But that one thought that the NCP and Shiv Sena missed here was there was a no confidence motion moved by the Shinde camp on 21st itself, and today 2 independent MLAs have approached the speaker saying that you cannot take a decision. They have cited a 2016 judgment of the Supreme Court of the Arunachal Assembly, wherein it says that Deputy Speaker cannot adjudicate any decision, especially related to disqualification of members, when his own position is contested. So that in a way has put the NCP and the Mahavikas Aghadi into a fix. This would result into a battle because there is a precedence in the Supreme Court. Also, if they want to move ahead, the numbers again are with Eknath Shinde, and even if in the worst come scenario, even if they disqualify all the 36 MLAs or 35 MLAs, even in that case, the number of the House comes down and the majority comes down to 120, which the BJP can easily achieve. So even in that case, rather than facing an embarrassment of losing the confidence motion, no confidence motion, and have to quit, there could be a possibility that we should think at this point in time and think of a respectable exit, which would mean perhaps to give up on what is happening. Either it has to stop
Kamlesh,
whatever
by the looks of it does seem,
allow the rebel camp to do whatever they want.
Right, Kamlesh, by the looks of it does seem that it's a full watertight coup that has been engineered, as we speak, something which was really thought of, orchestrated. Interesting. Nobody knew about the no confidence motion that was pushed 3 days ago, but suddenly today those 2 independent MLAs which are allied with the BJP move for the removal of the speaker. It's very interesting how everything is tying in together. But Kamlesh, for someone who's really studied the situation, you know the ins and out of the Maharashtra government and its various allies. I really want to ask you, we know there's a huddle going on. Sharad Pawar is giving Uddhav Thackeray as we speak a reality check. Be graceful, maybe now move out, go for a floor test. The belligerence that we saw today of Aditya Thackeray, Uddhav Thackeray, was we're going to fight to the finish. But having said that, Kamlesh, will the NCP right now, who controls clearly the deputy speaker post, is it hedging? On the face of it, NCP is with the Aghadi, with the Sena. But at the back of it, the NCP is known to pull a rabbit or 2 out of its hat in the past.
Well, yes, see, as Preeti, as you rightly mentioned in the, at the beginning of what you said that it's a completely planned coup. In fact, I was just speaking to someone who is very closely associated with the entire coup. He said that we just don't have plan A and B. We have plan A, B, C, D, E, F and G as well. So in any case, if the victory is ours, this coup is going to succeed. But having said that, the way Aditya Thackeray we saw speaking to the party workers, now see, they have no options left. They have to give a pep talk to the party workers. They already seem to be fighting a losing battle in the legislative party. The split is in the legislative party. However, it is going to affect the party at large in days to come. So they have to keep their party workers together, because Shivsena is a party that is based on its cadre and it runs on its cadre. So they have to keep their cadres together. On the other hand, the point you raised about NCP. Now NCP, though initially was in a way interested in saving the government, but bringing back the MLAs was a responsibility of Uddhav Thackeray, because obviously Sharad Pawar had little to do. When the 2019 coup happened, Sharad Pawar's MLAs had gone with Ajit Pawar. Sharad Pawar ensured that all his MLAs came back. He sat at his office in YB Chavan Center and almost got every MLA back, including Ajit Pawar himself. But this time it has to be done by Uddhav Thackeray. But it seems that with almost 80% of MLAs gone, Uddhav Thackeray has little choice left than to just give them offers which they are rejecting with every passing day. That's not happening. Now the NCP says if it is just left for the NCP to fend Uddhav Thackeray or fight a battle on his behalf, majority of NCP leaders are not in favor of that. They say that we will again be confronting with the center again. In case there's BJP involved, why should we go ahead with that? And on other hand, when the rebel camp appears so legally sound, the points that they are raising are very legally sound. So in such case, we are left with nowhere, especially the number game, Preeti. The number game hasn't left any choices for Uddhav Thackeray. Eknath Shinde has managed this coup. He knew that he needs to have 2/3 of MLAs.
Before I let you go, Kamlesh, I want to ask you a very quick question. I know I'm keeping you, but I want to ask you one very quick question. Are we expecting a possible big announcement after this particular meet? Can we now maybe look at the possibility which we were delving in 2 days ago, that Uddhav Thackeray might resign, step down, ask for the dissolution of the House? Could either of those be an option?
The announcement, it's all up to Uddhav Thackeray now what he wants to do, because just a while before he addressed some bureaucrats, he addressed that meeting and he was talking about how work should not stop. One of the sentences during the meeting that Uddhav Thackeray uttered was that any good work should not stop for politics reigns and politics are uncertain. So, work should continue. So many bureaucrats who attended that meeting thought that, it was kind of not a farewell, but, Uddhav Thackeray's tone and tenor in that meeting was about thanking everyone for doing everything. So the big announcement might just come, but we'll wait till Uddhav Thackeray takes the final call. The announcement has to come. Even if there's one thing which I'll mention, even if there's small ray of hope, I know Uddhav Thackeray, he will try and explore that as well, but there has to be some loophole that comes for his rescue. But that seems to be a Herculean task for Uddhav Thackeray. Pulling out a rabbit at this point seems to be difficult, but even Uddhav Thackeray or even Sharad Pawar, the kind of legislative experience that Sharad Pawar has, even if a small point that comes to their rescue, they are not going to let it go. That meeting is very crucial. What Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar discuss, even one small point, they are going to use it to their benefit, but that doesn't seem to be happening. The situation is not in their favor. What comes out of the meeting is very crucial.
All right, Kamlesh, appreciate you joining us. Thank you there. My colleague Kamlesh Sutar joining us with the very latest, breaking it down so very well, Kamlesh. Thank you there. Join us on the top of 9 p.m. as well. Kamlesh giving us all those details that are going in behind closed doors. Viewers, this is a big news break. It seems now it's time up. And the fact that it's time up, that reality check is right now being given to Uddhav Thackeray by none else than his ally, who till 2 days ago had told him, stick it in, dig in your heels, fight it out. It's been 2 days, and Sharad Pawar, who's the master of political strategy, has now himself come out and apparently telling Uddhav Thackeray, there are no options left, you'll have to now go gracefully. What does that mean? Are we expecting a big announcement at the back of this meeting? Cutting across right now, outside Matoshri, my colleague Mustafa, who's joining us. Mustafa, what's the atmosphere? Any Shivseniks there? Because we've seen a fair bit of strength outside Matoshri with a lot of Shivseniks who've been camping. But having said that, a big meeting going on inside, all 4 of them. Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel, Sharad Pawar of the NCP. It's interesting, Mustafa, that there is no Congress, even though it's an Agadi meeting. There is no representation of the Congress with Uddhav Thackeray.
Well, you're right. We'll just show you the visuals outside Matoshi. This is the main visuals you're getting here. Flags of Shiv Sena flying high, bands, and if you look at the other side, there are women supporters of Shiv Sena who have come out here, and there are various banners which have been put up. The banners suggest that Shiv Sena has been brought down by many people at many times, but it has always succeeded in recovering and getting electoral victory. That said, a crucial meeting which is going on at Matoshi, that is how to progress with the strategy of disqualifying the MLAs, because there is what we are hearing, the opposition camp of Eknath Shinde, who is also consulting constitutional experts and lawyers on this entire thing. If you see, two independent MLAs which are supported by BJP reached Vidhan Bhavan today and to give a letter to the Deputy Speaker saying that your authority is under question after you removed Eknath Shinde as the CLP leader. Hence, you don't have the authority to disqualify any of the MLAs. So this is the legal battle which is going to take place in Maharashtra Assembly, which currently the meeting and underway at Matoshi, be it Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, they are the people who are at this point of time strategizing as to how to go about this entire issue, which is going to be turning out to be a legal issue in the future. Back to you.
Right. We don't know if it's going to be a legal issue at all right now, but Mustafa, point taken there. But what is, right behind you, we see the Shiv Senics, they're gathered. There's a full band at play as well. Morale boosting, understandably. Can you try and get in a word from the Shiv Senics there? What are they saying after the second emotional speech? Because they must have definitely heard it.
बिल्कुल आपसे जानना चाहेंगे हिंदी में कि जो अभी सरकमस्टेंसेस है, उद्धव ठाकरे ने आज भी भाषण दिया, उन्होंने कहा कि बहुत सारे लोग छोड़कर शिवसेना गए लेकिन शिवसेना को कुछ हुआ नहीं। किस तरह से ये पूरे क्राइसिस को देखते हैं? एकनाथ शिंदे चले गए, उनके साथ सारे एमएलए चले गए, लोग कह रहे हैं कि शिवसेना खत्म हो जाएगी।
कितने लोग आए, कितने लोग गए, लेकिन शिवसेना को कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता। लेकिन ये शिवसेना है जो कार्यकर्ता, जो शिव सैनिक है, उन पे आधारित है। एमएलए आएंगे जाएंगे, लेकिन जो कार्यकर्ता है, शिव सैनिक है, वो कायम उद्धव साहब के पीछे ही रहेगा।
आपको क्या लगता है, जो लोग आए थे, छोटे से बड़े हुए, उन लोगों को शिव सैनिकों ने वोट करके जिता दिया, आप वो शिवसेना के खिलाफ हो गए?
अभी वो गद्दार हो गए, अभी बड़े होके वो गद्दार हो गए, सब भूल गए। जमीन से उठा के उनको सर पे बिठा दिया है, लेकिन ये सब भूल गए। जो उद्धव साहब, बाला साहब, इन्होंने उनको सर पे बिठाया, अपना बनाया, लेकिन ये सब भूल गए, गद्दार हो गए सब।
ऐसी शिकायत है कि मुख्यमंत्री मिलते नहीं थे, उनके आमदनी निधि देते नहीं थे, इसके लिए वो छोड़ के गए।
अरे मिलते नहीं थे, बीमार थे, कोरोना का काल था, तो मिलेंगे कैसे? अभी तो मिल रहे हैं ना, तो अभी क्यों छोड़ के चले गए? अभी तो मिल रहे हो, सबको समझ लेते हैं। आप क्यों नहीं समझ लेते कि वो बीमार है, कोरोना का काल था, उनके ऑपरेशन हो गए। ये आप जो खुद को शिवसैनिक समझते हैं, तो ये उनका दुख नहीं समझ सकते क्या?
So that's the sentiment which we are getting from the ground at this point of time, which is saying that the morale boosting of Shiv Sainik on the ground continues.
Well, understandably so, and that is right.
So Eknath Shinde camp taking so much.
Right. Mustafa, that's what, even Uddhav Thackeray had said in that emotional message that he gave out the second time around, that there are plenty of Shiv Sainiks who will take to the streets. Well, that is what's happening right now. And this is right outside Matochri. Appreciate you joining us, Mustafa. But the fact is, time is running out. And that has been told to Uddhav Thackeray by none else than his own ally. I want to now cut across for this exclusive conversation with Shiv Sena Rajya Sabha MP Priyanka Chaturvedi. She joins us. It's been a harrowing time for most of Shiv Sena MPs, MLAs, either side of the divide. But Priyanka Chaturvedi, thank you for taking out the time and joining us. Ms. Chaturvedi, as we speak, we are given to believe by strongly placed sources, ma'am, that Sharad Pawar, Praful Patel, Ajit Pawar, all three of them are talking to Uddhav Thackeray and pretty much reading out the political tea leaves as they stand in the state of Maharashtra, saying time is up, go gracefully. Do you think, be it the kind of girth of the MLA strength that Eknath Shinde has in Guwahati, be it some of your MLCs, be it one MP at least, all of them have now gone away from you, leaving you very little moral authority to rule. Time to step down.
Of course we are in a moral authority, because all these MLAs, MPs or whatever videos that are being featured, they all need to come to Mumbai, the state capital of Maharashtra, to show their show of strength. They cannot be issuing these videos from a 5-star hotel in a city like Guwahati, where unfortunately Assam is seeing the worst floods in the recent years, where 32 of the 36 districts are flooded, over 101 people have died, and we have ministers and some MLAs who are elected by the people of Maharashtra enjoying the 5-star hospitality in Assam. So even if they want to prove anything, they will have to come to the city of Mumbai. They will come to the capital of the state and do whatever they have to and prove their numbers.
Madam, they are not coming to Mumbai as of now, but the fact is what they have done, and it seems to be a very well scripted, you can call it a coup, but the fact is the majority lies now not with Uddhav Thackeray where the Shiv Sena is concerned, but with Eknath Shinde. What's happened? 3 days ago, a no confidence motion is mooted by the Shinde Sena, if I can call it that, or the Eknath Shinde faction. And then today, 2 MLAs, which are with the BJP, come across and ask for the removal of the deputy speaker. It's all being thought of, very well choreographed, because it is the same deputy speaker who hasn't till now accepted your demand of sacking or disqualifying, I beg your pardon, those 16 MLAs.
So 21st is when that notice was given, right? He has no authority to give that notice because he was not the chief whip of the party. So this again, I will repeat, all these letters that are coming from Guwahati in a language which is very BJP, in a language which is not of Shiv Sena, they do not have a legal leg to stand upon. On the 21st, he was removed as the chief whip of Shiv Sena. And the Speaker of the House had acknowledged that Ajay Chaudhary ji is our chief whip. So whatever letter he can keep issuing, they do not have a valid stance in any court of law.
Madam, that's where the lacuna lies, is what Eknath Shinde says. He says he is the real Shiv Sena. He says they have majority, and they do. 38 of your 55 MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. He is contesting the very fact of you removing him as the chief whip, saying you have no authority to do that.
No, absolutely not, Preeti. That is where all these, these things have been spread, that we do not have a majority. All that will be proved on the floor of the House. So even if we stand to lose on the floor of the House, we will accept it. But at this point in time, from Guwahati, they cannot be just issuing videos. Again, and I will also repeat one more thing to you. Under the 10th schedule, even if they have the so-called majority, they will have to merge into another political party to be able to save themselves from disqualification. But since they are claiming to be an independent bloc, all those MLAs that you see in that video show that they're doing will stand disqualified. They will have to go back to the constituency to win and get a right to vote in the assembly. So 2/3 majority does not just work inside the assembly, 2/3 majority across the organization for them to even try and stake a claim over the party is how it works.
Ma'am, because the legal loopholes are so tightly knit and so complex, because the fact is, Eknath Shinde saying you can't disqualify us, we've already mooted a no confidence motion against you. The man who has to do it, we want him removed. That's what 2 MLAs associated with the BJP says. But having said that, ma'am, you say the so-called majority. As we speak, you have your own allies who till 2 days ago have asked you, madam, have asked Uddhav Thackeray to dig in his heels, stick there and fight to the finish. Today is what we are getting to understand, telling Uddhav Thackeray that it's game up. The question is, will Uddhav Thackeray now step down or ask for the dissolution of the House?
Shri Uddhav Thackeray will not step down because his majority will be proved on the floor of the House, not from a 5-star hotel in Guwahati. Step 1. Step 2, Shri Uddhav Thackeray has categorically said he's willing to step down if any one of his MLA, the ones who are sitting cooped up in Guwahati, can come to tell him on his face that they have lost confidence in him. They cannot issue videos and say, oh, we have lost confidence. They come to Mumbai and say this. Now, step 3, dissolving the assembly. Again, do they want to bypass the Supreme Court order which says dissolving the assembly can only happen after your floor of the dissolving of the assembly cannot happen till you do not prove your majority on the floor of the house. So even if there's a no confidence motion of any motion that is passed, it has to be done on the floor of the house inside the assembly. And unfortunately, we cannot ask them to vote from Guwahati. They will have to come to Mumbai.
Ms. Chaturvedi, the fact is, the MLAs, the 38 of them out of the 55 that you actually have, which is the lion's share. And Sanjay Raut has also admitted on camera that you only have 16 MLAs. They have also come out and said that, Uddhav Thackeray never met anyone. The cause of Hindutva he strayed from the cause of Hindutva. This was an unholy alliance, an unnatural alliance. But that all aside, you keep talking about the BJP. Why do you think, ma'am, in all of this, because it's a curious question, the BJP is quiet? We're not hearing really much where the BJP is concerned. If the numbers are there, do you think they would have already gone ahead? Because in this case, it would be the BJP that would have approached the governor saying that the government has lost majority?
I don't know why they're silent, but they're silently engineering this defection. They are silently supporting this gathering of all these MLAs. They are also sponsoring their stay, sponsoring their chartered flights, and that is not something I am saying. It is something that Shri Eknath Shinde ji in the video that was released was saying there is a superpower party which is helping them, which is a national party. So they are not silent. Their role has been pretty active, right from the Goa police to the Assam police to the Gujarat police, treating them like a bonded laborers. And people have seen visuals of that, should prove that.
Ms. Chaturvedi, appreciate you joining us. Thank you there. We understand tough times where the Shiv, Sena, Uddhav faction is concerned. Appreciate it and hoping that you'll join us on the top of 9 p.m. as well. With that, I want to quickly cut across to what is going down outside Mato Street. There's a meeting going on there. But viewers, these are the 3 big images of the day. Uddhav's emotional appeal number 2. Many would suggest, today, while he was not addressing the rebels, he was addressing his loyalists, he should have been a little more aggressive. It seemed to be a lot, again, he played on an emotional pitch. Many would say a far cry from what possibly his father, Balasaheb Thackeray, would do. But, that's all conjecture. But he chose to go, the emotional path by making an appeal to his loyalists this time around. When he spoke at the district party president meet, you had, on the other hand, Aditya Thackeray, who also addressed, trying to motivate, because he was there physically, Uddhav chaired it virtually. Aditya trying to morale boost, and on the other hand, viewers, the sheer muscle flexing by the strength of numbers by Eknath Shinde in Guwahati.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
And we have tested that on large animals, sheep and pig, and that data shows that the technology is safe for use. In fact, that data has been shared with the FDA, who have granted us 2 accelerated designations last year for the first 2 conditions we want to treat. For localized conditions such as cancer tumors, stroke, atherosclerotic plaque buildup, localized pain, and many other conditions, there is a real need to have a microrobotic, precise, remote-controlled mechanism that can treat a condition only at a specific point and nowhere else.
In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching our rolling coverage. The latest, let me quickly get our viewers up to speed. There's a huddle right now which is going on at Matoshri. What is interesting is it's a huddle where the Maha Vikas Aghadi comes into play, but there is no Congress. Why there is no Congress? We're going to get in a word from my colleague Moshmi. But right now, Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel, Uddhav Thackeray locked in, where our sources tell us, viewers, that Sharad Pawar is pretty much telling Uddhav to read the writing on the wall, that his time is up to go gracefully. What will come out of this meeting is very, very interesting, and we're going to keep a keen eye on those developments. Meanwhile, what happened today? A second speech happened by Uddhav Thackeray. Earlier on, he was talking to the rebel MLAs, emotionally appealing them to come back. This time around, viewers, he was talking to the loyalists, his loyalists. His pitch remained emotional. In his second emotional appeal, Uddhav Thackeray says that he has no hunger for power, but will continue what he calls the good fight. He hit out at the rebel Senas, calling them pests, while calling the BJP backstabbers. Listen in.
परवा मी बोललो आणि मी वर्षा सोडला आणि माझ्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो. काही जणांचे मला फोन आले, आजही येत आहेत, की उद्धवजी तुम्ही वर्षा सोडायला नाही पाहिजे होतं. म्हटलं का? नाही, लोकांना असं वाटतं तुम्ही जिद्द सोडली. म्हटलं मी जिद्द सोडणाऱ्यातला नाहीये, मी मोह सोडला, पण जिद्द नाही सोडणार मी कधी. कदापि जिद्द नाही सोडणार. आणि ज्या गोष्टी आपल्या नाहीतच त्या सोडायचा मोह हा असू नये का? महत्वाकांक्षा जरूर असावी, पण तिला ती राक्षसी महत्वाकांक्षा असता कामा नये, की ज्याने दिलं त्यालाच खायचं. ही महत्वाकांक्षा नाहीये. ही महत्वाकांक्षा असू शकत नाही. आणि जास्तीत जास्त काय केलं तो आज तुम्ही आमदार नेल्यात घेऊन गेलात, घेऊन जा. आणखीन कोणाला घेऊन जायचं घेऊन जा. तुम्ही झाडाची फुलं तोडू शकता, झाडाची फळं तोडू शकता, पण झाडाची मुळं ही उपटून काढू शकलेल्या नाहीत.
There's a train of thought which seems to suggest, viewers, that maybe Uddhav Thackeray should have been a little more aggressive talking to his loyalists. Chose to go the emotional pitch. Many said not like what possibly Bala Sahib Thackeray would have done. But that's all conjecture. I want to now cut across to our two reporters who are joining us live. One right outside Matoshri. I have Mustafa, who's joining us from Matoshri, where this meeting is going on, a huddle between the NCPs, Sharad Pawar, Praful Patel, Ajit Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray. On the other front, I want to bring in my colleague Moshmi, who's also joining us. Moshmi, one question that beckons to be asked at this crucial meeting, which is pitched to be very crucial, where Sharad Pawar is pretty much reading Maharashtra's tea leaves to Uddhav Thackeray, saying your time is up, you've got to go now. Why isn't there any representation from the Congress? The Congress is missing here.
You know, the Congress perhaps doesn't have much to do, Preeti, you know, because yesterday, after what Mallikarjun Kharge said and the Congress leaders were huddled in a meeting, they really feel that the ball is in Shiv Sena's court. And importantly, it's very interesting that at a time when there is speculation that the Congress MLAs could be the dark horse, you know, and perhaps having cross-voted during the MLC elections, there could be a handful of Congress MLAs who could switch sides or resign, or could actually be the reason the Achilles heel for the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government. That's the sentiment within the Congress in the Mumbai unit. They really feel that Kamal Nath's short stay didn't serve well for the interests of the Congress, and perhaps the in charge of Maharashtra wasn't doing too much to ensure that the MLAs still stuck around together. Kamal Nath, when he came here, was talking more about the municipality elections in Madhya Pradesh and saying that I'm heading back. 15 minutes with Congress MLAs, 15 minutes with Sharad Pawar, and another 10-minute conversation with Uddhav Thackeray on the phone, because he said he was COVID positive and couldn't personally meet him, and Kamal Nath flew back to Madhya Pradesh. So perhaps he came reluctantly, and many said he couldn't save his own government and was sent as a messenger of Sonia Gandhi. Yet the Congress is the weakest link, Preeti. I really feel if it comes to the floor test, or before the floor test, they've cross-voted, and that's the sense in the Congress that
Moshmi, very interesting point.
Much to plug in the loopholes.
Moshmi, a very interesting point you've thrown there, because now everyone is fixated on the MLAs of the Shiv Sena. Moshmi, they're saying that the Congress MLAs are now possibly also very, very vulnerable, because when it comes down to the floor test, they might say they have banded together, all 44 of them, but when it comes down to the floor test, it might be a different story. Moshmi, you know, as we take in the latest news break that is coming in, we see a lot of band baja, very quiet right now, people behind you. Would you go and ask, you know, I'm sure it's the show of strength outside the Matoshri while the meeting is going on inside on what they are saying, but taking that quick news break and coming right back to you. Shiv Sena has now called a meeting of its national executive tomorrow at 1 p.m. What does that mean? Interesting developments. We'll get a word in there, but Moshmi, as we go through this news break, can you get us reactions? Because there was a call by Uddhav Thackeray, as emotional as it might be, but he said the Shiv Senics will take to the streets. They've taken to the streets with a bit of band baja in tow.
Preeti, let me tell you, there's been a change of mood, because I've been stationed at Matoshri ever since Uddhav Thackeray came here. Yesterday all day, a day watch, and a day watch today till the evening. And this is the band baja that you see completely silent right now. It did enter with a bang, and there was a lot of rolling of drums, but they are quiet right now. Apparently the cops stepped in, and there has been a beefing up of security, not only at the Matoshri, but also at the Sena Bhavan, on all the important nerve centers of politics. Supporters are here. You can see the Shiv Sena flag, and that's a departure from the past few days, because when Uddhav came yesterday, there was a silence, but after his meeting with the state unit, with his cadre and the office bearers, here the supporters have been ferried in buses, and they're right here. आप लोग शांत हैं. आज उद्धव साहब ने आप लोग से बात की. क्या मूड है आप लोग में, और यहाँ क्यों आए?
See, Shiv Sena will forge ahead. We are strong, we were strong, we are strong, and we will be strong. It's eternal. Shiv Sena is eternal. Yeah.
I see posters of BJP ki Lanka in Marathi. What does that mean?
It's all BJP game, and we are well prepared to fight it out.
And why are the drums silent just now?
No, because the meeting with Sharad Pawar Sahab and Ajit Pawar Sahab, along with our Supremo, Uddhav Sahab, is going on. Okay. We don't want to make any disturbance in the meeting. Yeah, noise, yeah.
Okay. And the sloganeering will start after they are out.
Yeah, definitely. Our spirit is very high.
So here the Shiv Sena cadres, for the first time after the Varsha display, have come out, Preeti, and clear messaging and public posturing now happening on ground zero in Mumbai.
All right. Moshmi, I'm going to come right back to you. We're expecting this meeting to go on for a while. but interesting. I am joined right now by Tushar Gupta, Senior Editor, Swarajya, Ravi Srivastava, Political Analyst. Mr. Gupta, I want to begin with you. You know, it's been rather ominous with the kind of visuals that are coming through right outside Matoshri. Drums beating, at a time when inside what we are getting an indication of that Sharad Pawar is pretty much telling Uddhav Thackeray that, that this is the reality, it's time to go, do it gracefully.
Absolutely, Preeti. It appears that Uddhav Thackeray is refusing to read the writing on the wall for some odd reason. The writing on the wall was obvious on day one when the crisis unfolded. By the time the MLAs made it to Surat, the government was gone. By the time they made it to Guwahati, the CM chair was gone. Now the question is, by the time they come back to Mumbai, will Uddhav Thackeray be ousted from his own party? That's the big question. The problem is that Uddhav Thackeray never had the moral right to rule. The mandate was for Fadnavis Thackeray government. But what Uddhav Thackeray is also not realizing is the anger which his own party MLAs has against him for giving the NCP and the Congress a larger free hand within the government. That's one part he's not realizing. The second aspect is Sanjay Raut has clearly overplayed his hand against Eknath Shinde. We spoke of the magic number of 37, 38. Shinde appears to have had that. Now the question is, how long is Uddhav Thackeray willing to continue this battle? He can rile up the public sentiment. He can get some shivseniks on the ground. He can do all those shenanigans. But the question at the end of the day is, are the MLAs with him? And that appears to be his weakening ground. The ground is slipping below him.
And that, Ravi Srivastava, would you think that the body language pretty much displayed that today? Not just outside of the cadre, because they clearly seem a little demoralized now outside Matoshri, but also of Uddhav Thackeray. It was his second speech, Ravi Srivastava. The first one can understand you want to go on the emotional pitch, you're trying to appeal to your rebel MLAs. Today he was talking to loyalists. Instead of, taking that emotional route down, maybe a little more aggressive, a little more, asking them to go ahead, a little more Bala Sahib Thackeray.
Preeti, first of all, Uddhav Thackeray is not Bala Sahib Thackeray, and Aditya Thackeray is not the Bala Sahib Thackeray nor Uddhav Thackeray.
True.
So you can always feel that this is a generational change. Everybody has got his own qualities. Everybody has got his own strength. As far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned, I think he is absolutely a clean man and is coming out emotionally very strongly. And his appeal to the cadres, to the loyalists, to the public, I think it's a very in any uncertain terms. He has offered these MLAs, I am ready to quit. You come, you become a chief minister. He went to the extent of that. You come on and join me and come before me. Not from 2,600 kilometers by a video call or by taking some signatures on a piece of paper. And this number game of showing is absolutely farce, as far as myself is concerned. It has got no meaning. It will prove only on the floor of the house. Everybody is asking, Uddhav Thackeray should go, Uddhav Thackeray could quit, Uddhav Thackeray will resign. Why should he? Where is the need? It will be on the floor of the house when the MLAs express that they don't have confidence in Uddhav Thackeray, the government will go. Why there should be a hype created that no, he should immediately go, he should quit? Why? It's he will not ask for the strength on the floor of the house. It is the opposition has to do it. It is the opposition who has to ask for a floor test on of the assembly. It is not the ruling party which will ask for a floor test. So they are waiting, and 4 days have already passed. This number game to 38, 39, 40, 41, 52. I don't have any sanctity of this. And the way BJP is playing its game from the backside, first day he says, Eknath Shinde, no, I'm not supported by anybody, I'm doing it at my own. Then second day he says, Mahashakti is behind me, and Mahashakti is a national party. I mean, the BJP should rather get exposed. Hey, we want to bring it down like Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Arunachal, Manipur, Goa.
Right.
We want to do it.
Well, okay, but Ravi Srivastava, the fact is, if you look at it, the BJP would say the mandate was anyway ours. It was for the Sena and the BJP. That's what, the BJP will say here. But yes, is it going down the Madhya Pradesh way, the Karnataka way? We can count 3 other states, Puducherry, for example. But Tushar Gupta, I want to bring you in, on this. Do you see now, ultimately, yes, if one can fast forward all the way to a floor test, that's different, but we can't really do that. Now, how do you see things unfold after this particular meeting? Do you see Uddhav Thackeray now, because it seems Sharad Pawar is telling him that, go gracefully. No point digging in your heels, kicking and screaming. On the other hand, do you see the BJP now come in? Because the numbers are forming up with Eknath Shinde. Or do you think the BJP is not going to come in at all?
Okay, three things, Preeti. First thing you asked a very important question about Uddhav Thackeray being aggressive. But that's a very interesting catch-22 situation. Sanjay Raut was being aggressive yesterday, and what did he say? He said, we are willing to give up on the NCP and the Congress alliance. The rebel MLAs should come back to us. So if he has to be aggressive, if he has to evoke the memory of Balasaheb Thackeray ji, he has to go hard on the Hindutva ideology, which the NCP and the Congress will not agree in. If he wants to go aggressive about the government, the rebel MLAs will distance themselves from him. So it's a very catch-22 situation. The second point about the NCP, what Sharad Pawar would ideally want. See, for NCP, there are 2 points here. One, either they save the government with a weakened majority, a wafer-thin majority, but then by virtue of the number of MLAs and the strength on the floor, NCP installs one of its own Chief Minister, probably the daughter of Sharad Pawar. Or else, they pin it on Uddhav Thackeray's weakness to unable to keep the party together and hence the government together, have something about the BJP causing the downfall. No, this political bickering. They let the government fall, which probably is what Sharad Pawar telling Uddhav Thackeray. The third point, and the most important point, what is BJP doing in all this? See, BJP is once bitten, twice shy. They've had a bad experience earlier. They would always want to firm up their numbers with 200% surety.
True, they've been burnt before. They want to be very sure and they don't want to be the one pushing for it. But Ravi Srivastava, you wanted to make a quick comment. Come in, sir, and then I'm going to close the show.
Yeah, I'm just telling that what is the real issue? Is the Hindutva a real issue? For 2.5 years, Eknath Shinde was running the cream ministry of urban development. Today, he realized the Hindutva is the issue. Or the rise of the Aditya Thackeray is the issue. Or these Uddhav Thackeray not listening to MLAs is the issue. None of these are the issues. The issue is only one, that he is being prompted by BJP to bring down this government, which he should shamelessly accept on camera. That is the way. It is not Hindutva or any other thing. That's all bogey.
All right, gentlemen, appreciate you both for joining us. You know, what we're going to do is, it's strange, and it's a little ominous with the way things are going on, but we're going to leave you with the visuals outside Matoshri. The Shivsena band in full swing, playing the drums right outside Matoshri at a time when, of course, Sharad Pawar is allegedly, that's what we are hearing from inside, telling Uddhav Thackeray, read the writing on the wall, it's time to go gracefully. A quick break, do stay with us. Up next is my colleague Gaurav Sawant.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
This testing shows us that there is a vast potential in the commercial use of drones, especially in urban area. And this is a further step of creating an economically viable model.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching
There's a high-stake contest going on over the Indo-Pacific region. Chinese fighter jets have started to regularly threaten US allies, and the experts are fearing a repeat of the 2001 incident, where a Chinese fighter jet clashed with a US Navy aircraft. What are these Chinese warplanes doing? It was reported that Chinese warplanes regularly buzzed a Canadian reconnaissance plane monitoring North Korea. The crew was forced to alter course to avoid a collision. In another instance, the Chinese fighter jets fired metallic chaff across the course of an Australian surveillance aircraft. The Chinese officials praised its pilots for these maneuvers and stated that they were defending the country's sovereignty. Experts think that targeting US allies such as Canada and Australia might be a means to investigate the coalition's weaknesses. This is not the first time they have tried to buzz past US allies. Most recently, Chinese fighter jets flew close to a Canadian surveillance plane. 60 such reports of interceptions were noticed by Canadian aircrafts. But why are they targeting US allies and not the US? Experts think that the intimidation is to drive a wedge between the US and its allies. The US depends on its allies in scenarios like supporting economic sanctions or a ground war, and China intimidating US allies sends a clear message that the allies will face Chinese aggression if they support the US. This seems like a strategy to demoralize and weaken the US allies and partners.
Oh, sorry.
The battle is now for the control of Shiv Sena, and Uddhav Sena insists this battle will be fought not just on the floor of the House but also on the streets of Maharashtra. Is that a threat to Eknath Shinde that claims to have the support of more than 38 Shiv Sena MLAs? It's the battle for the control of Bala Sahib's legacy. Join me, Gaurav Sawant, as I get you the latest on News Track at 8 p.m. tonight, only on India Today.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply. Aag se bachai. Powered by NECC. Sunday ho ya Monday, roz khao ande. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Will the real Shiv Sena please stand up? Uddhav Sena banks on legacy. But Shinde Sena has the numbers. It's now a fight for survival. Which Sena will win this Maha War? Big focus on Newstrack.
Is Uddhav Thackeray actually preparing to throw in the towel? Has Uddhav Thackeray read the writing on the wall? Is this what Sharad Pawar is advising Uddhav Thackeray at this point of time? There's a very important meeting that's on at Matoshri, and this meeting between NCP leaders and Shiv Sena leaders has been on for 1.5 hours and counting. What's cooking? I'll get to the latest. I'm Gaurav Sawant as always. Let's get started with the headlines at 8. New twist in Maharashtra Game of Thrones. Sharad Pawar meets Uddhav Thackeray at Matoshri. Sources say the NCP have told Uddhav Thackeray to accept the fact that he doesn't have the numbers and move on gracefully. Uddhav Sena seeks disqualification of 16 rebel MLAs. Maharashtra Chief Minister compares rebels to insects and rodents who've eaten the party hollow. All eyes now on rebel Eknath Shinde's Ghar Vapsi. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, Shinde claims support of more than 50 MLAs. Shinde writes to the Maharashtra governor seeking removal of the deputy speaker. Three days into the Maharashtra political crisis, Team Modi breaks their silence. Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal tears into the Mahavikas Aghadi, says the unholy alliance was bound to fail. This is an India Today exclusive. NDA candidate for President Draupadi Murmu files her nomination papers. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and NDA top brass accompany her. Supreme Court upholds clean chit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the 2002 Gujarat riots case. The Supreme Court says the plea filed by Zakia Jafri is devoid of merit. BJP says this is vindication. Is the Uddhav Sena now a sinking ship? A number of Sena MLAs continue to move in the direction of Guwahati. Crucial Pawar-Uddhav Thackeray meet underway at Matoshri, and all eyes now on the NCP top leadership that's meeting Uddhav Thackeray at Matoshri. Sources in the NCP are telling India Today, more or less, it's clear. Majority of Shiv Sena MLAs are strongly with Eknath Shinde. Sources say NCP leaders believe that dragging this matter further will only embarrass the Mahavikas Aghadi in the situation of the floor test. Now, this is what top sources are telling India Today. NCP leadership is learned to have suggested to Uddhav Thackeray to accept the fact that he doesn't have the numbers anymore, that he's lost control of his party MLAs and the party effectively, and accept this reality gracefully and move on. The information is tomorrow at 1300 hours, at 1 p.m. tomorrow, Shiv Sena has called a meeting of its national executive and a decision could be announced after that. Now this meeting that's currently on at Matoshri, so Sharad Pawar, Ajit Dada Pawar, Jayant Patil, Prafull Patel, the top leadership of the NCP are a part of this meeting. Of course, there's Uddhav Thackeray there. We are told a short while back. Sanjay Raut, Shiv Sena MP, has also reached there. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Kamlesh Sutar joining us with the latest on this big story. And Kamlesh has very, very strong sources both in the Shiv Sena and in the NCP. Kamlesh, has Sharad Pawar, have NCP leaders advised or suggested to Uddhav Thackeray to throw in the towel since he no longer commands majority or respect of Shiv Sena MLAs?
Well, 3 points, Gaurav. 3 points that are going to be discussed in this meeting on whether that will decide on whether the Shiv Sena and NCP and the Congress, the Mahavikas Aghadi, will continue with this battle, or they should draw a conclusion that we are fighting a losing battle.
Okay. It's a losing battle that the Shiv Sena or the Mahavikas Aghadi is fighting, but the battle continues still. And joining me now is Deepak Kesarkar, Shiv Sena MLA, who's in Guwahati. Deepak Kesarkar, the Shiv Sena may be advised to throw in the towel, but they continue to fight. Sanjay Raut has made it very clear the time for talks is over. Shiv Senics are now on the streets, and this fight will happen not just on the floor of the House, but also on the streets, sir.
Being the constitutional head of the state, it is Honorable CM's responsibility to see that law and order is maintained in Maharashtra, and he is solely responsible for this. And I think Uddhav Sahib is a very strict administrator, and as a CM of Maharashtra, he will control what is going on the streets, and he will advise. I'll also request him to advise Sanjay Raut ji to not to make such comments. Had such comment made by any opposition party, by this time police could have taken action against them. But since he is a representative of the ruling party, I think Uddhav Sahib should tell him not to make such statements by which violence has erupted in Mumbai. And Mumbai is a financial capital of India. Okay. And Mumbai's progress should not be hampered in any case, and that is the duty of Honorable CM.
Deepak Kesarkar, you heard both Uddhav Thackeray and his son Aditya Thackeray. The impression is that, you know, they've been stabbed in the back by insiders. Aditya Thackeray says outsiders who joined the party or who became a part of the alliance just 2.5 years ago, they are still with the Mahavikas Aghadi, and insiders have abandoned them. It's the lure of the lucre, sir. It's for a few rupees more, sir.
Do you believe that statement? Because who broke Shiv Sena 3 times? Honorable Pawar Sahib has broken Shiv Sena. Has he forgotten the history, what has happened previously? And you are saying he is loyal to Shiv Sena. I don't want whatever statement he wants to make, but don't forget the history. He is instrumental in bringing Chhagan Bhujbal into his party, and Honorable Chhagan Bhujbal has used very insulting words against Babasaheb Thackeray. Can anybody forget that? The person who loves Babasaheb will never forget it. And in spite that, due to some compulsions, you have made an alliance with them, they should have been loyal to you. They are supporting the number 2 candidate in each constituency, in each parliamentary constituency. They are supporting the person who is defeated, and they are trying to finish Shiv Sena. Have you ever studied this? And
so you are saying it's the NCP and the Congress that's trying to finish the Shiv Sena. The Uddhav camp says it's actually the BJP that's trying to finish the Shiv Sena, and you are siding with the BJP, sir, or the Eknath Shinde faction is siding with the BJP. You know, Sanjay Raut says you wake up and sleep on the commands of BJP leaders.
Is it possible? 5 years we were together. We have fought the election together. This election also we were together. Then how Shiv Sena was not finished? Shiv Sena was still very much in power. There was a dispute on who should become the CM, and Uddhav Sahib was telling that BJP has agreed for 50-50%. That is 2.5 years, 2.5 years. That didn't come through, and that was the dispute between Shiv Sena and BJP. There was no question of finishing anybody. We were still partners in Maharashtra, but whatever decision Uddhav Sahib has taken, we have taken it in the true spirit. We have supported that decision. But after that, what act was there from NCP and Congress, and NCP has broken Shiv Sena 3 times. In spite of that, if you call them friends, they are truly friends for me because I was a part of NCP earlier. I respect them, but whatever they have done against Shiv Sena, nobody should forget that. And that's why if you rely totally on them, I don't know what is the future of Shiv Sena then. People like us,
the Congress seems to indicate that of how many leaders do you have with you of the Shiv Sena? How many MLAs of the Shiv Sena in Guwahati? Because Congress seems to indicate that some of them are actually emissaries of Uddhav Thackeray trying to woo at least 21. That's the figure that Sanjay Raut seemed to indicate. 21 Shiv Sena MLAs in Guwahati want to come back to the Uddhav Thackeray fold. And this so-called, Eknath Shinde Sena will collapse the moment there's a floor test, sir.
Then let them have the floor test. Why are you disqualifying people who are elected by the people of Maharashtra? Why you are afraid of floor test? We are ready for the floor test. Let peace come back to Maharashtra. All of us will come there. We'll give you a floor test. We are not at all afraid about floor test. And Pawar Sahib has mentioned that there should be a floor test. Then go for the floor test. Why are you telling that you are coming on the street? You are burning the offices. You are burning the homes of MLAs who are elected by the people. Why you are doing that? Don't you have a faith in the democracy? Then keep that faith intact. That is what I want to tell them.
Sir, what are your numbers right now? How many MLAs are supporting Eknath Shinde?
They are more than 2/3. They are 38. So you will have to accept the verdict. And few more are joining. So they are joining in spite of them loving you. Why you forget that they were your own men? And due to your decision of joining BJP and Congress, they were not satisfied. They are telling this to you for the last 1.5 years. Still, if you neglect them, then there was no other option left with them. Eknath Shinde was a staunch Shiv Sainik right from the beginning, from the days of Anand Dighe and Honorable Babasaheb Thackeray, who has groomed him as a leader of Thane. So, how he
Sir,
could
what
go
is your
against Uddhav
roadmap,
Sahib?
sir? When do you get back? Deepak Sarkar, when does the Eknath Shinde Sena with these 38, as you claim, sir, 38 MLAs of the Shiv Sena, when do you get back to Mumbai? Do you have a roadmap and a time frame?
As soon as they recognize us as a separate group, we'll be back in Maharashtra because that is our constitutional right. When we cross 2/3 figure, it becomes mandatory on the speaker to give us recognition. But the kind of tactics being adopted by Shiv Sena leaders, local leaders there, trying to disqualify the elected members for not attending the meeting. Nowhere in India it has happened that for not attending meeting, people's representative is being disqualified and not given a chance of natural justice, which is their choice by the right by the constitution. So I think that those tactics, they should not add up. Then we'll have to go to the court and quash those orders. Otherwise,
so is that your next strategy? Because Narhari Jirwal, the deputy speaker, he's already issued notice for disqualification against 16 Shiv Sena MLAs as part of the Eknath Shinde camp. Point 1. Point 2, instead of Eknath Shinde, there's a new leader who's already been appointed as the legislature party leader of Shiv Sena in assembly.
His decision is going to be challenged in the court of law. He is acting like he is a constitutional authority. He should not act like a party worker. He is a constitutional authority. We have all the respect from him. If he asks for an explanation, we'll give him the explanation. But when it is 2/3 majority, it is clearly mentioned that we are a separate group. And if you keep our application pending, then you don't have the right to keep it like that, because everything is interlinked. You cannot disqualify people like that. And whenever such act is done anywhere in India, are restored by the court. So,
sir, that's a
Maharashtra
very
is a
grave
mature
allegation
state.
that you level against Narhari Jirwal, the Deputy Speaker of the NCP. You are saying that he's working as a Karyakarta of the NCP. Is that what you're saying?
No, I have never mentioned that. He should not and he will not, because he is a constitutional authority. He should be act like a judge and give opportunity to everybody, and whatever decision he has taken, allowing 16 people to issue whip was a wrong decision, and for that he will have to be non-partial. We respect him and we expect justice from him, and if he don't give the justice to us, we have every right to go to the court. So there is no question of having dishonor. When you get elected as an NCP candidate, you are then the NCP candidate. But when you sit on the chair of the Honorable Speaker, your role is different. One cannot act like that. That is what I am telling. I am not saying that he has acted like that. That
So
is
two
the
independent
difference between
MLAs.
what I tell and what you are asking me.
Okay, two independent MLAs have already have said they have no confidence in the Deputy Speaker, but the Shiv Sena is saying that leaders who are currently sitting in Guwahati on the orders of the Bharatiya Janata Party are like insects and rodents who are eating the party from within. Response, sir.
How you can say that we are influenced by BJP? We were speaking to the Honorable CM. He is the head of the party. If he didn't listen to us, is it our fault? We have always put forth. We have arranged for very important meetings, which Honorable CM Sahib has attended. And he could have come to any conclusion. He knew everything. In spite of that, he could not come to any conclusion. That is not my fault. I have tried my level best to see that he don't come into trouble. I have always seen to it that Shiv Sena prospers. And for that, I have a number of meetings. Last 6 months, I was seeking his appointment for telling him what is happening in Maharashtra. He never gave me the appointment to a person who had fought the battle, which was dream of Bala Thackeray.
So who, according to you, actually inherits the legacy of Bala Saheb Thackeray, if not Uddhav Thackeray? Because Uddhav Thackeray says, I have never compromised on Hindutva. I am following a common minimum program.
See, the legacy of Bala Saheb, he will have to carry because he is his son. It is his duty to do that, and we respect him because he is carrying the legacy of Bala Saheb. But had Bala Saheb compromised with Congress and NCP like this, he would have never. And had Bala Saheb sit on this chair, he would have been never. But sitting Uddhav Saheb on CM's chair is always a pleasure for us. Why we will feel bad about it? But when he has given so much of support to NCP and Congress, why they should bend upon in finishing our party, defeating our MLAs, defeating our MPs. They want to grow their party. Okay, there are other constituencies where NCP, Shiv Sena MLAs or MPs are not there. There you can try your luck. You can put your efforts there. Why you are putting in efforts in only those areas where Shiv Sena has either MLA or MP?
Deepak Kesarkar, at this point of time, Sanjay Raut is saying, is Eknath Shinde going to become Chief Minister in an alliance with the BJP or will it be Devendra Fadnavis? If he will be number 2 man, why upset the apple cart? Because he's already number 2 man with Uddhav Thackeray as Chief Minister.
This election was fought with BJP and Sena together. What was the grievance of Sena? That you had assured us 50-50% tenure of the Honorable CM. So if your 2.5 years are over and had BJP agreed, then by this time that tenure would have been over, and then Shiv Sena could have stepped into Deputy CM's post. Isn't it right? And in that case, what would have been the situation? Somebody could have occupied Deputy CM's post only. If that BJP and Sena Yuti had continued in Maharashtra, that was the position which was supposed to come any day. And there were negotiations going on between BJP and Sena also. Is it not true? And then if it is true, then in that case also, Shiv Sena would have occupied Deputy CM's post after 2.5 years. then who
is
would have
there
been
merit
stepped
in Sanjay
deputy
Raut
chief
saying that you first went to Surat, then you went to Guwahati, and now you will go to Goa? All of this running around, cross-country running around at BJP's behest will continue. Sir, do you have a roadmap? Should you not be accepted as a separate group in the state assembly? Will you not go back to Maharashtra? Is that not, as the Shiv Sena, as the Uddhav Sena alleges, taking away from your right as serving your people in Maharashtra?
Of course, they are taking our right to stay in Maharashtra, to lead our constituencies. Why they should disqualify us for not attending the meeting? On the 22nd, you take out a agenda for the meeting, asking the MLAs to attend it at 5 o'clock. 12 o'clock, you issue a letter. How big is Maharashtra? 3 European countries are equivalent to Maharashtra. From one end of Maharashtra, if you want to come to Mumbai, it takes minimum 14 hours. And you are well aware of this fact. These are just tactics. And is the Honorable Speaker of the House is not aware of these facts? Have we not checked that there are only 16 signatures on the letter that was supporting Mr. Chaudhary to become the leader of the party? Should he not confirm?
Enough. Deepak Sarkar for joining me here on the news track. Many thanks.
Yes.
I now want to cut across.
Thank you.
I now want to cut across to India Today's consulting editor Rajdeep Sardesai. Few people understand Maharashtra and what's happening in Maharashtra better than Rajdeep Sardesai. Also with me is India Today's national affairs editor Rahul Srivastav. Rajdeep, where do you see this go? The Eknath Shinde Sena say they are the real inheritors of Bala Sahib's legacy and they have the numbers.
Well, they certainly have the numbers. Let's make no mistake of that, Gaurav. The numbers are firmly stacked in favor of the Eknath Shinde camp. No doubt about that. They also have the political momentum. The fact is, like it or not, this rebellion is being fully supported by the center. The center has put its full weight behind Eknath Shinde at the moment. And options are running out for Uddhav Thackeray. He's just clinging on by his knuckles, really, to power at the moment. So if you looked at the larger picture, it's clear that this rebellion has significantly diminished Uddhav Thackeray, his stature within the Sena. One reason why today he had to address the district chiefs in Maharashtra is because the fear is the rebellion at the moment is confined to the MLAs. Tomorrow, it could spread to the districts, and that's the fear, because then Eknath Shinde could well claim, as you just said, that he is the real Shiv Sena, the real inheritor of Bala Sahib's legacy. Look, the final stretch of this battle will have to be fought in Mumbai. You can go across the country to Surat, Guwahati, Goa, or wherever. Eventually, you have to come to Mumbai. That's where the final battle will be fought. But the stakes are heavily loaded at the moment against Uddhav Thackeray. Let me also say the role of the enforcement directorate. The fact is, a close aide of Uddhav Thackeray was yesterday questioned. Anil Parab, minister. Today, another former Sena minister, Arjun Khotkar, his property has been attached by the ED. So there is a fear of the ED, which is also driving some of the MLAs towards the Eknath Shinde camp, as well as the belief that some of them feel that if they go into an election in the near future, whether it's a BMC election or an assembly election, they can't be part of a Congress-NCP alliance, given the fact that in large parts of Maharashtra, these two parties, the Congress-NCP on one side, the Shiv Sena on the other, have been adversaries for a long time. So, every indication, Gaurav, is that it will be very difficult now for Uddhav Thackeray to save his government. What he really is now attempting to do is save his party, because it's his party that he's worried about losing, the possibility of even losing the symbol, which he's worried about, because in the Goa case, which was heard about 6 months ago, it was said that it's while you can 2/3 of the MLAs defecting on the floor of the House and merging with another party is fine, is it enough for you to declare it as a split? And for a split to take place, the entire party has to split, not just the legislature party. That is one interpretation. Given that, Uddhav Thackeray now is at least trying to maintain his hold over the party, the district level party. And just one final word on this, Gaurav, at this moment, which is that, look, this has been building up for a while. There was the original manner in which the Shiv Sena was seen to have betrayed the BJP, or that's how the BJP and Fadnavis see it, meant that at some stage the chickens would come home to roost. And the chickens have come home to roost. State power has been used. The Sena MLA's own disenchantment with Uddhav Thackre's style of functioning is also a factor, plus the practical realities on the ground. So,
the fact remains, why would Uddhav Thackeray not be able to read this writing on the wall?
On the floor of the House.
Absolutely. Why that Sharad Pawar, now Rahul Srivastav, that is what sources in the NCP are telling India Today, that Sharad Pawar is telling Uddhav Thackeray to throw in the towel. Rahul, is that what is actually happening? And the point that Rajdeep was also talking about, Eknath Shinde, is he only trying to split the MLAs, or is he also trying to split the Zilla Pramukhs and split Shiv Sena right down the middle?
Till now, we have a very clear indication that Uddhav Thackeray, in his legislative unit, has been reduced to a minority. Mr. Sharad Pawar's party, it seems, is very clearly working in one direction, Gaurav. It does not want to precipitate a crisis in which the government comes down and the assembly gets dissolved. It does not want elections. And that is why Mr. Sharad Pawar wants to save his flock, that they don't have to go to elections. So he's working in a direction that if there is a crisis, let's stave it off. Let's save our MLAs right now. The motives of Mr. Sharad Pawar are very clear. And that is why I will say that the Deputy Speaker, who is of the Assembly, Mr. Zirwal, his actions will be very important. One point, Gaurav, which I want to make is that Rajdeep hinted on it. Remember the case of Uttar Pradesh, Gaurav, when Akhilesh Yadav was fighting a battle with his father for the party symbol. In January 2017, the Election Commission ruled that 205 of the 228 MLAs, 15 of the 24 MPs, 28 of the 46 National Executive members, 4,400 of the 5,700 National Convention members were with Akhilesh Yadav. So that is now the battle. The battle has moved from the government to the party. That's why Mr. Uddhav Thackeray has called a party National Executive.
The National Executive. Anand Dubey.
That's where lies the crisis. कि अब legislature party चोरी हो गई है, अब party चोरी होने से बचाना है.
Party चोरी होने से बचा लो, because the advice apparently, and Sharad Pawar has just left Matoshri, is what we are being told. Anand Dubey, is the game set and match? Is it lost? Has the kingdom been lost?
गौरव जी, आज चौथा दिन है
जी,
आज का 4th डे है. हम 3 दिन तक बैकफुट पे थे, हम बातचीत करना चाहते थे, हम भावना में थे कि हमारे लोग हमें छोड़कर गए हैं, अगर कोई पद के लालच में गए हैं तो आइए, मुख्यमंत्री बन जाइए, पार्टी का सर्वोच्च पद ले लीजिए. लेकिन जब हमने देखा कि ये बातचीत करने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, कोई महाशक्ति है जो इनको मदद कर रही है, ये हमसे 2600 किलोमीटर दूर बैठे हैं, तब हमने अब फ्रंट फुट पे खेलना शुरू किया है. हम अपने लोगों से बातचीत कर रहे हैं, हम अपने शिवसैनिकों से मिल रहे हैं, हम अपने जिला प्रमुखों से बात कर रहे हैं. सब लोग एक ही सुर में कह रहे हैं कि उद्धव ठाकरे जी और आदित्य ठाकरे जी हमारे नेता हैं. ठीक है, विधायक छोड़कर हमें गए, ये अच्छी बात नहीं है, निराशा की बात.
और 16 बचेंगे कि
गौरव जी,
ये भी नहीं पता.
सुनिए, पहले सुनिए
जी.
देखिए, ये पिछले 4 दिन से कह रहे हैं कि हमारे पास 40 हैं, 50 हैं, 60 है, 70 है. मैं एक बात नहीं समझ रहा हूं कि भारत के संविधान में यदि आपकी किसी दुश्मन की सरकार, जो हम इस समय दुश्मन हैं बागियों के, और वो सरकार अल्पमत में आ गई हो और उनके पास पूरी बहुमत हो और 2/3 से ज्यादा मेजोरिटी हो, जिसमें एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ में वो पास हो रहे हों, उसके बाद भी वो दावा न कर रहे हो कि ये सरकार अल्पमत में है, फ्लोर टेस्ट पर आइए, ये बात थोड़ी सी हैरान कर रही है गौरव जी, क्योंकि वक्त पे वक्त बीतता जा रहा है और वो हमें चैलेंज नहीं कर रहे हैं कि
एक सेपरेट ग्रुप के रूप में रिकॉग्निशन माना है. बट वैभव अग्रवाल रिस्पॉन्ड टू द शिवसेना सेइंग दैट इफ द रेबल्स हैव द नंबर्स, व्हाई आर दे नॉट स्टेकिंग क्लेम और सीकिंग अ फ्लोर टेस्ट?
Well, Mr. Dubey, Gaurav has to realize that in politics, it's all about timing. And just because I have the numbers, I shouldn't just go out blazing all guns on everyone else. I mean, we definitely understand politics is all about sitting and playing. Politics is not about, politics is not about going all guns blazing from the top of the roof of the building and saying, hey, I have the numbers and I'm going to shoot you now. That's not the way it works in politics. Politics is all about timing. So you be there at the right time, at the right place, and it's all yours, even if you don't have the numbers. So it's a given. Now we have to understand that Mr. Dubey, I just had a debate with him, and Mr. Dubey doesn't seem to realize that the real fight here is of the ideology, the spiritual ideology behind the spine of the party. The real fight is not any Mahashakti that he calls. And for the sake of Dubey ji, मैं उनकी respect करता हूँ, मेरे से बड़े हैं गौरव, लेकिन हमारी पहले भी debates हुई हैं, and I always call a spade if I have to. देखिए, आप politics में, राजनीति में कोई भी जगह खाली करेंगे, आप gap create करेंगे, तो कोई दूसरा आके वहां पे कदम तो रखेगा ही रखेगा. इससे कोई इसमें कोई अपने को भागने की जरूरत नहीं.
Rajdeep, what do you make of Deepak Kesarkar saying that Uddhav Thackeray has more faith in the Congress and the NCP, who are actually trying to defeat Shiv Sena leaders in election after election, or not letting them expand their base, than the BJP, who've been their alliance partners with whom they've fought elections?
You know, Gaurav, it appears that Mr. Kesarkar has got wisdom in hindsight. It's not as if this is a sudden revelation for Mr. Kesarkar. When they formed the government in November 2019, the likes of Mr. Kesarkar, Eknath Shinde were firmly behind Uddhav Thackeray and the decision he had taken. They also felt at the time, amongst others, that the Shiv Sena had been humiliated in the manner in which the deal had been done, and the BJP was insisting on the Chief Minister's post. What has changed in these 2.5 years? Few things have changed. Yes, there is little doubt that the NCP in particular has been seen to monopolize certain key resources, particularly in northern and western Maharashtra, where there were a few Shiv Sena MLAs this time in a traditional NCP bastion. And the fear was that the NCP was growing in these areas once again at the expense of the Sena. That is true. But that was something which the Sena had presumably accounted for in November 2019. Then what it wanted was the Chief Minister's chair. So when you wanted the Chief Minister's chair, when you wanted your Bhagwa to fly atop the Mantralaya, you struck this deal with NCP Congress and, dare I say, betrayed the BJP. Now, 2.5 years later, the centre has used its machinery to target various Sena ministers. Half a dozen of them have ED and other cases against them. There is fear in the Sena. Many of those who have gone to Guwahati have ED cases against them. What happens now? Their hope is that they will be given a clean chit, or those cases will be kept on hold. Also, what has changed clearly is that Uddhav Thackeray's own leadership is being challenged and questioned, because there's a sense that as Chief Minister, Uddhav Thackeray at times was not the kind of communicative Chief Minister that is needed. When you're running an alliance, you have to accommodate people. Uddhav failed to do that. And yes, therefore, there was a belief that the Congress and NCP, and the NCP in particular, because the Congress also has a grievance that the NCP was monopolizing the resources in Maharashtra. In a way, Sharad Pawar had emerged post-November 2019 as Neta number 1. Now, Devendra Fadnavis has decided that I will do Nahle Pe Dehla. I lost out in November 2019. Now I want to emerge as Neta number 1. And Eknath Shinde has realized that while he is in this Thackeray-led Sena, he can never be Neta number 1. But
because he would end up being Neta number 3 with the focus being on Aditya Thackeray
then. He can at least be a Deputy Chief Minister.
Okay.
May I take an opportunity to add on to it?
Okay,
please?
but I quickly want to bring in Anand Dubey, क्योंकि आनंद दुबे ये शिव सैनिक और जितने शिव सेना के नेताओं से बात कीजिए जो इस समय गुवाहाटी में है, वो ये कह रहे हैं कि एनसीपी को ज्यादा तवज्जो दी जाती थी, उसके बाद तो कांग्रेस को तवज्जो दी जाती थी, अपने ही नेताओं के लिए उद्धव ठाकरे के पास समय नहीं था, मंत्रालय में उनको कोई सम्मान नहीं मिलता था, एनसीपी और कांग्रेस को सब मिलता था, तो उद्धव ठाकरे ने अपनों की अनदेखी की बाहर वालों के जरिए.
ठीक है, सारी बात मानने को हम तैयार हैं. हम में बहुत कमियां रही, हमने 2.5 साल में कोई अच्छा काम नहीं किया, हमने अपने विधायकों का दिल दुखाया, इट्स ओके. लेकिन इसका तरीका क्या है? आप सूरत जाएंगे, सूरत से गुवाहाटी जाएंगे, वहां से बार्गेनिंग करेंगे. आप हमसे नहीं, मुंबई में बात नहीं कर सकते थे? आप यही काम जो वहां से कर रहे हैं.
नहीं तो दीपक केसरकर कह तो रहे हैं कि कितना प्रयास किया.
दीपक केसरकर जी के बारे में बताता हूं. दीपक केसरकर जी को वरिष्ठ नेता है, उनकी जो भावना दुखी है ना, 14 से 19 जब वो मंत्री थे और 19 में जब सरकार बनी वो मंत्री नहीं बन पाए, इसके लिए उनको थोड़ी सी पीड़ा हुई है। अगर वो मंत्री हो जाते तो इस 2.5 साल में एक शब्द भी नहीं कहते, और इस 2.5 साल के बाद आत्मज्ञान हुआ इन नेताओं को कि ये सरकार अच्छा काम नहीं कर रही है, राष्ट्रवादी को तवज्जो दे रही है। जो चिट्ठी आज लिखा, गौरव जी, जो चिट्ठी, जो चिट्ठी आज लिखा, वो चिट्ठी अगर 2 साल पहले लिख दी होते तो हम उस पर काम करते।
Tomorrow, has the NCP advised Shiv Sena to throw in the towel, Uddhav Thackeray to throw in the towel because he doesn't have the numbers?
Gaurav, the picture is not very clear yet, but whatever Bombay team is reporting very clearly is that there is an attempt by Mr. Sharad Pawar to ensure that all is not lost. I think that's the kind of advice which is coming his way. See what happens, Gaurav, that once things start moving, there is a momentum. Who has a leverage right now? Say, for example, the latest MLA who has gone there, Yamini Jadhav, somebody from the Shiv Sena, she has an ED case. Her husband has an income tax case. There is a leverage. Mr. Eknath Shinde has larger number of MLAs. He has a leverage. Now, what if they approach the election commission and get recognized as the real Shiv Sena, get the symbol? The momentum would be totally different. The idea of reaching the assembly will come much later because eventually this issue is going to go to the courts. But what if these groups get legitimacy as the real Shiv Sena? I think Mr. Uddhav Thackeray's last battle now is to save his party through the national executive tomorrow, in which he will have to ensure that the party stays with him, if not the legislators.
Okay. Ratnakar Mahajan, clearly it would appear as of now, whoever is pulling the strings has managed to outsmart not just Uddhav Thackeray, but also Sharad Pawar and the Congress Party?
It may not be possible to come at this conclusion because right now the situation is very fluid. There are two important things. One is nobody has from the Eknath Shinde camp has yet said that we have left Shiv Sena. Their claim is we are the real Shiv Sena because
absolutely.
We have
they said they are the real Shiv Sena.
Yes, they are the real Shiv Sena and they want to inherit the legacy of Bal Thackeray, that of Marathidom and Hinduism. Secondly,